TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo!
Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what I'm saying?
I am the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. Cousin.
That's about some unadulterated bullshit.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 16, where we go through TNA history 1 month at a time. This week covering TNA in September 2003. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined as always by my co-host Liam Jones. Liam, howdy.
Howdy ho.
Cowboy emoji in your direction.
Yeehaw.
You having yourself a good week?
No.
Okay, why not?
I've been sick all week,
That doesn't help.
so that hasn't been fun.
Sick of TNA, is that what you're saying?
Surprisingly not this week, no. Sorry, this month, no.
Well, that's always nice. It's always nice when you come out of a TNA month very enthusiastic for TNA.
Listen, I never said very enthusiastic. You're putting words in my mouth now.
What I think I heard you say was this is the best thing you've ever seen in the history of wrestling, and you're like, God, why wasn't I here in 2003 as a 6-year-old watching NWA-TNA being like blowing my mind and changing my vision of wrestling forever?
No, you see, you got that mixed up because I was watching All Japan Women's today, and I was legitimately saying something along those lines.
Why wasn't I born earlier?
I was born 2 years too late. I should have been a wee bab watching my Aja Kong matches.
Doing your tape trading to get your Aja Kong matches.
Yeah, I should. I should have been tape trading out of the womb.
So anything else going on with you other than your illness?
No. I watched Hamilton. Woo!
So you're very politically active now.
Yes, I am an activist.
You're steeped in the founding of America.
Yeah. My favorite part of Hamilton was
Go on.
the Hamilton heel turn.
Oh, spoilers, by the way.
I don't give a shit. It's been out forever. Well, a heel turn is like a very vague terminology.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a light heel turn. Could be a full-blown... Trying to think of someone who turned heel recently on NWA-TNA. Frankie Kazarian. Could be a Frankie Kazarian heel turn.
He hasn't turned heel yet. He's laying the seeds for his heel turn.
I disagree.
Okay.
There's been a lot of big turns. A Trinity heel turn.
Ah, yes, the ultimate heel turn, turning on Goldilocks, and Goldilocks hasn't been seen since. So
I assume she's been broken-hearted, I assume.
Trinity probably killed her.
Oh, no. I hope not.
Just took her out.
Jesus, that's brutal. Goldilocks came back just to get, bullied for 1 week, and then she left again.
And then we forgot to mention that segment on the episode, and Goldilocks was so upset at that slight that she just said, I'm not coming back.
In 2003. She knew.
She's like, in 19 years, though, some dudes are going to sit on a podcast and ignore my segment, so what's even the point in doing it?
Exactly. What pop culture things have you been involved with? What early 20... Well, not early, but what 2010s pop culture phenomenons have you just gotten around to now?
Oh, what have I been doing this week? I've been watching CSI. That's a much earlier than early 2010s.
So it's
piece
a
of pop
bit
culture.
earlier.
That's from 2000. So I'm watching pop culture even older than this NWA-TNA.
Yeah.
Learning how to solve crimes while you're learning how to found a republic.
I always knew. History had its eye on me, Garrett.
You're not going to miss your shot or whatever the lyric from that song is.
I'm not gonna miss my shot because I'm young, scrappy, and hungry. Just like my country.
Shout out to Scrappy from last week.
Yeah, this is this is long-term podcast storytelling.
This is callbacks. What more do you want from a podcast?
It's like wrestling. It's all that really matters.
Alright, there's clearly nothing going on in our lives. You might as well get into the episode.
Yeah, I was gonna my only other peak was I played Arceus Legends for an hour.
And you got very mad at the tutorial.
God, just every Pokemon game. Just let me skip it. Have you played a Pokemon game ever before option and lets me skip the first hour of the game.
There was kind of that in Sword of Shield. There was a bunch of stuff. It's like, you want to know about this? And then you're like, no. And it's like, fine. Or there was the catching tutorial where you actually had Pokeballs and could catch a Pokemon. And if you did, they're like, oh, I see you caught a Pokemon. Let's just get past that.
Don't tell me about the story. I don't care. And don't teach me the basics. I don't care. Just throw me out into the wilderness and let me survive.
But they do basically, you can basically ignore the tutorial and wander around.
Yeah, but like then you can only catch like shinks and shit. You know, I want to move out into the big world.
There's an alpha Snorlax there, so you can get your ass kicked by.
I saw it did kick my ass. And I got my ass kicked by an alpha Rapidash as well.
Did you get notions? You're like, I can take it.
I tried. I threw one ball at it.
That just fucked your shit up.
Yeah, if I had the heavy ball, I would have done it.
Master stealth. You played Metal Gear. You know how to do stealth.
Yeah. It is very Metal Gear. There's the part of my brain, right? Mm-hmm. That is my, like, when my kid Pokemon brain, where it's like, the fact that I have to catch multiple of the same Pokemon kills me.
Why?
Because I'm one and done, baby. I'm loyal.
You can still only use the one and done.
Yeah, but I don't want to catch 20 Bidoof.
Who does not want to catch 20 Bidoof?
My question is, are we catching all these Pokemon to explain why, like, Pokemon are, like, subservient in the future? It's like, this one kid came in and caught 1,000 Pokemon in 3 days, and we overthrew the Pokemon.
We tamed the wilds.
Is it, like, legitimately, right? That's what it is. And then they give all those Pokemon out to people or something, and then that's how Pokemon trainers begin.
I do quite like the whole story setup where everybody is, like, scared shitless of Pokemon.
Oh. It's funny because it's, like, the first time they admit it. They're like, yeah, Pokemon will murder you.
It's like, we do not like them. They are terrifying.
It's quite, like, a terrifying premise because there's one city. It's like, the human race is so outgunned by these things that we have been restricted to one area and can't go any further.
And anytime we go outside, we're absolutely horrified that we'll have interactions with these evil giant monsters that will fuck our shit up if we come across this alpha Snorlax.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of the new forms that I hadn't already seen from trailers. So I'm still looking forward to that. I picked Rowlet.
Of course.
I wanted to pick Cyndaquil, but I kind of have an idea what Cyndaquil looks like. I mean, the Typhlosion. So I was like, I'll go with Rowlet then.
Of the three, I've now evolved all three, or seen all three evolutions even. I don't like Typhlosion, and I think the other two are kind of cool.
Alright. I don't like Oshawott. Oshawott. Yeah, I don't like that Pokemon very much because it was just too much like Piplup. I was like, it's like the same proportions.
But it has a little shell that it does moves with.
I don't know. I like Piplup more.
I'm pretty sure Piplup is in this game, so you can catch a Piplup somewhere.
Dope. I want a Piplup.
Yeah, that's Liam's Pokemon update.
Yeah, I'm sure people were chomping at the bit for it. I watched a lot of my these are the matches I'm already behind on.
That's always a fun list in pro wrestling because there's never not pro wrestling. There's always so goddamn much of it.
And you're like, I don't even really want to watch this one, but I feel like I have to so I can watch all the other stuff.
What was the match that I told you? Just like, I'm not even going to pretend I'm going to watch recently.
Osprey and Oku.
Yeah, I'm just not going to do it. Like, no, sorry.
It's a hell of an atmosphere.
I'm just going to move on. Also, it's like 40 minutes, isn't it?
It kind of flies, though.
Still.
Like, it's not like a New Japan main event where there's a crowd that can't make noise 40 minutes. It's like a hot 40 minutes.
Still. Like, I can watch 40 minutes if I'm watching something live. But, like, the idea of committing 40 minutes to a wrestling match now, like, on tape, I'm just like, no.
Yeah. I know, it's probably a match you should check out by the end of the year, but, 40 minutes is a big hurdle. I don't even think it's 40. I think it's 30 something, but it's close enough to 40.
All right, that brings us to September 2003 in the NWA-TNA. An interesting month, some very big news notes, which we'll get into in a minute, even though it was only a 3-show month because we had the 1 cent pay-per-view.
And we watched that 1 cent pay-per-view, of course, and we'll be reviewing it.
All right, we'll start with the 1 cent pay-per-view, actually, because it's interesting. We'll start with the match card for it. So,
oh God, I didn't watch it.
The 1 cent pay-per-view, September 10, 2003, was a 2-hour special available for 1 cent on most pay-per-view providers, even though some pay-per-view providers didn't change the price, so it was still $10 for some pay-per-view.
I wonder how many people bought that.
Bought it for 10?
Yeah.
Some people probably did.
But to be fair, it's probably a better show than most TNA pay-per-views at that point.
That's true. It has most of the better matches. So it included the first Ultimate X match, the AMW XXX Steel Cage match, the Gathering versus New Church Clockwork Orange match, Jarrett and Raven, Styles against Jarrett and Raven, Jarrett and Sting against Styles and Waltman, the Styles and D'Lo cage match, and the Wednesday Bloody Wednesday match that we'll talk about when we cover the September 3rd show. An interesting choice of matches. I'm interested to see that there's nothing from 2002, so I think they wanted a more contemporary vision of what TNA looked like.
They should have put the X Cup finals in there instead of the Wednesday Bloody Wednesday.
It was a much better match, but I guess I get why they put their main eventers in there as opposed to putting in Hoovy and Sabin.
You have all the main eventers all throughout it anyway, you know?
Like, the lack of X Division like representation is, I think, the biggest note when I look at this lineup on the show. Like, there's one match, there's Ultimate X, and then the X Division is gone entirely. There's no more X Division stuff.
Yeah, there's no AJ Lynn.
Or, like, I would have put the first X title match, especially because that match took place in front of, like, a 3,000 full crowd, so I think it would leave a good impression.
But I guess what you said, like you said, they wanted to give you an idea of, like, what the current TNA is.
Yeah, all the matches were introduced by Mike Tenay and Don West. They had wraparounds, they had the video packages where relevant, and then the show ended with a push to Raven against Shane Douglas in the hair versus hair match the week following. So, like, they did try to sell you on coming back the week after. So, like, there's some matches I wouldn't have included, like Styles D'Lo in the cage is probably a match I wouldn't have included. I think there's better matches you could put in there.
I don't know, that match is silly, and I would appreciate it if it was on my... And it's like 4 minutes long.
You just want it there because Eric Watts is involved, and you need people exposed to Watts.
Maybe. Yeah, like you said, you're going to put all the stars on the show.
Yeah, Russo, you get Watts.
Yeah.
Gathering versus the New Church, I get why it's there and like who it represents and who it represents in the show, but a weird match to include. Even though it is a good match, it's a fun match.
I guess they probably just wanted to like get the Gathering in there and to get like... Was Douglas in that match as well, or was it just pure New Church?
It was Douglas.
Yeah, and to get Douglas on there too. It's probably important to get Douglas versus Raven on there in some way, considering the whole end of it was them hyping up the hair versus hair match.
This Wednesday TNA wants to expose thousands, if not tens of thousands of wrestling fans to their style of wrestling for the first time. To do that, they purchased ad time during Raw on cable systems across the country, plugging their 1 cent pay-per-view this Wednesday. The plug doesn't actually have any matches, but does show Sting, Raven, Jarrett, Styles, and Sandman, even though Sandman didn't end up being in the special, among other TNA featured wrestlers. Jeremy Borash does the voiceover, stating it's the style of wrestling you won't see on Monday nights. Oh, shots Liam, shots fired.
Heavy shot at Dark.
The pay-per-view isn't live, but instead features a best of format featuring all the matches we mentioned there.
Imagine if it was live and it was just all the same matches, but done again.
In front of an empty arena. Do it legit.
Yeah. No, it's just a very confused group of fans.
Reenacting each match move for move.
I like it better if it's all different matches completely. Like, they rework it completely. Have different finishes.
Or it's like inside the actor studio, but for wrestling, where they'll do the move and then they'll turn to the camera and it's like, so we did this because we wanted you to feel...
Yeah. I would watch that.
TNA hopes those who see the best of show this Wednesday will be convinced to order future 2-hour live pay-per-views on upcoming Wednesday nights. A lot is riding on this week's ad campaign and 1 cent pay-per-view and drawing future paying customers.
Wow.
So not only did they take out ads on Raw, they also handed out flyers for their 1 cent pay-per-view to fans outside Huntsville, Alabama, where WWE had an event. I
wonder how many WWE fans tuned in. I mean, they probably... Well, if they had the flyers of those guys on it, they're probably like, oh, Jarrett, Sting, Raven, WCW's back?
WWE is back?
Yeah, they're all big fans of the WWE card, and they're like, all right, let's go.
I see Road Dogg, that's all I need.
I see Hoovy.
So the estimates, and take these with a considerable grain of salt, were that the show did around 100,000 buys.
Hell yes.
Dave Meltzer later clarifies that I think that number comes from the fact that it did 10 times higher buys in a lot of key markets. So that where they usually do 10,000, they did 10 times better. So they're like extrapolating that out to be about 100,000. But if they did do 10 times better in markets, that's a lot of people buying the show. It's at least a decent number of people sampling, even if obviously if 100,000 people buy the show for a cent, that means you just made $1,000.
Do we ever find out the numbers for the shows immediately after the 1 set pay-per-view?
There's nothing in the notes, so we'll see. There was no like rise in attendance or anything, so they didn't get that kind of bump. The attendance was pretty flat afterwards, actually.
I doubt how many of the locals are buying that, you know?
I don't know. I would be like, oh, it would be fun to revisit some of the best matches, because obviously this is not an era where it's impossible to track these shows down, but like you can't just download the show and watch your Triple X against AMW match again.
Yeah. They have to do their trade taping with Baby Me.
Exactly. They're like, I'll give you this Triple X AMW tape in exchange for your Aja Kong All Japan Women's tapes.
And I said, no way, mate.
The 1 cent pay-per-view was their big swing. We'll see did it turn out to do anything. But like if about 10 times better than usual bought the show, that's exposure you weren't getting, even if you made no money back from it immediately.
Yeah.
Michael Shane told the interactive interview show that his career highlight to this point is winning the X Division title in an Ultimate X match. He was offered a chance to wrestle in Ultimate X or a ladder match, but chose Ultimate X because ladder matches are kind of getting killed lately. He says this in 2003, by the way, when it was like ladder matches were still relatively fresh in 2003.
Nah, we need to get Michael Shane in the major companies now, so he can think of something else.
You can point out all the goddamn ladder matches that happened in NXT.
Yeah.
He said he plans to sign the TNA contract soon, which would lock him into TNA and prevent him a jump to WWE for the next 2 years.
Do you think that was him like putting feelers out, being like, I'm going to sign this contract soon?
Well, we'll talk about like WWE interest in all those wrestlers and whether or not TNA signed all those contracts in a little bit. But yeah, probably. It's like, listen, if you want to come now.
Yeah. Send me a message.
I would like to jump, Sean. Cousin?
Did you know that Shawn Michaels is Michael Shane's cousin?
Clearly not enough of a cousin to get him a job in the World Wrestling Entertainment.
I'm going to start referring to Shawn Michaels as Michael Shane's cousin.
You should, and people will be very confused, and rightfully so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. WrestleMania 25, that had the really good match with Michael Shane's cousin.
Goldilocks told the Mayhem radio show that she is looking forward to eventually returning to TNA, but she feels she has heat for swearing on the air and losing her cool sometimes.
And for having not a great prank segment.
Oh god, yeah, it's the best thing in TNA history though. Goldilocks walking into phone stores shouting at people for 5 minutes.
Sorry, I just read the names in the next note and just like, I thought we were back in the 2010 Monday Night Wars.
Oh, I have some fun with that one. We'll get to that in a second. But Goldilocks, there's a Roddy Piper segment on these shows, a taped Roddy Piper interview that is like the most delirious, unhinged, like incomprehensible nonsense you've ever seen, other than Goldilocks' segment in that phone shop.
Definitely had to be edited more than a Goldilocks segment.
It sure did. They edited the goddamn heck out of that thing.
I couldn't even like make heads or tails of what it was supposed to be.
And if you imagine like that's the sense they tried to make of it edited, what the hell was it like if they just ran the tape?
It was like nothing made sense.
He wasn't speaking in coherent thoughts. He wasn't making like anything resembling a point. Yeah, it's just Roddy, what's wrong? We'll get to that. We'll get to Roddy. But speaking of Roddy, one of his career rivals, Liam, Hulk Hogan.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Oh.
Hulk Hogan appeared on the Bubba the Love Sponge radio show in Florida and said that he spent some time talking with TNA officials about the possibility of working for the promotion. There is actually a good chance he will agree to make at least one appearance, although some sources consider the negotiations to be posturing on Hogan's part. Others believe he and TNA are close enough on financial terms that he will come in for a one-time appearance.
How much do you think that costs?
Oh god, a one-off Hogan appearance? It's got to be like north of 10k, right?
I think far north. I think you're doubling that.
Because Hogan would have been working in Japan at this stage, so...
I think you're getting like 20k for that, easy.
Because apparently Piper was looking for 5 just to do angles.
Yeah.
So when you consider Hogan is a bigger star than Piper in 2003.
It's an interesting one.
The meeting between TNA officials and Hulk Hogan was on September 12th in Tampa, Florida. Hogan, Jimmy Hart, and Jeff and Jerry Jarrett were present. The hope is Hogan would get them a TV deal, which they still believe would be the best move for the long-term solvency of the company. Jerry Jarrett's optimism that wrestling fans and the TV industry were ready for a pay-per-view weekly series has soured, especially because the pay-per-view distributor in demand has been, for the most part, so organized and unsupportive, despite early promises of the opposite.
Unorganized and unsupportive.
Oh yes, I said organized. It's the opposite. So, they want Hogan, Liam. They want Hulk Hogan.
Listen, I don't blame them.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, like, the biggest name in the history of the US wrestling scene. It's 2003, has a lot of value still. Would pop a big number. Unfortunately, it'd probably just be some sort of Vince Russo segment.
Well, we'll get to that. He's currently suing Vince Russo for things that happened in WCW. So
Maybe they keep them separate. Maybe that's one of those random episodes where it's like, oh, Russo isn't here this week.
because what was it, Bash at the Beach 2000? The Hogan Jarrett segment where Jarrett laid down for Hogan.
I'm not sure. I don't know WCW history.
Because that segment was a work shoot where Jarrett was meant to be defending the belt against Hogan. Jarrett walked out, laid down for Hogan. Hogan looked flabbergasted. That's how it was supposed to play out, but then Vince Russo came out and cut a promo on Hogan calling him a useless piece of shit, and Hogan was not best pleased, so he ended up suing them.
I was going to say, because he had, like, creative control in his contract.
So it's typical WCW, where it was a worked shoot that worked itself into a shoot.
No, well, to be fair, the work shoot didn't work itself into a shoot. It was the guy shooting who just decided to do it.
So we'll talk about that in a second with our next note about how the next thing we're going to talk about might be influenced by the fact that they are trying to get Hulk Hogan in. But yeah, like that, the idea is to do that match again. It's to do Hogan and Jarrett, which I'm not sure anybody in the world really wants. But you know what? It's the only. Who else would you do with Hogan? Hogan and AJ?
Yeah, like it makes no. Yeah, you do Jarrett and Hogan teaming up against Russo and AJ.
I'd just book Hogan and Dusty.
That was exactly what went through my mind after the words came out of my mouth.
It's just like, why not? Just book Hogan and Dusty.
Yeah, they're like Hogan, Sting, and Raven versus Jarrett, AJ, and Russo.
And Dusty.
And Dusty's the special guest referee.
And Eric Watts is chained to Russo.
Yeah, and Eric Watts is the enforcer.
Russo just has a Watts on his arm at all times, despite the fact that he's wrestling. And 3LK is your ring announcers, because that's a thing we do these days, apparently.
I'd do a Jerry Lynn versus Hulk Hogan.
The true TNA ace, Jerry Lynn.
Yeah.
Hogan versus Disco, you could do that.
You could do that.
You could do Hogan versus Mad Mikey.
Oh, that might be good. Hogan versus Kid Cash, obviously. The legend gimmick.
Or Hogan against Abyss.
Yeah. Well, he beats Abyss, obviously.
Foreshadowing the 2010 stuff with the Hogan and Abyss.
Let's get off this subject.
We will be talking about more about Hogan in the coming episodes of this show, and I'm sure you want to hear lots more about Hulk Hogan.
I think I know what that's about.
Yeah, well, this story rolls on all the way to 2010. So, Dutch Mantel was hired as a TNA booker last week. Mantel worked as an agent at some of the early TNA shows. He left TNA and resumed focusing all of his attention toward booking the IWA promotion in Puerto Rico. Mantel is heralded as the booking mind that took the IWA promotion from years of losing money to overtaking Carlos Colon's World Wrestling Council as the island's top promotion. Mantel's departure from IWA took the promotion by surprise, although he has agreed to continue working there as a part-time consultant. Basically, he was offered twice as much money, so he left.
Yeah.
So TNA sources say Dutch Mantel will have more power than fellow writers Vince Russo and Glenn Gilberti, although he will still answer to Jeff Jarrett. Russo and Gilberti were said to be surprised by the move, but the belief is that they will continue to work for the promotion in some capacity. I'm sure they were very pleased, as always.
They love more people coming in with power, but because it definitely doesn't dilute their power.
Not at all. We know, there's one thing we know, Liam, consistently in TNA history. It's that Vince Russo, he works very well with other people.
Yeah, he definitely isn't a fan of sabotage.
There were rumblings going around that part of this was inspired by the fact that Russo was unwilling to sign a new contract, but that's unverified, though. That was just scuttlebutt.
That's the sheets.
So the natural assumption of the wrestlers is that the move was made because Hogan is negotiating with TNA, and TNA officials know that Hogan will not want to work with Russo because of the incident between Russo and Hogan that caused Hogan to quit WCW and sue Time Warner over comments Russo said on live pay-per-view. However, Mantel being brought in certainly isn't only because of the hopes of luring Hogan. Sources say the deal with Mantel has been in the works for some time. Wrestlers recalled seeing a Dutch at a TNA show several weeks ago. They say Mantel mostly kept to himself and took notes throughout the show.
I would pay so much money for those notes.
What do you think Dutch thinks of July or August TNA?
Yeah, I just want to see what his first thoughts of the promotion and like his immediate this is what we need to change.
Well, this month didn't see much in the way of Dutch influence by all accounts. He still was just getting his feet wet on the last show of the month where he would have been on board.
Much like how I give Scott D'Amore credit for everything good, I'm now also going to equate the first terrific TNA month with Dutch Mantel.
Well, to be fair, he had absolutely nothing to do with it.
I'm giving it to full credit to Dutch Mantel.
And honestly, the first 2 shows of this month I thought were great, and I thought the last one sucked.
I didn't think the last one sucked.
That show was terrible. If anything, the show where Dutch was on board for was a stark decline in quality from the 2 that preceded it. So
I disagree with the last show. This is what has thrown me.
we'll argue about that more. So Dutch has joined TNA Creative.
Cool.
WWE showed last-minute interest in signing Johnny Swinger, Simon Diamond, and Trinity earlier this week. WWE quickly found out that Trinity had signed a TNA contract several months ago, so those discussions broke down quickly.
I like how there were discussions, and they're like, "Hey, Trinity, do you want to come?" And she's like, "Oh, well, maybe."
She's like, I do have this contract though. And they were like, wait, contract? It's like, yeah, I signed it like 4 months ago. It's like, oh, bye.
They have those there?
The word in the TNA locker room is that the WWE official who contacted Swinger and Diamond wanted them to put off signing their TNA contract so they could negotiate with WWE. Swinger and Diamond told TNA wrestlers that they later received a phone call from a WWE official who informed them that the company would not be making an offer because Vince McMahon doesn't like negotiating under deadlines. So basically they missed their window and didn't get Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger.
That's unfortunate, because Swinger and Diamond rule.
They would have really lit the 2003 WWE Tag Team division on fire. They would have been working with the world's greatest tag team. That would have been a good match.
The
actually.
Gemini.
The Gemini, the Basham and Damager, were they around? They were probably developmental.
To be fair, they're very 2003 WWE, aren't they? London and Kendrick.
Yeah, I think Los Guerreros were still a team by 03.
They would have put them in SmackDown. Go on, this is a banging tag division.
All indications are that just about every wrestler who was offered a contract signed. There were some wrestlers who asked to be guaranteed 30 to 45 dates per year. Management was reluctant to give those wrestlers that many guaranteed dates, but did compromise by giving those wrestlers 26 guaranteed dates. There were also some wrestlers who negotiated for creative control of their own characters outside of TNA. The big example that is cited here is perhaps CM Punk, who is working as Raven's protege in TNA and feuding with Raven in Ring of Honor.
And also, a legitimate top guy in ROH probably doesn't want to be handcuffed by TNA's booking, which is something that they were trying to implement at the time.
Yeah, I hope they were like, you can't actually be booked as a top guy in Ring of Honor because you're actually only like a mid-card guy here, so they have to book you as a mid-card guy too.
Yeah, can you tone it down, please, with the push?
You're actually winning too much.
We don't want people getting confused when they tune in to Do or Die.
They'll think you're really good, so you need to lose more often.
I actually got to check to see if Punk was even on Do or Die. I just picked a random ROH show that I could remember. May 2003. Second City Saints defeat the Briscoe Brothers, the Carnage Crew, and Special K.
Classic tag team scramble.
That was the show when Punk wrestled twice.
What was his other match?
Daniels, Punk, Kazarian, Jimmy Rave.
He was in 2 different multi-man scrambles.
Yep, and the main event of that show was Joe Homicide in a match that absolutely rocks.
Yeah, we'll see that in 2009 TNA, where it'll be infinitely better, I'd imagine.
Yeah, well, I'm willing to give it a chance. We saw Iceberg on this show as well, Garrett.
Oh yeah, Edward Chastain, how's he doing for himself?
Unfortunately for him, he basically got booed out of the building.
So basically the exact same thing that happened in his TNA run.
Yes.
Was he not like, Don Callis managed me? Remember Don?
This was May, so was this before?
Yes.
I mean, at the same time, basically.
Because he was like July, he showed up with Don.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else notable from TNA alum. Tony Mamaluke defeated Jason Cross.
Did he have his theme song?
I don't believe so.
Did Jason Cross have his theme song?
No, but he did the flip.
Good, that's all you need.
Nothing else TNA adjacent here.
The Panda Energy Company really sees TNA as a long-term project worth investing in. The Panda reps who work with the Jarretts on a weekly basis have gotten really into the pro wrestling industry. They seem to enjoy learning about the industry and want to make the project work in the long run. They've really become big fans of wrestling, says one TNA wrestler.
Yeah, they were trading All Japan women's tapes to me as a child.
Dixie is like, hey, you got this match?
Oh, hey. You got that Akira Hakuto?
I didn't commit to the Dixie accent there because I didn't want to step on your gimmick.
Yeah, we all know.
The signing of the core group of wrestlers to 1-year guaranteed contracts further demonstrates Panda's desire to see this project through at least 1 more year.
Long term.
Most, if not all, the contracts have an option for a second year, which allows management to either lock them in anyone for another year or cut them loose without any obligation after the first year. So yeah, it's nice. Panda are like, all right, this has a year.
Yeah, we'll give you a year.
We'll see how it goes after a year, but it has a year, maybe 2. We can renew everyone, so maybe 2 years. But for the core group that WWE like what might want to sign of Styles, Raven, Shane, Kazarian, Sabin, Daniels, Diamond, Mitchell, Harris, they're not available.
I was gonna say, like, let's look at these names and say which ones are like yeses and which ones are nos.
For WWE to sign.
For which ones are smart TNA lockdown choices.
All right, I think all of them.
All right then, fuck my segment then, huh?
Is there anybody here who you're like, nah, I wouldn't have signed?
AJ.
Father James Mitchell.
Yeah. Norman Smiley.
It's all the guys who form like the backbone of the actual show. You get Styles, Raven, Shane, Kaz, Sabin, Daniels, Diamond Swinger, Harris, Storm, Mitchell.
Hey, listen, it doesn't say Swinger got one.
That's true. Or it's just that WWE don't want him, maybe.
Well, we know that they wanted him. They said earlier that they wanted him.
Maybe they're like, oh, he locked down Diamond, but we don't want Swinger by himself.
Yeah, they wanted the tag team.
Norman Smiley is no longer with TNA because his pay was being cut nearly in half.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Shark Boy's been bounced around from multiple tag team partners. He gets a new one this month. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And TNA is now offering cable companies a 30-minute pre-game countdown show on Wednesday nights starting this week, although not all cable companies are carrying it at first.
BTI.
Whoa. Gotta love some BTI. Before the internet. I'm trying to think what the I would stand for in 2003.
Before the influx of bad wrestling that you're about to watch.
How dare you. An interesting note, they're also going to be available on In Demand's high-definition pay-per-view channel.
Ooh.
In 2003, so those with high-def TVs can take advantage of a better picture. All these shows, like the archive version of these shows, aren't available in high definition, so I wonder where the hell those ever went.
Damn. If only we knew someone who could find that out.
Yeah, there's no way of knowing.
So if only someone could inquire about where those high definition versions of these shows are.
If they ever actually aired. Maybe it was still 4x3. It's just a very nice looking 4x3.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, like, when I watch these shows on the 4K TV and not on, like, my computer or my phone, they do look way better. So maybe it's just me.
All right, that brings us to broad topics for the week. Let's start with the Super X Cup.
Cool. This is great because it's my favorite thing in pro wrestling.
Ever?
Tournaments.
You do love yourself a tournament.
They're the best. I love a tournament.
So, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 61, September 3rd, TNA held the inaugural Super X Cup, which, as we mentioned, was taped in the last 2 weeks of August, because this show, the National Fairgrounds, wasn't available for the first 2 weeks of September, so they taped this show, and they did the 1 cent pay-per-view on September 10th. This show, Liam, Super X Cup, your favorite show in TNA history?
Yeah, it's probably right.
So, the tournament idea came from Scott D'Amore, Jeremy Borash, and Mike Tenay. This is from the Wrestling Observer, so the I is Dave Meltzer. I don't believe it was a group effort, but do know all had suggestions on how to do it. D'Amore was the agent in charge of the matches and was given free reign of it. He used it as a vehicle to prove that if you book good matches and just let them do regular finishes, people will enjoy it, as opposed to overbooking that the company has done a lot in the past. They went with the idea of all straight finishes with no run-ins, weapons, or cheating, except for the Lynn and Sabin finish. Tenay was the one who pushed Kazarian to get the win over Shane so that he could lose in the semifinals and still come out of it as a title contender.
Wow, I am beginning to be shocked, right?
Mm-hmm.
That Scott D'Amore
Yeah.
and Mike Tenay getting the book for a show led to the best show in company history.
You mean these people who aren't embarrassed by pro wrestling and want pro wrestling to be anything other than pro wrestling ended up producing the best wrestling show TNA has ever put on?
That's pretty crazy. And I gotta say, like, the reason this show was like so good, obviously, because it started off with such a hot opener.
Yeah, for some reason, on this show that, like, they were so pressed for time. The show had, like, 9 matches. And yet, nonetheless, they began the show with the hot X Division style opener of Mad Mikey versus Laz.
I was like, this is a weird first round match when this came out.
I can only imagine that, like, because this is a taped show, maybe they mistimed it?
I'm guessing that this was like a dark match that they eventually did have it mistimed and they just needed to fill the time with something.
Yeah, so maybe it was taped for Explosion initially. As mentioned, it was a dark match and they're just like, let's just put it on the show because we need to fill another 3 or 4 minutes.
And like all the other dark matches that we have banked have people in the tournament.
It's very strange because, like, the first round matches in this tournament are very short. They're all like 4-minute sprints. So I don't know, maybe they did just mistime it, because like this whole tournament basically takes like an hour 10 minutes from like the second Hoovy and Nassau get to the ring to the finish of the finals takes about an hour 10, which is the briskest tournament you'll ever see in your life. They just go bam bam bam, match match match.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You haven't seen the Queen of the Ring.
The who?
It's not called the Queen of the Ring, they gave it a stupid other name. Where like every match was like 40 seconds.
Where the entire tournament was like 19 minutes. Yeah, that's true.
That is the briskest tournament you'll have ever seen.
That's right, but this was also a good tournament, so it does have that going for it.
Wow.
So yeah, this match, the show opened with Laz against Mad Mikey for some reason. Mad Mikey won. Laz is an NWA Wildside guy. He's been doing a bunch of explosion matches.
I don't appreciate this poor man's Bruce.
Well, to be fair, at least he's doing the gay panic thing as a babyface as opposed to a heel. Does that make it better?
Is he a babyface?
Mad Mikey's a heel, so he's definitely a babyface.
I don't think Mad Mikey's a heel.
Mad Mikey's absolutely a heel.
I don't think he's a heel. The whole crowd loves Mad Mikey.
But like Mad Mikey's like he's getting mad and upset, and the crowd popped when like Laz did all the gay stereotype stuff as opposed to booing.
But they always pop when they do the gay stereotype stuff.
No, they usually shout slurs at him like they did with Bruce.
Yeah, but they do that after they go, ah. Laz is the weirdest creator wrestler randomized option I've ever seen.
He doesn't look real, does he?
Yeah, it was like uncanny.
It's just like, how are you a real person who wrestles?
Yeah, it was pretty insane. I don't want to spend any more time on Mad Mikey versus Laz.
I did enjoy that Mad Mikey was upset that he had to wrestle a goof. I think that's a good bit. That he's like, look at this goof cartoon character. I have to wrestle him?
Unlike Mad Mikey, the not goof cartoon. The very serious professional wrestler.
Is very upset at having to wrestle this goof Laz. I did also enjoy Mike Tenay on commentary. He was really selling the fact that Mad Mikey stole his shoe and started beating himself up with it.
He's like, I have never seen that before in my life.
So we go backstage to a Dusty promo. I did quite enjoy Dusty being there to give the War Games credibility. Obviously, the creator of War Games, so he's putting over War Games, saying War Games a lot, even though it's not a War Games match.
War Games.
It's a Bloody Wednesday match, Liam.
I like how they're like, they can't sue us now. We got the show going, so let's just say War Games throughout the entire time.
And just have Dusty say War Games like 700 times in his promo.
War Games.
We had our first round match in the Super X Cup tournament. Juventud Guerrera faced Nasawa.
Chief Strategy Officer from GLEAT in action here.
Is that what Nasawa's job title is in GLEAT?
That's what it was. I don't believe he has that job title anymore.
Oh, because he got the strategy wrong.
Yes. Well, no, I think he was brought in. No one cares about this. I believe he was brought in early in life, like just to help set everything up, and then he was still doing his Noah job at the time, probably through the Abima connection. No, sorry, not the Abima connection, the Ledette connection.
I think everybody cares about Nasawa's office roles through wrestling history.
One of the most powerful men in Japanese professional wrestling.
Popping up here to lose to Hoovy in a Super X Cup opening round match.
Takagi, Gato, Nosawa, the three most powerful men in Japanese professional wrestling at the moment. It really is the time, like, if you were an indie scummer in Japan in the early 2000s, you're really blown up now.
So Hoovy wins here. The match was like 3 minutes. Nasawa has psychopathic records on the back of his gear because he's ICP's Juggler Championship Wrestling Champion. Yeah.
Nasawa's a big juggler guy. Obviously has the Hatchet Man tattoo on the neck.
And the crowd are actually chanting ICP at him.
Yeah, he was quite a popular dude at the time. I thought it was actually pretty cool to see Nosawa at this point in his career because he's very different to now. And not even that he wrestles at a faster pace or anything. He just wrestles a completely different style because now Nosawa's more of a lucha brawler that will bust out some faster stuff. But here he was very much stalking and big kicks. It kind of works like Tajiri.
There's a real rad kick to the face in this match.
Yeah, he did. He had some cool kicks. Yeah, I like Nasawa. I've always been a Nasawa fan.
Yeah, Hoovy goes over.
I was devastated about Hoovy going over.
We had an interview backstage with James Mitchell because the structure of this show is basically match, interview, match, interview, match, interview. So very rapid fire.
Literally perfect.
Yeah, so James Mitchell wanted to sap Raven's will to live by shaving his head.
Yeah.
Before we go to our first round match in the Super X Cup tournament, Liam, Teddy Hart makes his NWA-TNA debut to face Johnny Storm.
Ted Hart.
Oh, Ted. Wearing some silver, hook shorts here.
I thought this gear sucked.
So you hate Hook's gear is what you're saying?
This isn't Hook's gear at all. Hook's gear is good, and this was terrible.
So you're saying you hate Hook's gear is what you're saying?
No.
I believe that's exactly what you said. Those shorts were Hook shorts, just silver.
No, they would not. They had no designs.
Hook's barely has any designs.
It has a hook on the front and it has little things on the sides. You don't know anything about Hook. That's what I'm learning here. Garrett, you're a fake Hook fan.
Listen, I was one of the original Hookers. People jumped on the Hook bandwagon.
This guy.
I'm an OG Hook fan as opposed to these other people who are like, I'm getting in on the meme.
Fake Hook fan.
Mike Tenay likened Teddy Hart to pre-WWF Owen Hart.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he does crazier indie shit, but like, definitely innovative.
Because I kind of get where he's coming from there, because Owen pre-WWF was a lot more of a flyer than like WWF Owen. He was more of like a technical wrestler in the WWF as opposed to doing like, not wild flying like Teddy Hart would do here, but for its time, I guess it was wild flying.
Yeah, it's pretty wild stuff to go back and watch, even by today's standards.
Teddy Hart, imagine if Teddy Hart wasn't a giant fuck up on literally every human level.
Yeah, he'd probably be like one of the best wrestlers of all time.
Because legitimately, you watch him on the show, he has this match and then he has the match against Hoovy, and he looks like a superstar. From like how he looks, like physique, gear, how he works. Like, this is a guy who you're like, oh, this is a can't miss star. This is a guy who's going to be somebody. He has the legacy of the Hart name. He has everything you could possibly need to succeed in this business.
He innovates. He has a brain that it looks at wrestling with a different like mindset completely.
And it just turns out he's just a giant, massive fuck up on in every way that he could possibly be.
It's a shame too, because you feel like if he had come in with like the mindset of a professional and a guy who really wanted to push it, like he could have been so much more.
Oh, he would have been AJ level in this company.
Yeah, and like he would have been like a legitimate innovator.
Because like he makes his Ring of Honor debut this month as well, and they're like super excited to see him based off this Super X Cup appearance. And like, this is a guy who is as good as the best of that generation. Like, he could have went in there with Joe and had a great match. He could have went in there with Danielson and had a great match. But he's just such a colossal failure.
Bryan Danielson beating the shit out of Teddy Hart.
He just cannot help himself because he's just such a colossal failure of a human being that he ruined his entire career and ruined probably the lives of others.
A legitimate, like, wild man. The match was fine.
I liked the match. I thought they did some wild shit.
Yeah, it was alright. I'm not super into Storm.
Oh, you don't like the Wonder Kid?
He's fine. He just has never been, like, a blowout guy to me. He's kind of, like, a bit all over the place. Not in the fun way of, like, a Teddy Hart.
Have you seen, like, the Johnny Storm, Jody Fleisch matches from this era?
No. I like Jody Fleisch.
Or the Johnny Storm, AJ Styles matches from this era?
No.
Really, really good stuff. The original, like, Brit Res indie guys, Johnny Storm and Jody Fleisch. Well, maybe not the original, but the first guys that really broke out.
I've seen the Fleisch stuff. I haven't seen the Storm stuff.
You gotta watch your Johnny Storm tapes.
Maybe I will, and Johnny Storm will prove me wrong.
The finish of this match was a top rope DDT, which looked sick.
Yeah, there was a lot of big finishes in these tournament matches.
Yeah, they went for it.
Which, hey, fuck it, why not?
Because the way he did it, he jumped off the top and like went for like full pendulum into a DDT. It looked so cool. Killed him.
Yeah.
Douglas, Diamond and Swinger and Siaki are all arguing backstage. They got on the same page before we had Sabin defeating Jerry Lynn in the third first round match.
This one was fine.
Yeah, the last two matches in these first rounds, it's like, the TNA guys, ugh.
Yeah, like, well, to be fair, there are also matches that we've seen.
And again, all these matches are 4 minutes long. All the first matches are like boom, 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 in and out, very quick.
And like, you know, a 4-minute Sabin Lynn match isn't going to have the craziness of a 4-minute Teddy Hart Storm match.
Yeah, so the finish here, Lynn hit, I think it was a TKO, and Sabin got his foot in the ropes, and Jerry Lynn started losing his shit at the referee for, I don't know why. I don't get this Jerry Lynn character.
John Callis has a point.
They just conveniently made this Jerry Lynn character a person who he has never been for the sake of this Don Callis story, though.
To be fair, in TNA specifically, he has been a kind of a psychopath that like has a hair trigger. The whole AJ feud, he's had like the 3 like miniature X Division heel turns. Like, this dude kind of does have a hair trigger.
So maybe Don's right. Don does have a point. He's like, this dude's just unstable.
And honestly, they might not be wrong.
So Don Callis came out to reprimand him after he was threatening a ref, which allowed Sabin to grab the win.
Hail Sabin.
Hail Sabin indeed. And then the last first round match, Frankie Kazarian against Michael Shane.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say about this.
It was a match that happened. Mm-hmm. And Kaz won to go through. I do like the booking of like the champion losing in the first round to set up a challenger for him, so that even if Kaz loses to Saban in the next round, Kaz still has like the claim to have beaten Shane in the tournament.
And the negative out of that is like kind of makes your X Division champ look bad. Like your champion of this division can't win the division's tournament.
Especially because he's beaten in 4 minutes.
But yeah, like if this match had gone like 10, while the others all went 4, that would have put over like the champion was hardest to beat of all, and it would have made Kaz look better in a loss in the next round.
Styles and Russo were giving out backstage that there's an agenda against Styles because he's wrestling a ton.
I kind of like these Styles Russo promos because they're just like so aghast at the way that this has been booked.
They just hate Eric Watts. I'm surprised you like them. They're very anti Eric Watts.
Well, they're characters. They're not real, Gary. If they were real, of course I wouldn't like it. Let's talk about your favorite match of all time.
Yeah, the first semi-final match, Juventud Guerrera against Teddy Hart in, up until this point, the dumbest match in TNA history.
Yes.
This match is so dumb. It's two guys going out there doing like brainless jock wrestling, just being like, who gives a shit about psychology? Who gives a shit about anything other than we're doing cool moves? And it ruled.
They did a bunch of real cool moves.
They did go out there and do a bunch of real cool moves. Teddy Hart, by the way, great gear.
Yeah, the best gear in this company's history.
These cool, like gold tights. He was still wearing the same silver elbow pads that he had earlier as well.
So what made these tights so cool was not only were they gold and black, but if you look closely, they had like a black pattern, and in that pattern were little roses. So it was roses and black, and then they had a silver outline on the thing, and then it was gold. Like this was some fantastic gear here, and Hoovy had really great gear too.
Yeah, Hoovy with his like white pleather tights.
Yeah, with the silver outline on the purple studded highlights. It's really cool.
I will shout out Teddy Hart. He's the only person who wore multiple kinds of gear in his matches.
That is my favorite like tournament trope,
where people have different gear for each match.
I think you should do it. Like I think it's more impressive. I mean, honestly, it's cool here because like it's weird, but I much prefer like if you're wrestling, if it's like a 3-night tournament, like a bowler. If you're wrestling at a bowl, you should have different gear every night.
I also quite enjoyed that Hoovy is still doing Rock tribute spots.
Yeah, it's the juice, baby.
He's still doing the People's Elbow. He's still doing the Rock Bottom. I'm very much on board with this.
This is the most relevant it's ever been.
So yeah, Teddy stuck him with a spiral tap in this match. Like he just flattened Hoovy with this spiral tap.
It was pretty brutal.
My favorite part of this match was Teddy Hart did a dive and he tweaked his knee, and that was the story of the match. And we'll get into a note about that after the match as well. But he tweaked his knee and, you know, he couldn't do his move, and he went up to do the shooting star. He hit the shooting star, which is how he won his first match. And then he couldn't make the cover, Liam. He was like, oh, my knee hurts. Oh.
He was so fine with it before then. Like leaping up there, flipping off to do the move.
But my favorite part is like literally 10 seconds later, he does a nip up.
Yeah.
He's too hurt to get up on this shooting star. But 10 seconds later, he's like, I'm fine.
Not his only problematic nip up.
Finished top rope Hui driver as well.
Insanity. One of the coolest things that this show has ever done. Like move wise.
Dropped Teddy Hart right in his head off the top.
Up there with the second rope Styles Clash.
God, this match ruled. This match is like, I give this match 4 stars. It's so stupid. It's like two guys just doing the most brainless shit.
It's a big night for Hoovy.
Yeah, it is a very big night for Hoovy. And I think it's a big like comeback night for Hoovy. A guy like in the WCW days, people were like Hoovy and Ray are the two guys. You know, they're the two top luchadors who clearly are like have the highest ceiling, especially given how young they were at the time. And then it worked out very well for Ray, and it never quite worked out for Hoovy. And I think people are like, well, you know, he lets his demons, he lets his personal issues get in front of him. And this was like a big comeback night for him, where he went out there and killed it. So Hoovy advances to the finals of the Super X Cup.
You're talking about what happened after the match?
Oh yes, literally right after the 3 count. This is from the Wrestling Observer. Teddy Hart did a nip up and basically walked around the ring looking for cheers, instead of selling a pretty hardcore finish. None of this will air on television, as they will show Guerrera outside the ring and celebrating. But people were amazed at Hart's lack of sense.
Well, I can understand Teddy Hart, I think, because in his mind, the show ended as soon as that 3 count happened. Like the curtain went down, and this was him coming out to get his bow,
which he of course deserved.
When your character dies in a production, at the end you still get to come out and bow, and like in his mind, he saw this and he's like, yeah, okay, my part of the show's over now.
But, like, he was trained by the Hearts.
Oh, obviously, not as brutally as other people were.
Like, he knows that's not how wrestling works. Like, there was once an episode of Raw that ended with Chris Jericho being knocked out by a knockout punch, and Jericho lied in the ring until everybody left.
Well, to be fair, that's a bit.
He sold the move until everybody had left the building. Like, that's how pro wrestlers
funniest.
work. They're ridiculous human beings who, like, commit to their bits to an extreme degree. They do not break kayfabe. So, like, he was raised by the kind of people who should have taught him things like that.
Just born different.
He was.
Teddy Hart, born different.
In many different ways. So your other semi-final match, we had an interrogator segment with the red shirts. They like Don Callis. They're very mad about things.
Same.
And our second semi-final, Frankie Kazarian against Chris Sabin, where Sabin won to advance to the finals. And maybe their best match, because they just went out there and went straight to doing shit.
Yeah, this was just, they just did spots and it was cool.
Because like maybe they should just work 1,000,000 miles an hour every time.
Man, the X Division story.
Instead of trying to work holds or do something else or build, it's just go out there and do shit. That's what people want out of you. The same one with a muscle buster that he calls the Back to the Future.
Everyone's got a move called Back to the Future.
Well, particularly Chris Sabin and Frankie Kazarian have moves called
And
Back to the Future.
Kushida.
A lot of people love frickin' Back to the Future. It's a good movie, but I don't know why people love it that much.
I have definitely seen it.
Have you not seen Back to the Future?
I have seen Back to the Future.
Have you actually?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Or are you saying that so I won't shout at you?
No, I've seen it.
Have you seen Back to the Future 2?
No.
Ah.
Ted Hart versus Juventud got a 4 1/4 from Dave.
Damn right. That's the most Dave-ass match that's ever existed. Like, for all the things people say about Dave, like, he cares about, like, technical execution of things more than anything. More than, like, psychology.
But he also loves some dumb shit.
Yeah, like, he doesn't care about psychology. He doesn't care about, like, emotion. Like, just people doing things technically well is the thing that, like, pops him more than anything, which is, I think, the reason he loves modern wrestling more than anything. And, like, that Teddy against Hoovy match is, like, the definition of it.
I think he also just loves innovation, or really respects innovation.
I don't think he's going to be the guy who's like, oh, he really didn't sell the knee properly there.
Yeah. Or he'll mention it, but like it won't be a game breaker for him.
Like, yeah, that's not who Dave is. That's not who he has ever been as a critic. Because if you read, like, Dave's reviews of matches, he never reviews matches. He does walls of text of what happened and then slaps a star in it. Dave will never tell you why he liked a match.
He breaks it down to like the move by move.
It's because that's how he thinks about wrestling.
It's not emotion for him.
Which is wild, because that's what the entire goddamn sport is. But that's what he likes. He just breaks down move by move rating. Which is fascinating that then made him the preeminent critic in the entire genre. But alas, here we are. We go backstage. Oh no, did we had the final first? We had the final first. So yeah, poor Chris Sabin went out there, had the match against Kazarian, and then went straight back out to have the main event against Hoovy.
No, he probably had this on another taping.
That's true. I think they did, but still. Super X Cup final, Juventud Guerrera versus Chris Sabin. And for me, maybe the best match in TNA history so far.
I like the cage match more.
They're both up there as like 1 and 2 for me. And then the first X title match, I think, is the other one that I think.
I think this blows the first X title match away.
You're a hater of Jerry Lynn, though. That's well known.
Nah, true.
So, well, you gave this 3 3/4 first, so don't you tell me about what blows things away.
No, I didn't.
Don't you come out here and tell me about what matches are good or bad when you gave this 3 3/4.
I gave this 4 1/4. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do. Don't you think I don't see your revised star ratings? Or, well, I didn't. You told me about it. But
No, I've learned to never tell you anything.
that's true. You shouldn't. I'll expose you.
This was great. This felt like a Best of the Super Juniors finals.
I loved the way they worked this match, in that it was the most, I think, counter-focused match I've ever seen. Or, like, the crux of this match is that these two dudes keep on countering each other. They relentlessly counter each other. They go for power bombs, they slip out. They go for ranas, they slip out. They go for cradle shocks, they slip out. They go for Hoovy drivers, they slip out. And they do those sequences at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like, they're just going. And this match is 15 minutes. It's not like the other ones where it's like, you know, it's Ted Hart and Hoovy out there for 8 minutes where they're just doing wild shit for 8 minutes.
It still had escalation to it too, which is super impressive.
Yeah, like the amount these two countered each other, like, just blew my mind. And the speed at which they did it, like every single sequence where they're like slipping in and out of moves and countering each other and constantly moving into something else. Like, God, these two are such, like, Chris Sabin is, I think, 21 here?
Oof.
I know, it's so upsetting how good he is.
I think this is really interesting too because they managed to give the feel and the emotion of a 25-minute epic and like condense it to 15 minutes.
Which I think is what everybody should strive to do.
Probably. Dave gave this 4.5.
Damn right. Right in line with me. Good job, Dave. You are correct.
Yeah, this is fantastic. This is one of those matches that you like listen to our recommendations. Go see this one.
There's also like just the head droppiest of head drops in this match.
There's a couple of them.
Or Hoovy does a tiger driver and drops Chris Sabin right on his head. Like there's no like, oh, it's on his neck. He's like, it's literally picks him up, top of his head. I don't know how he didn't die.
Yeah, Hoovie's a killer.
Also, he does the Hoovy driver in the corner and then goes up and hits the 450. And one, it's foreshadowed by Sabin getting a rope break in the first match, so it's like a little bit of a through tournament storytelling. But he gets his foot in the rope in like one of the best rope break segments. I've seen this match like 6 or 7 times. I bite on that near fall every single goddamn time.
It's just fantastic wrestling.
2 phenomenal pro wrestlers. 2 people who are just tremendous at their craft. And like Hoovy's, I think Mike Tenay said 28 here. So he's not a particularly young man anymore, but he's still a guy who has like just years ahead of him if he was really like on top of things, which unfortunately he's not for a variety of reasons because he's Hoovy. But we got this moment here.
It's the juice, baby.
That's the juice.
Comes with the territory of being the juice.
But at least we did get this moment here where he shows up in TNA and just has maybe one of the best matches in company history. So Chris Sabin is your Super X Cup champion. He wins with not the Cradle Shock, the other one, the like flippy aroundy one.
The Amityville deal?
I think that's the Future Shock, right?
God, so many names.
We missed a backstage segment where Terry Taylor was talking to Kid Cash. Abyss, supremely wet. The wettest man.
Yeah, I don't know he walks through a waterfall every time he goes out to do a segment.
He has to stand under the shower, right? That's the only way you could be that wet.
He probably just dumps a bottle of water all over himself.
No, because the pattern of the water is like constant. He is drenched. There's not like, you know, there's not like bits that the water...
Maybe it's multiple water bottles. Maybe Kid Cash grabs 2 and he grabs 2.
He grabs like literally a bucket. He grabs like the Nickelodeon slime tank and dumps it over him, but it's water.
Yeah.
He's so wet. I can't get over how wet he is. And because he wears that like blue vest, you can see how wet he is because like there's different colors of it. It's like the wet color and the slightly dry color at the end.
And it doesn't go away.
It doesn't. The man loves being wet. He enjoys being the wettest human being.
Wet stay, bloody wet stay.
Yeah, so that's our Super X Cup. But the main event of the Super X Cup show was the first War Games in TNA history, the Bloody Wednesday cage match, in which D'Lo Brown, Jeff Jarrett, Raven, and AMW faced the phenomenal AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, Shane Douglas, Simon Diamond, and Johnny Swinger.
I have nothing to say about this.
I thought it was well worked at times and boringly worked at others, because the reason these matches fail is when guys come out and they do nothing. So you have the 90-second interval, somebody comes out and nothing happens. They don't set up a sequence of spots, they don't set up a sequence of like things that are memorable. Just another person comes out and they do some brawling until somebody else comes out. But there are periods where like people came out and stuff happened, and I did quite enjoy that.
I have nothing to say about this match.
There was like a lot going on in this match, like not in the match, like around the match.
I have nothing to say about this match.
Because you had like Dusty as the keeper of the key, you had Watts at ringside, you had Don Callis at ringside, you had Russo at ringside, Callis was on commentary. Then for some reason, like Eric Watts is like, oh, this match is so violent that we can't have ring attendants or ring announcers, so we're bringing out 3 live crew to serve the role of ring attendant and ring announcer and other such roles.
I have nothing to say about this match.
Harris absolutely killed AJ with a spear. Chris Harris's spear. I'm saying it every single episode. Everyone's like, oh, Roman Reigns' spear and Goldberg's spear. It's like they got nothing on Chris Harris's spear.
They got nothing on Jerry Lynn's spear.
Damn right. The spear kings in the NWA-TNA. None of these WWE nerds.
I have nothing to say about this match.
And the last thing I will say about this match, before you have nothing to say about this match, Chris Harris hit a spinning catatonic on AJ. Where, usually he just does a regular catatonic, but he did like 2 rotations, he did like 2 spins, and then catatonicked them. Looked so cool.
I have nothing to say about this match.
So Jarrett and D'Lo and Harris even went up top. D'Lo hit a frog splash, Harris hit a leg drop, and then Jarrett pinned, I think it was Styles, to score the win. After the match, there was a big brawl, after which Douglas cut a little bit of Raven's hair to foreshadow the hair versus hair match coming up on the September 17th pay-per-view.
I have one thing to say about this match.
Oh, so suddenly he's shown up.
I didn't hate it. I thought it was fine. It's just I didn't. There's nothing great about it.
Yeah, I thought it was a nice, fine, good little match that didn't live up to the idea of war games. And as I said, there's periods where Chris Harris comes out and he does do just a sick ass spear. Spears ages out of his boots. And then there's times where I don't know, Shane Douglas come out and they just do some punches. And nothing would happen. You've got to construct these matches so that each 90-second sequence is a 90-second sequence. You can't just be lazy and be like, this dude comes out, he hits guys with a couple of weapons, and then we stall for the other 75 seconds until somebody else comes out. You do need to construct it as a series of mini 90-second matches where interesting things happen and they have their own little self-contained stories. Otherwise, the match is just generic brawling and guys hitting each other with weapons, which might have been innovative in the 90s, but these days it's just we've seen this a million times before. You have to do something new and fresh with it.
I have nothing to say about that.
So that is Wednesday Bloody Wednesday, the first War Games match in the history of TNA wrestling.
I ordered a pizza during that.
Was it a good pizza? What'd you get in the pizza?
I just got a margarita. I wanted something simple. It's not my go-to.
Where'd you order it from?
A place called Don Antonio.
Is it your local?
Where's the freaking gabagool? It's my local. It's the best pizza that's open the latest.
That's what I have to resort to. 4-star pizza from 30 minutes away that comes, and it's cold. It's always great fun.
Because I got some. This is one place near me. When I tell you it's the absolute last resort, it is the absolute. It is. I have gotten home after being out all night, and it's 6 a.m. and I need something to eat. Thor pizza, it's called.
Thor.
Truly. Some of the most abysmal food I've ever eaten in my life, and I've ordered it twice.
Oh no.
I got sick from it. You know how hard it is to get sick from pizza?
Yeah, you'd have to pretty badly undercook the dough.
Ugh.
I guess you can undercook the meats as well.
I was gonna say, and also it's chicken, so who knows?
That could take you anywhere. Or it's probably not even chicken, who knows what it is.
Yeah. Hammer of the gods, baby.
You've Got to Be Kidding Me is brought to you this week by HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. The new year is a great time to focus on what's most important to you. Whether it's saving money by ordering less takeout, learning to cook, or prioritizing your wellness, HelloFresh is here to help with endless options to make cooking at home simple and enjoyable. HelloFresh cuts back on time spent in the kitchen, so you can spend it on your other resolutions with meals ready in around 30 minutes or less. Plus, quick and easy meals, including 20-minute recipes and low prep and easy cleanup options, provide an even faster route to putting food on the table. I know as I hit the new year, I'm one of those who makes many resolutions, many of which are hard to stick to, but HelloFresh makes eating healthy easy, affordable, and fast. Go to hellofresh.com/VOW16 and use the code VOW16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 free gifts. That's hellofresh.com using the code VOW16. So September 10th, we had the 1 cent pay-per-view, which we already ran down. We'll go into the other broad stories of the month. There's not a ton of them. Let's start with Raven and the franchise, which had their big, it wasn't quite the blow off because they're still feuding, but the culmination of their feud so far on the September 17th NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 62, in which they finally had, Liam, a hair versus hair match. This
was a pretty, okay, this match took a bit to get going, but by the end of it, I was like, yeah, this rocked.
So yeah, it's a very much a Raven and Shane Douglas match, where it's two guys kind of doing plotting, brawling around ringside. Shane Douglas is never going to blow your mind with a series of sequences you've never seen before. But what Shane Douglas can do is he can bring a crowd into a match and get them invested in it. So even if he's still just doing basic plotting, brawling, at least the crowd are into it.
Yeah.
And obviously, I think Raven's having a tremendous run as a babyface. I think he's like maybe at the peak of his career as a worker at this stage.
Ever since he made that change, he's been killing.
He's just like legitimately good.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed that switch. And like, I think even just before it, because I really enjoyed the Jarrett match as well, but he's been like firing on all cylinders.
We must mention Liam.
Okay, before we mention the incident,
Uh-huh.
I want to give Shane Douglas some credit here.
Okay.
Because my man, he rolled with the punches.
He really did.
And he honestly, post the incident, it might have been the best work of the match. So, fair play to the dude for keeping going and then like tearing it up another level.
So this match is like 15 minutes long. Like halfway through, Shane Douglas is leaning against the ropes and he throws up. He just a little bit of vomit leaves his mouth. And then he moves over to Raven and a little bit more vomit leaves his mouth. And then him and Raven do a little sequence that ends him with him being like kicked by Raven, and he turns around and a large amount of vomit leaves his mouth.
And like a dark viscous.
It's a weird like texture to it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's rough.
Because it's not like chunks or anything. It's literally straight liquid coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
This gross yellow liquid just like... It's the fact that he throws up in 3 stages as well. Like there's the little bit of vomit, the second little bit of vomit, and then the third lot of vomit. It's just like there's an escalating series of vomit from Shane Douglas here.
Yeah. We should mention too that this was the show that we did the live reaction to. So if you want to see the live reaction to this,
and yeah, I set it up for Liam where it's like I was like, this is a big Shane Douglas match, and Liam was like, why? And it's like, oh, you'll see.
and I was like, oh, maybe he delivers performance of a lifetime.
No, he just gawks in the middle of the ring.
Ugh.
I will say, credit to Mike Tenay, the proest of pros, who's like, that's how physical this match is. That's how like intense this rivalry is. They don't no sell it. They don't pretend the man didn't just vomit in the middle of the ring. They presented the vomit as like, this is the true escalation of this rivalry. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I don't blame him. Like, shit's probably crazy at the moment. But, again, like, hey, he brought the match back after this, so I can't be too mad at the guy.
To be fair, we don't know that it wasn't worked vomit.
Yeah, it might have been worked vomit. It didn't look like real vomit. It might have been worked vomit.
Or it might have been real vomit, but he can just one of those people who can trigger himself to throw up at any time. So he's like, let's work it into the angle,
He's got a puke.
We don't have worked vomit. We have, obviously, blood is the big thing in wrestling. But like someone throwing up is like, it is a visceral indication of how intense a match is.
Yeah, someone should take that. Someone should. Okada next Dome main event, 56 minutes in, should throw up.
Wrist control. He grabs the wrist. He turns the other direction. It's like, ugh!
He does the rainmaker, pulls him out as he comes in. He just throws up on him.
Or instead of doing like mist, somebody should do vomit in the face.
Ugh, that's just disgusting. Remember when like they did the hour draw with Omega and Okada, and Omega dodged the rainmaker by like just falling and collapsing due to exhaustion?
Yeah.
How much more impactful would that have been if Omega just threw up?
And threw up in 3 different stages like Franchise did.
Dodging every rainmaker by throwing up.
You see, he throws up in front of Okada, and Okada slips in the vomit and then misses the rainmaker.
No, he throws up in front of Okada, then Okada gets sick and throws up.
It's just an escalating series of vomit.
Oh, what if Raven was a guy who throws up when he sees throw up? Alright, let's get off the throwing up.
Yeah. So, finish, they go up top. Raven hits a gnarly looking Raven effect off the top rope through a table.
Yeah.
Shane Douglas
What a finish, huh?
takes a nasty bump. Well, it's not the finish because Raven goes for the cover. 1, 2. Technically, Franchise kicks out, but lights go out. I did quite enjoy mentioning the watch. I liked that Franchise kicked out because, like, why didn't the referee just count 3 just that the lights are off? I guess he doesn't see the shoulders anymore. It's good refereeing, I suppose. But
good refereeing either way.
yeah, so the Franchise kicks out so that the referee doesn't lose some integrity, doesn't lose some credibility. The mystery man, who we've seen for weeks at this stage, maybe even months, I think he goes all the way back to July, who's been attacking Raven, is finally revealed to be Vampiro.
Yeah.
Vampiro hits Raven with the DDT, Franchise pins him, and then Raven gets his head shaved.
He sure fucking does.
Yeah.
This is like genuinely uncomfortable.
It really is. So they sit Raven in the chair, and Mike Tenay and Don West go into overdrive, where like they are absolutely furious. They are absolutely outraged. that this is how Raven's going to lose his hair. And Don's like, oh, I wouldn't even blame him if he doesn't go through with it. Then Mike Tenay is like, no, he's a man of honor. Even though he's been done wrong, he's still going to sit there and have his head shaved. So James Mitchell picks up the clippers, Liam. He picks them up upside down and shaves Raven's head and literally scalps the man. He literally takes chunks out of his head as he's shaving Raven's head. You can see the blood trickling off his skull. It's even worse. They show a video package and a promo the next week where you can see the scars on his head from what all the blood and all the cuts that this head shave gave him. And to be fair, it made the head shave 100 times more intense.
Oh, this angle was so much more impactful now.
It's such a better angle because he was legitimately scalped in the middle of the ring here live in an NWA-TNA pay-per-view. But God, it must have sucked. You can see Raven's face.
Oh, he wanted to not take this so badly in the moment.
You can see him wincing. You can see him being like, fuck, why does this hurt so much?
Yeah, there's a couple things about it, because it's first of all, obviously, sucks for Raven, but fair play to him for just gritting his teeth and taking it.
And you can see him, he's literally gritting his teeth as well. He's like, "Arr!"
And I'm not glad it happened, but fuck, it turns this angle a whole up another level, doesn't it?
It turns it from a regular hair angle to something that feels legitimately different and special.
And it's already the best shoot in the company too. So it really just puts it to that next level. I really hope that the payoff matches are worth it.
Well, we do get a Raven Vampiro match, so you can look forward to that.
I hope it's worth it.
You can see the build. I think actually all the Vampiros matches take place in October. I think the whole thing happens in October, and then Vampiro's never seen again. So
That makes sense. It's the most spookiest month of the year.
it is. You have to do a spooky Raven Vampiro month all through the month of October.
Yeah. This match is crazy.
Yeah. You get the vomit, you get the top rope DDT, you get the actual legitimate scalping of Raven. You get Vampiro. Vampiro's there too, I guess.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough Vampiro to get super excited for this, but his Pentagon match was almost legitimately a perfect match, so.
Yeah, Vampiro is a good worker in his day. I liked Vampiro in WCW, even if a lot of what he did in WCW wasn't very good.
Yeah, I'm excited to give this a shot.
So we have a few backstage notes. Let's start with who the mystery reveal was originally meant to be, Liam. You suggested at one stage you'd like to see it be Ricky Banderas, better known as Judas Macias. That was in fact the original choice. From the Wrestling Observer, the original choice for the mystery guy was Ricky Banderas, but that was nixed a ways back because of the idea nobody would know him if he was unmasked, which is probably a good idea.
It's true.
Another point, CM Punk was considered, which I think would be a pretty good twist, a good turn, and that's the reason he's a mystery man.
Yeah, but the guy was clearly a big dude.
CM Punk was just wearing some platform shoes.
Fair enough.
And then the other one was Terry Funk, but Funk turned him down.
Funk would have ruled. Funk would have ruled so hard.
So Vampiro was the fourth choice.
Hey man, if not four bad names.
And in terms of who fits best with the new church, Vampiro's probably the best option.
I don't know, I like Terry Funk with the new church.
Funk, demonic Funk.
He doesn't even need to be demonic. He's just a bad motherfucker. Imagine James Mitchell and Terry Funk promos on Raven.
So there was a backstage incident between Raven and Jim Mitchell after the September 17th show, based on how rough before James Mitchell got his hair.
Yeah.
Before the show, Jeff Jarrett gave Raven and Mitchell instructions in front of several wrestlers in the locker room. One wrestler overheard Mitchell ask Jarrett if there was a certain way he should hold the clippers when he cut Raven's hair. Jarrett told him to simply press down until the hair started coming off. However, Mitchell held the clippers the wrong way and left Raven's scalp a bloody mess. When Raven got backstage, Mitchell approached him to apologize. Raven took a swing at Mitchell, although observers say it looked as if Raven thought better of punching Mitchell and actually pulled the punch. Raven yelled at Mitchell, but they made up the next day.
I'm glad.
Probably because Raven's oh yeah, fuck yeah, it's actually a great angle, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was I wonder how far away from the incident happening was Raven and Mitchell okay, that ruled though, right?
Yeah. Because I get the immediate visceral come backstage, your head is bleeding like shit and you just have to sit there in a great deal of pain. You'd probably emotionally charged. But if you watched it back the next day, you're fuck, that was a great angle.
And Raven 3 days later is for sure being yeah, that was the plan.
And you can see them being sat down, and Raven sat down, and they show him in the mirror, and you can see behind him with Douglas and everybody cackling with glee at how they've shaved Raven's head, and Raven's looking at his changed visage, and God, it's good. That's pro wrestling, Liam. That's pro wrestling.
Like, it's the perfect mix of, like, real emotion, real violence, and camp. Which is, like, perfect pro wrestling. And also, like, shout out to Raven. My man looks handsome with a shaved head.
He does. He looks well.
So, he really won out in the long run with all this. He got the big payoff for shaving his head, too. So, yeah, my man did great.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 63, the feud continued. We had a backstage interview. Actually, no, we had a show opening promo from Raven where he was like, sometimes you lose matches and you feel bad. It affects your emotional psyche, but there's not actual physical loss. Whereas here, there is physical loss. And every time I look at my reflection, every time I look in the mirror and see myself, I feel shame. And, he did a good job of trying to sell the fact that this is actually an emotional thing for him.
Yeah, that's why I think hair versus hair matches always do well. It's because, like, there's, like, real, actual... Something comes from this. Like, it's not just a feud that we forget about 6 months later. It's, like, real consequences.
The person looks different for months on television until their hair grows back.
Yeah.
As you said, he looks pretty good with his head shaved, except for the fact that if you look closely, you can actually see the scars of the scalping. It looks so...
To be fair, I think that actually makes it look sicker.
It looks so gross.
He looks cool as shit.
And then the main event of this show, I think we had a Mitchell promo on the show at one stage as well, where he gloated about it. But the main event of the show was the Gathering against Shane Douglas and the New Church in a dog collar match.
Yeah, I felt like, why are we doing this a little bit,
Well, it was to get to the Vampiro angle, but...
I don't know, I feel like you could have just done, like, New Church without Raven and Douglas,
So, yeah, I don't know how this match ended. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I don't... Julio won, like, randomly.
Because Raven and Douglas were brawling on the floor. You hear a bump. You hear a 1, 2, 3 counted. You hear the audible count. You hear the bell ring. And then they cut back to the ring. And they're like, oh, the match is over.
I remember I missed this. And I thought it was just me missing it. But then I didn't care enough to go back.
Well, it wasn't just you. Like, sometimes people miss finishes. And it's like, oh, they cut the angle wrong or whatever. Like, they missed this finish by like a country mile. I don't think a finish has ever been more missed on a pro wrestling television show. Which, to be fair, I don't blame them that it's like Julio De Niro and Slash or whatever is in the ring. The director is probably like, the finish isn't coming. It's Julio De Niro and Slash in the ring.
But also, like, it also kind of like puts the emphasis on like how much like the Raven Douglas stuff matters. You know what I mean?
But also kind of buries Julio at the same time.
Oh no, not Julio.
You got to protect Julio. So, as mentioned, this was a dog collar match. So, obviously, it was a 6-man tag dog collar match. It was a very weird setup. So, each man was tied to another. Where I think it was Punk and Slash, Raven and Douglas, Julio and Sin. Maybe he might have swapped Julio, the other two members of the New Church in the Gathering.
Well, Slash got pinned by Julio, so I assume.
Vampiro comes out after the match, wearing a real cool jacket, by the way.
Yeah. He's a cool guy. Cool looking dude. Raven had a cool jacket too for the Douglas blow-off.
So they do a big hanging angle, Liam.
It looks crazy.
So they because they're tied by dog collars, the members of the New Church and Douglas go to like the top of the rafters and pull the dog collars up so that they're hanging. Raven and CM Punk in particular. Julio's a little late to the game there. They show up at the end to hang Julio too. But particularly Raven and Punk.
It just gets in like before they end the stream too.
It's like the show's over, but the Julio's hanging too. Oh no, poor Julio got hung for nothing really. But Raven and Punk are like dangling from the rafters. They do like a full-on hanging spot.
It's brutal.
It does look pretty intense. So that's our final angle of the month in the story as we build toward Raven versus Vampiro.
Mm-hmm.
Still the best thing going in this company. This entire story, Raven to the New Church.
Yeah, it's because Raven's the best thing in the company.
That's true. He is like a proper real babyface. So we will go to Styles and Dusty next, which is the NWA title program that they start building toward on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 62, in which we have to unfortunately start by talking about the return of Hot Rod Rowdy Roddy Piper.
I didn't think he was bad on the first bit.
No, he's terrible in the first bit. You were just distracted by the watch-along.
Yeah, and his cool jacket.
So Piper comes out. He does have his cool jacket. He is still Rowdy Roddy Piper.
That's the thing. He can ramble about bullshit for 20 minutes and I'll still be like, oh, Roddy Piper's cool.
He's been getting away with it for decades. Like, literally decades at this point. Like, his entire WCW run is the same thing, where it's just like, his promos are incomprehensible nonsense. Like, the man is just incoherent. He's not saying things that make a remote lick of sense. But he's Rowdy Roddy Piper.
So who gives a shit?
So, like, it doesn't matter. This is like his first promo after he was dropped by WWE. He made the return to WWE at WrestleMania for the Vince and Hogan match, and then did the Sean O'Hare managing thing through the summer, and then was dropped by WWE because he did an interview with a HBO show, Bryant Gumbel's HBO show, where he talked about drug use and wrestling and how sometimes he didn't like who he was as a wrestler, and WWE didn't like that, so they dropped him.
God forbid people admit their problems or their feelings about the pro wrestling business.
Yeah, because we don't want it to get better, and we just want to just brush it under the rug at all times.
It's easier that way.
So Piper comes out and he starts kind of addressing the fact that WWE fired him. He talks about how he did all he did in his career and then a promoter lets him go or something like that. He talks about how his son asked if he was a drug addict. He talked about how the NWA saved his life and now he wants to be a part of the NWA rocket ship taking off.
My favorite part about this promo is he's like, am I here just to support my ego? Am I here to just ride the coattails of something new? Maybe. I've done it before. I'll do it again.
Again, you admire the honesty.
He's like, yeah, maybe I am using this just to pump my name out again. I've done it before and I'll do it again.
So eventually Piper is interrupted by Vince Russo.
Your favorite.
Russo standing on the announce desk and he's talking about how, like, what are you here for, Piper? Are you just here to leech off our success? You're just here to burn another bridge? You don't care about the NWA. You don't care about these young guys. And then, like, Piper starts talking about how, like, last time they were face-to-face, he made a mistake. And I thought he was actually going to talk about the Owen segment again, but no, he just talks about how he didn't kill Russo where he stood then.
He should have been like, I don't care about the young guys. Michael Shane, come out here and face me.
So Vince Russo issues an ultimatum. It's him or Piper. So TNA can let Piper go or they can let Russo go. But if they let Russo go, AJ's going with them.
And you know what that means.
That they're going to fire AJ Styles right here.
Yeah, that's who I'd pick.
So that's your show running angle. Later in the show, Russo comes out and he demands answers from Don Callis, I guess, or Eric Watts. I don't know. One of them. They do try to clarify that this month. They do clarify that Eric Watts is in charge of wrestling matches and Don Callis is in charge of everything else.
Yeah, I like that we finally got the definition of what's happening.
It only took like their third attempt to actually clarify this, but they finally like delineated what these two men do.
Yeah, because it was kind of important.
So Russo comes out, he demands an answer before he's interrupted by the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes.
Yes.
Dusty is like such a better ambassador for like tradition and the legacy of the NWA than Piper is.
Sorry, I got distracted because I'm reading the Ryback's Twitter account.
Oh, forgot. Why are you reading Ryback's Twitter account in the middle of recording?
Because I thought it'd be a funny interlude. And am I wrong?
You are. I hate the Ryback.
The Ryback has tweeted, I love listening to Joe Rogan on our Spotify.
For God's sake.
That's just a troll tweet, though. Wishing everyone a great Monday. #hungry.
Feed him more, Liam. He's hungry.
He had COVID.
That's unfortunate.
Peppermint tea has worked wonders for the lungs and have dropped the kick-out immune support down to once a day again. Appetite definitely down, though. Lost 10 pounds.
Feed him more, Liam.
The big guy's going to look nice and lean for his AEW debut tonight.
Feed him more. Feed him Isaiah Cassidy.
I will now get off of Ryback's Twitter account. I was just like, it's so funny that if I just start reading Ryback tweets.
God damn it. He has never been in TNA. He has no relevance to this podcast.
Shout outs to the Boogeyman for re-signing after we read his tweets.
They should give him the Fiend gimmick.
Yeah.
They should just make the Boogeyman the Fiend.
They should make him the Fiendess.
Yeah.
Anyway, you can go talk about whatever stupid shooting stuff you're talking about.
Yeah, so Dusty Rhodes comes out and he's trying to talk AJ into leaving Russo. He's like, oh, you know, you represent honor, you represent tradition. That everyone in the world wants that belt, but you have it, so you should represent it with integrity. Then he's like, but the fact that you have that belt means you get paid more than anybody else. And when you go to the pay window, what do you have to do with some of that money? Where does some of it go? And then Russo's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And then AJ's like, I have thought about what you have said, Dusty Rhodes, and maybe I will turn on Vince Russo, but it's a swerve.
I mean, this is the AJ character, is that he always pretends he's listening to the right advice, and then he's like, no, swivel hips, baby.
Yeah, so they start beating down on Dusty. Piper tries to make the save, but he's dragged away by the red shirt security before...
And, like, embarrassingly dragged away.
Literally, like, dragged physically. And fair play to Piper, because usually when people are dragged away, it looks like they're not resisting. It looks like Piper's trying to, like, sandbag these dudes, dragging him away.
Like, his kilt rides up. It looks very comedic.
And then eventually Jarrett comes out and makes the actual save for Dusty as we begin the build toward AJ Styles and Dusty Rhodes.
So you meant we begin the build to AJ Styles and Jeff Jarrett.
Well, we're doing that too. We should mention on the show, AJ Styles did have an NWA World Heavyweight Championship defense against Jerry Lynn.
It was fine. It was probably their best match, to be fair.
You gave this match 4 1/4. Why are you saying it was fine?
I didn't really remember much about it, but I remember you could tell mid-sentence that I was like, oh wait, I actually thought this ruled. Nah, yeah, rocked.
Jerry Lynn led an absolute gusher. So much to that I legitimately thought like Douglas and Raven are like, well, what the hell, guys?
Yeah, they must have been pissed about that.
Blood is our thing.
Yeah, this was their best match, actually.
I still think the end of the first X Division title match that you hate, it was the best match that they've had, but this is a good NWA title defense, and you're back on board with Styles Lynn matches. What I'm hearing here, Liam, is that you would like to see more AJ Styles Jerry Lynn matches?
I think we're good.
You've had your fill?
We're good and we're done with this one.
I did like before this match, they aired like a video package to like prop this up as like one of the iconic rivalries in TNA history so far that they're going back to.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right?
That they're treating this match, that they didn't just throw it out like it's nothing, even though Lynn has lost a bunch of matches, so I don't know why he's getting a title match. He literally lost the Super X Cup first round match to Chris Sabin and then gets a world title match the next week. But who can ask for that kind of continuity in TNA?
I mean, if only.
Yeah, bleeds a ton, Styles wins. Story of the match, which you gave 4 1/4, one of your favorite matches in TNA history.
It banged. I think it was just the atmosphere of this. Like, this just felt... It was probably the callbacks to, like, it being such a big feud. And it felt like it kept that intensity. It felt like, I'm always a sucker for, like, old rivals going against each other again. It's a cool thing.
So, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 63, September 24th. We had a bunch of stuff related to these stories that we're talking about. Let's start with the Piper interview that we mentioned. So, Mike today is interviewing Roddy Piper after he's been fired and banned from the Impact Zone, or banned from the Asylum even.
Garrett, we have a problem.
What's our problem?
My pizza has arrived early.
Oh, you ordered a pizza now?
Yeah.
What did you expect to happen?
I thought it was going to take longer.
We still at least would have had like 40 minutes left to record.
Nah, it's alright, keep going. Just keep talking, go back. This is the stupidest bit.
It's not a bit. It's just you being unprofessional. Ordering pizza in the middle of a podcast recording. I thought he meant when he was actually watching the match, not freaking literally as we were talking about the match. And then, like, our shows usually go 3 hours. What was he thinking? Just gonna quietly stew now. Quietly get angry at Liam ordering pizza in the middle of our podcast recording. It's not like I have anything to do, you know? And not like I have any pizza. He's taunting me with his pizza.
I love Roddy Piper's interview. I thought it was really great, very coherent. I understood everything that was said.
As coherent as your pizza ordering strategy in the middle of podcasts.
I honestly thought it would take way longer.
How long does this pizza usually take to come?
Like an hour.
And how long did it take to come?
20 minutes.
But how long do you think is left in our recording?
I was hoping about 40 minutes.
Oh, god damn it. So yeah, Piper talks to Mike today. He's utterly incoherent. As we mentioned, this promo was like heavily edited to try and make some degree of sense, and it still doesn't. He's talking about how like maybe they're right to get rid of him. Maybe it's okay. He's like, maybe I am too selfish.
It's like, all right, thank you for the permission. Like, TNA weren't in the wrong for this.
Mm-hmm.
They made the right decision here.
So we're not meant to feel sad for Piper. We're not meant to feel like mad about the fact that he was caught. It's actually just fine.
I hope this is like the end of it.
And the end of Piper, we'll never see him again.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, I get it, and leaves.
So the other story on the show was that Don Callis comes out and he's about to fire Jeff Jarrett because he got rid of Piper and now he's emboldened. So he comes out and he's like, Jeff Jarrett, you're... And then he's interrupted by Eric Watts. And then Mike Tenay is like, you're what? You're what? It's like, Mike.
No, you're Watts.
What do you think he was going to say? And even Don West is like, he was going to say he's fired, Mike.
You could. I like at the end he's like, well, he could have said suspended.
It's true. So the Eric Watts interrupts and then makes a bunch of matches for this show.
Like 5 matches.
Yeah, it speaks to Eric Watts' disorganization that he did not have matches made for the show already.
I think he had them ready. He was just announcing them to the crowd.
Okay. You've given Eric Watts the benefit of the doubt.
I always will.
So that led to our... Are you eating the pizza now?
No.
Please don't eat on a podcast.
I was going to make it a segment.
There is literally nothing worse in the world to the poor human beings' ears that listen to the show than the sound of mouth noises while listening to a podcast.
Yeah, my mouth was watering. That's what you were hearing. Because I was going to make it a whole segment. I was going to review the pizza. Well, we can do it now. I was going to wait until you had finished the bit, but here we go.
No, you stay away from the pizza.
I want to review it.
No, you're not eating the pizza. So Eric Watts makes Dusty Rhodes versus AJ Styles in a bunkhouse brawl. Dusty does a promo about how he talks about how like AJ may be a main eventer and there are legends in the business, but Dusty's an icon. So even if AJ's a legend killer, Dusty's an icon. Even though Kid Cash is the legend killer on the show, Dusty, not AJ Styles.
He should be like, yo, I'm the icon killer.
I hope that Dusty thought he was going to feud with Kid Cash and came up with this great promo and it's like, I'm still going to do it, Daddy.
Yeah, he should feud with Kid Cash. That should be the... Well, obviously, Kid Cash is wrapping up this storyline, should be against Hogan.
He's the true icon of wrestling, Daddy. Not you, Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, basically. But Sting's the icon.
There's so many icons.
Who's your favorite icon?
It probably is Sting.
I can't think of a funny answer.
Eric Watts.
Yeah.
Eric Watts is always your funny answer.
It's not true necessarily.
So we have a bunkhouse brawl between AJ and Dusty where they start backstage, or they start back on the parking lot even, where they're brawling around by Dusty's pickup truck. They brawl into the building. They have a perfectly fine functional match that's carried by Dusty, but
This wasn't even a match.
it's more of an angle. The match ends due to excessive spanking, Liam.
Which is like, this is a bunkhouse brawl.
Yeah, Dusty eventually grabs AJ and spanks his bare bottom.
Nice. Like, hell of an ass on the kid.
Yeah, to be fair, AJ, a lot going on for him.
Yeah. I don't know, man. This kind of just pissed me off because I wanted to see AJ and Dusty wrestle.
Well, that's what we're building to.
This is what they promised me.
So, Trinity tries to interfere, and then Dusty spanks Trinity too.
Man, poor Trinity. Just like all up in her on this one.
Clearly, Dusty was more interested in spanking the ass of Trinity than spanking the ass of AJ.
Equal opportunity spanking.
AJ does a promo after the match where he's not happy about Dusty spanking his butt. He's like, you may enjoy spanking men's butts, but I don't. Not me. That's not a thing I enjoy.
Well, open your mind.
The spanking community.
The spanking community.
AJ takes like the most pointless little shot at Triple H I've ever seen in my life.
For like no reason. There's no context to his character. I guess the idea is here is like that Vince is his Stephanie. Right? Like, that's what he was going for here, right?
I've always thought of Vince Russo as the Stephanie McMahon of NWA-TNA.
You know what? Not wrong.
So yeah, his little shot is like, I didn't get respect by marrying the boss's daughter. I got respect by earning it.
You made a really good point about this, where it was like, this was just everyone's go-to shot from like 2003 to 2010.
Take a shot at Paul.
To be fair, he was also going through one of the most annoying top runs in history, so...
It's true, he was unbearable in the middle of 2003.
So you know.
So this promo is to build up the idea that AJ is so flustered and frustrated by Dusty spanking him that he challenges Dusty to an NWA World Title match, but Vince Russo comes out and intervenes. He's like, no.
Man, Vince Russo's a toxic boyfriend.
He's like, we can't possibly have that. What we'll have instead is it'll be Dusty and Jeff Jarrett versus AJ Styles and me.
Wow, I imagine that everyone was desperate to see.
No one wants to see AJ and Dusty. Everyone wants to see Vince Russo involved.
I'm sure he'll bring up the quality of the match a ton.
the real work.
What's Vince Russo's best match?
I don't know. Like, was like the cage match where he won the belt actually good?
I have never seen it.
Not a big WCW fan. You got to watch WCW 2000. You got to suffer.
Pay me.
A very important note that I didn't mention in that Watts promo earlier, he did mention that Jeff Jarrett will get his World Championship match in the next 30 days.
Yeah, it's some very specific wording there.
So AJ and Dusty is your feud. AJ and Russo against Jarrett and Dusty is your first main event of next month that you will look forward to us talking about in the next episode.
I like how they by the end of this month they're like, first show, let's prove how good wrestling can be by itself, and at the end of it they're like, haha, silly.
You said this last show of the month was good.
I enjoyed it. The wrestling wasn't great.
I thought this show stunk. I thought every match on that last show of the month sucked. I thought the angles were bad.
I liked one match on this show a lot.
So, X Division stuff for the month. We began with the Super X Cup, of course, which Chris Sabin won. Then we followed with a 6-man tag team match on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 62, in which Nasawa, Michael Shane, and Chris Sabin faced Frankie Kazarian, Juventud Guerrera, and the debuting Eric Young.
David Young.
It did say David Young on his lower third.
But yeah, Eric Young.
Showtime Eric Young making his debut here in September 2003. He didn't actually do much of note in the match itself.
He got to hit his cool move.
Oh, he did. He hit the wheelbarrow neckbreaker, which is legitimately one of my favorite wrestling moves. That move rocks.
Do you like it because it's Eric Young's move, or do you like it because of the move?
I like it because of the move. It's a cool move.
I remember it always had such impact in the video game. That always felt like a big finish in the video game.
So the big story in this 6-man tag team match is that the heel team won. Nasawa, Sabin, and Michael Shane won because Frankie Kazarian was distracted at ringside, Liam, talking to a girl.
Ooh.
And not just any girl, Liam. You might have recognized the girl to be Angelina Love.
Angel Williams?
That was her indie name at the time, yeah.
Yeah, and she stayed there the whole show.
Yeah, because the Raven and Shane Douglas brawl in her direction in the main event, and she's just sitting there.
Trying not to get bled on.
Which is, I think, the main goal when you go to an NWA-TNA show. Just try not to be bled on.
Or puked on.
There's a lot of bodily fluids that can end up on you at an NWA-TNA show.
A few less since Bruce left.
So this is the...
Or Puppet. You can choose one or the other, really.
Well, Puppet, it might be Watermelon or whatever the hell he broke over that dude's head.
Bit of everything.
So this is the beginning of Frankie Kazarian's heel turn. He's too big of a ladies' man at ringside to actually focus on the match they're having.
Much like the Sandman.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the Sandman and Frankie Kazarian, two people who I think of hand in hand.
Maybe they'll show us some hand in hand.
You've gotten the pizza and now you've become unhinged.
I haven't eaten it yet.
It's the hunger.
It's just staring at me.
The hunger and the smell has driven you to insanity.
A little bit.
NWA-TNA baby number 24. We had a number 53, September 24th. We had a number one contenders matches. Jerry Lynn, Juventud Guerrero, Nasawa, Frankie Kazarian, and Chris Sabin faced off in an elimination match to determine the next contender for Michael Shane's championship.
Nassau was robbed.
They did misspell Nasawa in the video package for the match. They said Nasawa.
Yeah, come on, Jeremy. Listen, I know you've been up for 25 hours doing this.
But you will get the name of Nasawa right.
He's the chief strategy officer.
Frankie Kazarian came out. He went over to the TNA girl and started flirting with her.
Lollipop, thank you.
Yes, of course.
She has a name and a new haircut.
Yeah, don't you correct me about Lollipop when you didn't even recognize her in the watch along.
I recognized her by the end of it.
She only did her ass high spot, and then you're like, oh, it's Lollipop!
Well, that's her most known for spot. Would you blame someone if there was someone wearing a disguise and then they hit the Stone Cold Stunner and you're like, oh, it's Stone Cold Steve
It's
Austin?
Shark Boy! It's Glenn Gilberti!
Not at this point. Well, you could tell the difference, I'm sure.
So Frankie was flirting with her.
Let's talk about Frankie's hair.
Let's talk about Frankie's test gear.
Yeah, let's talk about Frankie.
Frankie in his big test tights.
And his pitch black hair.
Yeah, why is he dyeing his hair so black?
I didn't mind it, but he's just gone through some phases here.
Yeah, he's trying to work out who he is.
Don't blame him.
It's like, what does a ladies' man look like?
That's the thing, he's like, he hit puberty. And he's like, oh, I like girls, not just wrestling.
So what do I look like to attract girls?
Yeah, this is actually the whole story of Frankie Kazarian trying to lose his virginity.
Yeah, by looking like Test.
I mean, listen, I'm sure it worked for Test. He had that whole thing with Stephanie.
Yeah.
Frankie needs to link up with Vince Russo.
I was about to go to the same place. This match had one of my biggest pet peeves about elimination matches, where there are people breaking up pinfalls.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing?
Who cares?
Yeah, this match was a match. Jerry Lynn won. The most notable thing is about the match. Juventud Guerrero was originally booked to win the X Division number contenders match and wrestle Shane for the title. However, they got word that he's got visa problems and weren't confident he'd be able to make it. Guerrero, like so many others, has been using a tourist visa, which means you aren't allowed to work. He was stopped at the border and has been explaining, if they see his wrestling outfit, that he's looking for a job that he's not working. Imagine, that must be terrifying every time he crossed the border, wasn't it?
Yeah. It reminds me of the Chris Hero story.
He was warned that if he tries it again, they'll never let him back into the country. Like, every time you go to work there, it's like, oh god, if I'm caught, I might be kicked out forever.
Well, all the Canadians who were trying to work PWG at the time, Bailey and Smash Brothers and stuff, you know?
Must be a very difficult thing to go through.
It's very silly.
Yeah, borders. Why do we have them?
Yeah, tear down all the borders.
Imagine there's a line about borders in that song. In Imagine.
Imagine there's no borders.
That's definitely the line.
You could if you tried.
That might actually be the line.
Don't worry, I'm going to sing it so perfectly that we may get copyrighted.
Oh no.
Control F. Borders. Garrett, I regret to inform you, there is no borders in here. There is the line, in fact, imagine there's no countries.
There you go. That's what I'm going for.
It isn't hard to do.
Which was more or less what you just
Nothing to kill or die for. And no religion too.
said. Ah.
Imagine all the people living life in peace.
That's our X Division stuff for the month. Let's move on to tag teams.
That's worth a bite of pizza, surely.
No.
Ah,
You can't have pizza until we're done.
imagine there's no restriction on Liam eating pizza.
The more you sing, the longer it takes for you to eat pizza.
It's easy if you try.
NWA-TNA baby number 62, September 17th. We had a number one contenders match open the show. 3 Live Crew faced America's Most Wanted, The New Church, and Kid Cash and Abyss.
The most, of course, exciting part of this was the promise of music.
Yes, we've been promised that next week 3LK will debut their new song.
Oh, I was devastated to learn this was not the theme song.
Yeah, they have multiple theme songs.
Which also, like, I don't know, this might be like the first wrestling group to actually just release multiple legitimate songs.
Yeah, this is 3 Live Crew, We Be Rockin' Like This. That one, that's the song they debut, as opposed to This Mother Is a Bad Jam, which I think is the one you're looking for.
This Mother Is a Bad Jam.
Do.
We'll get to that one day. But I actually didn't mind this match.
Yeah, it was high energy, a lot of bumps, a lot of action, just guys just going at a million miles an hour. That's when the show is good. When people work fast with urgency and intensity and like energy, it's like, oh, it's good. And then when guys just do nothing and sit there and grab a headlock, it's less good.
It helps that the best tag team in the company were also in this.
Kid Cash and Abyss?
That was literally the joke I was about to make.
The distinctly wet Abyss.
Yeah, you stay wet.
Terry Taylor came out, hit Kid Cash with a low blow twice, which I quite enjoyed,
Yeah, it was a good little spot there.
allowing 3LK to pick up the win and become number one contenders to the tag titles.
Cool.
So they were meant to get that shot the next week, but Johnny Swinger had an emergency appendectomy, so he was not available.
Oh, well, do you want to talk about the Diamond Swinger match on the same show?
Let's do Shark Boy and Mikey separate.
Okay. I wasn't sure there was more to that. Oh, yeah, they get beat up as well.
So we'll go to the 6-man tag on the next show. So it's meant to be they debut the song, Liam, the song that you thought it would be a different song, but it wasn't the song you wanted it to be.
I was devastated, actually.
Heartbroken. So Diamond Swinger and not Swinger, Diamond Gilberti and David Young interrupt 3LK. They beat them up because, as mentioned, Swinger had an emergency appendectomy, missed the show. I found it funny how they kind of dressed David Young as Johnny Swinger.
Yeah, they made him look like him. So hopefully people won't notice.
He's like, wear the Johnny Swinger pants and we'll just hope you get away with it, okay?
They should have given him a wig and just had him be Johnny Swinger.
So they do say that he had the emergency appendectomy. He won't be there tonight. Eric Watts makes a 6-man tag match between Diamond Swinger and Young Gilberti and Diamond and 3LK. Saying Diamond and Swinger is too broken into my brain.
So I'm not going to complain about David Young being added to a match, but why didn't they just do Diamond and Gilberti?
Yeah, that was against 2 of 3LK. That would have made a lot more sense.
But I guess the idea here was that 3LK won, but the tag champs weren't there, so they couldn't actually defend it or whatever.
Yeah, and then for some reason 3LK lost the 6-man tag though.
Okay, yeah, there's no reason. I thought they won. For some reason I thought they picked up the win. Maybe because that's the obvious thing to do.
Where they beat the not team and then deserve more of a shot against the team.
I don't know. This was a weird one.
Instead, for some reason, Gilberti hits PG with a chair, and Gilberti, Diamond, and Young pick up the victory.
And Young won too, so maybe it was meant to be the swerve of it. Was that Young got the pin?
I will say I didn't care much for the match because they actually 3LK should work 5-minute matches every time, and they should be sprints. There should be no selling. There should be no heat segment. They should just do moves.
Okay, you didn't care for the match. I didn't care for the performance.
So 3LK have let us down in every regard on the show.
Yeah, when BG James is the second best rapper in the group, you have a problem.
Heavy shot at Ron Killing.
Did you hear Conan's part in this?
No, well I did, but I don't really remember it.
He was just, it sounded like he didn't want to be a part of it. He's like, and he left. He did
Conan has had rap albums though, hasn't he?
Apparently he didn't want to be part of this.
He's embarrassed by having to rap next to BG, which to be fair, who wouldn't?
Hey, BG dropped bars. If he was embarrassed, then he shouldn't be, because BG showed him up here.
Are you saying BG's a better musician than Conan?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, listen, you got that chart-topping country hit as well, so BG James is killing it on all facets. Every genre is BG James' oyster.
The only other feud in the tag team division was on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 63, September 24th, with a match between the black shirt security and the red shirt security.
Are you calling this the tag division?
Well, it's a tag team match between two tag teams.
Are these tag teams?
They're the red shirt security and the black shirt security, Liam.
Where's the APA?
Kevin Northcutt and the other guy whose name I can't remember against Rick Santel and Chris Vaughn.
Ryan Wilson.
Ryan Wilson. Oh, Triton, of course. How could I leave out Triton?
Yes. Triton.
Which we will cover in a year and a half. Yeah, this match sucked.
It was so long.
It was, again, and the match was probably only 6 minutes, but it's like, God, guys, just go straight to a finish.
What a drag of the fucking heat segment this was. I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, is this going 12 minutes? And it was all heat segment. And then after the heat segment, the black shirt security fight back and then just get beaten up again.
Yeah, and then Eric Watts shows up, helps the red shirt security win. Chris Vaughn gets his
Well, that's
big
why I
victory.
gave it an extra quarter star.
Because Watts was there.
Yeah.
It's not very unbiased of Eric Watts, by the way.
Well, to be fair, the red shirts aren't exactly getting unbiased treatment from Don, so...
I will say, when Eric Watts interfered and then Chris Vaughn won, Don West shouted at the top of his lungs, "There is a God." So I'm pretty sure he just called Eric Watts God.
I told you, what's his god?
So that's our tag team stuff. All the other programs this month, very truncated, very much setting up contenders for title matches that don't really happen because we only have 2 other shows of the Super X Cup show.
Yeah.
Which is best of the rest, starting with Jarrett and Daniels. They finally had their maybe blow-off match. I don't think they wrestle again after this.
It was fine.
Again, you defended this NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 63. You defended this September 24th show, and it's just all these matches that are bad.
I think they're bad. I just think they're whatever.
So on the week before, Christopher Daniels has recruited minions.
Yeah, the Altar Boys. No, Altar Boy Luke.
Yeah, I think one of them is what's his name?
Spider-Nate Webb.
Spider-Nate Webb, indeed. The more most gaunt-looking, ghostly man you've ever seen in your life.
The one who takes the balcony dive.
Yes. So Daniels recruits his minions and says, "Go after Jarrett." They find Jarrett. Jarrett beats him up and throws Nate Webb off a balcony through a table.
Yeah. Nate Webb rules. I actually hope we get to see him in some of these X Division stuff.
He does a bunch of explosion stuff. I'm not sure does he do much on the actual shows themselves. He probably pops up here and there.
Did he show up in something else before?
In TNA?
Yeah.
He might have been in one of the wacky multi-mans.
I think he might have been, because I think I remember talking about him before.
So then you did have the Jarrett and Daniels match where Daniels had all his minions but instructed them not to interfere, but then his minions did interfere and Jarrett and Daniels lost.
It seems like such a swing and a miss not to have Altar Boy Luke in this.
Literally, it's so... And he's been on the show. Within the last month, you had an Altar Boy on the show.
You should have done Spider-Nate Webb, Matt Sydal, and Altar Boy Luke as the minions.
I will say, I'm not sure was it a makeup job or something, but the minions looked like the palest, most malnourished as you are without your pizza at the moment. People in the
You're gonna make me bite it mid thing.
Listen, we only have 5 more things to do and then we're done. Then you can eat your pizza.
I've picked up a piece and I'm just smelling it now.
Just to get some sense of pizza.
Just gonna lick it.
But yes, they looked as malnourished as you do without your pizza right now.
Yeah. The most important thing I think here is the candle continuity.
Oh, go on.
Well, there was a big feud with James Mitchell and Raven, which began with the misappropriation of candles and occultic symbols. So I assume James Mitchell will be coming for Christopher Daniels next. And who knows what beast Christopher Daniels has unleashed into the asylum through his unwieldy usage of the dark arts.
We'll have to keep an eye out on next month to see who shows up and who debuts, and that's who Daniels has summoned.
If Judas Messias comes in, I swear to God.
So, Jarrett won the match. Daniels whipped, I think it was Nate Webb that he whipped, wasn't it?
Let's just assume it was Owen. Let's give Nate Webb all the credit.
Yeah, Nate Webb is the only one of these minions that matters, except for Tiny Luther.
Actually, I don't think it was Nate Webb. I think it was the other guy.
So, not Nate Webb, not Tiny Luther, the third one.
Yeah. Altar Boy Luke, we'll call him.
Jarrett has ended his feud with Daniels. He's beaten him in their one match. What an uneventful feud that they had.
Yeah, Daniels needs some serious rehab after this.
Let's go to Kid Cash and Terry Taylor.
Perfect match.
So they had the segment on the Super X Cup show where they had the backstage interview. Then they had the segment where Terry Taylor cost Kid Cash the tag team number contenders match. And then on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 63, last show of the month, they had a match against each other. Kid Cash, Terry Taylor. I will say backstage interview, Terry Taylor was wearing the Bobby Roode robe.
Yeah, I thought I made note of that. And okay, this might have just been my eyes playing tricks on me, right? But I swear to God, in the middle of his hair, it was red tinted.
I didn't notice, but why would it be?
Because he's the Red Rooster.
Ah, that's storytelling.
But I swear to God it was there. And I was like, there's no way he keeps that up for appearances. Why would he? That's a terrible gimmick. He must regret that every day of the fucking year. But like, I swear to God it was red.
Maybe he just does it when he's having matches.
Maybe. I would be legitimately impressed if he kept that for any reason. But I was like, I couldn't believe it.
So Terry Taylor's big thing here is that he had AMW out with him to even the odds. Abyss interferes, hits Terry Taylor with a black hole slam, but then AMW sorted things out. Terry Taylor won.
Yeah, good fun.
Nice little blow-off, I assume, to this Kid Cash against Legends feud.
Well, the blow-off has to be a Legend beats him, surely.
Well, Taylor beat him, so there you go.
Oh, yeah, but, he still stood tall at the end. Need, like Dusty coming in and laying him out. Or Hogan, either.
Hogan and Kid Cash.
Yeah.
The second last thing, Sonny Siaki against D'Lo Brown. Most notable because they had a casket match on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 62 for the debut of Umaga.
I'm ecstatic about this. Umaga, legitimately maybe my favorite big man wrestler of all time. His WWE run is one of my favorite things in wrestling. I have gone back and watched the highlights so many ridiculous amount of times. Just legitimately one of my favorite wrestlers. I'm very excited for this. And he looked like a fucking badass.
Yeah, so they're having a casket match. They're doing their usual casket match. It's every casket match you've ever seen, where the entire drama is just built around somebody shutting a lid. I don't know why these matches still exist.
And threw him on top of it, which is kind of gnarly.
Yeah, and he broke the door.
And then they're just kind of like, yep, that counts.
Because yeah, the lid of the casket was broken in two, so the top half came off. Jamal of 3 Minute Warning fame, Ekmo Fatu as he'll go by in TNA, or Umaga as he'll go on to be in WWE, showed up, dropped D'Lo with a big Samoan drop, and then helped Siaki throw him in.
He looks so good, didn't he? Already, it was so sick.
Because he's like big and cool and does cool moves. And yeah, they threw D'Lo in the casket, and as mentioned, they kind of had to just place the top of the casket in the right place.
But let's talk about their even cooler segment.
Where they beat up some guys that we will talk about now, which is Shark Boy and Mad Mikey. That's a new tag team.
As I like to call them, Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Mad Sharky.
Ah, that's pretty good.
That's actually not bad. So, September 17th, Shark Boy's backstage playing with a robot, Mad Mikey. They have a tag team match against Diamond and Swinger. Mad Mikey's not pleased about Shark Boy's antics.
Well, to be fair, he does say that I also like to play with inflatable things in my own time, but I do keep it to my own time.
Yeah, this is professional time, Shark Boy. You don't want to be playing with inflatable things on professional time.
Sorry, I just checked ECMO's cage match, and I am truly in love with how many times ECMO wrestles in TNA.
I think he has a match nearly every week in October, so...
I'm very excited.
Him and Sonny Siaki as a tag team.
There's one match on here I am very excited for.
Well... You can look. I think that's his last one. I imagine that's the one you're talking about.
No.
Oh, interesting.
He comes back in 2004?
Yeah, that's the match I would have been thought you were talking about, because it's Alex Shelley, isn't it?
What is...
Yeah, it's Umaga against Alex Shelley.
Sorry, my head hurts.
You'll have to wait a year to cover that one.
How does he go for not wrestling for that long in this company?
And pop it up to face Alex Shelley randomly.
Does he just hang around?
I don't think so. I think he just works Japan a lot.
Alright, well... We'll see.
So, Shark Boy and Mad Mikey face Diamond and Swinger, they lose.
Yeah. Let's talk about Mad Mikey's outfit.
What was his outfit?
It was SpongeBob.
Oh, right, you went to the next show. NWA-TNA baby number 24, they're backstage. Shark Boy and Mad Mikey are together. Mad Mikey is wearing a SpongeBob costume. He is not pleased.
Why is he wearing a SpongeBob costume?
Yeah, how did we get to the stage where he put on the SpongeBob costume before he realized he does not want to wear a SpongeBob costume?
He also tore it apart. Like, it was disintegrated before he even put it on.
Clearly, he's not a fan of Shark Boy's antics.
But he lives in a pineapple under the sea. Maybe does Shark Boy come from Bikini Bottom, canonically?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
I think this story is actually secretly very sad.
Because Shark Boy just wants to have friends?
Yeah, Shark Boy had his best friend New Jack, who'd play all the games with him, and then he was fired by Don Callis, and now he's just wandering lonely, looking for a new friend.
Looking for a pod.
He lost his friend Norman Smiley because they wouldn't pay him. He's gone too. Now he's just like, this Mad Mikey guy is mean to me, but he's all I have.
If TNA wanted money, they would have done an angle called Finding New Jack. And it would have been Shark Boy traveling across America to find New Jack.
Traveling the ocean all the way down to Australia to find him there.
Yeah, that's where he is. He's wrestling in WWA.
Because let's not forget, Finding Nemo is set in Australia.
Oh, trust me, I would not forget that.
Yeah, that Mad Mikey and Shark Boy segment where they're dressed as SpongeBob ended with Ekmo and Sonny Siaki beating the shit out of them.
No.
Likely setting up a match for next week.
Now I'm just sad about it.
About Shark Boy's inability to find friends.
Yeah. He needs a super friend.
Alright, that's everything for the month. Let's go show by show real quick. If you have any notes from the Super X Cup show that you haven't covered.
That it was the best show in company history.
And like all the hype was like it was the best show in company history as well. Like the Dave Meltzer was talking about it, like all the reports he got was like this was the best show this company has ever put on.
And I like how they're just like, let's not do more of this.
And like even Meltzer was like maybe even one of the best pay-per-views, like single pay-per-views ever. Which is like, all right, maybe a bit too far there, Dave.
I mean, maybe 03, who knows?
We'll take the praise.
It feels like a really good Dynamite. One of those Dynamites where it's just like match, interview, match, interview, match, interview, match, interview.
It's like, why can't the show always be this good? I will say, Dave Meltzer was like cataloging the feedback he got for the 1 cent pay-per-view because he got a bunch of more feedback from people who had never watched TNA before.
Oh, did his female friends talk about how there was too much blood?
Yes, of course. All his female friends were like, we watched these Jarrett and Raven matches and there was blood everywhere and I would never watch this NWA-TNA. But one of the notes he did actually mention that came up a bunch was that people hated Don West.
How dare they?
Like Don West, for some reason, was hated by wrestling fans. All the way through this run, like Don West was always derided. Even though like Don West was a good announcer by like September 2002, you know, like he wasn't. He was good pretty fast, and even like by now September 2003, I'd say he's already a great announcer.
Yeah, I think he's definitely come into it at this point.
He's just like full on into it. He's like a proper, real great wrestling announcer, and him and Tenay are a tremendous team who perfectly complement each other.
I guess maybe like just playing devil's advocate, maybe it's like he's too loud.
But he's not even like, especially when you compare him to like Pat McAfee now.
Well, I don't think the 2003 people were comparing him to Pat McAfee.
But like people are always like, you know, oh, Pat McAfee's like Don West. Like Don West spends 95% of shows talking at a normal volume.
And then Amazing Red comes out.
And he goes nuts. When something that happens that's worth going nuts over, he goes nuts. But otherwise, he's just talking to Mike Tenay. He's not like shouting all the time. Where do the people get this impression that he's shouting all the time?
Maybe he was shouting all of these matches because these matches deserve shouting.
Stupid people. Stupid people in their Don West slander.
These casuals.
Horrible fans. They don't deserve Don West. We didn't deserve the tremendous commentator that was Don West from 2002 to 2009. NWA-TNA baby number 62. I didn't mention the call of Mike Tenay at the end of that show where he's like, this sucks, this is BS, I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn. So good. Mike Tenay just like burying the actions of these despicable heels in a way that feels like authentic and organic and not like
natural.
Yeah, he's not like performing. He legit, like Don West takes his headset off and throws it down. He's so upset. And Mike Tenay's like, oh, I don't blame you. This is BS. It's like, that's just great announcing. To go back to Don West and Mike Tenay, great announcers.
Yeah, but he's too bloody loud. And I'm talking about Mike Tenay.
I did enjoy JB's little tag team split screen thing in the opening video.
I like their little logos. That was fun.
Look at these little entrance logos. Good job, JB.
Again, 17 straight hour he spent putting that together.
And then NWA-TNA baby number 63. My favorite part that we didn't talk about was Jerry Lynn's backstage interview.
Destroy the competition.
I think it was, I wrote it down wrong. I believe it was opposition, he said.
Did he say opposition or those are competition?
I have opposition on the notes I took while watching the show and competition from the notes I have here. So I think it was opposition. I'll trust my in the moment notes more than my after the fact notes.
Another t-shirt we need to parody.
Destroy the opposition.
Yeah, and it just has like the logos of a bunch of other wrestling podcasts X'd out.
Listen, I'm going to cut Mr. Nerd from the intro for this episode. I know it's quite devastating. To add the I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn. But
I do not support this.
Nonetheless, as a compromise for Jerry Lynn, I will also add the destroy the opposition.
I think destroy the opposition should be our closer.
This is just so Jerry continues to have... You see, the Mr. Nerd is the longest quote, so it's the one that is easiest to cut.
We should add the destroy the opposition after the intro. Like it's the last thing that they hear.
At the very end of the episode?
Yeah, no, yes. That's what I meant originally, yes. So it's like, bye.
Destroy the opposition.
We will close this episode with Jerry Lynn's destroy the opposition.
I meant permanently.
Oh, Jerry.
He's just a cool metal dad. I want to go to I was gonna say Metallica, but that's Celatica. I want to go to Megadeth concerts with Jerry Lynn.
There was multiple brawls where Scott Hudson was calling like play-by-play on the brawls.
Yeah, it was weird. He did like over the mic commentary and then threw back as soon as they entered the asylum.
Yeah, it happened twice. It happened with the Jarrett beating down Daniel's like ministry people, and it happened with the Styles and Dusty brawl backstage, where eventually they went back into the building as you mentioned, and he threw it back to Tenay and West. This is weird.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Scott's like, I'm a play-by-play guy. I want to do play-by-play, and this is their like compromise.
But I'm on a like explosion.
We'll let you do a little bit of play-by-play, just a tiny little play-by-play.
That's a treat.
All right, that's all the notes I have.
Rick Santel died.
Oh well, he didn't. He
Not literally, like his shoulder.
he separated.
Separated.
Yeah, he separated his shoulder in the match against the red shirt or the black shirt. Your red shirt security. He's black shirt. So
My only note that I have is this bloody pizza looking scrumptious.
well, you're about to eat it when I finish the outro. That is September 2003. Thank you so much for listening. Follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muda. Support us on Patreon. If you enjoyed the show, we have a lot more content on Patreon now. A lot more content. We have like, I think 50 odd like exclusive pieces of audio on Patreon, including our latest Q&A, including our series covering Ring Ka King, our full series covering the 2010 Monday Night Wars, and our watch-alongs for this month. We did the NWA-TNA Baby number 62, the September 17th show with the hair versus hair match.
A real good one.
Yeah, I thought like the two shows this month, the Super X Cup and that September 17th show, rocked. And then I thought the last show of the month kind of sucked, so I was very disappointed.
I meant our live reaction.
Oh, it was a great episode of the live reaction?
Yeah.
You were putting us over rather than putting TNA over?
Yeah, I will never put TNA over.
But yeah, I liked the first two shows this month a lot, and then the last one kind of sucked. I was very disappointed that I couldn't go. This was the best month in TNA history because it had a bad show.
This is the best month in TNA history.
Boom. So you can go to tnachad.com or patreon.com/kiddingme. You can support us there, where you can get all that content and you can enjoy it. We're in the top 25% of Patreons, apparently, according to Brandon Thurston's research.
Of all time, all Patreons? That's crazy.
Of current wrestling patrons, we're in the top 25%. So you can be a top 25%er by supporting us on Patreon.
Put us in the top 20.
Not just up there. Come on.
We should probably mention the Patreon at the start.
We probably should. Shouldn't bury it.
We should make a little
2 hours
ad
in.
for it. We should do like an interrogators bit, right? Where you're interrogating me and you're like, what is the best way to spend your money on TNA related content? I'm like, tnachat.com. Yeah, we'll make a bit. We'll find a bit.
I forgot to mention, I've meant to mention for a couple of weeks, our pals Days of Thunder are now on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network. We did a crossover episode with them over Christmas, watching the World Wrestling All-Stars Inception event, which was a horrible show, worse than anything TNA has ever produced. But Days of Thunder, if you'd like to hear a podcast covering Thunder, one Thunder at a time, that's your show for you. It's now, if you listen to this show in the main Voices of Wrestling feed, that show will also be in the Voices of Wrestling feed. Or if you listen to this show in our own personal feed, you can go look for Days of Thunder on the podcast platform of your preference. Go listen to Days of Thunder.
Yeah, and Jumping Bomb Audio.
Yeah, and Through the Years, where you can hear the Ring of Honor equivalent of our show.
That's not on our network.
Let's just plug everybody's shit.
Yeah, let's name wrestling podcast.
You can go listen to Deadlock.
52 weeks.
What?
The Eric Bischoff show.
The what?
The Eric Bischoff podcast.
No. We don't plug Eric Bischoff here.
Brand new show to the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network, the Emerald Flow Show, covering Old Japan and Noah.
Yeah.
Music of the Mat, the best show on the network because it has put us both on it.
Only if it has TNA themes, though. There's a lot of Dale Oliver slander on that show, though. How dare they?
Super J cast. I'm literally going through the feed. I don't want to forget anyone. Open the voice gate.
There's that new, the Four Pillars, the new AEW show.
Oh yeah, the Fifth Pillar.
Oh yeah, that's what it's called. There you go. I know names of shows.
Shake Them Ropes.
Yeah, Shake Them Ropes. You can listen to Post Wrestling. That's a different network.
Not WrestleNomics. They betrayed us.
Well, that's over there on Post Wrestling now. Hey, Brandon.
Damn it.
All right, that's the show.
Just listen to this show.
Listen to You've Got to Be Kidding Me. Go back and listen to old episodes of You've Got to Be Kidding Me. What more do you want than You've Got to Be Kidding Me? I'm actually going to keep this going just so Liam can't eat his pizza. Ah! It's disgusting behavior. You should be fired. You should be thrown in a river for this behavior. Anyway, that's our show. We'll be back in 2 weeks with the October 2003 episode of You've Got to Be Kidding Me. We'll be back in about a week with our... God. With our episode of Ring Cat King on Patreon, patreon.com/gettingmeyourteenagechat.com. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do something.
Destroy the opposition!
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo!
Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what I'm saying?
I am the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. Cousin.
That's about some unadulterated bullshit.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, a show where we cover TNA history 1 month at a time. This week we're talking about October 2003 in TNA. I'm Gary Kidney. I'm joined as always by my co-host, Liam Jones. Liam, howdy.
Howdy.
Howdy ho.
Howdy ho, neighborino.
How you doing over there in Australia today?
I mean, whatever, you know how it is. I had a club day at school where we got to introduce people to clubs.
What club were you introducing people to?
Student theatre and film, of course.
Were you buzz marketing the podcast?
No.
What's even the point?
Respect.
I expect you to go to person in your university, just being like, hey, so we have this club, but also, have you listened to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, a TNA history podcast?
Maybe I'll start pro wrestling club.
Do you think there'd be like enough people in the university for a pro wrestling club?
Probably. You only need 3 to have a club.
And then you can just lure them. Oh god, only 3 people is literally nothing. You can lure them all in and then be like, all right, so today's pro wrestling activity that we're doing together is this link to this episode of You Got to Be Kidding Me, and we're also, there's a Patreon sign-up sheet at the door.
I could definitely run a pro wrestling club. And we could use the club funds to go to shows.
And we could use the club funds to fund the podcast.
No, I don't think I can siphon the club funds out to my own endeavors.
You see, at the very least, I think it would be extremely important for the club to have a Patreon subscription to the You've Got to Be Kidding Me Patreon, just so everybody can have access to watch-alongs and access to Ring Cat King series and access to Monday Night Wars series.
And where could they go to get that subscription service?
And access to show notes, perhaps. They could go to tnachat.com, Liam, and then that's where these people could really get value for money in this pro wrestling.
And you know what they
club.
should also do, Garrett? They should follow us as well. Where should they follow us? We're going to start doing this at the start now, like smart podcasters. It only took us 2 years.
They could go to twitter.com/TNA History Pod. You know, go and type that full URL into your browser.
That's the way to do it.
Don't go searching on apps for particular podcasts. I want you to go to your browser and type twitter.com/TNA History Pod. I think it's / or /. I actually don't know the difference between / and /.
It's a /.
There you go. Why is it forward? I guess it's moving backwards, but it's moving upwards as well, which is kind of forwards.
But you know what is moving backwards?
What, Liam? What's moving backwards?
I was going to say Noah.
Oh, I thought you were going to say October 2003 in NWA-TNA, but sure.
I know, I was going to say that, but then I was like, I don't want to go into TNA talk yet.
Well, you can get very upset about the 4 people who like Noah jumping on your quote tweets for saying Noah's bad.
No, that's you, not me.
I do love, literally, no matter what era of deep, weird Puro, you will get the same, 6 nerds who are like, no, this is good, actually.
I don't know. To be fair, I will give some credit to Noah here.
Mm-hmm.
Fujita, Vegeta, whatever. I'm having a mild stroke. That's what the result of the match has done. He's been pretty good in Noah. He just beats people up and drops them on the head with power bombs. I don't know. Probably wouldn't have put him over Nakajima. It's cool when he does that to, the nerds, but when he does that to, the top guy, it's like, oh.
Didn't Nakajima just win the belt?
He won it towards the end of last year, I think.
Why?
I think it was his 3rd defense or 4th defense. Yeah, it doesn't make, I don't know, it doesn't make a ton of sense. Nakajima go to Gleet.
All the good wrestlers should go to GLEAT. Kaito should go to GLEAT. Nakajima should go to GLEAT. Ashino should go to GLEAT.
Former Wrestle 1 champion, Katsuhiko Nakajima.
Could you imagine an Ashino Lindemann world title program?
Oh, in my dreams.
Could you imagine how good that would be? Instead, he's just in All Japan doing stuff. I don't know. I don't watch All Japan.
I think he's competing for the Triple Crown.
Which is more prestigious, Liam? The Triple Crown or the G-Rex Championship?
Listen, all I can say is that 100% of G-Rex title matches have been bangers.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you can say that about the Triple Crown.
It's true. It's a factual statement.
Do you want to review GLEAT instead of doing NWA-TNA?
Well, I haven't watched GLEAT, so I can't. But
Fake fan.
I'm still 2 GLEATs behind, so I think I'll do a catch-up today after I edit this podcast.
I watched it live. I was fist pumping in the air. I was pacing.
And I feel like GLEAT is the spiritual promotion of TNA, the spiritual Japanese promotion, because it is the spiritual successor in some ways, I think, to Wrestle One. It's filling the Wrestle One space in the Japanese wrestling market. So Wrestle One partners with TNA, so we have to support GLEAT.
Sure. I think, honestly, GLEAT has a lot more potential than Wrestle One ever had, unfortunately.
It has former TNA star Kazuma Sakamoto. It has former TNA star Minoru Tanaka.
It is former TNA star Quiet Storm.
Ah, yes, of course.
Is that it?
I think so. There's probably someone else there that was in TNA at one stage or another.
Kikutaro ever work a TNA shot?
Former TNA star Kikutaro.
There we go.
So there's a lot of TNA connections here in GLEAT, so it makes perfect sense to spend 5 minutes of a podcast about TNA history opening about GLEAT.
I wonder how many people listening to this know of GLEAT.
Listen, I think we've brought up GLEAT, and you've spent entire watch-alongs watching GLEAT enough that I think we brute forced a certain audience into knowing what GLEAT is.
GLEAT cast coming to the Patreon soon.
Alright, anything else before we talk about NWA-TNA for the month?
I think we're just gonna go all in.
Alright, this month sucked.
Alright, we're just gonna barge straight in like that, huh?
We're just gonna rip the band-aid off the month that is October 2003, because I think it's interesting to talk about as a whole that, like, this month was boring as shit.
Yeah, not the most explosive month.
It's not even just like, oh, this angle is terrible. It's not even that, like, this story sucks. It's not even like, oh, they're pushing the wrong people. It's none of that. It's just like, this company in the month of October feels lifeless.
It's incredibly dull.
There's just no energy. The crowds are absolutely dead. It feels like all the programs have overstayed their welcome because most of them are just holdovers from the month prior. It feels like nothing new or interesting is happening. The entire month is built around Hulk Hogan and nothing comes of it, which we'll talk about extensively. So it just feels like a lost month in TNA history with a bunch of matches that, like, some of which are good. Especially, like, as the month goes on, there are more good matches. I think the first 2 shows of the month in particular are just absolutely lifeless muck that will put you to sleep. But then it's just a month that exists and has literally nothing that I think anybody will remember about. Like, what are you gonna? Maybe the AJ Dusty match. Maybe that's a thing. People are like, oh, AJ Dusty was a cool match just on paper, even though the match itself wasn't great. But other than that, there's literally nothing from this month that I think I will ever think about again once we hit end record on this podcast.
The most notable thing of this month was something that didn't happen.
Yeah.
And honestly, the most memorable thing of this month is probably the thing that happened in the last 30 seconds of the last show of the month.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just... I hesitate to call it, for some reason, I hesitate to call it even bad. I just don't think anything happened. It was just dull. It was a very boring show. I don't even think there was anything that I was like, oh, this is bad. I don't think there was any, like, angles that I was like, oh, gosh, not this sucks. Well, I think it was just nothing to latch onto, nothing to care about. Yeah, just a real boring month. I remember that first show. I watched an hour of it, and it took me 3 hours to watch that hour. Because I just had to pause it and do something else. Because I was like, this is so dull. For those first 2 episodes, I think I drank like 2 beers an episode because I was just like, come on, this is so boring.
You need something to get it through, make it a little more palatable.
Yeah, I had to get in the spirit of the Nashville, of the Asylum watchers. I had to drink some beers to get through the show. the last two shows I didn't mind as much. It was just those first two were so bad, and the third one wasn't great either, to be honest. But if the last two shows were the bad shows of a month, you probably had a pretty good month. But they were the best shows of the month.
Yeah, and this is a 5-show month, which maybe didn't help because there was 5 shows of nothing happening.
I hate it so much.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that November is a 4-show month, and December would have been a 5-show month, but the last 2 episodes are best of, so it's only a 3-show month.
Merry Christmas.
That's your Christmas present, that you only have 3 shows for December to cover, unless you want to watch the best ofs.
And no. I mean, to be honest, how long can those best ofs be? How many 3-star Jerry Lynn matches can you put on there?
Well, not that many this month. There's only one of them.
Yeah, is Jerry gone?
Well, it's the Don Callis stuff, which is, you say there's nothing on this show that you don't like. I'm tired of the Don Callis and Red Shirt stuff. I would like them to go away, but they're not going to, so I will just have to stomach that.
I don't mind the Don Callis stuff. I was kind of sick of the Red Shirt matches by the end of it, but I didn't mind the actual Don Callis angles. He had a cool bow tie now.
He does. He's looking very dapper.
He cut the hair though, which I don't appreciate.
Big change for Don this month.
Big change. He looks like a child now.
He does. He has this like childlike glee expression, particularly when we'll talk about the world title change this month. By the way, this month had a world title change.
He also, yeah, well, I think he literally has rosy cheeks. Like that, he's straight up like, what's that creepy puppet? Remember that?
The one from Goosebumps?
Sure. I think any puppet could have filled the void that I was putting out there, to be honest, except for Puppet the Psycho Dwarf.
Chucky?
Yeah, sure. He looks like Chucky.
Kermit the Frog.
It's a Muppet. It's different.
Muppets are also puppets, but not all puppets are Muppets.
You're a Muppet.
Am I a man or am I a Muppet?
No, we'll get DMCA'd.
I
guess we should talk about Arthur.
Oh, Arthur did come to an end. Yeah, it's very important. It is the theme song to our old podcast and the theme song to the Monday War Game series, which you can listen to at patreon.com/kiddingme or
Two
tnachat.com.
of our old podcasts were Arthur inspired.
Yeah, so Arthur has come to an end. Arthur is like a millennial washout based on his appearance, so...
Yeah, he's a graphic novel artist.
He's clearly the guy who's like, no, Mom, I'm a graphic novel artist. It's like, Arthur, you've got to get yourself a job. You've sold none of those graphic novels.
Arthur, get a real job like your sister.
Who's a traffic cop. Of course she is.
So that was definitely like, they wanted to make her a cop, but they didn't feel like they could get away with making her like a cop, so they made her a traffic cop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like this was their cop out of like, oh, we want to make her a cop, but yeah. Like, we want to make her a cop, but it's 2022 and that won't go down well.
Yeah.
So we'll make her a traffic cop.
Are you actually a fan of Arthur?
Yeah, obviously.
Because I don't think I would have watched a ton of Arthur growing up. I would have watched little bits and pieces of Arthur, but not a ton.
I watched a fair bit of Arthur growing up.
Yeah, Arthur has come to an end. Rip Arthur, after 25 years. Mm-hmm. Actually, longer than 25 years. It was 25
seasons.
It's
the second piece of Arthur news we've broken on the show.
Well, I don't think we've broken it. It happened like 2 days ago, but sure.
You know what I mean? It was the second piece of Arthur news that we talked about as it happened.
What's the other one?
When they made the teacher gay.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Arthur.
We talked about the outrage.
Yeah, go fuck yourselves, people.
From the Arthur community.
I don't think it was from the Arthur community, frankly.
It's from people who have never seen a single episode of Arthur in their life.
It's like the Noah fans mad at me.
Except you're the one who's never seen a day of Noah in his life.
Yeah. Hey, I watched some of the January 1st show. You leave me alone.
You watched it because they made you.
You bullied me into watching a Noah.
I did. See, I tried, guys.
See, Liam brought it back to Puro. He can't help himself. It's like he wanted to talk about Arthur and then had to misdirect back to Puro.
Yeah, just let me talk about Puro. For the love of God, someone.
But to go back to TNA, like, we had July was a pretty flat month, but it was flat for like an understandable reason, where they did that pivot from the kind of wrestling they were doing to a more babyface heel standard traditional pro wrestling in July. So you're like, all right, we'll give you the month to kind of work that out. And then we had like 2, I think, pretty darn good months in September and August. And now we're just here, and I don't know what happened. They just ran out of steam. They ran out of life. There is just nothing going on. And we do have new booker/agent Dutch Mantel, so obviously it's all Dutch's fault.
I think it probably just came from we had a very distinct plan, and we had to get to this plan very quickly, and then the plan fell through. So it's like, we were in a rush mode to get to this, and then we didn't even get the payoff to this, so it's just a very weird, kind of tumultuous middle ground month.
We might as well also pull the Band-Aid off on that, because I think there's going to be a substantial portion of this podcast devoted to it, unfortunately. Hulk Hogan, as we mentioned last episode. No, you should be doing the red, white, and blue. But Hulk Hogan and NWA-TNA have agreed to terms, and the final paperwork is being worked through this week. This was in the first week of the month. The deal isn't done. Very, very important
They said it was
sentence.
done on the show.
Very, extremely important sentence, Liam. The deal isn't done, but it's expected to be done. Everything's great and looks like it'll definitely happen, says one insider close to negotiations. The agreement would call for Hogan to be a big part of the TNA product, beginning with a special November 30th Sunday night 3-hour pay-per-view priced at $29.95. The proposed match is Hogan versus Jarrett, perhaps for the NWA title. Jarrett has a scheduled title match against AJ Styles on the October 22nd pay-per-view. Hogan is headed to Japan this week for a match on October 13th against Masa Chono. He'll be in Japan for 4 days and then return to the US. Hogan is looking to redeem his status after leaving WWE under less than glorious circumstances when the Mr. America gimmick was halted in mid-course after creative and financial differences with him and Vince McMahon. So Hogan is looking for his new place to live after the WWE dumped him out, or perhaps he's actually just looking to go back to WWE and he's using all of this for leverage. But no, we won't remember mention that at all. No. But TNA are now firmly, in the month of October 2003, Liam, in the Hulk Hogan business.
I mean, at least they think they are. I mean, should we talk about... Okay, let's talk about the mindset of TNA going into this, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're in their position and you think you can get the deal done, you gotta do it, right?
I guess, like, unlike, I think, 2010, when Hogan does actually come in, I don't think there's anything to lose here for 2003 NWA-TNA. It's not like they have a firm established identity. It's not like they have like anything really going for them at this stage. They are literally desperate for attention. So unlike they kind of threw out the identity of the company to bring Hogan in and like give him all the power in the world in 2010, there's nothing to throw out here. We could talk about how they had a couple good months coming off of that reboot in July, but realistically, like, who cares if you have to throw the baby out with the bathwater to get a Hogan and Jarrett match, which is kind of what they do. But yeah, you do kind of have to do it, don't you?
You got to give it a shot. So yeah, you can't really blame them for giving it a shot. You can probably blame them for starting to book it before they had it in writing.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like, that probably happens all the time, right?
Yeah, and we even talked about how, like, remember when Sting first came in? Like, literally during the show is when they got Sting to sign the deal, and they literally announced him there and then, like, at the end of the show, and they only made that deal during the pay-per-view. So it's not the first time TNA has been, like, down to the wire or willing to announce things that have just happened or may tenuously happen. So...
Yeah, but at least this Sting thing was in writing.
And Sting did actually show up.
I can't blame them for going for it. Hogan winning the NWA title probably would have been some big news for them too, and cool from a historical point of view.
The deal on the table right now would include Hogan being part of more than just the Sunday, November 30th pay-per-view, which, by the way, they do announce. They announce on the weekly pay-per-views that Bound for Glory will be November 30th, their first ever Sunday 3-hour pay-per-view. They promote it for 2 weeks before they cancel it. However, Hogan is conscious of image and doesn't want his first match back to be at the Nashville Fairgrounds, where TNA tapes every week. We'll talk about that a little as well, because there's a lot of back and forth about where this show would actually take place in terms of where they'd actually run the show. That could create the image he's on the downswing of his career, said one involved insider. The arena is small and the fans may be less apt to cheer him, since fans that attend each week at the same arena are typically more hardcore and rebellious. There's some back and forth on people who like or hate Hogan, because obviously there's a lot of Hogan related segments this month. So there are Hogan chants, and there are like we want Hogan chants at one stage, and there are also a counter chant of no we don't.
There's definitely some anti-Hogan sentiment in the asylum.
Which is not the first time there's anti-Hogan sentiment in the building where Hulk Hogan's making his TNA appearances.
Well, to be fair, a lot of the other times it was like pretty pro-Hogan, and then he turned it around on himself. So
Well, even before Hogan debuted, we'll get to this at the end of 2009, but during like the last two pay-per-views of 2009, there are chants of who needs Hogan. Like the crowd don't really want Hogan, and like Hogan packed the Impact Zone with his like sycophants and diehard fans for his debut in the first couple of weeks, which is the reason he got big reactions, because they're all like the Bubba the Love Sponge squad coming out for Hulk Hogan in those first few weeks of TNA.
little off topic here, but I just showed my housemate the footage of Mick Foley knocking out Bubba the Love Sponge,
Ah, very good.
and popped huge. Truly a tremendous piece of footage that everyone should go check out.
It is a very important moment in TNA history of Mick Foley shoot punching Bubba the Love Sponge in the face while he forearms him.
But I mean, yeah, I was gonna say he actually elbows him in the face.
Yeah, he gave him a black eye. He actually elbowed him in the face. He sunk that bad boy in.
Broke his nose apparently.
Good, he deserves it for being an absolute turd.
But yeah, just a little sidebar there at the Bubba the Love Sponge, who got mentioned in this month of shows too.
Because where Hogan goes, so does Bubba during this era, anyway.
During the next decade.
The motivation for TNA beyond their cut of the potential revenue created if a Hogan versus Jarrett match drew a big buy rate on pay-per-view would be to put their brand name on the map nationally. Having Hogan's name attached to the TNA logo would give the promotion a legitimate credibility with people who don't follow wrestling closely, but are instrumental in TNA getting outside
A
deals
mythical
done.
casual fan.
And to be fair, if you're 2003 TNA and anybody is going to attract the casual fan, it is a Hulk Hogan.
But to be fair, I don't think you're gonna get the casual fan as much as people who just knew wrestling.
Well, again, I don't want to do my casual fan rant. The whole casual fan doesn't exist, and the people that people are actually talking about when talking about casual fans are usually lapsed fans.
It's the casual wrestling fan, people who know about wrestling but don't keep up with it in the modern era.
It's not a dude who usually watches basketball. Suddenly we're going to become a huge wrestling fan. At best, he'll watch the clip. But yeah, the idea is that they want to break beyond their 8 to 16,000 pay-per-view buy bubble into a broader audience. And I think that the bigger consideration here is that Hogan will lend them legitimacy and credibility in pursuing a TV deal.
I was gonna say with sponsors and TV more than anything.
So they can go to TV partners and be like, look, we have Hulk Hogan for however long we have Hulk Hogan. And that might actually sway people in terms of like give them a shot on TV, which is a thing they obviously can't do and want to do because they've like even at this stage, like the months ago, they've given up more or less on the weekly pay-per-view model being the future of this company. They know it's not going to sustain the company, but it's a matter of just producing enough content and hanging on long enough to get a TV deal. And the hope is that Hogan would be the guy that would help them get the TV deal.
I think that's completely fair.
So Jimmy Hart has a close personal relationship with Jerry Jarrett for decades. I think Jerry Jarrett was the person actually who gave Jimmy Hart his original break back in I think the late 70s. So it's actually fun that there's multiple people who are like, oh, we're going to work TNA. Sting was another one because it's like, oh well, Jerry gave me my break, so I might as well try and help him out here.
Good thing that we're gonna get that guy out of the company as soon as possible. The guy that everyone likes and wants to repay their debt to.
Yeah, the guy who has deep relationships with so many stars because he gave them their original break, and now they're big stars and can potentially pay it forward. But now we want to back Vince Russo so he can get Disco. Vince Russo brings Disco, Liam. But who would you want? Hogan and Sting or the Disco Inferno?
Well, you've swayed me.
I've convinced you, have I?
Yeah, the disco, obviously.
So the whole idea of doing Jarrett and Hogan, is obviously aside from Jarrett being TNA's like A1 star, is to play off of the Bash at the Beach 2000 finish, where there was that we mentioned on the last episode, that famous worked shoot where they did a Jarrett laying down for Hogan, and then Russo ruined it by cutting a shoot promo on Hogan. Again, we'll talk about Russo extensively on this episode as well, but it's interesting that they're building it off of that match, that Bash at the Beach 2000 match, which I don't think anybody cared about at the time. The company involved went out of business, and they're like, listen, we got to call back to this Bash at the Beach match where we did this work shoot angle and never got to pay it off, so we'll pay it off in TNA.
I had no clue what the fuck they were talking about.
I wonder the same, because like this is over, like not over, yeah, it is over 3 years. It's over 3 years since that Bash at the Beach match. So like they're basing this entire thing, and they can't say Bash at the Beach, so they have to say in Florida. So when you're watching this show and Jimmy Hart and Mike Tenay are like, oh, do you mean what happened down in Florida? And Jeff Jarrett freaks out, which happens twice this month. Like, the average viewer, I think, is going to be the same as you. They're going to be like, what the fuck are these people talking about?
I had no clue what they're talking about. I thought it was like some backstage thing. I was like, is this like some... Because that's like with the gravitas they gave it. I thought it was like some sort of backstage, like commonly known interaction or something, altercation.
Because, yeah, it's that classic pro wrestling problem where they assume, especially in this era, where they assume that the internet fans know everything, so they actually book the television show around them.
Yeah.
Which is amazing to think about, that like the internet fans are constantly derided by these people, but then especially during this Vince Russo era of late WCW, early TNA, they book their entire show around what not even what the internet know, what they think the internet knows, and their actual casual audience, which is the thing everyone always goes on about, the casual fan, probably has no goddamn idea what these human beings are talking about.
This is a move hoping to attract casual fans, and it's like, that's reference some niche shit that half of them won't remember, and even if they would have remembered it, we can't give them the details to trigger that memory.
And even if they did remember it, they probably didn't like it in the first place.
And if they remembered it, they probably don't care that much either.
I don't think everyone was gagging it to be like, oh, we never got the payoff of that Jarrett and Hogan angle from WCW.
Yeah. I don't know, that's a weird one.
It is kind of classic TNA. Like, they can't just tell their own Hulk Hogan story. They have to be like, oh, we have to go back to the WCW one because that's unresolved territory. Everyone wants the resolution to that story between Jarrett and Hogan and what went down at Bash at the Beach. So we have to finish out that story instead of just having him come in to beat up our heel champion.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
The Jarrett and Hogan have talked extensively on the phone and had face-to-face meetings over the past month. Both sides are said to be excited about the possibilities of a relationship.
Me too.
So there is a whole like cavalcade of things that happened this month. We have 4 pages of notes in the show notes at tnachat.com talking about just this Hulk Hogan story. Not even like talking about the stuff that happened on the TV show about this Hulk Hogan story. Just the stuff that built to this Hulk Hogan story.
Yeah. But to be fair, as far as actual Hogan on TV stuff, there isn't much to talk about.
But like they do bring in Jimmy Hart, and they do continue to build the last 2 episodes around Jarrett and Jimmy Hart, even though they know at that stage that the Hogan thing at least is not happening for now.
To be fair, I think the last show they tried to turn it into more of a Jimmy Hart versus Jeff Jarrett thing than a Hulk Hogan versus Jeff Jarrett thing.
Listen, who's a bigger star, Jimmy or Hulk?
I mean, Jimmy has an album.
It's true, he does, and he has made many good theme songs.
How many theme songs has Hulk Hogan made?
So there is a bunch of talk about where this show is actually going to take place. The frontrunner is Las Vegas, according to one source. The TNA officials have been talking to representatives of the Aladdin Hotel. There's also the Orleans in Vegas. There's the Municipal Auditorium comes up, which is where TNA held some of their early shows, where AEW held Dynamite last week. The Mid-South Coliseum.
Yeah.
So all these venues are bandied about, with the big thing, I think, the big key being Hulk Hogan does not want to wrestle in the Asylum, in a building with 1,300 people.
Do you think Hulk Hogan would have eventually wrestled in the Asylum had he signed?
Well, if he was there long term, he would have had to, right?
Do they go for a bigger building every time they build to a Hogan match?
I guess it depends how often Hogan would be wrestling.
And is he just going to be on the show every week, not wrestling?
Because we'll talk about like what his commitments to TNA for this match would have been in a sec, where he would have only done 1 live appearance in the Asylum. He would have done a phone call as well, and then they would have built to them doing that match in another bigger building. Probably, I'd imagine if it went through, it probably would have been like the Municipal Auditorium somewhere in Nashville. Because I actually think some of that is what spooked Hogan, that like venue stuff, and like at one stage it's like the front runner was the Asylum, and I don't think in a million years he's walking out to wrestle in front of that 1,300 people building.
Do you think they could have got that original building that they ran for the first show?
Oh, gone down to Huntsville?
Yeah.
I see it would have been somewhere in the South, because the big problem with Vegas is they didn't have a promoter's license in Vegas, and obviously all of this came together very fast, and they announced the pay-per-view very fast, and they wanted to get to Jarrett and Hogan within 2 months basically of signing Hogan, but they couldn't promote in Vegas because they didn't have a promoter's license, and that's the main reason they started looking elsewhere.
I'm just imagining Hogan in the asylum, in this terrible, terrible building.
It's probably not the first time he's worked the building. Maybe it is.
It's probably the first time he's worked that building.
You got the red, white. Maybe it'll be like, because famously WCW, there's the story about how like Center Stage was this old rundown building until Hogan signed with WCW, and they actually like started painting the building and putting up curtains and making it look decent when Hogan signed. So maybe it would have been like that, or it's like the asylum is this.
No,
old
they already
rundown
did
building.
that. They already did the big renovations.
It's still an old rundown building.
Yeah, but like, I don't think they were going to get much more out of it, to be honest.
They could have put up some curtains,
Oh, wow.
add an extra lighting rig or two.
If they do all that, then they won't be able to throw people off of it anymore.
That's true. Slash would have like half his moveset removed.
And who are you going to pick, Slash or Hogan?
I'd pick Slash every time.
What if Hogan had to join the new church?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm more excited for the prospect of the franchise and Hulk Hogan building up a big feud together.
I do like the idea that, like, James Mitchell, this whole month builds the Raven getting his hands on James Mitchell. Raven's about to get his hands on James Mitchell. Well, Hulk Hogan shows up to stop him.
Yeah, the red, white, and blue.
I don't think that theme would quite work as well as the new church, but well, sure.
What if it's James Mitchell singing that theme?
Oh god, that would rule, because James Mitchell does do karaoke. That's his thing.
He also sang the new church theme.
Does he?
Yeah.
Does he?
Yeah, he sings the new church theme.
You sure about that?
That is true.
That doesn't sound like James Mitchell.
Take you under. Yeah, that's him.
I'm not sure about that.
That is him.
I did quite like there was a jazzier version of the new church theme for Vampiro this month. It was very good. It's much more upbeat. It's very weird.
Sorry, Angel Salazar says in the comments of this new church video, I'm imagined to Finn Balor and Seth Rollins join to the new church if Father James Mitchell go to WWE every day. I'm imagined to entrance this song.
But the Sinister Minister jumps and starts a new church with Finn Balor and Seth Rollins.
Sorry, there's a lot of things that just happened here. Where Jake Dandy 3 years ago tweeted R.I.P. Jim Mitchell, and then someone said he's still alive. To which Jake Dandy responded, "Nope, that was Taz."
Oh, well, James Mitchell did get killed off on Impact at one stage. Maybe he was talking about that.
To which he responded, "That's impossible. Abyss shot him."
No, he survived the shot. He did get killed by Havoc on Impact, but then Rosemary resurrected him so that he could officiate the wedding in which Johnny Bravo got shot, but Johnny Bravo didn't die.
That is definitely Jim Mitchell singing that song, by the way.
I don't believe you. Let's throw it out to our fans of You've Got to Be Kidding Me. Let us know on Twitter whether you think that's actually James Mitchell singing the New Church theme. I don't think it is.
100%.
So the latest word on the pay-per-view site is the Nashville Auditorium. Although TNA officials are still hoping to run an event in Las Vegas, there is unlikely to be enough time to obtain a promoter's license and promote the arena properly. Hogan's side is banking on the idea that TNA will do a major advertising campaign, and on their side they will attempt to call in some favors and use celebrity friends of Hogan's to appear live with George Foreman's name being bandied about. George Foreman actually gets a name dropped on the show this month, where Jimmy Hart is mentioning Hogan's agent and mentions other clients of Hogan's agent, including George Foreman. An attempt to get placed on mainstream talk shows the week of the event, where Hulk Hogan will no doubt do appearances and not mention TNA at all, which is the perfect Hulk Hogan standard in 2010, which I assume he would have established here in 2003.
Sorry, I was just trying to find out the Jim Mitchell
We're moving on from the James Mitchell theme song.
Jim Mitchell gate. I had to find out.
We have thrown it to our audience. They could be the arbitrators of whether or not that is James Mitchell.
Not the audience.
We have moved on. Hulk Hogan.
Oh, but we're still talking about Hulk Hogan.
There is still like 4 pages of Hulk Hogan notes, so you calm down.
All right.
We have plenty to get through in this Hulk Hogan section of the show without you derailing us more with James Mitchell theme songs, your imaginary James Mitchell theme songs.
Okay.
This is like people who think Big Show does the well at the start of his theme song.
Except mine's true.
TNA has zero national mainstream ink, and the belief is that the Jarretts feel Hogan is the one wrestler who can get them some interest from the millions of currently disgruntled fans, most of whom don't know TNA exists. So it's once again, Liam, the play for the lapsed WCW fan.
I mean, I guess at this point it's still worth going for it.
So as mentioned, Hogan has basically set up to do a phone call on the October 22nd show, for which he would appear live for the first time on the October 29th show, and then they would build to the November 30th pay-per-view. So they would have one live appearance in the Asylum where they would shoot their angle, and then they would get ready basically to do everything for the 30th. Bound for Glory, Liam.
Huh, I'm familiar.
Which is fun that they kept that name for their biggest show, even though it didn't happen here in 2003.
Listen, you gotta admire TNA's commitment.
They like the name.
Yeah, like if they ever think of something, they stick to it. And they will go for it. Like we saw it with Genesis already.
They will dig out all of these names and ideas no matter how long has passed.
And I imagine if there was like some sort of folio with just all these old ideas in it. They had Robbie E's name circled in it, and they just blew off the dust one day and were like, this is it.
Bro! The word in the locker room is that Hogan has refused to appear on the same show as Vince Russo and doesn't even want Vince Russo in the same arena as him.
Okay, maybe Hogan's good.
There's also been talk that the legal issues between the two men will also prevent Russo from appearing. However, there is at least suspicion in the TNA locker room that this is all a work set up by TNA officials to make it seem like a bigger deal when Russo and Hogan take part in the same storyline.
I mean, can you blame any of them for thinking this?
Because Vince Russo is written out of TV this month. There's an angle that takes him off TV, which everyone, again, assumes is because of this story that Hogan doesn't want Russo there.
It has to be true, right?
And then there are even, like, rumblings around that, like, Russo's not even writing the show anymore, which Dave Meltzer debunks. We'll talk about that in a minute.
I was going to say, I can debunk that by what happens on the last episode of the month.
By actually watching it, being like, oh no, there's a first blood chair and a pole match. I wonder who's goddamn writing this show.
I think I literally said while watching it, oh, Vince Russo's back booking.
So even then, they were trying to do like, oh, Russo's out. He's not at the show. What's happening with Vince Russo? So I do think they're laying the seeds for a Hogan Russo worked shoot.
Great, that'll do numbers.
Dutchman talent Scott D'Amore held a meeting with the wrestlers prior to the Wednesday, October 15th pay-per-view, basically doing like a rah-rah, build them up. Pay-per-view's coming, Hogan's coming, everything. TNA is a rocket ship ready to explode, as Jeff Jarrett loves to say.
Fuck you, they're wrong, you're right. I want to see Scott D'Amore do the Paulie speech.
He's probably done a few of them in his life.
I want the exact same one, though.
Do you think every GCW show starts with a Paulie speech?
Well, if you listen to @GCW Truther, I don't think there's any rah-rah speeches anymore.
No, I listen to @GCW Truther.
I listen to @GCW Truther.
You might think this is a joke. All of these exist, by the way.
It's just funny because they started calling each other by their shoot names.
They even dropped the pretense of why even start burners. Oh dear, so they're trying to get everyone on board, everyone excited about this new Hulk Hogan era of TNA.
I thought you were going to say about this new Circle 6 promotion.
It's actually funny, like, again, there are so many parallels to 2009 when Hogan comes in. Like, Dixie Carter does the same thing, except she put it on television.
Yeah.
The very famous Dixie Carter segment where she's like, if you're not behind me... Sorry, Liam, go.
If you're not behind me... then you can get out.
Yep.
Follow me on Twitter.
Where Dixie did her big promo where she's like, if you don't agree with my decisions, there's the door. And Hogan's coming in and this company is going good places.
If you don't agree with me, there is the door. I think the Dixie's getting better.
I think it's getting worse, but it's getting better as it gets worse.
I think she's getting sassier. And I appreciate it. I've really captured the Dixie sass. I've got heel Dixie.
Well, that's the only Dixie, really, isn't there? Is there a babyface Dixie?
Yeah, I got Dixieland Dixie.
So there are multiple players coming in for Hogan, one of which is TNA, one of which is Morad Muhammad, who wants to start a 2-hour wrestling boxing combined TV show based around Hogan. And then the third one, of course, is New Japan Pro Wrestling.
I thought you were going to talk about celebrity wrestling.
No, that doesn't happen for years.
I watched episodes of that.
I watched every episode of Celebrity Wrestling with Dustin Diamond. How did you not know who Screech was then?
I only watched like one episode.
You freaking... Didn't Screech win that show?
I don't know. Maybe we should watch that. Maybe that should be our next Patreon series.
If we can find it, we'll dig it out.
Sorry, I was going to say the New Japan stuff is actually interesting. I got to admit, I'm pretty compelled to watch a 20-minute Hulk Hogan Masahiro Chono match.
It's not even the main event, but I'm sure it's probably pretty good.
I kind of want to... Because like Hogan always worked hard in Japan.
Yeah, well, he did like 2 more moves, but yes.
Yeah, but that's like him working hard. He was like bouncing around. You ever see like those earlier stuff that he did? He's like bouncing around and taking big bumps.
Yeah, so New Japan are also making a play for Hogan. They want him to be involved regularly, so he had this Chono match he was meant to do January 4th as well. They also offered him the book, so...
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm imagining Hogan doing a G1.
I'm imagining Hogan booking New Japan.
Just WCW. I can't believe they offered him the book.
Yeah, there's a story about how like they want Hogan to be involved in New Japan long term, so they offered him booking power. And even when he went over for that match against Chono introduced him as like a booking consultant.
Wow, that's insane.
They want the Hulkster, brother. Everyone wants the Hulkster.
I'm just imagining like Hogan booking like the IWGP Junior Tag undercard stuff.
What do you think Hogan thinks of Liger?
I think he respects Liger.
You think Hogan knows who like Yuji Nagata is?
No. I think his knowledge base ends at like early 90s New Japan.
Even though Nagata worked a bunch of WCW.
Yeah, but like he didn't watch any of that.
He's not watching these undercard matches with these Japanese imports.
He's not watching Thunder.
And he just has to listen to Days of Thunder instead, where he can hear all about the Yuji Nagata matches. You see, well, Lee mentioned us on the most recent episode of Days of Thunder, so I have to return the favor and mention Days of Thunder, where you can listen to in the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network.
Did Yuji Nagata even work Thunder?
Yeah, Yuji Nagata would have worked Thunder.
WCW Thunder, January 29th, 1998. Yuji Nagata versus Goldberg.
Yeah, dream match.
I'm watching that after we finish this.
It's probably like surprisingly good.
I'm putting it in the watch later.
I assume that Nagata does some leg kicks and then Goldberg spears him.
Probably. Whoa, I skipped ahead, and Goldberg seems to have some sort of ankle lock on Yuji Nagata, so I think they're working shoot style, brother.
Hell yeah. So if you want an idea of who's going to be on this November 30th show, if it actually happens, Sting was approached for about appearing, but he didn't seem particularly interesting. He had signed a 4-match deal, but hadn't entirely been returning TNA's calls lately, but we will get to Sting in the course of this month. Jarrett had tentative plans for a Christopher Daniels Neil Skipper against AMW match as a rematch of one of the best bouts in company history. Which is something we had seen the beginnings of play out on TV this month. And something that also went absolutely nowhere. Where Daniels does the tease that he needs his brothers, and then like 4 weeks go by and nothing happens. As well as Tiger Mask versus Hoovy, if Hoovy can solve his visa problems, and then... You're notoriously your least favorite wrestler of all time, Tiger Mask. I do not like Tiger Mask 4. Give up the gimmick, dude. Go try and stand in your own 2 feet. You want him to give it up at like 55? Yes. I want him even more so to give up the gimmick at 55 and eventually be like, I am my own man. No one would probably make him GHC heavyweight champ. Maybe. At 51 years old, you're like, alright, time to be Yoshihiro Yamazaki. Yeah, time to be your own man. He's teaming with Robbie Eagles. Oh, okay, yeah. You know how we were talking about Sasuke? Mm-hmm. On the watch-along? Were we? Yeah, Oh, as a Ninja Warrior, not the great Sasuke, okay. Outside of wrestling, Yamazaki appeared on the second Sasuke competition in 1998. Oh, good for him. Although he failed to make it past the first obstacle. First obstacle? Oh, that's very bad. Sorry, I'm getting spoiled about 2007 TNA on Tiger Mask Wikipedia. Yeah, he shows up in 2007 and 2008. Wow, I'm excited. Is that why you don't like him? Because he shit the bed in those matches or something? No, he was actually pretty fine in those matches. No, it's almost like he's actually pretty okay. So after all of this, after all the negotiations with TNA, after all the putting together cards, after all of the scouting venues, after all of that, Hulk Hogan pulls out of Bound for Glory. NWA-TNA officials decided to postpone the November 30th Bound for Glory pay-per-view after Hulk Hogan's decision to have his knee scoped. As announced on the October 22nd show, TNA is planning to reschedule the event, with most sources predicting it will take place in January or February. Spoilers! It doesn't. They should have done it January 4th. Well, Hogan was meant to work the Dome, and he doesn't do that either, so... That's so funny. Oh, God, this is so funny. Imagine being the guy's like, I don't want to work this show so badly that I'm going to go get surgery. I do think it is very much the case that Hulk Hogan was using all of this as leverage to go back to WWE. WWE didn't bite. So he's like, fuck it, I'm getting knee surgery. I also think there's a bit of Hogan who thought him against Jarrett and TNA wouldn't do a number. And Hogan is fiercely protective of all of that. He is fiercely protective of his ability to pop a rating to protect his own value in the wrestling market. And I think he thought that if he did in fact show up in TNA, if he did do the match, even if he became NWA champion, it probably wouldn't pop like a huge rating. It probably wouldn't do a huge attendance. So that would decrease his value for WWE and perhaps potential outside projects starting up. So I think that's another factor that Hogan's like, I kind of don't want to do it because I think it'll affect my aura.
They should have done Hogan Raven.
That would have been the match. The postponement may give TNA enough time to make arrangements so that they can hold the show in Vegas, although the Nashville Auditorium had been discussed as a potential venue. Hogan wanted the show to take place in Tampa. They know not because he lives close to Tampa and it would be easy to travel there, but because he thinks he could draw there.
I mean, he's probably right.
Because that's where the Bubba the Love Sponge show would have the largest market penetration, so he could get a bunch of stuff done.
Oh, that's such an easy joke there, but I'm not going to do it.
Using the word penetration in relation to Hulk Hogan and Bubba the Love Sponge?
It's too easy. I'm not going to do it.
I'm teeing you up too well, is what you're saying.
Yeah, not this time.
The theory is that Hogan was not crazy about the idea of working a major pay-per-view event on such short notice and wanted to make sure that there would be enough time to promote the event.
That's it.
Properly.
That's what I believe that to be the case.
What I find quite a funny note, given the week before they did the big rah-rah speech, November 30th pay-per-view, Hogan's coming in. There was no formal announcement to the locker room from anyone in TNA management regarding the pay-per-view postponement. Word spread throughout the locker room of Hogan's injury via the internet, but there were some wrestlers who felt that a meeting to discuss the situation was needed, which frankly I would agree with.
I mean, yes, but like, they can't go back on the rah-rah speech now. Like, Paulie does the fuck you, and then it's like, next week, like, hey guys, we were wrong. They were right.
We have to calamitously backtrack here, so we're going to do it as quietly as we can.
Yeah, we're going to let people find out at home, so maybe they don't want to talk about it.
So we went all in on this Hulk Hogan guy. This guy's coming in, he's doing a big match with Jeff Jarrett. We're going to do our first 3-hour pay-per-view. It's bound for glory. It's going to be this big, huge event. We're going to hype you up. We're going to start promoting it on TV. We're going to change the champion. We're going to turn our top babyface heel. We're going to turn our top heel babyface. All to get ourselves ready for this big Hogan Oh, no, Hogan's not coming anymore. Never mind, guys. We're just going to go on. No, everything we do.
I don't think in their big rah-rah speech they were talking about how they had to hotshot the booking.
We had to throw everything we were building to out the window to turn Jarrett heel and turn Styles face.
To be fair, Jarrett probably should have been heel the whole time. Naito should have been face the whole time. So,
According to those close to Hogan, he tweaked his knee in the Chono match and he will be undergoing surgery on October 31st.
I'm watching that match and I'm going to be looking at his knee the entire time.
There's a theory from Dave Meltzer, but that we'll talk about in a second. According to those close to Hogan, he had never signed a TNA contract to do the pay-per-view. This puts the company in a position where it has to publicly explain the postponement of the show, which they kind of do. We'll talk about that when we get to the actual creative of the show, when we talk about broad topics. But they try to a little. At this point, Hogan is still scheduled to work the January 4th Tokyo Dome shows and has verbally agreed to do a match with Jeff Jarrett in February. Jimmy Hart was going through with his scheduled appearance on the October 22nd show, where he was going to explain Hogan's injury and possibly the new date. They didn't announce any new date, just that the match would happen sometime in the future.
I think they should have just gone through with it.
Gone through with what?
Just do a big-ass pay-per-view.
Oh, just without Hogan?
Yeah, just do Bound for Glory. Like, see if you can get Sting into work in his place. You don't have to do it in, like, such a big arena, but, like, they should have just done Bound for Glory.
Well, we do have a few Sting matches coming up for the rest of the year. So do you think they could have just pivoted to doing Sting and Jarrett?
Yeah, I think you just do Sting Jarrett. Like, maybe you say you postpone it and give it, like, an extra month of build or whatever. But, yeah, I think you just run Sting Jarrett.
Do you think that would actually draw?
Sting Jarrett, you do your AMW rematch. And that frees up AJ for a big match.
Potentially X match against Michael Shane.
Yeah, that's the big match.
Well, we'll talk about where AJ's going in a minute as well.
No. But you know what I mean? Like, I just think they should have committed to it and ran the show. With, like, maybe some less high expectations. Maybe just rebrand one of the monthly ones into a Bound for Glory or something. Sorry, one of the weekly ones into a Bound for Glory.
And then, like, you could probably just still run it from the Asylum then. It's fine to run that show from the Asylum.
Or even if you want to make it a big deal and run it from a slightly bigger building, like, I don't know. I just feel like you should have committed to it at this point, and that backing out of it completely is worse than just backing out of the Hogan situation.
Especially given like how they did go all in on, like, they announced it and they started building to it, and they showed all the footage from the angle in Japan that we'll talk about, where Jeff Jarrett attacked Hulk Hogan in Japan. We'll talk about all that when we were going through the actual shows. Like, they were all in on this already on TV, and then just the next week Jimmy Hart comes out. It's like, sorry guys, it's not happening. Sorry.
And like, Sting's a big enough replacement. Yeah, they should have just committed into Unbound for Glory, I think.
Another question many are asking is regarding Hogan's right knee injury. Hogan has a history of bad knees, and anyone who has watched him wrestle over the last many years can see the knees have given him more problems than any other body part. This is from the Wrestling
Alright,
Observer.
Dave.
Dave is like, look at this man's shoddy knees.
I love Dave's like bitchiness in his writing. It's very fun.
And I love that he is like the premier writer in the genre, and he's just like throwing in sassy jabs.
I was listening to some Between the Sheets stuff, and he was talking about the Big Egg show, and it was really funny when like Dave would review like the FMW stuff, and he'd be like, "Oh, this girl was like 5'2", oh, like how small," and then like when it comes to the 4'11" All Japan Women's girl, he doesn't bring it up at all. It's like he knows where his bread's buttered.
Those who have socialized with Hogan note that he moves very slowly when the cameras are off because of knee damage. He had an artificial knee put in a few years back and has had several knee surgeries in recent years. Hogan has also worked for years on bad knees, and this is only one match. Jimmy Hart told TNA officials that Hogan wanted to make sure he was 100% and not limp through the match, as if Hogan's athletic ability was in question here.
Do you think Jimmy felt like shit for having to do this for Hulk? Or do you think he's like, I'll take it on the chin, I'll do my best to make something come out of this?
I think when you look at the angle Jimmy does when he shows up, and he gets the absolute shit kicked out of him by Jeff Jarrett.
You think that's like a make good?
I think that's a make good, where the dude is willing to get himself whipped to shreds just to be like, listen, Hulk's showing up, not showing up. And let's be real, I think we all probably know he's never showing up, so you can beat the shit out of me instead.
What a good pal.
What a nice guy.
I mean, and let's be fair, I'm sure Hulk was like his meal ticket for a lot of years, so probably has some sort of responsibility there.
And he's basically his promoter. He's not his agent, but yeah, he's basically his promoter.
I miss managers that were like shoot managers for people.
Whether, back to a moment of sassy Dave, whether his knees are healthy or not, his match quality isn't going to change appreciably. And however the crowd is going to react to him would be the same way either way. It was also noted that Hogan could have suffered a minor injury in the match with Chono and not realized it in the heat of the match. It could not have been that serious because he appeared at a New Japan company meeting the next day, walking around the same as he did before the Chono match. Reporters also noticed he was not limping when he went home. The story given was that the knee started swelling up days later and he went to get it checked. And when the test came back on October 21st, they immediately contacted TNA and asked to get the show delayed.
It was the altitude from the plane ride. Flared it up.
Just messed with his knees.
I believe it. Who am I to say that Hulk Hogan's lying?
You don't think Hulk Hogan is a man of low moral fiber?
Nah, I think that Hulk Hogan guy, pretty upfront about his feelings.
He's on the up and up. He's a good guy. The tentative plans for the Hogan-Jarrett match are now either February 8th or February 15th for the show, with Tampa or Las Vegas at this point being the major cities under consideration.
I'm excited for that match.
Well, you will never get it.
No.
You know what? When Hogan debuts in TNA in 2010 and he buries the absolute living shit out of Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, what the fuck, Hulk?
They never call back to this.
Jarrett, well, they probably didn't want to, like, actually piss off Hogan.
But I would have thought, like, the whole thing about this is the Bash at the Beach 2000 stuff. Jeff Jarrett attacks Hogan in Japan. It would have been the easiest story in the world to go, you know, last time I was flirting with TNA, you came to Japan and beat the shit out of me. That's the reason I'm burying you now for no reason whatsoever.
Well, you see, Garrett, that may reflect poorly on Hulk Hogan, and that's not okay.
And Jarrett's like, well, you didn't show up at all.
Yeah, so, like, if it was to reflect poorly on Jeff Jarrett, I think it would be fine. But on Hulkster, I don't think that's going to fly.
They were not about to announce the actual new date for Bound for Glory until they find out how long the recovery time for Hogan will be. Hogan ended up having arthroscopic surgery on October 31st. He has not committed to the Tokyo Dome show at New Japan, but will make a decision based on healing in the next 2 weeks. And when he gets the timetable, the pay-per-view will be officially rescheduled.
I'm sure you would have just worked like some sort of tag with Chono, right?
Yeah, probably, where he could do very little. He doesn't do anything. That Shono match was his last New Japan match, I believe.
Trust me, I know. I looked up the schedule immediately after finding out he worked New Japan in 2003.
In front of a crowd of either 37, 47, or 55,000, depending on which number you believe.
Or like 23,000.
Well, the number Dave has was 37.
Or like 23,000.
So that is more or less an hour on the Hulk Hogan flirting with TNA.
Thank God we now don't have to talk about it in the shows at all.
Yeah, there's no Hulk Hogan involvement at all in the actual shows that we'd have to also talk about.
We're gonna like speed round the actual shows because the news is way more interesting than the Sonny Siaki and ECMO wrestled a tag match this month.
Listen, very excited to talk about Sonny Siaki and ECMO against Shark Boy and Mad Mikey.
I'm sure you are.
You've Got to Be Kidding Me is brought to you this week by HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients to your door, including farm-fresh produce that arrives within a week, so you get convenience without skimping on quality. Skip the trip to the grocery store, saving you that wait in long lines and ensuring you don't waste money on excess food. Don't forget dessert. Satisfy your sweet tooth with seasonal limited time goodies like Dunkaroos cookie dough or Vanilla Delight cheesecake. You know, we can all get caught in a rut of eating the same things over and over just out of habit and reliability, and HelloFresh helps kind of break that loop, giving you new and fresh and interesting things to eat. So go to hellofresh.com/VOW16 and use the code VOW16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 free gifts. That's hellofresh.com/VOW16 using the code VOW16. There's a few more news notes this month. Jarrett is still very much involved in TNA's power structure, although he may not have an official title. Wrestlers say Jeff Jarrett uses his father as a sounding board on all major decisions, booking and otherwise.
Yeah. Good for Jerry. Still getting in there, still swinging.
Yeah, he hasn't been cut out yet.
I was worried that he was gone, to be honest.
Jerry still sits at the gorilla position at every show and watches the matches on a monitor with Jeff. Jerry also makes himself available to talk with the wrestlers. One wrestler, Jerry spends a lot of time with, is Raven, who tells other wrestlers he learns a lot from spending 10 to 15 minutes per week with the elder Jarrett.
Oh god, to be a fly on the wall for the Raven Jerry Jarrett conversations.
Just having a nice little chat for 20 minutes every week.
Talking about some wrestling.
Get some historical knowledge from old Jerry.
Yeah, I think that would have been. I bet some great information for the wrestling business came out of that.
And there's a reason Raven is the top babyface in the company. He's learned all these important lessons from Jerry Jarrett.
Yes, that's the Jarrett relationship that's helping that.
Definitely. Dutch Mantel's early role in TNA appears to be that of more of an agent than a booker. Russo and Glenn Gilberti.
There you go. You take back all your slanders of Dutch Mantel.
This changes through the month. Russo and Gilberti have continued to write the shows, and Mantel has been placed in charge of working out finishes for the matches Russo and Gilberti format.
Imagine being the guy who's like, your job is to make sense of Gilberti and Russo's booking.
And these are two people who famously deal well with change and criticism. There was more Dutch Mantel influence on the show this past week, and his influence should grow to where he's largely in full control within a few weeks. The October 15th show is said to be the last show with Russo and Gilberti writing This Does Change. The original draft, which, again, this is the worked shoot stuff where you see stuff like this come out, and then the next week it's like, Dave is like, no, actually, Russo being gone is a work, and he actually wrote the show, but they're still changing the show, and Russo's mad that they're changing the show, and there's all this, like, power struggle still going on, and people are mad at each other that their creative ideas aren't getting through onto the show. But Mantel is gaining power, Russo is losing power, is probably the broader thing to take away from this month.
If that's like throughout the month, then we actually have to give Dutch credit because the last 3 of the shows were actually way better than the first 2, so...
That is true. Way better is a subjective term, though, as you mentioned.
Yeah, but way better, I mean, like, from a 2 to, like, a 5.
It's like when you put the bar somewhere in like, the middle of the Earth's core, it's quite easy to clear it.
Yeah, and then they're like... It hits, like, you know, the crust.
Someday we'll reach the surface, Liam. Someday.
I don't know if that's true.
So yeah, there's this whole thing this month about Russo being in or out, or is he working in secret again because all the Hogan stuff doesn't want him there. And then there's the question of, well, is that a work? And we're back to Vince Russo working.
I think the safe bet is always yes.
Yeah, we're back to the Vince Russo. Is it a work? Is it a shoot? Is he working for the company? Is he not working for the company? Is he writing the show? Is he not writing the show?
At least, like, from our perspective, all of this work shoot bullshit is backstage and not on the screen.
Yeah, for the most part, it's gone off the actual TV show, except weird stuff about health insurance.
Oh yeah, that is a weird one.
Apparently, Dixie still wants Russo in the mix. Jarrett and Russo have different visions of wrestling and constantly butt heads.
That'll be the next 10 years.
Dixie constantly going back to Vinny Roo is a reoccurring theme that we will cover very, very, very often.
Fox back TV.
The working agreement between TNA and AAA is very close to being final. Paco Alonso of EMLL didn't seem to make any kind of serious effort to head it off. And even though he controls most of the best wrestlers in Mexico, Antonio Pena was more persistent.
Alright, well, I mean, hey, you go after the one that actually wants you.
Well, Antonio Pena was actually on the TV show this month, so...
Yeah, he showed up.
It's actually fun. There's a bunch of notes in the Wrestling Observer about like whether or not EMLL will actually make a play for TNA and like the back and forth between those companies. And obviously TNA are kind of getting into the bed with New Japan this month, where they have the angle,
the Forbidden Door,
the original Forbidden Door opening here in the NWA-TNA, where Jeff Jarrett jumps to New Japan to do the angle with Hogan. And there's like questions of questions of whether or not EML will want to work with TNA because of that, and whether or not that'll affect whether or not AAA will work with TNA. It's like, oh, look at Mexican wrestling politics bleeding out into this working agreement with TNA.
Well, like, I don't know. I don't know enough about Mexican wrestling politics to even talk about it, I guess.
Don Callis was one of 29 students that graduated with MBAs from Asper Business College at the University of Manitoba on October 22nd. So, well done to Mr. MBA Don Callis here in October 2003.
He did it.
Callis, when ECW and WCW went down in 2001, started studying for his MBA because he never wanted to be left in a position where he didn't have good career options outside of wrestling.
This is like one of those dudes where it's like, you wish that he never got out of the business.
And he was gone for a long time.
So I just noticed that like my mic had been making this noise for like 30 minutes. And I couldn't, for the life of me, work out how to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I suddenly just, like, knocked it slightly, and it has fixed it.
Good. I'm excited to fix that in post.
I'm sorry, I was trying to work out how to fix it the whole time.
You and your goddamn microphone.
This mic is broken, Garrett.
My heart is broken.
Alright, we need, like, 300 more Patreons so I can buy a good mic.
You can get a decent microphone for, like, $50.
Ooh, la-di-da, look at me, I have $50 lying around.
I do.
Well, I don't.
So congratulations to Don Callis in 2003 on getting his MBA.
Congratulations to me for working out how to fix my mic.
So that is the news notes for October 2003, which is pretty much entirely Hulk Hogan, brother.
I mean, the most important note was Callis getting his MBA, but everything else was pretty neat too.
Sure.
That was the highlight of the show. Hope you enjoyed it.
What, Hulk Hogan? Hulk Hogan is the highlight of our show, Liam? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Have you seen what the rest of this is going to be on?
So I was doing the show notes where I was just typing out literally what happened on all of these shows. And like even then I was bored.
You just reminded me that I wrote notes for these shows.
You should probably break them out so you could remember what happened.
Yeah, look at me. I promised everyone on the last show that I would write notes for the first time.
So Liam will actually have memories of things, so the person on YouTube won't get mad at him for saying I have no thoughts about the War Games match.
Now, to be fair, they didn't get mad at me. They just said it wasn't a very good bit, which, to be fair, they were right. But if they only listened to the video, they didn't get the great payoff of the pizza, so... Which was, like, our best, like, reacted to bit we've ever done.
Have you ordered a pizza during this show?
No, I got work early tomorrow. I have a sore tummy if I get a pizza this late.
That is very pragmatic of you.
Yeah, I know, right?
So, broad topics for the month. Let's start with the world title scene, in which we were continuing the where last month left off, building to a world title match between the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, and the phenomenal AJ Styles.
And honestly, a match that I'm glad happened just for historical value.
Yeah, it's one of those cool TNA things where it's just like you're going through the TNA history, like looking at the matches that happen on these shows, and you're like, oh shit, an AJ Styles Dusty Rhodes world title match?
Yeah, like, never watch it, but just be glad that it happened.
So NWA-TNA pay number 64 is built around AJ Styles and Vince Russo facing Jeff Jarrett and Dusty Rhodes in the main event. That's October 1st, 2003. There's a show-running angle where Russo doesn't want the match to happen, so he's like talking to Jeff Jarrett. He's trying to talk Jeff Jarrett out of doing the match. He's trying to make his one final plea to his friend Jeff Jarrett after this year.
I was gonna say, this was a big return to, like, the sexual chemistry of these two performers. Every time they're together, you just kiss.
But Jeff keeps turning him down, Liam.
I know, that's why they're star-crossed lovers. It'll never happen. And it's their own prejudices that are stopping them from experiencing true love. Bringing it back. It's a sad story. You just wish they could get on the same page.
Sure do. So...
Imagine a heel stable that Jeff and Russo are both in.
No, I don't want to.
That's the dream.
I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to have that
Jeff
thought process.
Gilberti Russo.
No. I guess Siaki would have to be there because he's in all of their stables, just hanging around.
Yeah, but like barely a part of it.
Trinity's there too, I guess.
Sure.
So yeah, we had the show running angle on October 1st where Russo told AJ, this match isn't going to happen. I'm gonna make amends with Jarrett finally. And then he tries to make amends with Jarrett, and Jarrett's like, just go fuck yourself.
Jarrett's like, no. What the fuck?
We have literally been at each other's throats for a full calendar year now. So, no.
I like that Russo was like, he was confident that this would be the time it would work.
Yeah.
He's like, I believe that we can get this done. Like, you know, we've done all this stuff, but this is the time I can get through to him.
But he did not. He failed.
It's a shame.
Which brings us to our main event of that show. Jeff Jarrett and Dusty Rhodes faced Vince Russo and AJ Styles.
Listen, I know I wrote notes.
Mm-hmm.
I did not write any notes for this match.
Dusty did a brain buster in this match, Liam.
Yeah, not intentionally.
He still did a brain buster.
That's fair. That is fair.
He very much did take AJ up for a delayed vertical suplex and then brought him down into a brain buster kind of by accident, but he still did a brain buster.
To me, the match was kind of nothing. The Styles got his ass slapped again. That was fun.
Yeah, like the story of the match is like continuing to build tension between Jarrett and Dusty. So Jarrett hits the top rope stroke, Dusty spanks AJ's butt and pins him, and they're all happy. Jarrett's not mad that he stole the pin. But then after the match, AJ's like all flustered and mad, and he's like, I'll give you any match you want. Do you want a Texas bullwhip match?
A Texas
a Texas pig eating contest?
I do want that, by the way.
It's very fun. I love that promo just because AJ very clearly couldn't think of anything Texas related.
Like, so much of this show is written. Did they not write Styles promos for him?
So he's like trying to improvise some kind of Texas related stipulation, but he cannot think of any. So he like blusters and flusters and mumbles for a little bit and then comes out with like a bullwhip match and a pig eating match.
Well, lucky he doesn't say anything else. Knowing AJ's history with getting flustered and shouting things.
He did not shout any slurs. That's good.
This is kind of evident of like the whole story this whole month, which is like AJ and Russo splitting up and Jarrett and Dusty splitting up, both at the same time. Because afterwards, we get I thought it was the thing that saved that AJ promo was when he slapped the taste out of Russo's mouth.
Yeah, because he's offering Dusty any match he wants, and Russo's like, no, don't do it, because the same thing happened the last show of last month, where AJ's like, I want to face Dusty, and Russo talked him out of it. He talked him down that time.
Talked him into the tag match.
Yeah, so this time, Russo's like, oh, he's trying to talk him down again, but AJ's like, no, I'm my own man, you don't tell me what to do, and he slaps Vince Russo, and Russo's like,
I like this, like, little bit of an unhinged AJ here. I thought it was really good.
All you have to do, Liam, is spank his bottom, and he will go mental.
I'm sure that is true.
Give AJ a little spanky poo, maybe with horsey poo. Add horsey poo, spank his bottom with horsey poo.
He would not have got the points for that though, because he would not have liked it.
No, he would have lost points in the Duff Cup. He would have not enjoyed horsey poo. So yeah, AJ's all flustered and fired up saying, Dusty, you can have any match you want. And Dusty's like, any match you say? Oh, I could have a Texas Bull Rope match. I could have a Bunkhouse Brawl. Or, perhaps, I could have an NWA World Heavyweight title match.
Yeah, it's a good shout there. It's like, you offered me any match. Yeah, all right, I'll take a title match.
So Styles is like, you're on, let's do it. And then Jeff Jarrett is pissed because earlier in this show, it was announced that Jeff Jarrett would face AJ Styles for the world title on the October 22nd pay-per-view. So Jarrett has his title shot, and he is not pleased, Liam, that Dusty Rhodes is jumping the line and getting a title shot before him.
I'd be pretty pleased. I'm like, either Dusty's gonna like weaken up AJ, or I'm gonna fight Dusty.
And would you think you'd have a better chance against Dusty, Liam?
I think I would have a better chance against Dusty, yes.
Over AJ Styles?
Andrew probably fuck me up.
You could probably just smack AJ's bottom and then he'll lose his cool and then you could beat him.
Oh, I would love to have, like, to stand and throw hands with Dusty Rhodes in my life. Even if I got the shit, like fucking kicked out of me at the same time, I would have been like, yeah, let's go. I'm into this.
That would be very much one you would do just to have the story.
Yeah, I'd be smiling the whole time.
Just getting your ass kicked by the American Dream, baby. As he's cutting a promo on you as he's kicking your ass.
Oh, that's the dream. I don't care. Like, he can hit me with, like, shoot punches and then hit a worked elbow and I'll still bump.
So that sets up AJ Styles against the American Dream Dusty Rhodes for NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 65, October 8th. Jeff Jarrett opens that show coming out and he talks about how Dusty is selfish. Dusty's out for himself. Dusty is jumping the line. He's a typical icon, just like Savage and Hogan and Piper and all these people who he name drops multiple times this month, I think, just to get Hogan's name in there in a way that seems moderately organic as opposed to just mentioning Hogan for no reason whatsoever. And Dusty comes out and he stands on the ramp and he's like, no, you can't talk. I'm not letting you respond to me. I have things to say.
I love this, actually. And every time Dusty would go to say something, he'd cut him off with it. And it was so good. And then Dusty just, like, didn't even get a word in and, like, Jarrett leaves. And Dusty just looks, like, despondent from it.
Yeah, he's like, well, I'm not even going to say anything because the segment just ends. Like, as you mentioned, Jarrett's like, the best thing I can do tonight is leave the building. So, and I will face, whether it's you or AJ that walks out of that match, I'll see you on October 22nd, but I'm out of here. And yeah, Dusty just kind of stands there kind of flabbergasted. He's shell-shocked.
This is a good angle. Just an interesting note from me watching this show. Interesting choice to seemingly have Jarrett and Styles double turn ahead of their title match. Oh, Liam, of a week ago, you hardly knew.
I wonder why they suddenly put that into movement.
But yeah, I really liked this segment. I thought this segment was really good. It's funny, like, there's a lot of cool segments on these shows, but the wrestling just really let it down.
So today has a sit-down interview with Dusty where they talk about his history with the NWA title and how that title means so much to him. And it's just your standard Dusty Rhodes promo where he's like, oh, this is the history and tradition is so important to me. And it works every time because he's Dusty Rhodes.
I could listen to Dusty talk about the territories all day.
He's like the opposite of Piper in that even when Dusty talks about nothing, he's interesting, whereas Piper always talks about nothing and he's not interesting at all.
But you know what it is? He adds like this gravitas to history, and it makes you feel like how important it was. It's really brilliant. If there was a podcast back in the day where Dusty and Rob Naylor were just talking about territories, I tell you what, I would have slapped down. I would have paid the Patreon money for that.
Because, yeah, Dusty's talking about how important it was to him that he won the belt that Jack Briscoe or Lou Thesz had, and how that established him in wrestling. And now this, he maybe has one more last run in him. Maybe AJ's taking him a little lightly. And I do love how he turns it around on Jarrett. It's like, if the positions were reversed last week and I had the world title match on October 22nd and Jarrett had a chance to take a title match on the 8th, he'd take it every day of the week. And he's like, yes, you're right, he would.
And I like how in this promo he's like, maybe I am a little selfish. Maybe I am a little cocky. He's like, you know what? Yeah, I'm allowed to be, bitch. I'm Dusty Rhodes.
Yeah, he's like, I'm the American Dream. I can do whatever the hell I want.
And it's like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. You can.
You are the American Dream. There was a slightly more unfortunate show running angle through this one, which was Vince Russo.
Listen, I thought it was good.
So Russo is not there at the start of the show. Styles is worried. He's there backstage with Siaki, Trinity, and ECMO, and they can't get in touch with Russo. And Trinity's like, oh no, he's going to come, it's fine. And then later in the show, right before the world title match, a drunk Vince Russo arrives.
Yeah. And a drunk Vince Russo arrives looking exactly like me.
Oh, that's how you look all the time?
Just hair everywhere, beanie half on, jacket half on. Just straight up Liam fit right here.
He's like, hey Jay, don't you worry, bro. Everything's gonna be. He's Rick from Rick and Morty.
No, he's Morty from Rick and Morty.
He's both. He's Rick and Morty combined into one.
Yeah, Rick Vince Russo talking to Morty AJ Styles about wrestling Dusty Rhodes.
So yeah, he shows up drunk, and he's at ringside drunk, for the world title match between the phenomenal AJ Styles and the American Dream Dusty Rhodes for the NWA World title, in which Styles retains after Dusty Rhodes passed out in the figure 4 and AJ beat him by pinfall.
Dusty bleeds like a maniac in this. It looks like he's been shot in the goddamn eye at one point.
This like the crowds are pretty dead for all of October. Like for a crowd that was actually pretty hot for a few months there, they completely lose interest in TNA this month. And this is the match where I'm most sad like the crowd weren't into it. Like, cause like a big match where Dusty's in the world title match and the crowd are living and dying on Dusty. And I think there's two things that maybe distract from them being invested in Dusty, and that is...
Well, there's one big thing that distracts them.
The first is the fact that Jarrett is getting the title match October 22nd, so most people probably don't think Dusty is winning.
Yeah, I think going into this, not many people thought Dusty had a chance here. But, like, I guess that's what the opening segment at the start of the show was meant to be. It was like, if it is Dusty Jarrett, like, at least there'll be something to it.
And then the other thing, of course, is Vince Russo playing drunk at ringside, just taking all of the steam away from the match. It's all about Vinny Roo.
I remember being so worried that Vince Russo was going to ruin this by making it all about him.
He did.
They kept, like, cutting back to Russo, like, very early on in the match, and I'm just like, stop it! I'm trying to watch Dusty Rhodes and AJ Styles.
It actually made me mad. That, like, you have Dusty Rhodes against AJ Styles. Like, I think calling it a dream match is probably a step too far because of this isn't Dusty in his prime, but it's like a really cool intergenerational match, and you decide to make this whole goddamn match between one of the best up and coming wrestlers in wrestling in 2003 against one of the most iconic wrestlers in the history of wrestling. You decide to make the whole thing about drunk Vince Russo. Like, the only person who can make that choice is Vince Russo. I can't imagine, like, everybody in that building, everyone else in this company is like, yes, this is what this match should be about. It should be about Vince Russo spiraling out of control instead of a really cool intergenerational world title match as two generations collide, and we have this cool moment for Dusty challenging for the NWA title. And, like, Dusty comes out in his... fair enough, he did it the week before as well, but it's cooler here for the title match, where he comes out in his trunks and the boots, and he's in his old school wrestling gear, and he looks like the Dusty Rhodes of old, and he actually shows up for this match, and they make it about Vince goddamn Russo.
There was a very funny moment to me in this match where they were brawling out on the outside, and Dusty like laid AJ out and then just sat down for a straight minute. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, take a fucking breath, son.
Because he's already bleeding at that stage, and they're brawling into the crowd, and he's just like, I'm just going to chill out here for a minute.
You know what this had the energy of? Vince Russo showing up drunk to his son's recital. He's like, you got this, man. I'm so happy for you. But, like, to go back to the earlier points about the booking and stuff, it's like, do you really think Dutch Mantell was like, you know what, we gotta get this Dusty Rhodes AJ Styles match and make it all about Vince Russo?
No, I don't think he would have. Do you think Jarrett or D'Amore or... Like, the only person making this about Vince Russo could possibly come from is Vince Russo.
Glenn Gilberti.
Disco and Vince Russo.
Yeah. There was one drunk Russo spot in here that I really liked. And it was a really great spot where Russo goes to help Styles leverage the figure 4, but falls down like a drunk asshole. So AJ just does it himself and wins without Russo's help.
Yeah.
I like... AJ still won as a heel, but he did it with his own heel shit and didn't rely on his dad.
Yeah, Dusty did get a visual submission over AJ in the figure 4, but the ref was distracted.
Yeah, all in all, I didn't hate this match, but I didn't love it either.
I did like Mike Tenay and Don West were very good. I did enjoy Mike Tenay explaining the history of Dusty's figure 4 and how that these are the big matches he's won with the figure 4, and this is why this is a big move, and he's locked it in, and he's gonna beat AJ with the move. It really does help when you have somebody like Tenay who legitimately knows wrestling history. He doesn't have to fake it. He doesn't have to recite a Wikipedia page like I think you see a lot of announcers do. It's like, oh, I read these facts off Wikipedia. Whereas like Mike Tenay lives pro wrestling history. So when he gets somebody like Dusty in there in this kind of match, he can really add to the call with adding the historical context of Dusty challenging for this belt and the moves he uses. And I think that's really neat.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to weird, subtle heel Don West this month.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. I didn't really notice it that much, to be honest. But then you told me about it. I was like, oh yeah, that did happen.
Like he's doing a thing where the week before he's like rooting for Russo. He's like seeing Russo's point of view. He's seeing Don Callis' point of view. So it's clearly like a little edict. It's like side with the heels a little more often, Don, please.
Yeah, the same Don West who was up and screaming on top of the announce table when Amazing Red was getting his big win. But it's like, yeah, we need you to be a little heelish.
Yeah, the same Don West who's like defining trait is his utter wholesomeness. It's like, no.
Well, alright. I think you overplayed Don West's wholesomeness at points. My man was still horny as fuck in some of those early shows.
Wholesomely horny.
No, there was definitely no wholesomeness to that horniness.
They do seem to drop the Don West stuff by the end of the month, but yeah, the first couple shows of the month there is some very like he does it often enough that it's noticeable that it's like, oh, he's leaning toward the heels now, isn't he?
Yeah.
For reasons passing comprehension. So after the match, Styles and Co attack Dusty. Security tried to stop them. Russo is the one that cuts off security.
Russo rules. I'm sorry.
There's a much bigger Russo ass-kicking segment on the next show, which we'll talk about.
I never want to see him like book anything, but I really don't mind him as a character on the show.
Do you like his taste in ice hockey jerseys?
Yeah, actually, I thought it was pretty cool.
Can you name the 2 teams he wore jerseys of this month?
No, I did notice. Okay, I remember that the beanie had like a buffalo on it.
Oh, I didn't even notice the beanie.
Oh, I didn't. I only noticed that whatever beanie he wore while he was drunk had a buffalo on it.
Mm.
I couldn't name you any of the teams. I don't know any teams. I know that the jersey that he wore in the second one was like a blue and black and white number that I thought was pretty cool looking, but I couldn't tell you the team.
He wore a New Jersey Devils jersey.
Makes sense.
Then he wore a Grizzlies jersey.
Ah.
So there you go.
I don't know either of these teams.
Not a big fan of the New Jersey Devils?
No.
Is the only hockey team you know the Calgary Hitmen?
No, I know the Blackhawks?
Sure. Chicago.
That's a thing, right? Yeah, Chicago. Who's John's team? They always talk about it and are very upset.
Kings, isn't it?
Yeah, Kings.
LA Kings.
And there's the one that's really big in Las Vegas because like it was like the first sport they got.
The Ducks. They're not in Vegas.
it's like the Knights or something, right? Golden Knights, Golden something.
Golden Knights is basketball.
Is it?
No, those Golden Warriors.
Yeah, that's Golden Warriors.
American
I'm pretty
sports.
sure it's Golden Knights. Golden Knights. Vegas Golden Knights, ice hockey team. Fuck you.
I've been to one hockey game. It was the Houston Aeros against the Iowa Chops. It wasn't even NHL. It was the whatever the division below that is called.
Hey, Garrett.
Uh-huh.
The Golden Knights just lost to the Kings. Shout out. Woo.
Oh, good for them.
And then they beat the Sharks 4-1.
Very much invested in these NHL results.
Now they're facing the Coyotes.
I did watch like 5 minutes of the Olympic hockey during the Winter Olympics. Shout out to Finland who won it.
I was going to ask how you did in the Winter Olympics.
We don't have Winter Olympics. We don't do winter sports in this country.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Australia and we still competed.
We don't have winter sports in this country.
Did you not even compete, you cowards?
No, we had a couple where we had people sent over, but like we have no open house, so we pay no attention to it whatsoever.
I want to see how we did. USA. There you go, Great Britain, that's you, right?
I will fight you.
Come on, you won the women's curling. Come on, I knew we won something. We won 1 gold, and I was like, wow.
What was it in?
We won 19 Winter Olympic gold medals total. We got a bronze in snowboarding, hell yeah. We got 2 silvers, 1 in the skeleton and 1 in the snowboarding. And we won freestyle skiing.
Good for you.
Be jealous.
Big fan of women's freestyle skiing.
I am when Chikara Anthony takes the gold.
I thought you said Chikara Anthony there. I was like, is she named after the wrestling company?
Yeah, good work.
Well done to Australia's Winter Olympic team.
Yeah, we got 4 medals. 4 more than Ireland.
So yeah, Styles and his pals attacked Dusty. AMW tried to make the save. They were taken out, but Jarrett then actually made the save. He struck everybody with steel chairs. All of them put their hands up except for Ekmo, who took it straight on the skull.
Gotta love it.
And then they set up Dusty and AMW versus Russo, Ekmo, and Siaki for the following week.
Well, didn't they also do the thing where Jarrett, like, considered hitting Dusty with it for a second?
No, they're pals. They're friends.
Shows better of it.
And Vince Russo was like, you stupid son of a bitch.
You stupid son of a bitch.
For a whole year, we've been trying to make pals again. And you keep rejecting
It's not
me.
true at all. Blatant lies from Vince Russo.
To be fair, it did start like that. If you remember, Russo did help him win the NWA title in the first place. And then helped him retain the belt a couple times. So he did help him out a few times before eventually he tried to ruin his life.
Yeah, he did help him when he was dressed as a KKK member.
Yes, that is a thing that happened.
And like, not even a joke. Like, that was the point.
So we split off in multiple directions here as Styles is done with Dusty. We begin building toward Jarrett and Styles. And we have more Jarrett and Russo drama. And we have other stuff to talk about, including NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 66, October 15, 2003. The show opens with Mike Tenay and Don West informing us that an incident happened in Japan between Jeff Jarrett and Hulk Hogan.
This ruled. I loved all of this. I thought the angle was really cool, and I loved the recap of the Chono match.
So we open the show where Mike Tenay and Don West are holding the newspapers of the Japanese coverage of Hogan's return to Japan.
And I think they were like, this is only like 3 newspapers of like 7 that covered it. And I was like, that's such a good little touch.
Yeah, and they're like, these are the mainstream newspapers in Japan covering Hulk Hogan's big return. The photos in the newspaper, they zoom in on the photos.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think a New Japan ran Jarrett Hogan NWA title match would have done way bigger numbers than a TNA one?
No.
You don't?
Do you think anybody in Japan knows who Jeff Jarrett is?
Probably.
No.
I think he probably could have gotten away with it. I think it would have done bigger than in the US, probably.
Well, yeah, it would have done like basic New Japan show numbers, which is big, or like Hogan doing a New Japan date numbers, which is probably bigger than Hogan doing a TNA date numbers. But also, like, nobody in Japan would give a single shit about that match.
I don't know. I saw the newspapers, Garrett.
Like, Hogan wrestling a big Japanese star, like wrestling Chono for the first time, that's a big deal. Hogan wrestling Jeff Jarrett in Japan, nobody would care.
All right. That's Bullet Club's Jeff Jarrett to you, mate.
There's also a note in the Observer. It's like none of the reporters actually knew who Jeff Jarrett was when he did the angle where he attacked him backstage.
Okay, that's really funny. I take it back now. You know what's funny? Like, this the Jarrett attacking Hogan stuff just reminded me so much of Chris Jericho's New Japan stuff, where he'd show up and beat up Naito at like a contract signing or whatever.
Ripping off Jeff Jarrett, always.
I was gonna say, like, Jarrett and Jericho have very similar auras in New Japan.
I do like this. So they're showing all this newspaper coverage, and like there's the big photos of Hogan everywhere, and then like tucked in a tiny corner is a little photo of the Jeff Jarrett attack, and they're like, oh, look at this one too. We're in the paper.
Yeah, they would have done big numbers.
So yeah, they tell us about this incident. They show us the newspapers and say that they're going to show us the footage later tonight, which they do. Which they show the footage of Hogan beating Chono with the Axe Bomber Lariat. They show like the sold out Tokyo Dome, all 55,000 people according to Jimmy Hart.
Do you think like they sent Borash with him to go like get the footage, and all these Japanese news people were like, who the hell is this guy?
This Jerry Borash fellow.
Yeah. And why did he show up just for the Hogan post-match?
Just filming. I like the idea of JB just globe-trotting with Jeff to shoot shit. I don't know if JB was there. Maybe they just shot it themselves, and maybe it was just the regular New Japan backstage camera, but still.
I choose to believe so, because Jerry Borash has ring-announced the Tokyo Dome.
For multiple years.
Yeah, so take it back. I think he was there. He was making connections.
Or just that was TNA had a working relationship with New Japan.
He was making connections. God damn. Why do you take everything from me?
So TNA and West later in the show, they show us that footage of the match, and then they post-match angle where Hulk Hogan is backstage talking to reporters, and he's talking about how he's unfinished business in New Japan, and he also has unfinished business in the United States because he has never, Liam, been NWA World Champion.
I think Hogan winning the NWA title would have been pretty neat, but also I imagine there's a lot of people who are like, no, that is not allowed.
Do you think like Jerry Briscoe or Jack Briscoe or Harley Race or Dory Funk is just like, no?
I like to imagine if you had have tweeted out Hulk Hogan should have been NWA champion, people would have been in your quote tweets going, what? Clap emoji, do you even watch? Clap emoji.
All the Puro nerds would have been jumping all over me. So in the middle of Hogan's speech about how he wants to become NWA champion, Jeff Jarrett kicks the door down, bursts into the room, smashes Hogan over the head with a guitar, lays in some punches before Chono runs him off, and Hogan's laying there, bleeding in a mess in a heap with the Konami logo behind him.
The symbolism for me and how much money I spent on that company.
Ah, yes, you were lying in the heap for Konami, because they make the Yu-Gi-Oh games, don't they?
Yes, they own Yu-Gi-Oh! Sorry, I'll do a second version of that joke. Symbolism for Hideo Kojima getting kicked out of his Metal Gear.
Yeah, because Jarrett is Konami and Hogan is Kojima.
I like to imagine that it was just like Hogan uttering the words NWA that summoned Jeff Jarrett to Japan.
He just appeared there. He was like sitting down reading the newspaper in Hendersonville, Tennessee, sitting out in the lake being like, oh, I'm having a nice day. Then Hulk Hogan says the words NWA and he just appears outside the door with guitar in hand.
Yeah, ready to go. In a completely different, in his all-white outfit.
To slap Hogan with the guitar, laying some punches. Hogan bleeding there, lying there. He's doing the, oh, you thought you could come to TNA, I brought TNA to you line that you will hear a lot in TNA history.
I really liked this segment. I thought it was really good.
Yeah, it was a good angle, I think, to jumpstart the entire the entire feud between Hogan and Jarrett. It only lasts a week because the match is off by the next week. But I think it's a good start.
I wish it had have paid off in an actual match. Or do I? I don't know.
And like, honestly, take out the dumbass Bash at the Beach stuff. This is just the angle. Hogan mentions that he wants to come to TNA to become NWA champion. Jarrett goes to Japan to beat the shit out of him. Hogan comes back to the TNA to get revenge. There's your... It's a simple, straightforward. You have a title match. You don't have to build it off the work shoot bullshit. You don't have to build it off stuff that people don't even remember or maybe don't even know about in the first place. You just tell a simple, straightforward pro wrestling angle. This company always it's pro wrestling. You don't need to shoot all the time. You don't need to base things off backstage politics. You can just tell a good, simple story.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Shoot.
Do you want me to shoot? Pew pew. I think Hulk Hogan isn't worth the hassle.
It is interesting to see New Japan footage on TNA television for the first time.
Not the last.
Certainly not the last. Over multiple iterations between TNA and New Japan, their relationship changes multiple times through the years in ways we'll cover, I think, extensively as the show goes on.
Honestly, has there been a more on and off friendship in wrestling than TNA and New Japan Pro Wrestling?
Yeah, Impact and New Japan back together again. Just had the Bullet Club break up on Impact.
Yeah, you're getting some big New Japan angles on Impact.
It's wild to see how that relationship... And this is the start of it. This is the first time TNA and New Japan came together to work together in any capacity.
World Japan or Wrestle Japan or whatever the hell it was called. Absolutely shaking right now.
They're like, oh no, we got that sick Kenzo Suzuki against Perry Saturn match. No, we'll get nothing now?
I was really hoping for Kenzo Suzuki Rick Steiner at some point.
With his cool pants.
God, those pants were cool.
So Mike Tenay's in the ring. He talks about what we just watched with Jeff Jarrett attacking Hogan. He talks about how there was an announced attendance of 47,000 in the Tokyo Dome.
I like that Tenay's like, I will not bow to this.
I will maintain my credibility by making it entirely clear it is an announced attendance and not the actual attendance. Before Jeff Jarrett comes out to talk about what he did, the crowd's chanting Hogan all through his promo. He does the usual instead of Hogan.
And they're chanting some anti-Hogan stuff as well.
It's predominantly Hogan. There is persistent Hogan chants over his entire promo, and then there's a "We want Hogan" chant later, to which some of the crowd, a smaller portion of the crowd, respond, "No, we don't."
Don't you call the heel section that?
Listen, we want that heel section out. Don't you disrespect AMW.
Yeah, I think it's a new heel section. Oh, we got to talk about the heel section being represented at AEW.
Oh, the heel section sign, the heelsection.com sign, which may just be a different podcast, but it was in Nashville, so it's canon. That was the heel section.
And they were in like the bottom right hand corner of the screen too. I was like, oh my god, they even got the same section.
They were in more or less the heel section. So yeah, there's canon that the heel section from 2003 TNA re-emerged for AEW Dynamite last week.
You should have seen the reaction I had when I saw that.
I missed it. I didn't see the sign, and you pointed it out, and I had to go back and find it.
I was truly appalled. I was watching that Dynamite with someone, and they had to explain the heel section to them because I was so overcome with emotion at the heel section sign.
They should have sent Alex Marvez out there to have a talking to with the heel section.
There should have been some more NWA-TNA crossover on that show.
Hey, CM Punk did the dog collar match, which was a direct callback to the dog collar match he did against the New Church.
Oh, and not to mention the dog collar match on this show, exactly referencing the Roddy Piper Valentine stuff. It's pretty insane how there's always something that's relating to current day wrestling from NWA-TNA.
You see, NWA-TNA is the true genesis. That's the reason they were using the name Genesis. It's the genesis of all the ideas in pro wrestling. They all actually came from NWA-TNA. And like Mercedes Martinez actually wrestled on that show and in Nashville for AEW, and yeah, she had a match in the Asylum. She had the match where Desire broke her back.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
I don't think we ever mentioned who Desire's opponent was then. It was Mercedes Martinez.
Yeah, we mentioned it on the watch through, I think.
Jarrett's doing his promo. Mike Tenay brings up the Bash at the Beach thing, which again they just call Florida, I believe. And Jarrett loses his shit. He's like, no, don't you mention that, Mike Tenay. I told you never to mention that. Until Vince Russo tackles Jeff Jarrett from behind.
Yeah, this is the business he had to settle.
Because there was a match earlier in the show that was meant to be Russo teaming with Siaki and ECMO against AMW and Dusty, but Russo pulled out of that match, replaced himself with Legend because he had business to settle, and that business is with Jeff Jarrett.
So this is an interesting segment because this is full return of Stone Cold Jeff Jarrett. Like, honestly, maybe the most Stone Cold Jeff Jarrett has ever been. But I think it's meant to put sympathy on Vince Russo because of how brutal Jeff is here and because Jeff is going heel. But I couldn't bring myself to feel sympathetic for Vince Russo.
It's a weird one because, like, Russo is still a heel. He's still attacking him for no reason. He's still blindsided. He does kick his ass for a while. He beats the shit out of Jeff Jarrett for a minute or two before Jeff Jarrett turns the tide. And then, yeah, as mentioned, Jeff Jarrett just turns it around and just relentlessly beats the heck out of Russo, hits him with a garbage can, just brawls around the building, beats the living shit out of him.
Was he, like, restrained to that fence? Because I think he was just, like, hanging there while Jeff was just laying in these giant shots on him.
And Jeff just beat the shit out of him, beat the shit out of him, and beat the shit out of him. And you're right, even like Don West again was doing like subtle heel stuff, and he's like, oh, maybe this is too far. No, was he cheerleading this? What was Don's reaction to this?
Don was saying that it was too much, and Tenay was going, well, Russo started.
Yeah. So he was siding subtly with Russo the heel. But maybe Russo's the babyface here? Because Styles is kind of a babyface here.
Because, like, the way it was being, like, sold was, like, even just having Don be like, ugh, it made you feel like you should be feeling sympathy. I just think this Jarrett heel stuff is all very muddled at this point.
And it's funny, again, going back to the last couple of months, we were talking about how, like, oh, for once there's defined heels and baby faces. There's nobody on this show who I don't know whether I'm supposed to boo or cheer.
And that goes away this month, I'll tell you that for sure.
There's a ton of people this month who aren't defined heels or baby faces, including this segment where neither Jarrett nor Russo are defined heels or baby faces in this moment. And, like, Jarrett's doing a heel promo on Hogan, so Jarrett's kind of a heel, but, like, Vince Russo is obviously still a heel. He never turned. Even in this show, he's, like, ducking out of a match against Dusty to do this brawl against Jarrett. So he's even, like, kind of heelishly escaping getting his comeuppance from Dusty as well. So, I don't know. We're not meant to like anybody, I think, is the real message.
The NWA-TNA formula.
Eventually, Styles, Siaki, and ECMO they don't really make the save. They just kind of come out and Jarrett leaves.
Mm-hmm.
So as the show is going off the air, we are after our main event on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 66. Jimmy Hart is on the phone and he's talking about how Hulk Hogan's coming to TNA, brother, and he's armed and dangerous and he's going to take over and he's going to win the title. And then Jarrett comes out and he's like, no, I'm focused on AJ next week. I'm going to win the NWA World title. This is the first like actual mention that Hogan is on his way to TNA, and AJ comes out, brawls with Jarrett as Dusty looks on. That's your go-home angle for the world title match.
I like the cool guy who was wearing a Sting mask in the background of this segment.
Was it Sting?
It might have been.
You can never discount a person being wearing a Sting mask as being Sting.
He did grab a child's face and pull it back at one point. I was like, this guy's getting very rough.
Is that a thing Sting does? Does he assault children?
We'll have to wait until the Paparazzi Productions segments come out.
So Jimmy Hart announces Hogan's going to TNA, and then that takes us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 67, October 22nd, main evented by AJ Styles versus Jeff Jarrett for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship.
It was alright.
I didn't like this match. I thought they had a very good match earlier in the year when Styles challenged Jarrett for the title. I liked that match a lot. I thought it was a good version of the Jarrett formula. I think, like, fair enough, I knew in hindsight that AJ's losing the belt here, but I think literally everybody watching the show knows that AJ's dropping the title to Jarrett here to set up the Hogan stuff, so that doesn't help.
If it makes you think about it, I'm clueless, and I knew that he was dropping the belt here.
So I think it really, really doesn't help that it's clear as day AJ's dropping the belt. They're doing the double turn that Jarrett goes heel, so Jarrett tries to hit it with a chair, AJ kicks out, Jarrett gets a belt shot, then Jarrett wins the belt with a belt shot. Callis celebrates with Jarrett. Callis and Watts are at ringside. Actually, a weird thing. Earlier in the show, literally the match before this, there was a match between AMW and the Naturals, where the Naturals cheated to win. Eric Watts came out, restarted the match, AMW won. The very next match, Eric Watts is standing at ringside, watching Jeff Jarrett strike AJ Styles with the NWA World title, pin him, become champion, and he doesn't restart the match.
Garrett, you're forgetting one key component here. That's his best friend.
Ah, the corrupt Eric Watts. I didn't think Eric Watts could betray me like this.
It's nepotism. That's his best friend.
He's just letting his best friend do whatever he wants so he could become NWA champion again.
If you cheated to win the NWA title, Garrett, I wouldn't restart the match.
Even if I was associating myself with your mortal enemy while doing it?
I wouldn't restart the match.
Because he is associating himself with Don Callis while doing this. He's celebrating with Don.
I wouldn't restart the match. Even if you were associating yourself with the guy who said that my bit about not reviewing the match wasn't funny, I would not restart the match.
Your one mortal enemy in life.
Mm-hmm.
So the story in this show is that AJ didn't want help from Russo, Siaki, or Ekmo. Russo's not here. Russo was taken out by Jarrett. So Ekmo, Siaki are like, AJ doesn't want to talk to us, and AJ's like, stay backstage. Siaki does run out to try and interfere, but Dusty runs him off. And yeah, as mentioned, Jarrett with a belt shot, with fully cementing his heel turn, becomes your new NWA World Heavyweight Champion.
So I think a point we both differed on here is that I thought this still carried the gravitas of an NWA-TNA title match, where I think you felt it didn't.
No, I think part of that is I think the build to AJ and Jarrett had too much to do with other people. Like, Jarrett was feuding with Dusty, Jarrett was feuding with Hogan, Jarrett was feuding with Russo, but Styles was like the fourth most important person in Jarrett's month here, even though he's building 3 weeks to a match between Styles and Jarrett. So I just didn't think it felt important.
Yeah, but I think it still did carry that weight with me. I'm sorry about the crickets. I have to open up this window.
I guess it adds ambiance.
Yeah, this is the after dark portion of the podcast.
With added cricket noises.
Yeah, hope you like that. Ooh, sultry.
So earlier in the show, Jimmy Hart comes out and he's talking about how Hulk Hogan has signed with TNA, and the crowd go like, woo! And he's like, no, wait.
No, the crowd go, wait, what?
Because the way this promo is set up, this is the promo where he's announcing that Hogan is getting knee surgery and the Bound for Glory is postponed. After they announced Bound for Glory, they promoted Bound for Glory, and now they're like, Bound for Glory is postponed. They spent 2 weeks promoting Bound for Glory, and then Jimmy Hart comes out and he says like, I want to tell you that Hulk Hogan has signed with TNA. Every impression I do, it just ends up like Rick or Morty.
It's Morty.
It just veers toward Rick or Morty. Ah, jeez. Jimmy Hart as Morty.
Ah, jeez, Jeff Jarrett.
So yeah, Jimmy Hart comes out and he just says like offhand, like Hulk Hogan has signed with TNA, and the crowd are like, well, woo, and he's like, oh no, that because he didn't say it as like a big pronouncement. It's like Hulk Hogan has signed with. He's like, no, Hulk Hogan signed with TNA, and the crowd is like, oh well, that's a thing we should cheer for. And Mike today's like, oh hell yeah, that's the news we wanted to hear. And Jimmy Hart's kind of like taken off guard because clearly he didn't want to emphasize that point in his promo, given the next point in his promo, which is that he needs knee surgery. The November 30th Bound for Glory pay-per-view has been postponed.
I mean, we've already talked about all this. Yeah, it took the air out of the crowd a little bit there.
I did like how Dave Meltzer reported that 37,000 people were in the Tokyo Dome for Hogan's match. Mike Tenay announced that an announced attendance was 47,000. Jimmy Hart has increased the number to 55,000 people on this show.
Yeah, I think 55,000 is like the big kayfabe complete sold out Tokyo Dome number.
So 55,000 people in the dome.
For a building that I'm pretty sure does not hold 55,000 people for a wrestling event.
Doesn't it hold like 35 tops?
I think it's like around that 37 mark. So, no. This did not do that.
So yeah, Jimmy Hart announces that Hogan is out of Bound for Glory and that the match is postponed, but it will definitely still happen, even though it doesn't. So Jarrett comes out after Jimmy Hart mentions Bash to the Beach. Jarrett's pissed. He's real mad. He gets in Jimmy Hart's face. He pushes Jimmy Hart over. He gets a leather strap and he just straps the living shit out of Jimmy Hart.
Unfortunately, because of Jimmy's years and years and years of tanning, it didn't really show up.
No, and even like we'll talk about the segment at the end of the show where he's like turning around to show his back. It's like you can see it. He's been whipped, but it's not. You have to like squint your eyes and really like focus on the whips on Jimmy Hart's back.
All right, if I was a worker, I'm gigging that back before that promo.
I don't think I'd ever gig my back.
I would gig my back for that promo. Because it was a great promo that he cut too.
Yeah, so Jarrett beats the living hell out of him, and then at the end of the show, after Jarrett wins the world title, Jimmy Hart appears on the screen backstage with Scott Hudson, where he does this big Jimmy Hart promo where he's like, "You beat the hell out of me, well, I'm gonna make you pay. I'm gonna have my revenge. Oh, jeez, Rick."
I really like, he's like, "Thank you for waking me up," stuff. And it was so good. I was Dixie there, but thank you for waking me up. It was really good. I enjoyed it.
All of your impressions veer toward Dixie, all of mine veer toward Morty.
Yeah. We were talking about it on the watch along, that it's like, it's interesting that I feel people don't have this perception of Jimmy Hart anymore. That he can be like this guy. Like, people are just like, oh, WWF guy with the megaphone. Like, funny comedy guy.
Yeah, because, like, myself included, wouldn't have seen him as, like, an actual real manager and a dude who's a legit great promo. So to see a little glimpse of it here, where he does cut this fiery promo about how he's going to get revenge for Jeff Jarrett, and he's managed so many people through his career, and he has this long list, this Rolodex of people he can call on to get revenge on Jeff Jarrett, and one of them is going to come next week.
You know, for two people who have watched very little territory stuff, we always gravitate to the territory stuff on this show.
Well, you see, it's mostly because the rest of it is like Vince Russo Crash TV, which isn't particularly interesting. So when you get someone like Jimmy Hart doing an actual pro wrestling promo, like a legit just good pro wrestling promo where he got his ass kicked and he's going to try and get revenge, which is like the very basic pro wrestling story. Like the 101 story is heel beats up babyface, babyface wants revenge. That's like the basic premise of every pro wrestling story. So when you just break it down to that very simple quality of Jimmy Hart, who's a very good promo, having a reason to cut this fiery, passionate promo on Jeff Jarrett, it's so much better than all of the other shite, or they're trying to tell these big elaborate stories about worked shoots or like all this other nonsense and with comedy and skits and all that other shite that Vince Russo insists pro wrestling needs, instead of simple relatable stories of revenge and all that fun stuff that pro wrestling is actually supposed to be. So that's I think the reason we gravitate toward it is because it's just better pro wrestling. So Jimmy Hart does bring multiple people to the October 29th TNA pay-per-view, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 68, where he's getting multiple people in. But before that, AJ Styles and Jeff Jarrett have a confrontation.
First thing that happens is like we get the reveal of the limo and some guy, just some dude.
Yeah, the limo driver.
It's just some guy just hanging out.
And Jimmy's like to the limo driver, it's like, "Hey, should I reveal who's in the limo?" And Jimmy's like, "No, I'm not going to."
It's like, all right, fair
And
enough.
the limo driver's like, "Hey, whatever you want, Mr. Hart."
Yeah, and then he just kind of hangs out in the background all show. But yeah, we have this Jarrett thing. He's coming out. He's like, "Oh, look at me. I'm a cool heel champion." Then AJ's like, "Oh, I'm a babyface now." And then because AJ is now a babyface, he gets, like, quite frankly, thrown the fuck out of the heavyweight division by the red shirts.
So Jarrett's doing this big promo. He's like talking about all he's achieved in TNA and how great he is. And he has this letter from a fan, which I transcribed the letter in its entirety.
Of course you did.
Because we need to verify the veracity of this letter, whether or not it's actually real. Because Jeff Jarrett claims this letter was emailed to him. So the letter says, "Dear Jeff," I'm along.
Sorry, this is from someone in New Jersey. You must read this in a New Jersey accent.
"Dear Jeff, I'm a long-time fan who's watched
I literally just spit take.
every single episode of TNA on pay-per-view. And I wanted to take this chance to send you an email thanking you for everything you have done for wrestling fans in the country. Congratulations for winning back the belt that was rightfully yours all along.
Joey Wheeler!
The NWA World Heavyweight title is the most prestigious title in the wrestling business. And the belt is in the right hands, with you as champion.
Hey, Yuki!
I also want to thank you for doing yourself and the entire wrestling world a favor by getting rid of Vince Russo the way you did. He is really a cancer to the wrestling business, and if you given a chance, he would have killed TNA. And finally, thanks for going to Japan to take care of Hulk Hogan before he had a chance to come to TNA. As soon as I heard rumors that Hulk Hogan was coming to TNA,
a little bit.
I had a sick feeling in my stomach. And thankfully, you went to Japan and made sure you'd never step foot in a TNA ring. I will continue to watch every week. Hopefully, Jimmy Hart won't stick his nose in your business again. I can never get tired of you seeing you give that guy a beating like the one you gave him last week.
The coffee.
Thanks again, champ. Joey from New Jersey.
Holy shit, it was Joey! Joey last name Wheeler.
I figured it was Joey last name Janela from New Jersey, but you know what? We could say it's Annie Joey from New Jersey.
After that reading, it was Joey. Fucking Joey Wheeler.
Is Joey Wheeler from New
Holy
Jersey?
shit. He's got like a Brooklyn accent, but you sounded exactly like him.
There you go. Clearly. Hey, Yu-Gi-Oh! If you're recasting Joey Wheeler, I'm right here.
Hey, Yu-Gi-Oh!
The entire just entity that is Yu-Gi-Oh!
We've already talked so pleasantly about Konami. I'm sure they'll be all for it.
So Jeff Jarrett reads that letter, and then AJ Styles comes out. AJ looking like the jerk boyfriend from a rom-com in 2003.
Oh, just looked like shit.
He had his hair like spiked up. He's trying to look cool. He's the most 2003 looking man.
Yeah, he's got to get that X Division hair again.
Legitimately, I think that's what they're going for. So Jarrett's like, hey, why don't you go back to the X Division?
Why is he Joey now?
Everybody's Joey. Everybody is either Morty or Joey Wheeler.
There you go. Yeah, I hate it when they use the X Division as like a punishment.
And I think this is the first time they've really done it, where it's just like, oh, you go back to play with your flippy boys over the X Division. You're not heavyweight
No,
material.
because they did that when AJ first went to the like main division. They're like, you're just an X Division guy. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm just the best part of the show. Sorry.
Yeah, this dude is NWA World Champion. He beat Dusty Rhodes. He beat freaking Jerry Lynn. He beat Frankie Kazarian. He beat Raven. He beat
you!
He beat Jeff Jarrett for the title. He beat all of these people, and you're still burying him as not on the level of the heavyweights because he's small.
He beat you.
So yeah, the Styles goes to take out Jarrett, but the red shirts, as mentioned, literally drag him out of the heavyweight division.
This was a terrible image. This made him look like such a fucking geek.
And the weird thing is he doesn't go back to the X Division yet, because the idea here is he is going to go back to the X Division to stock back up the X Division and be like
You know what? Good. I'm glad.
And yeah, he's meant to be like the marquee face of the X Division, but he doesn't really return to the X Division until the summer of 2004. So like he still has a good like 6, 7, 8 months in the heavyweight division before he goes back to the X Division.
Just as some sort of jerk off.
So yeah, then we had our main event where Jimmy Hart had not one but two people, because in the middle of the show, TNA went full WCW Monday Nitro, where it's like there's a mystery man in a limo and a mystery man in a Hummer.
They went to some dealership, and the dealership's like, here, 2 for 1.
Again, if you listen to our friends, the Days of Thunder, you will be very intimately familiar with WCW's penchant for introducing mystery Hummers. And who is in the mystery Hummer?
It's me.
So we had our main event. The man in the mystery limo, Liam, was Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
A match you loved.
Listen, I think Mike today worked me into a shoot.
I thought it was like the pumpkin for sure. I was like, Garrett saw the pumpkin shot and was like, 3 stars.
A couple days before Halloween, he did hit him with a pumpkin, so I do very much approve of that. But like Mike today was just going batshit crazy on commentary, talking about how this is a Jim Duggan unlike anything we've ever seen, and he did work with intensity and energy that I don't think we've seen from Jim Duggan in a long time at this period. So like it was cool to see him go out there and be like fully fired up, beating Jarrett's ass, hitting him with a pumpkin. And the match was only like 3 minutes long, so you can't really go too bad with a Jarrett Duggan match. It was shorter than the Duggan against Mike Sanders match that I did call the worst match in TNA history.
There you go, full circle.
So Jim Duggan has redeemed himself by having a shorter, brisker, more high energy match against Jeff Jarrett.
We did get a taste of that old Jim Duggan spirit. That he wasn't scared. That his kids begged him not to do this match with Jeff Jarrett, but he said he had to do it.
Saddam Hussein couldn't stop Jim Duggan from getting this match against Jeff. If people haven't listened to the older episode, that quote is going to seem so strange out of context.
My favorite bit of this was Don West saying something along the lines of, "How can you boo America?" And I was like, very easily.
And so the man in the mystery Hummer, Liam, was Rick Steiner.
The crowd was into this. I was into this. I was going, oh.
Dogface Gremlin, you were barking.
Yeah, I was like, Braun Breaker.
So I couldn't tell whether or not they had a real match.
Yeah, it rang the bell. It's a real match.
So yeah, they work for a couple of minutes, then the ref is bumped, then Jarrett hits him with a guitar and the bell rings. I don't know who calls for the bell because the ref was just bumped, but Steiner's obviously...
It was on the outside. He saw it on the outside. He called it.
So Steiner's obviously like, I'm not losing. Whereas Jim Duggan is like, I'm losing. Speaking of not losing, one of the people asked to be in this segment was Honky Tonk Man, who was asked to appear on this show to put over Jeff Jarrett, but turned it down.
He didn't. He's like, I'm the guitar guy.
Yeah, I'm not being buried by this dude stealing my gimmick.
Yeah.
And Jarrett defeats Steiner by well, actually, no, technically he loses to Steiner by DQ because he hit him with a guitar. And then Jimmy Hart comes back out and it's like, you may have dealt with them, but next week, Jeff Jarrett, you'll be facing Sting!
Really, couldn't get Sting this week?
Listen, he only had budget for a Hummer and a limo. He couldn't get another limo, maybe a helicopter. How does Sting arrive, do you think?
Propels, obviously.
Oh, yeah, he couldn't get up into the rafters. He was like, how do you get to the rafters of this building?
Yeah. He propels from space.
Ah, Sting is an alien?
Well, actually, as I've seen from now, he has like some cool Cadillac thing because he picks up his son in it when he goes to wrestling.
Excuse me?
Well, he's got this guy called Darby.
Oh,
Allin,
right, yes, sorry, that son.
Yeah. And when he goes to the wrestling, he always picks him up in some cool Cadillac. I like that they actually travel together. Have you seen that video? There's a wonderful video of a guy who had like AEW plates on his like car, and Darby and Sting pulled up behind him after, I think it was All Out. That was the most recent one. It was Full Gear. They pulled up like behind him in traffic at like a red light, and they saw that the guy had AEW plates, so they both ran around to each side, and they were like, ah! And the guy's like, ah! And he's like, Sting!
That's cool.
Yeah, so Sting and Darby actually ride together.
Because they're father and son.
Yeah, they have to go back to the house, obviously. I was going to say, how much Sting content do you think is going to be in Darby Allin's reality show that he's getting to replace Cody's?
I hope it's all of it. I hope they legitimately pretend that he's his father.
That'd be really funny.
Sting just playing reality show dad. So we are building to Jarrett and Sting next month.
Yeah, Bound for Glory main event.
Well, no, but just a regular TNA pay-per-view main event.
Well, eventually, right? They main event to Bound for Glory against each other.
That's true. We just have to wait 3 years down the line.
I'm looking forward to when we get out of the weekly pay-per-view era.
We only have a little over a year more of it, a little under a year more of it even.
Ah, look, we're getting there. We're getting close.
We're nearly to the end of 2003. We're running through these shows.
Yeah, feels it.
So that is the end of the world title scene. Let's move toward Raven and the New Church.
The other thing that's going to take up fucking forever.
I don't know, because like there's a lot of angles in all these shows. So the story of this month is that Shane Douglas has been relieved of his New Church duties.
Do you want to run through the Shane Douglas stuff real quickly? Because that's a lot shorter.
Yeah, so at the start of the month, there's a promo before a Trial K against Slash, Slyn, and Vampiro match where James Mitchell is just like, hey, Shane Douglas, thank you. We're done. You've beaten Raven for us. You've taken us there. Our relationship is now over.
Yeah, and the story, of course, being here that, like, Douglas wouldn't have had a way into TNA otherwise. So this was his way in, and now he's in. He earned his spot, and he's going to go on to do his own stuff now. Mainly cutting promos into pairs of tits.
So yes, Shane Douglas's new thing this month is that he is trying to recruit the new franchise. He's the man who popularized the shoot interview. He's the man who popularized the triple threat match. He's the man who made the franchise a household name. So now his new thing is he's going to recruit the next generation of franchise. So he's on a recruitment mission to find his new protege.
By cutting promos into titties.
So yeah, the entire thing is just a pretense for him to get women to show up next to him so he can talk to their boobs.
I did like the payoff here on the last week though, where the cameraman's like, "All right, I'm gonna go in for my booby shot," and then Shane Douglas is like cuts this really good promo in to the camera about how like, nah, I pay your bills. I dragged you off the street. You'd be filming weddings right now if it weren't for me. So to keep the camera on me. And then he cuts his off-camera promo to to whoever it is. And they do like the little back and forth there. It's really good. I like that they obviously filmed all these in advance because Shane Douglas had his facial hair in all of these. But then when he shows up to do the live show stuff, he has a clean-shaven face.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Continuity errors in TNA.
But honestly, I think I just like Shane Douglas. Because all this Shane Douglas stuff was great.
Yeah, and he's good in this role as like the veteran who's trying to recruit the new generation of franchise. As mentioned, it's Michael Shane. They accidentally revealed that on the show because on the October 22nd show, Michael Shane has a match against Christopher Daniels and Chris Sabin, and they accidentally play the franchise's music before Michael Shane's music. And
of course, they don't acknowledge it. It also reminds you how good the Shane Douglas theme music is.
So yeah, it's very strange that they completely. But even like Michael Shane is talking backstage about how he's been getting advice that he should be doing this or that or shouldn't be defending the title in this way, and the announcers are forced to like not put it together. Like they even work it out that it's one of those three men that he's scouting because he is watching. He's shown in the crowd watching the X Division matches.
He does it twice. I think it's pretty convincing. He doesn't do it for any other match.
So he's very clearly he's recruited Michael Shane. The commentators should be able to put this together, but they're still like, who is he scouting? Who's in his new franchise?
I'm curious if franchise is the one who's like, change your name. Stop doing this Shawn Michaels shit.
No, the only reason that they don't change the name out of like a choice, it's just because WWE hired the Shane brothers, and Michael Shane was one of their names, which was trademarked, so he had to change his name to Matt Bentley.
But he had it first.
But he hadn't trademarked it.
Yeah, that seems like, can't you like make a claim that you had it on TV first?
I feel like you could.
Maybe they didn't care enough.
Yeah, or WWE just have more lawyer money.
Well, they definitely have more lawyer money.
I will say the crickets do add a nice ambiance.
I'm glad. Sometimes when like I'll play D&D online, I'll normally put on like a Witcher soundtrack or something, right? But sometimes I just search up like outdoor sounds, like just crickets going or a light breeze or something like that, something to add the atmosphere in that way.
So NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 64, Raven comes out to cut a promo about how he's gonna take out the New Church. He runs them off after Slash, Sin, and Vampiro are disqualified in a match against 3LK after Vampiro hits Ron Killings with a cane, which deeply confused the announcers, by the way. They're like, what's it a DQ for? It's like, he hit him with a cane in front of a referee.
To be fair, are they wrong to question this in this company?
There's low blows this month that happen just right in front of the referee, and the referee just doesn't do anything.
There was one really good one that was hidden like just by running in and running out really quickly. So my biggest takeaway from this match was that Don West hates 3LK's theme music.
Does he? Why?
Because he goes, thank God they broke up the 3LK debut of the song.
He's not a big fan of 3LK's genre of music.
Yeah, he's like, thank God. I hope we never have to hear that ever again.
And later in the month, 3LK come out to a different song.
I think he did it.
Don West got rid of the song.
So yeah, I think this one, for me, it kind of immediately killed Vampiro's aura. Because like, day one, he has to get in there with fucking BG James, who like does a dance in front of him. And you're like, I don't know, man. It's Vampiro. Maybe just treat him with a bit of like, oh, it's Vampiro.
Yeah, because Vampiro has a few matches this month. He has this one and he has a match against The Gathering before he does the Raven match. And I would have just said, just don't have him wrestle. Just have him build to the Raven match.
Or like book him like fucking Malice and have him just run through him.
Have him squash Mad Mikey or Shark Boy or something.
Yeah, I really thought this was a bad decision to have like a guy who clearly was like, I don't fear this guy at all, when he was like this white hand of murder for a month.
See, Raven comes out, runs off the New Church, and talks about how he's going to go through the New Church one at a time. Is his new mission to take them all out.
I just really want to reaffirm here, Raven looks so much better like this. And now he's got the face paint going again. Ugh.
And he has the dog collar around his neck, so he has that little chain added as well.
Just the coolest.
So he wants to get to Mitchell, and he's going to take out everybody before he can get to Mitchell. There's a note. Vampiro has rubbed some TNA agents the wrong way by offering a few too many suggestions for his character. The focus of his storyline is on Raven and Sinister Minister, and the word in the locker room is that Vamp isn't content with being a supporting character.
I mean, fair enough. It's probably hard to be a big star somewhere and then be like, alright, I'm just a guy here.
And like, the point of this feud is not for Raven to get to Vampiro, it's for Raven to get to Mitchell.
Yeah.
And Vampiro is like the big boss of the New Church still, but he's still like the step before Raven gets to James Mitchell.
But like that's the whole, like the territory shtick, right? It's like you want to get to the manager above all else. Also, like James Mitchell is literally the devil, so
yeah. And I think this is the last we see of Vampiro. All of his stuff is here in October. Like, all of Vampiro's TNA run, every match.
How fitting. Halloween.
Yeah, it's the spook month for the Blood Gallows of Retribution match, or whatever it was called.
Oh, fucking Dream Blood of Retribution.
I think it was Dream Blood of Gallows Retribution, Doc Gallows.
This is a Devil May Cry mission.
Dream Blood of Festus match.
Oh, that sounds disgusting.
So yes, Raven starts his journey through the New Church with a match against Sin on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 65.
I just read this and my only note was the word blood.
My favorite thing was the promo leading to this match, where backstage James Mitchell was there with his New Church, and he's talking about how tonight Raven's going to face Sin. And Sin is a tough dude. He's so tough that we're going to throw darts in his back right now, right in front of you, so you can see how tough this man is.
This was the promo where I officially declared that the New Church are the best thing NWA-TNA has ever done.
So, like, Mitchell is just cutting this promo about how Sin is a tough guy. Sin turns around, Slash walks up with some darts, and just starts throwing him in the back of Sin.
I like that at the end, Sin doesn't even get, like, the credit for this, because it's Slash going, next to his back.
Doesn't even know, so he doesn't even turn around. He's just there with darts. And, like, it's so typical of pro wrestling that they probably shoot through darts in the man's back.
Oh, they 100% did.
It's so stupid that wrestling is like, oh yeah, we're going to actually throw darts in this man's back, even though there's probably a way we could very easily work the idea of throwing darts in his back without actually throwing darts in the man's back. But yeah, Raven beats Sin. I have very little to say about a lot of these actual matches. I think they're all fine. They're all like Raven just runs through the guy pretty quick.
I think everything this month was like between 2 and like 3.25. So if you want our impressions on the match, all of the matches, not terrible, but nothing great really either.
The other note before this match is that Raven told the Gathering that this is a mission he wants to go by himself, so Punk and Julio shouldn't come out.
We're starting that up now too.
Yes, so after the match, Raven tried to get further revenge on Sin. Vampiro interfered. They were going to hang Raven again from the rafters in the corner, but the Gathering made the save.
He just said not
He
to.
did just say not to.
His bloody kids aren't listening to
They're
him.
not. So NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 66, October 15th. The show opens after we get the Mike Tenay, Don West talking about Japan. We get Mitchell being brawled out into the arena with Raven being dragged by a chain.
Yeah, this was actually pretty great. I wanted to mention real quick. At the start of 65, there was a really great little mini James Mitchell promo with his hair was all on his face and he was sweating and he's like, I want to literally kill this guy. I want to kill him and I want to see him in hell. And I was like, that's a great promo.
Yeah, I think it was included in the cold open, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which is a weird place to put it. It's like, no, put this good James Mitchell promo. Put it like an actual spotlight on it.
They've started to do these things where like they would do the recap and then they'll cut to a promo what happened after it. But they're just in the cold open. But yeah, just wanted to mention that because it was a really good promo.
It's not even usually like a full promo. It's usually like a 20-second, reaction shot.
It's like a New Japan interview.
Everything is the Japan with you on this episode, isn't it?
Well, only the good things.
So James Mitchell being dragged into the arena by Raven, he's going to hang him, but then he's jumped by Vampiro and Slash, and he's put through a table before once again the Gathering arrive.
Yeah, we're setting up a big match later on.
Yeah, so Raven was meant to face Slash on the show. Instead, the Gathering faced Vampiro and Slash. And Eric Watts makes that change.
Classic.
So later in the show, Raven is backstage with the Gathering, and he's like, guys, I told you. And he's very patient, in fairness. He's not snapping on them. He's just like, I told you I want to do this myself.
I like how they're very careful here to make Raven not come across as a dick about this.
I do find it interesting how like Raven is like being pretty nice about it. Like he's not like he's not trying to drop bleach down CM Punk's throat.
I was gonna say the old Raven literally would have tried to murder one of them over this,
but instead he's just like, guys, I told you this is a mission I have to go through by myself. Please leave me do this by myself.
But also like, why? Just don't.
He wants to take them out one by one.
Real men accept help.
Raven's not a real man.
Whoa, what the fuck?
So Vampiro and Slash defeat the Gathering later in the show. Raven comes out, tries to get his hands on Mitchell, but Mitchell escapes.
Again. It's almost like they're paying off to that or something.
So NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 67, Raven faces Slash in a dog collar match, which has, I think, my favorite dog collar match finish of all time.
That should literally be the finish to MJF Punk.
It's so good. So they have the chain between them. Slash charges Raven in the corner. Raven does like a real quick rope-a-dope, then pulls on the chain. Slash does like a 360 spin, and then Raven catches him in the Raven effect, drops him, pins him. Like, I can't do it justice to how smooth it is. It's like all one single movement. It's really cool. It's such a good finish.
Yeah, it looked really cool. There was some awkward moments in this dog collar match, but for the most part, it was pretty fun. I mean, Slash is great, so...
I think they're pretty cool awkward moments sometimes as well, where it's like they didn't measure the chain properly, or the chain gets stuck in the rope or something, and someone gets their head pulled the wrong direction.
What happened was he went over it, but he didn't realize that the chain was still threaded around, so he went to Irish whip him, and he just got fucking yanked down by his neck.
Which, listen, very unpleasant, I'd imagine, for Slash, but a pretty good spot in a dog collar match.
If only it was something he had been ready for and could have prepared for instead of just legitimately having his neck get yanked.
Yeah, great finish to this match. After the match, he tried to hang Slash. Vampiro and Mitchell made the save. There's a brawl. Vampiro spat mist in Raven's face. But the Gathering ran out to help again, even though Raven told him not to, and Raven's mad because they tried to help.
Grr.
An angry man. So later in the show, the usual thing they do now, where Don West and Mike Tenay are running down the card for next week. Raven interrupts them to challenge Vampiro to a Dream Blood Gallows of Retribution match for next week.
This is the most pretentious thing I've ever heard in my life.
And like, it's a pretty simple story, or like the stipulation. The match, there's dog collars hanging from each of the 4 ropes. You have to tie the dog collar around your opponent's neck and choke them and hang them for the match to end. But yeah, the Dream Blood Gallows of Retribution.
I hate how much they said Dream Blood. Makes no sense.
The weird bit is they dropped the dream bit for the next show. It's just the Blood Gallows of Retribution match.
Yeah, but then he has dream blood on his chest.
He does. So there's mixed messaging here from the NWA-TNA.
And he cuts a promo where he's like, James Mitchell, I can't feel your dream blood.
And then NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 68, Raven finally gets his hands on Vampiro in the Dream Blood Gallows of Retribution match. Raven wins. They do the same DDT they did with Franchise, the top rope DDT through a table, except Vampiro took absolutely none of the bump.
Yeah, I think the table was out of place a little bit too here. It just didn't work out well.
Yeah, Raven just went ass first through the table. Vampiro did not come within a country mile of the table.
Not at all.
But then Raven threw him over the ropes, hung him. Vampiro is now taken out. Mitchell tried to interfere post-match, tried to throw a fireball. Raven ducked. Gathering ran out again. These boys do not listen.
And the problem here was, like, because it missed, they looked like dickheads running out.
And to be fair, it was meant to miss. Raven was meant to duck. But yeah, it's like, he was fine. What are you doing?
It would also, like Punk, like, grabbed him to, like, stop him. It was really weird.
I wonder, were they meant to actually pull him out of the way, but they just mistimed it?
Yeah, it was very odd.
So yeah, Raven was mad that the Gathering came out.
I was mad because it looked stupid.
Then Raven challenged James Mitchell to a last man standing match for next week's pay-per-view.
What if he just says no?
Listen, his entire new church has been taken out. What's he going to do?
Say no?
That's true. He could just say no. And obviously, like, Sin wasn't that badly taken out. Sin is probably recovered.
And so just, like, make a call to Malice, you know?
Yeah, get Brian Lee back.
Yeah. But also just, like, don't show up next week. No, it's like, don't show up next week. So what, you lose a match by, like, count or whatever. Raven's still bald. Still scalped him.
Still got his hair.
Doesn't take that away from it.
Still got all his dignity and self-respect.
Yeah.
So that is the Raven and New Church stuff of the month. I will say, this felt like this program just should have ended with the hair versus hair match. The Raven Retribution story doesn't feel particularly interesting.
Yeah.
But listen, the matches have all been fine. The stories have all been fine. But after like 2 or 3 months of Raven and Douglas being like the highlight of the show, this month it's just a thing on the show.
Yeah.
All right, tag teams, which I think we're going to be real goddamn quick about.
You don't want to get real in-depth with Doring and Roadkill?
I don't really even want to go like beat for beat through everything that happened with all these teams and stuff this month.
Let's just gun through it.
All right, so we have the continuation of the 3 Live Crew against Diamond and Swinger feud. There's a 6-man tag team elimination match and a regular 6-man... a match between Sandman and David Young. Let's start with Sandman and David Young. So Sandman is meant to be facing Glenn Gilberti on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 64, October 1st. But David Young is so eager to get into the good graces of Diamond, Swinger, and Gilberti that he's willing to take Gilberti's place in that match.
Well, it was more of like a prove yourself to us thing after he was like, hey, why'd you beat me up with chairs? And then they were like, it's just a thing we do. Come on, get over it. They gaslit him.
No, the beating him up to chairs was later in the month.
Wasn't that like last? Oh,
no, he beat him up. They beat him up with chairs after he lost to the Sandman.
All right, it's all the same thing.
These are the stories this month that there's just a bunch of stuff happening, and none of it is particularly interesting. It's just stuff.
Yeah, and like actively, some of the bad stuff happens in this stuff too, because like that tag match was dreadful.
Which one?
The AMW Young Gilberti.
I thought. We'll go to in chronological order. We'll get to. So Sandman faces David Young. Sandman wins with a top rope hurricane rana and a swanton bomb.
Well, he busts out the swanton every now and again.
I love him just doing high flying moves. It's so stupid. But more importantly, Liam, Sandman during this match was wearing a t-shirt.
Yes.
A t-shirt that seemed to generate a considerable amount of interest on Twitter in the last week.
It's a good shirt.
So it's the new TNA t-shirt with a TNA logo on the front, and on the back it says, I smacked it raw... ... I want more TNA.
They definitely don't have the copyright for this. We need to sell it.
Do we want to sell it is a question I would ask.
Yes! We need to bootleg this.
This is the worst t-shirt I've ever seen in my life. Anyone who likes this stupid.
I would wear this daily. We need to get this.
Next time you have a presentation or something in college, I want you to wear this t-shirt to it.
Alright, get it to me.
Wear your I smacked it raw... I want more TNA t-shirt.
Yeah, I would wear that. We did the club fucking initiations today. I would have worn that then.
Would you have plugged the podcast then, huh?
Yes.
Would you like to hear the story of my I smacked it raw, I want more TNA t-shirt, huh? You have to listen to You've Got to Be Kidding Me.
I think this is giving you a lot of reason to buy me this shirt.
Listen, I don't think I could find this shirt. I don't think there's very many of the...
If only some dashing rogues would bootleg it for people.
So everybody could wear their I smacked it raw, I want more TNA t-shirt.
Come on. Tweet us if you want the I Smacked It Raw, I Want It More TNA t-shirt from us.
I would love to be in the TNA marketing department when they're like, I smacked it raw, SmackDown, Raw. I smacked it.
Is that what it's meant to be? I just thought it was a sex joke.
Did you literally not put together the SmackDown and Raw part of it?
I definitely did not.
What the-
I just thought it was a neat sex joke, you know?
You didn't put together the shot at WWE in there?
Nope.
Liam!
I like it less now.
Yeah!
I thought it was some cool sex stuff,
No,
you know?
it's a really bad, dumb wordplay joke.
I smacked it raw. I want it more. She'd be like, I smacked it down. I'm a clown.
Why would you have it? I'm a clown. That doesn't put over TNA at all. Who are you, doink?
Move on.
I smacked it raw. I want more TNA.
Move
I
on.
still cannot believe that you actually didn't understand the shot at WWE wordplay in the t-shirt.
I just thought it was a cool sex shirt.
No, sex has been gone for a few months now.
Another shirt we should be bootlegging.
So after the match, Diamond Swinger Gilberti came out. They beat the shit out of David Young with the chair, and then Trill came out to save. Following week, David Young was like, "Hey guys, what the hell? You just beat the shit out of me with a chair." And they're like, "No, as you mentioned, no, we do that to our friends. We only beat people who we like.
Yeah.
How high pitched can we get when we explain this?"
Straight up gaslighting here.
Gaslighting poor David Young, trying to make them into a friend. Then we had a 6-man tag match, Gilberti, Diamond, and Swinger against 3LK. It was elimination rules. Disco was your sole survivor. The match was a match.
It was dull.
So much of the wrestling on these shows is it just exists. It's just there. The crowd's dead. They're just wrestling in front of a dead crowd. Nothing's happening.
Yep.
Should we go to AMW Kid Cash and then pivot back? Because no, we'll go to Doring and Roadkill.
Yeah, well, do the AMW stuff as a part of that Abyss.
Cash and Abyss, yeah.
Cash stuff.
So we have the debut of a new tag team. We've seen Danny Doring in TNA before, but he's brought his old ECW tag partner Roadkill to face Diamond and Swinger.
ECW nostalgia runs, yeah.
I do like Gilberti being like, these guys killed ECW, now they're coming here to try and kill TNA too.
I liked him being like, I don't know who these guys are. And then I bet Swinger and Diamond don't know who they are either.
Even though they wrestled in ECW and they were ECW tag champions.
And today's like, what?
You shut the fuck up.
Yeah, basically. He's like, you know this is bullshit. So I learned recently that Gilberti worked Dragon Gate.
Oh.
Or Torimon, rather.
Good for him.
As, I guess, a part of the WCW deal. And then apparently, like, shit on the show immediately after.
Of course he would not think Dragon Gate is good wrestling.
Yeah, it was just a little funny sidebar from Open the Voice game on the VAW network.
Disco's Dream Run in Dragon Gate.
He's one match.
Who did he wrestle?
Oh, it's got so many names. Boogeyman, Disco with a Q, Disco Inferno with a Q, DI, Glenn Gilberti with 2 N's, Brooklyn Stud, Slave, and Teaser. He works 0-1.
God, why did these companies book Disco?
We're gonna be checking that out in a second, but let's find out what this Torimon match was first. Disco Inferno, Latin Lover, and Magnum Tokyo defeated the Italian connection of Berlinetta boxer Condotti Shuji and Pescatore Yagi. Aha, perfect. In 6 minutes at Absolute Amente.
Dream match.
I'm gonna find out the show now. That was the Dragon Kid Darkness Dragon Mask vs. Mask match.
Ooh.
Tremendous match. And then, of course, his 0-1 match was Kohei Sato, Hoshikawa, Shinsuke Yamagasa, and Sasaki based against Aussie Beef, Boogeyman, Don Arakawa, and Saru the Man. I assume he was Boogeyman.
Aussie Beef is everything that happens when I say mean things to you on podcasts.
Aussie Beef is a Japanese man.
Still, don't you ruin my wordplay.
But yes, that is some good old Puro.
The famous Puro featuring the Disco Inferno.
Coming soon to the Patreon. That's our crossover with Open the Voice game.
So yes, Doring and Roadkill made their debuts. They took out Diamond and Swinger. They beat them in a non-title match. Then the following week on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 67, they had a title match in which they lost. I thought Roadkill looked good, but otherwise these matches were unremarkable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even remember anything Doring did in any of these matches. And the only thing I remember about Roadkill is that he did the cool dive.
Yeah, he did the double clothesline, which was rad. And then last show of the month we had ECMO and Fatu facing... ECMO and Fatu is the same person. Siaki and ECMO Fatu facing Danny Doring and Roadkill. Nice little match, perfectly fine. ECMO and Siaki won.
Woo!
Yep, ECMO and Siaki also had a match against Mad Mikey and Shark Boy, but I guess we'll talk about that when we get to Don Callis.
Yeah, Sharky kind of disappeared.
Yeah, he was taking off the shows, even though they bought a bunch of Shark Boy masks to sell, and then Shark Boy wasn't on the shows for the rest of the month after October 1st.
Bet those masks still sold, though.
Shell, yeah.
I know the Vampiros had a couple masks in the crowd, too. They really didn't play into the Halloween stuff enough on the last show, but there was a little bit of it.
And you had Jim Duggan with a pumpkin.
Yeah, that was the one, spot.
You see, they already did Styles and Russo dressing as Freddy and Jason, so they blew their Halloween load a couple months ago.
Yep.
So, if we're doing AMW against Cash and Abyss later, that probably brings us to the X Division then, doesn't it?
Yeah. Unless you want to do Cash and Abyss now.
Sure, we'll do Cash and Abyss now. It makes more sense. So Kid Cash and Abyss started teaming through the month and then ended up feuding. So they had a couple of matches against AMW, the first of which was on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 64. First match of the month.
Pretty good match.
Yeah, there was a real cool spot where Abyss was sitting in the corner and Kid Cash climbed Abyss, climbed his shoulders, then did a moonsault off of Abyss's shoulders onto Chris Harris.
Would you like to read one of my great notes for this match?
Sure.
Kid Cash looks like an evil Jeremy Renner.
You know, the long hair obscures it, but thinking about their faces, I see it.
I was really thinking late era Kid Cash when he returned to Impact with the short hair, but he does look like evil Jeremy Renner.
Yeah, I'll allow it. I will allow it.
And of course we had the biggest note in this match that Ron Harris has left TNA to be Randy Savage's road manager for his rap CD.
For his Be a Man CD, he's off to run the tour for Be a Man.
Yeah. Is there anything as simple as big man working for little man and the crowd is ready for the big man to have enough of his bullshit?
I was thinking the exact same thing here.
I was watching Wardlow here. I was watching Jamie Hayter here. I was watching anyone currently doing this shtick. But it is good-ass shtick every time.
And all people want to see is the big guy to snap and beat the living shit out of the little guy, and it works every single time, and the crowd go nuts for it every single time. It's one of those, timeless, simple pro wrestling angles.
Yeah, big fan.
So yeah, there's further Cash and the Abyss dissension here. Abyss's wetness level varies through the month, Liam.
He has a wet contender in this month as well.
Yeah, so his front is usually considerably more wet than his back, so he does dump something over his front, down his hair, and makes them all wet.
Maybe he just has a big water bottle like I'm currently drinking from.
Are you going to dump it over your head and make yourself Abyss levels wet?
I already spit taked fucking directly onto my goddamn mattress, so I don't think I'm gonna...
But yeah, good match. The moonsault off the shoulders was quite cool, but Cash won after he used the chair. Terry Taylor tried to inform the referee about the chair use, then Kid Cash and Abyss attacked him. AMW made the save to set up Kid Cash and Abyss against AMW with Terry Taylor as special referee the following week.
We're never going to get to this point in the show, but I really want to mention that Mike Tenay called Don West Big Boy.
Ah, yes. It's his affectionate little name for him as well.
Yeah, it's a fun little notch. I'm going to be so hurt when West does the heel turn.
It's not until 2009, so you have plenty of time.
I know, but I'm gonna be so distraught.
The anniversary of that's coming up actually was
I don't think I'm emotionally ready for it.
I did notice this month while I was watching these shows, every time they cut to the announcers at the start of the show, there's usually the opening match and then they cut to announcers to welcome everybody. Mike Tenay, every single time, nearly, not every time, but 9 times out of 10, and he says, "And hello once again everyone from ringside." Every single time, to the degree that I spent half an hour making a supercut of "and hello once again everyone from ringside" while watching one of these shows. I was I'm supposed to be watching it. It's no, I've heard this enough that I have to put 40 of them together into a single video. Actually, I'll put the video clip of Mike Tenay's "and hello once again everyone from ringsides" right here, so you can hear Mike Tenay say it 40 different times.
And hello once again, everyone from ringside. Hello once again, everyone from ringside. And then hello once again, everyone from ringside. And hello once again, everyone from ringside. Hello once again, everyone from ringside. And 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 hello once again, everyone from ringside. Hello once again, everyone from ringside. And hello once again, everyone from ringside. And hello once again, everyone from ringside. And hello once again, everyone from ringside. Hello once again, everyone from ringside. ringside. Hello once again, everyone from ringside. And hello once again, everyone from ringside. Hello once again, everyone from ringside. Hello once again, everyone from ringside. And hello once again, everyone from ringside. And hello once again, everyone from ringside. And hello once again, everyone from ringside. Mike Tenay and Don West.
I do wonder, like, I clearly have verbal tics like that. I'm sure some of the listeners can tell me about some of them. So if either me or Liam have verbal tics that we don't notice, but you clearly do, let us know on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Let us know our and hello once again from Ringsides.
We know mine. I can't.
What's yours?
Oh, remember we had like a whole bit about it. We were talking about how I say a lot of ums, but we're talking about how I said the same thing over and over again, but I can't remember what it was now.
And like, I'm not gonna like the ums and likes and you knows, like those are filler phrases. Everyone uses those, but stuff like and hello once again from Ringside is one of those things that's just ingrained in Mike Tenay's brain. Like he probably just reflexively uses every week. For sure, we all have them.
I mean, anyone who records hours of content, I'm sure has
those fallback phrases that your brain just goes to. So AMW NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 65, October 8th, faced Kid Cash and Abyss in a rematch with Terry Taylor as special referee.
Which is some bullshit, first of all.
Don West on commentary was like, Terry Taylor's a veteran, and he's a professional, and he will not screw Kid Cash and Abyss.
And he did.
He absolutely did. He totally screwed them.
Yeah, it seems unfair. Kid Cash rocking the heel section shirt.
Was he?
Yeah, he came out with a heel section shirt.
I did notice he wore a Violent by Design shirt on one of these shows.
Wow. The original member.
The long-term foreshadowing of the 2020 TNA stable.
Hey, EY was booked this month too.
Yeah, EY saw that shirt and it just like the idea just sat in his brain for borderline 20 years.
I like that he's their guy. And I like that the guy who like gets off on beating women is the heel section guy.
That's the person you want to champion, isn't it?
A good little match, actually. I like this match.
Yeah, it's your usual good little AMW match.
AMW really are the best.
They're such a great tag team. So yeah, usual chair spots, ref bumps. So and then eventually AMW won with a super kick into a chair, which Terry Taylor was looking right at.
He didn't give a shit.
Allowing AMW to cheat.
Then of course we get Wardlow turning on MJF.
We get the big moment. So Cash berates Abyss for the loss. Cash slaps Abyss. He's shouting at him, but then Abyss slaps him back. Cash low blows Abyss to try and cut him off, but Abyss fires up, hits him with a backdrop, goes to the Black Hole Sam, but Cash bails out. Which you didn't like.
Yeah, I always think that you should give them the big moment, just because it's the big turn, it hits them off right, gets the crowd right into them. Like, I guess it's a little more different with Abyss because he has, like, the one big move at the time. But, like, I was equating it to Wardlow, and it's like, I think I agree with you where, like, Wardlow shouldn't hit the knee or anything, but he should definitely hit MJF with a powerbomb straight
No,
out.
you see, I disagree. I think, MJF being hit with the powerbomb by Wardlow is the moment.
Oh, yeah, you know what, actually, he should, I take it back, he should powerbomb literally everyone else in the Pinnacle, like, 12 times.
Yeah, like, I suggested that in the watch-along, and you gave out to me.
No, I think in my head, I just imagined him, like, taking them out, which isn't fun, but I think because his gimmick is specifically guy who hits a bunch of power bombs, he should definitely hit a bunch of power bombs.
Yeah, he should take out every single person in the Pinnacle. He should powerbomb them all, and then MJF should get away. And the moment is when he powerbombs. Just like the moment here is when Abyss finally hits the Black Hole Slam, which he doesn't do. Because, like, he gets the firing up, he hits him with a backdrop, he is running wild, then the classic Abyss.
A backdrop that almost went real bad, by the way.
Yeah, like, Cash nearly didn't rotate, so he basically went up and nearly came straight back down in a way that would have been very, very bad, but it more or less worked out.
Yeah, but thank God we got the turn. I'm excited for this Abyss singles run now.
It's weird that he doesn't really go babyface after this, even though he's obviously the babyface in his feud with Cash.
He goes babyface against Cash.
So we have the first of two Kid Cash and Abyss matches for the month. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 66, October 15th. We got Kid Cash facing Abyss. Abyss wins with a Black Hole Slam.
I like the shock treatment.
Oh,
it's a great move.
I understand why nobody does it, because, listen, you're dropping on your ass every night. It's going to absolutely shatter your spine.
You should only do it if you have a thick dumper.
But especially a guy the size of Abyss, like dropping down on his ass with a guy on his shoulder, like that's so bad for you.
Yeah, that can't be good.
Compressing your spine, compressing your ass, breaking your back. It's not a good move to do. This is the night where Kid Cash delivered the line in a backstage promo. I not only beat women, I beat legends.
Yeah. I mean, at least, like, it's comedic now again, I guess. So, like, at least, like, when it's so comedic and over the top, like, it's at least you can play it off as, like, this heel shtick. It's when, like, it got real that it made me uncomfortable.
Yeah, when he's just silly and overly bragging about beating women. It's fine.
He's a silly little man now. So it's not like, but when like he's physically abusing a woman on the stage until she bleeds, it's a little much.
I know from backstage, Kid Cash and Abyss had a minor altercation in the TNA locker room following their match. After the match, Cash complained to TNA officials that Abyss had worked rough with him. Abyss took exception to Cash's claims and confronted him in the shower area. One wrestler described Cash's response. Cash went into his "I've been in the business for years and I'm not afraid of you, so bring it on" routine. Cash, who has a reputation for being a hothead, probably hasn't done himself any favors with Dutch Mantel.
I mean, Cash is he kind of has earned the right to be like, hey man, keep it a little light, you know what I mean?
Like Abyss isn't like a rube. Like Abyss is, I think, like a 4 or 5 year pro at this stage as well, though. So he's not like a rookie green guy. So I would understand Abyss taking exception, but also Abyss is cooler than Kid Cash, so I take Abyss's side.
I just mean like if you have a problem, you can bring it up.
Nah, Abyss should work stiffer with them next time.
Yeah, I do like the response to this from the booking perspective is, let's put him in a hardcore match. Let's give him a chair and let him sort out how soft they're gonna be.
One of them has to bleed. Following week, October 22nd, Kid Cash defeats Sanjay Dutt. Kid Cash beats up Sanjay after the match. Abyss makes the save. Sanjay crawls up on Abyss being like, hey, thanks, but then he gets black hole slammed by Abyss.
Yeah.
But debuting Sanjay, we'll talk about that more in a second.
No, he debuted in the tag.
But that's what I mean. We're mentioning him here, that this is the first that we are mentioning Sanjay, but we'll talk about Sanjay's actual debut in a minute. And then last show of the month, we had a steel chair on a pole first blood match between Abyss and Kid Cash.
I enjoyed this.
It was good for what it was.
It went a little long. I mostly liked it because of the post-match angle, I think.
Yeah, this is where Kid Cash had his Violent by Design t-shirt. There was a double rotation black hole slam in here. It wasn't like a real good one, but it was still a double rotation black hole slam, so I can't give out. So the finish was Abyss was kicking Cash's ass, but had the chair propped up in the corner. Cash sent Abyss into the chair. Abyss got back in the ring, continued to kick ass, but then the referee noticed that that shot into the chair caused Abyss to bleed, so Cash won the first blood match. Abyss, this is actually some long-term TNA storytelling here, Liam. Abyss went absolutely nuts at the sight of his own blood, kicked ass, destroyed security, wanted to kick some more of Kid Cash's ass.
Lore.
It is legitimate TNA Abyss lore.
Abyss has all the lore.
If you flash forward all the way to 2014 TNA, the Joseph Park story is that every time he bleeds, he turns back into Abyss.
How does he turn into his brother? Makes no sense.
They're the same person, Liam. Learn your TNA canon. So there is your Abyss and Kid Cash stuff. AMW are also flirting around the Diamond and Swinger stuff still. They have a match at the end of the month against Glenn Gilberti and David Young. You apparently hate this match.
Yeah, it was bad.
I will say this was the match where it's AMW shouldn't... I'm going to criticize AMW. It's going to feel so bad. AMW shouldn't be doing... I like this match. I didn't hate it as much as you did. But I will say that I reached the point where it's AMW do their formula match for every match, where they do the ref bumps, they do the interference spots, they do the foreign object. And you shouldn't be doing that for every match. You shouldn't be doing that for a basic ass tag match against Glenn Gilberti and David Young. I'm fine for your big blow offs. I'm fine for your matches against the New Church or your matches against Triple X to have that. But when you're having a bog standard TV match against David Young and Glenn Gilberti, and they also, we should mention the Naturals debut this month as well. AMW wrestled the Naturals, Andy Douglas and Chase Stevens as well this month. So those two matches, they do the full AMW formula. It's no, just go out and have a normal little tag match.
I just want to give a quick shout out here. You just reminded me. FTR straight up doing an AMW formula tag match with Punk and Mox.
Down to the ref bumps, everything I mentioned, the ref bumps, the interference, the foreign objects, the kicking out of the interference. That was the most AMW ass tag match I've seen in a very long time.
Well, and the move.
Well, they did an actual death sentence, but that's is it a Rock and Roll Express move or a Midnight Express move? They did the
in that match it was a goddamn AMW finish.
Yeah, the way that match was structured, they were doing a death sentence. They were doing nothing else.
Yeah, I remember watching it and being me and you just being holy shit, they're working an AMW tag match here.
No, I said it to you, and then you were like, oh, Mister, everything is NWA-TNA related, and then you just in brackets, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I was like, you're 100% right, but I gotta give out you for constantly comparing things to NWA-TNA. But it totally was, and a tremendous match too.
Especially because they were working Punk, who worked NWA-TNA. So Punk, I hope it was Punk who's let's do an AMW match.
I think old Dax and Cash were watching some AMW tapes over the week.
What an AMW match. So AMW have two matches at the end of the month. One against the Naturals, who are Glenn Gilberti's hand-picked opponents, where the Naturals win, Eric Watts comes out, restarts the match.
I like that way more than you.
The Naturals AMW match?
Yeah.
I thought it was fine.
I liked it. I thought this was a good little AMW banger.
And then the last match of the month, which is Young and Gilberti against AMW.
Which was me.
But yeah, the Naturals will be a reoccurring force in the TNA Tag Division. Andy Douglas, Chase Stevens will be...
Forever.
well, for 3 years. But they will be generational rivals of AMW for a little bit.
Cool.
So that's all the tag team stuff, I think. Glenn Gilberti recruits Siaki and Ekmo to take on AMW.
Over Swinger and Diamond.
Yeah, well, I think it's to take them out so they can't get the Swinger and Diamond.
Yeah, but Swinger and Diamond did offer. They're like, we'll take on these nerds again.
And Trinity thinks they're absolute idiots for listening to disco.
And she's not wrong. But I'm really excited for another Diamond Swing AMW match because their matches have been great.
3LK are still hovering around the tag division, Liam. Don't forget about 3LK.
No, they kind of disappeared, so...
X Division for the month, we have a bunch of Michael Shane title defenses. He has title defenses against Jerry Lynn. He has title defense against Christopher Daniels, against Chris Sabin, and against Chris Sabin and Christopher Daniels.
Okay, so we're going to get the Daniels stuff out of the way here.
So Daniels has been dumped down to the X Division, Liam.
And not only has he been dumped down, he has been completely devalued. Like, this guy he is no longer in any sort of prominent spot. This feels straight up like... we tried something, it didn't work, we're kicking you down to the X Division. But this feels like a legitimate demotion.
Because he does have a match against D'Lo Brown, in which he does win on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 64, October 1st, first show of the month. He beats D'Lo. So there is a little bit of, like, he's still beating one of the quote-unquote main event heavyweight guys, I guess. D'Lo's not a main eventer anymore. He's very much been dumped down into the mid-card. But then he is demoted to the X Division, and it's not even like, you know what, we'll give him an X Division title run. He goes in and he just loses.
He's putting people over.
He's been put in the X Division to lose the people.
I had some hope for it at the start because in the Kaz match, I had the note of, nice seeing Daniels back in the X Division. I wonder if this is an admission of failure to his earlier push against Jarrett. And as I would learn later on, yes it is.
It's just quite sad. So, first show of the month, Lynn loses to Michael Shane after Chris Sabin interferes.
And then Lynn takes offense to this and goes, why is there so much bloody interference? I'm leaving.
The next show, they show a pre-tape where Lynn is just like, I'm going home, and we don't see Jerry Lynn for the rest of the month.
We don't see a few people for the rest of the month.
AAA owner Antonio Pena was presented before the match. He had the X Division title. There's a fun note. AAA promoter Antonio Pena and Conan were in the same locker room for the first time since they bitterly broke off their business relationship several years ago. Vampiro, also a former enemy of Conan, was said to be instrumental in bringing the two back together.
I wonder. I didn't think Conan wasn't around for the rest of the month, so.
Well, he did some stuff.
He's probably still doing commentary.
And
right?
yeah, the more interesting note, Antonio Pena during this match went on commentary with Conan, which I kind of would like to hear that Spanish commentary to see where they're like sniping at each other.
If we can understand.
Yes, that's true. I don't speak Spanish. Someone translate the NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 64 Spanish commentary for me, please.
Thank you.
If you can find it. But Chris Sabin made clear during the match he would put his Super X Cup trophy on the line in exchange for an X Division title shot against Michael Shane, which he did, and then he lost.
Yeah, Michael Shane won the Super X Cup.
So he is officially canonical winner of the first Super X Cup, I guess.
Congrats.
He won with a handful of trunks.
Won the first Ultimate X, and now this.
He is Super X Cup winner. It's true. Well done. On that same show, Daniels faced Kazarian as Bad Influence explodes.
Oh, I didn't even realize that, but yeah. Kaz's been thoroughly downcycled even further than Daniels. That was a good little match.
Because this is Kaz's only appearance this month, isn't it? So yeah, there's a lot of people who only have like one show up for one show this month.
Which is weird because there's like 5 shows. I think this would be the opportunity to have a bunch of people in 1 month.
This was a weird one. So Daniel's followers help him win successfully. He wins due to interference due to his 3 little goons. And then he's given out to him and chastising them after the match saying, I need my brothers, I don't need you.
I guess he feels weak.
But like, the following week he challenges Michael Shane for the X Division title, and the finish of that match is one of his goons tries to interfere on his behalf. He's accidentally sent into the X Division title, and then Shane wins. It's like, surely that's the moment where he's like, I'm done with my follower goons because they just cost me the X Division title.
I think it's a bit of both. I don't know. It's a growing issue.
It feels like they did that promo at the wrong time. Also, like, there's no follow-up on this. This happens on October 8th. There's 3 more shows this month where there is no follow-up on Daniels getting his brothers.
He's trying to track down Loki.
He's like, Loki, you still in Japan? Where's Skipper? What's Skipper doing?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Maybe he's in Japan too, because he does work all Japan.
Yeah, maybe they're all going to Japan. Daniel's working 0-1.
We're taking our Japan tours. Daniels, you can stay in TNA.
And Daniel's like, I'm going to go beat Curry, man, now.
I forgot to mention my favorite Michael Shane promo this month, where he's talking about how, like, Shawn Michaels hasn't won Ultimate X. Shawn Michaels hasn't won any X Division title. Soon, Shawn Michaels will be known as Michael Shane's cousin.
He's not
He
wrong.
was listening to our podcast bit. We did that exact bit.
Mm-hmm.
He's a big fan of You've Got to Be Kidding Me.
Who isn't?
So Shane retains against Daniels. After the match, Shane tries to beat down Daniels further until Chris Sabin makes the save.
Babyface Sabin now.
Kind of? I don't know.
He also disappears, so...
I guess... No, he doesn't. He's in the freaking next title match in the last show of the month.
Is
Yeah,
he?
there's a three-way. Or no, it's not the last show of the month. It's the second last show of the month. But yeah, there's a three-way between him. He doesn't disappear at all.
He just wasn't on the last show.
Yeah, he misses one show and Liam forgets about him.
Yeah.
Maybe they're like, Daniels is a heel, Shane's a heel, so do we have to turn... And we've turned Frankie as well. Frankie is kind of a heel, even though he works as a babyface, even though his character is that he's a ladies' man who's distracted by women. So is he a heel? Who knows? But so maybe they're like, we need a babyface in this division, so we have to turn Sabin.
He couldn't have been at the Halloween show. He would have been very distracted.
Why?
Because the girls wore the costumes.
Oh, right, I thought you were talking about Sabin.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he would have been distracted as well.
So that sets up a three-way match between Sabin, Daniels, and Michael Shane, which might have been the best match of the month, actually.
The best TNA three-way of all time.
No, that's probably still Styles, Raven, Jarrett. Like, even up to this period, it's not the best TNA three-way of all time.
I was just doing an unbreakable bit, okay?
The Daniels, Sabin, Shane three-way that everyone talks about.
Yeah, the very famous TNA three-way.
But I thought this was a good match. There's not a lot of, like, really good matches, and this might have been the best match of the month for me.
This 2 3/4
No,
star
I
match.
disagree. Never mind. Which match is that? Oh, no, it was the other X Division match. It was the X Division tag I liked a lot, I think. No, I gave that 3.
Yeah, that was the best match. No, I didn't. I don't know what's happening anymore. I think I'm thinking. Yeah, that is the best match. Sanjay Dutt and Eric Young versus Fuego and Clark.
Because I gave one match this entire month above 3 stars, and it was the Raven and Slash match, and it was entirely for that DDT finish.
So the real actual best match was the return of these are just 4 X Division guys. It
Just going out there having a cool match.
was a cool match. We can go into the Sanjay stuff.
Yeah,
now.
so Sanjay Dutt makes his TNA debut as Sanjay Dutt and Eric Young face El Fuego and Jarrell Clark.
I mean, just look at just 4 TNA legends.
All of them making their TNA debut other than Eric Young.
Who was in the other time.
Yeah, so real good match. El Fuego, I believe, is the father of Fuego del Sol.
Is that true?
He's also the father of Fuego 2.
Wow, that's impressive.
I don't think that's true. Don't.
Rest in peace, Fuego too.
The people who might actually believe that. It's like, oh, really?
This is good to see this X Division introduction style match again. They're great. Young did his double DVD, which is really cool. And I gotta admit, EY already feels TV ready.
Yeah, he's a guy who has just that natural charisma, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's ready to be on television at this point,
Jarrell Clark gets a cool 630.
as he's known to do.
He is Mr. 630. It is his name.
So I don't have much to talk about Sanjay in this match or the next match, but I have a lot to say about Sanjay in the last match of the month.
So yeah, Sanjay, I did like that Mike Tenay and Don West made a point on commentary to say that, like, most people that start in TNA get like a tryout and explosion and then work their way up. It's like, no, this guy came straight down to the pay-per-view because we're so impressed with them.
Similar way of being put over to like how Kaz and Sabin were.
Yeah, so that match was October 15th. So you had 2 more Sanjay Dutt matches. We've already talked about one of them. He was a face Kid Cash, and I'm almost disappointed that he was just playing the role of X Division jobber against Cash so quickly. But then he faced Michael Shane in a match that Shane's advisor told him to make non-title.
Yeah. Okay, so I just want to talk about this match real quick. Sanjay got like 75% of the offense here. This was a showcase for Sanjay Dutt.
And rightfully so.
Yeah, and he was really good here, really impressive. Did a lot of really impressive flippity flaps. Michael Shane just kind of caught him at the end and won. But yeah, the match itself, not that much to note about, but I just thought it was interesting that this was like, hey, Sanjay Dutt showcase against the ex-champion.
Yeah, and Michael Shane has come up with this elaborate concoction to crown a new contender, which they went through. It happens over November, so we'll talk about it then.
I am so confused by it. So.
There's like a tournament, and there's eliminations, and it ends in the 3-way, and one person goes through to the final. I don't know. There was a bunch of rules. I didn't even include it in the notes because I didn't want to talk about it because it doesn't happen till November. So yeah, a pretty middle of the road X Division month with a couple of good matches, but nothing special.
True.
And then best of the rest, we have Don Callis. I think the only thing left really we have is Don Callis.
Yeah, we already talked about we got and because the Don Callis we'll talk about Piper as well.
Yeah, the Don Callis stuff kind of intersects with all the other stories of the month. So Don Callis is trying to boot out everybody he doesn't like, even though the Sandman shows up again, so he's kind of failed.
But he showed up to get a win and leave. So
So Kid Cash and Mad Mikey face ECMO and Sonny Siaki on the first show of the month. D'Lo Brown interrupts their backstage promo, politely apologizes for interrupting their backstage promo, unlike some AEW talent who constantly interrupt people's interviews without offering some kind of apology.
Clearly they have more confidence than D'Lo.
So yeah, D'Lo's like, I have your back against ECMO and Siaki because I've had this beef with ECMO and Siaki for a few weeks now.
Yeah, they tried to kill me that one time.
They did. They held a funeral for me.
How rude.
So Don Callis comes up, interrupts, and is like, "Hey, D'Lo,
Interferes.
D'Lo, if you interfere, I'll boot you out of the building forever. You're not to interfere in that match."
He's like, oh yeah, I'll show you.
So D'Lo had the match against Daniels, which Daniels won after interference from the red shirts.
A lot of red shirts on these shows.
There is a lot of red shirts on these shows. Like I will say these first two shows are extremely flat. The first two shows of the month, but like. When you book a show and you're like, all right, we'll do Daniels and D'Lo, I think in your head at least, you can justifiably think that match is going to be better than it turned out to be.
Yeah.
But it's just everything on these shows felt super flat, particularly the first two shows of the month, the crowd were just stone dead. Did not care.
Me too, to be honest.
So when you get this D'Lo and Daniels match, which on theory, two good wrestlers, it's just a flat match.
Yeah.
So Siaki and ECMO defeated Shark Boy and Mikey with a real cool like press slam cutter.
Yeah.
It's a cool tag finish where ECMO took him up in a press slam and Siaki like cuttered him down. It's a cool move.
It was really funny that this happened like immediately after the health insurance talk.
Oh god, yeah, well, let's finish this and we'll get to that.
To be fair, the health insurance stuff really happened over like 2 shows anyway.
So after Sharky and Mikey did in this match, they hit a double dropkick and then they did a double stereo big wiggle, which I popped for.
Yeah, he did not leave the building, D'Lo. He came in, he's like, I will save you.
Yeah.
Callis, horrible misuse of power. It's just inappropriate.
So yeah, D'Lo tries to save, he gets booted by the red shirts.
As is the theme of the month.
So there's a reoccurring story this month, Liam, where Eric Watts confronts Don Callis during a pre-tape, and he talks about how Rick Santel hurt his shoulder in a match in TNA, and TNA should pay for his health insurance. Or at least pay his medical costs.
Yeah, true.
Eric Watts, man of the people, of course.
Yes. Eric Watts, noted socialist.
And Don Callis just absolutely ridicules this idea.
Which is very funny.
Funny's a word. He's like...
I mean, it's objectively funny in like that morbid way.
I literally cannot believe, like I am stunned that there is a story on this wrestling show about how one of the authority figures is trying to deny people health insurance in wrestling. He's like, we can't offer health insurance. Look at the bottom line. It's ridiculous to even suggest that we'd offer health insurance.
It's the most ridiculous thing that Don Callis has ever heard in his life. And you know what? It's the most ridiculous thing that Don West has ever heard in his life too.
Yeah, Don West really good. Like he's full on the, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. They know what they're getting themselves into. It's like, Don!
It's fucked up.
Why are you supporting the other Don?
Yeah, this is bad news. And then Don Callis turns it around. He's like, well, why don't you pay for it? I think Eric Watts is like, I don't have a spare $3 million lying around. Do you know our medical system?
Also, very importantly, of course, Liam, Eric Watts is only in charge of the wrestling. He's not in charge of the business.
But it's also like, if you cared about it, why don't you pay for it?
But it's not Eric Watts' responsibility. In theory, it's TNA's.
I think the funny thing, well, that's the heat, Garrett. that is the storyline. Yes,
It's a word for it.
Added extra heat here. Don Callis is from Canada.
That's true, where they do have socialized medicine.
So he can say all that he wants and then go to Canada and get his shit fixed.
It must be mentioned that Siaki and ECMO against Shark Boy and Mad Mikey match is Mad Mikey's final TNA match.
That's surprising.
Well, he would pass away in November.
Oh, that's less surprising.
So, yeah, I enjoyed what little of him we saw in TNA. I thought he was a good addition to the show.
I thought he would have stuck around. Like, obviously, there's a reason. But, you know, I thought if that hadn't have happened, we would have kept Mad Mikey around for a long, long time. Bit of a morbid jump from the health insurance bit.
Well, there's the Piper interview on this show as well, where he does...
Let's just get the Piper shit out of the way, man.
Where Piper does actually talk about it. He has the second sit-down interview at Mike Tenay on the show, where he does actually talk about how many wrestlers would have died if wrestling companies offered health insurance. And again, it's like, you're really going there.
Wouldn't have died.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's insane that this is a thing that ever aired. Still, like, not wrong. You know, pay for your wrestlers when they're hurt.
This is clearly a story they wanted to. It's not just Piper doing some wacky Piper thing, because
It's a story they want to tell for about 2 weeks, and they go, "This is fucking insane," and they stop telling the story.
well, that's TNA for you though.
Yeah, but like I think even they were like, yeah, "What the fuck are we doing here?"
Yeah, so this Piper interview is the usual Piper. Like he's completely incoherent. No, you have no idea what he's saying. Mike Tenay is like kind of mean to him.
I don't know. This whole Piper thing was, what the fuck was any of this? Why did he even come back? This was 3 weeks of this.
Like Tenay is like, so you got dumped by WWE, you're getting dumped by TNA. Why don't you just quit wrestling?
And he's like, yeah, all right.
And then Piper, you actually don't hear the final line of Piper's interview due to a reoccurring problem in this month's of shows, which is audio issues.
Yeah, they went HD and they couldn't keep up with the HD audio.
That's what Mike Tenay says anyway. But even then, like the rest of the month, there is a ton of interviews where it's like, I think their production has been pretty good in recent months, but there's a ton of stuff on these shows where it's like they cut to a backstage interview and you don't hear the first like 5 to 10 seconds of it because they didn't switch the audio fast enough.
Yeah. It was pretty annoying at times.
There's a lot of rough stuff. But yeah, the last line of his interview is something to the extent of, I've never quit in my life in pro wrestling and I'm not going to start now.
And then we've never seen ever again.
No, we do get more Piper.
I know he's back.
And even when Russo's taken out by Jarrett, there's a story. Scott Hudson is talking to Don Callis in an interview where he's like, hey, Russo's gone now. Does that mean Piper can come back? And he's like, you've been getting your info from Watts, haven't you?
He should have been like paid for Vince Russo's medical expenses. He will be okay.
That would have been the heat, brother.
Yeah.
So we get a bunch of red shirt security stuff. October 8th, red shirts face Chris Vaughn and D'Lo Brown.
This is when we get Kevin Ethcott, wet contender.
Oh, is he? How wet is he?
He is insanely wet here. He is straight up Abyss levels wet.
Are Kevin Northcutt and Abyss? Did you call him Kevin Wetcut a second ago?
I didn't, but I'm going to now.
Kevin Wetcut. He did absolutely murder Chris Vaughn with the J Driller.
So the best thing that came out of this, I was like, man, it's a real shame they never got Chris Vaughn over because he felt like he could have been a legitimate homegrown guy.
And I'm not sure is he good, but he has that like underdog potential, doesn't he?
But it's like he can give it a shot, you know. I think he's young. He can do the flips. He can do the bumps.
You get like the Northcutt. He absolutely kills him with the JJ. He like absolutely destroys the man. It's like, oh no, he's dead.
to the point where Eric Watts is like, you dropped him on his head, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, and he's like, we need to get medical treatment for him too.
And then we get on the next show a Liam Dream match.
I will say, it is exceedingly rare that I will say that Eric Watts is the best wrestler in a match. But here we are. Kevin Northcutt versus Eric Watts.
Banged. This match was tremendous.
Was it?
An all-time great TNA match. I mean, what is there not to like about this? I mean, except the result. That's the one thing.
Well, and the post-match saw a big return as well.
Yeah, your favorite wrestler came back. Don Harris.
Oh, no, that's not the return I was talking about. I was talking about Goldilocks.
That's what you were talking about. The big return that you were really excited for.
I was talking about Goldilocks.
Oh, and yeah, Goldie came back. I don't know what happened to Goldie in the meantime, but she came back a different woman. It's all that time with Eric Watts.
Kevin Northcutt beat Watts after he hit him with a chain. They jumped Watts after the match until Don Harris made his return, accompanied by Goldilocks. They're friends, apparently. Yeah, Goldilocks is a different person. Very weird looking.
Yeah, she, I don't know. Things got... I guess that's what living with Eric Watts does for you. Dating Eric Watts, this is where you go.
You gain the unhinged energy.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, Goldilocks had a lot of unhinged energy in her own right, but when you combine it with the unhinged Eric Watts energy, it's
it really brought it down a path.
Yeah.
Ever since they started linking up on screen, those two have just... It's the Joker and Harley. This is what this is. Eric Watts Joker-fied Goldilocks.
As we mentioned, Don Callis also got rid of D'Lo. He's gone for now.
Rest in peace.
Callis mocked getting rid of D'Lo. Mocked it, said you can just buy his bobblehead.
I looked for that bobblehead. I immediately went to eBay and was like, oh, this bobblehead. Another thing we should sell. I'm sure D'Lo won't care.
D'Lo won't care about his intellectual property. It's fine.
I was going to say, like, the shirts I think we can get away with. I don't know if we can put someone's image on something and be like, here you go.
And last show of the month, we had a tag match. Don Harris and Eric Watts faced the Red Shirt Security.
Yeah. We got, like, they also all came out and did a big schmoz in the AMW Naturals match.
Oh yeah, and Watts restarted the match. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind these little tags though, because they're short normally, and there's just big dudes beating up little dudes.
Oh, you're a big fan of the Don Harris tag match, are you?
He was kind of good in it.
Wow. Wow.
Listen, I don't mean to step on your love of Don Harris, but he had a good match.
A never-ending reminder
racist.
that before Liam spent like 14 episodes calling me a Nazi, the quote, the Harris Bros are pretty good if they weren't Nazis, came out of Liam Jones's mouth. And then he turned it around on me.
Yeah, because I don't like the fact that they're Nazis. Unlike you, who loves the fact that they're Nazis.
Hate you.
Like, that, for me, that's a negative, Garrett. I don't think you get the thing here. It's like, that's a positive for you, but a negative for me.
Hate you.
You tried to come at me, alright?
This is podcast bullying. It's very upsetting. I'm glad you didn't get your pizza. I'm glad your pizza went cold on our last episode.
You know, it was still good, so fuck you.
I'm happy you choked on it.
Well, that one's fair.
I am happy that this podcast recording has gone long enough that you're getting less sleep before work.
Yeah, that is legitimately upsetting me.
Well, we're nearly done. So, after the match, the red shirts dropped Watts with a spike pile driver, but Don Harris made the save. As Goldie checked on Watts, she was very concerned.
Yeah. It's Goldie, man. This look. That's all I can think about.
Listen, you'll get more Goldie in the months to come.
Yeah, well, I hope this is the look that links her up with Alex Shelley. That makes a lot of sense to me.
All right, let's go very quickly, show by show, anything you have. NWA-TNA Pay-Per-View number 64, October 1st. My one note, there was a show opening little segment where Russo was talking to AJ, where the camera tried to interrupt him, and Russo turned to the camera and he was like, "We're talking here!"
Hey, I'm talking, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to mention that room was a sex pervert room. Their locker room was, like, clad in red light for some reason.
Listen, that's this whether red light is apparently soothing, so AJ Styles is just trying to calm himself down before his big tag match.
The only point that I had over here was that Shark Boy still very over. Jeff Jarrett, you could tell he was having the time of his life cutting that promo with Dusty.
They were having a fun time. There was a disco interview with Mike Tenay where he had his entire crew.
I forgot about that, but I have his picture as my Skype.
Yeah, that's and your Twitter profile picture as well. Yes.
Yeah, I changed it to that because I had the GLEAT spoilers in it, and I was like, oh, Garrett might see him.
There was a line from Disco where he's like, "I want to protect Diamond the Swinger from what happened to Sex." It's like, what? So you want to protect him from Vince Russo? He took down Sex.
Of course, their stable name will be Condom.
Shut up.
Protect Sex.
I smacked it raw. I want more TNA.
Shut up.
And you were there, being like, "It's a good T-shirt."
It is a good T-shirt. I would wear it daily. I'd wear it to work.
This interview with Gilberti ended with Gilberti being like, "You got any more stupid questions today?" And today just like dismissively, "That's it. That's a wrap."
Yeah.
He just deadpanned the camera.
That was a shoot. That was.
It's like, thank God this interview is over. NWA-TNA Pay-Per-View number 65, October 8th. You got anything?
I'm scrolling.
This is where Tenay apologized for the HD audio ruining everything.
I just have the boys love to hit each other with chairs.
They do.
Every match on this show has outside interference, and not a damn thing is being done about
Eric
it.
Watts is slacking.
That was Jerry Lynn's promo. It's endlessly funny to see Punk as just a guy in TNA.
He's very much just a guy. This month in particular, there's more Punk stuff coming, but he's very much just a guy. He's not listening to Raven, you see.
I have a note that says Russo grew the hair out and brother got loose.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, that's all I have for that one.
NWA-TNA Pay-Per number is 66, October 15th. There was the return of the Scott Hudson play-by-play while Raven was attacking James Mitchell.
Yeah. I don't love it, to be honest.
He's doing his play-by-play.
Only thing I made note of here was the quote was said 1,000 times, but I'll repeat it once more. I not only beat women, I beat legends. Kid Cash, 2003.
He's a very versatile man. Oh, Abyss in this match, he came out to Sabu's theme. I forgot about that.
And then he got his theme back by the end of the month.
He was like it wasn't even the full Sabu theme either. It was like the intro to Sabu's theme, so it was like the dur 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 dur. But without the no. And this is also where Vampiro had the very jazzy New Church remix, which which is like do 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 do.
Mitchell was killing it on that track though.
He does not sing that song.
He definitely sings that song.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 67, October 22nd, where the World Title Change chance is the show we did the watch-along for, which Liam found any excuse to talk about anything but TNA. So,
It was so boring.
even though you called this one of the good shows of the month.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. It was still.
So TNAChat.com or patreon.com/kiddingme if you like the show. If you want to support the show more, you can go there and you get all this more content for $1, $5, or $10 depending on your preferred price tier. We'd appreciate it if your support. It'd be very nice. You can go hear our full thoughts.
Yeah, so I can buy a new mic.
Yeah, so Liam can stop giving out to me, and I can save like an hour editing this show every week.
Mm-hmm. So actually, buy me an air conditioner instead, so I can. So there won't be crickets.
Hey, the crickets are better than the mic problems.
Fair enough.
Jimmy Hart came out and said that Hulk Hogan is coming to TNA because he was very impressed by the young talent.
Yeah, they made me really excited for Hulk Hogan AJ Styles.
What young talent in TNA do you think Hulk Hogan likes?
Don Harris. Ewan Hogan, favorite wrestler.
Swiftly moving on, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 68, last show of the month, October 29th. Glenn Gilberti, we didn't mention, he's doing this new shtick where he has a tennis racket. He's doing a cornet shtick.
Yeah, he's gonna fight Cornette, I hope.
Because he's not like, I'm not any old school wrestling manager, but then starts coming out with a tennis racket because that's the heat, I guess.
That's funny. Is he gonna fight Cornette? Is that the gimmick here?
Oh, well, Cornette doesn't show up till 2006, so no.
I was gonna say, it would make sense, they're all the New York guys, fight Southern guys. It's fun. That's what TNA was founded on, baby. Yeah. Literally.
Tradition versus new school. What was it? What was the word?
No, what? Not what I meant at all.
But TNA was founded on the whole tradition versus...
I meant North versus South because I was doing a joke about the Jarretts and Russo and having their backstage heat. It was a very nuanced joke that you didn't get.
It went over my head. It's fine. You got anything else?
No. Yeah, no.
Cool. So yeah, that's October 2003. A real dull, boring, just tired month where very little happens and it's all about Hulk Hogan and then Hulk Hogan doesn't show up.
10 hours of content.
Oh god, yeah. It's 5 shows, 10 hours of pay-per-view and not a single match above 3 stars except for one because it had a cool finish.
And no, that tag match was worth it. I'm going to give EY his flowers, unlike you, who hates him.
I'm a big EY fan. You leave me alone.
Apparently not.
So yeah, that's October 2003. We'll be back in 2 weeks for November 2003. We'll be back in 1 week, this weekend for the Patreon show covering Ring Cat King. So that's on patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. As mentioned, the watch along for NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 67 with the Jarrett and Styles World Title Change is also on Patreon now for your listening pleasure. If you would like that, if you'd like to read along with the show notes, there's always a few notes we don't actually cover and stuff like that. So there's always a couple more details. Oh, we should mention the October 22nd show was dedicated to Road Warrior Hawk and Stu Hart, both of whom passed away that week. So all those notes and more in the show notes for you on the $1 tier on Patreon, patreon.com/kiddingme, tnachad.com. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA3Pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can follow Liam on Twitter at The Muta. Liam desperately wants to go to bed because he has to work in the morning.
I have to get up soon.
Thanks for listening and bye-bye.
Do the damn thing.
Destroy the opposition.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo! Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what I'm saying? I am the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. Cousin. That's about some unadulterated bullshit. This is BS. This sucks. I've lost my objectivity, and I don't give a damn.
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 18, where we cover TNA history 1 month at a time. This episode we're covering November 2003 in the company that is TNA Wrestling. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined as always by my Butch co-host Liam Jones. Liam, hello.
And I'm joined by my Budge co-host.
Boom!
It's all about the Butch.
That was a very good tweet. Did you see that tweet?
I did see that tweet.
Well done, John Silver. Good job.
I mean, listen, it's stupid, but who can care?
Pete Dunne probably, but
I feel bad for Pete, but that's about it.
Because listen, not to read too much into the man's facial expressions, but it did look like he was not digging it whatsoever.
Yeah. And, like, you know, people who work for other companies are allowed to enjoy the other companies, but, like, you know, my man was tweeting about Regal and stuff, so he was watching that, he was watching Revolution, you know, he's like, oh, maybe I made the wrong choice.
And then he's called up the TV and it's like, oh, we finally got your character. You're going to be Butch.
No last name. Not even
Butch.
Dunn.
Just Butch.
Yeah. It must be frustrating to be a pawn in the whims of a old man's comedy bits.
And here's your little hat, and you'll make a bunch of faces.
And then not to mention, like, obviously this is much, much worse, but they call up, come in this character, and then immediately you're involved in a match where Biggie gets his neck broken.
Yeah.
Like, just an unfortunate, like, series of events.
Not a fun first night on the WWE main roster.
No, it's just all around pretty terrible.
Not a particularly good evening all around on WWE SmackDown.
No, but, yeah, I don't know. I hope everyone turns it around. Like, I was thinking today, because I was listening to the Voices of Wrestling flagship podcast with special guest host Suit Williams, friend of the show.
Yes, hello, Suit. It's a patron. It's very kind to give us money, which is always nice.
And he made a really good point where it's like, even, like, Triple H wasn't going to make this show, like, the best show in the world, right? But, like, at least if Raw and SmackDown were NXT, things would be pretty fun, you know? Like, at least they had a clear vision, and they had an identity, even if that wasn't an identity that, like, a lot of people vibed with. And they had focus on guys, and they let guys be themselves for the most part. So, like, at least we would have had that at the top level.
And for all its faults, it was a wrestling show.
Yeah, that's the upsetting bit. Is like, even if it would, you know, probably wouldn't have. I mean, no wrestling company's gonna always be for you, always. You know what I mean? There's always gonna be something that you're like, this doesn't do it for me right now. But it would have been better than the alternative.
Yes, because we see the alternative every week, and we can say demonstrably anything is better than the alternative, frankly.
Yeah, at least with like NXT, even though I wasn't a weekly watcher once we had finished Wednesday War Games, like, I'd still parachute in for things.
You don't parachute into 2.0 now?
No, I only time I watched it was because I was like, okay, what does it actually look like now?
Funny memes.
Dolph Ziggler, NXT champ.
Oh, yeah.
Which, like, I don't even think is, like, necessary. Like, I like Dolph, so I'm fine with Dolph being a champ or something, but it's like, what a weird turn of events more than anything. More than, like, funny to me, it's just a weird thing.
Because, yeah, they did the hard pivot that this is no longer the indie cool guy show, and it's now the weird Vince Russo spin-off with a bunch of people who are very inexperienced. But then your first three champions of that era have Tommaso Ciampa and Dolph Ziggler as your champions. It's like, okay, I'm not sure you understand what this is meant to be still, but okay.
I mean, this isn't the NXT WWE Talk podcast, but do you think that the plan is to bring Braun Breaker up to the main roster, so they're just like, yeah, put it on Dolph?
I think they'll have him beat him for it over WrestleMania weekend again, and he'll be a 2-time champ.
Okay, I mean, that's fair. I'd rather they at least commit to the Braun Breaker.
They should. He should win the belt. They should just bring him up at WrestleMania. He should beat whoever wins Reigns and Lesnar, and they should strap him and send him to the moon.
Sure. Why not? I don't know. There needs to be, I hate to use their own verbiage, but some big shake up there. But that needed to be a big shake up there for like a decade.
It's time to shake things up a little.
Yeah. I don't know. It'd be nice if that company was really good. But, you know, probably not. I mean, I always say, like, 5 years and a decade or a millennia in this business, so I'm interested in seeing where with this company, or what it even looks like in the next decade. Because it's gonna be completely different from now.
So other than WWE, is there anything else going on in your life?
I played WWE 2K22.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a very specific question that I need you to answer.
Sure.
Taking out the fact that it's improved from the previous very bad version, is it actually a good video game?
I think, gameplay-wise, it is a good professional wrestling video game. My only big negative on it is it doesn't have a lot of meat on the bones.
So wait till next year?
I mean, it feels like it's a really good skeleton for next year. But I think they put a lot of effort into it. You can tell they put a ton of effort. Almost like their jobs are on the line for it. But like, yeah, the gameplay is really, really fun. The gameplay is clearly the thing that's far and away the best thing about it. But everything else, I wish there was a little more to it. Like, I like GM mode. I've been playing a bit of GM mode. And I think it's pretty fun. But I just want a bit more of it, you know? And I like Universe, but I'd like a little bit more of it. And I like the showcase, but I'd like another showcase, you know? Like, it's a one and done playthrough of that. It was good. It was really good. And it was probably the best version of the showcases that they've ever done, because they morphed these, the real life clips and the match together, like, really seamlessly. And it looked really nice. I think visually it's like the best WWE game that's ever been there, but like, you know, it's not a gigantic bar to cover. All in all, yeah, I think it's a good game. That being said, I don't think you would be completely out of like your rides or anything to wait for another year to see where it develops, or wait to see until it goes on special or something like that. I will give them credit. I'm very impressed with their DLC lineup. They have like 28 people coming out in that season pass, which is like a remarkable amount of content for what they normally put in DLC.
Isn't it mostly people who were like in the game 2 years ago though?
There's definitely a few of those, but there's a lot of new people in there too.
There's a lot of me in here.
I'm also very curious to see if there's a second season pass, because all of this first season pass only runs through to like August.
They're clearly going to release 2K23 in September, October.
That'd be really impressive.
I don't think impressive is the right word.
Listen, if they take another 2 years and make the next one, it'll probably be very, very good.
I'd imagine they'll take 18 months. Though I always thought it probably makes more sense to release this game every year in the run up to WrestleMania than it does to release it at the end of the year.
Makes more sense, sure.
So maybe they might stick with March as their generally release window every year instead of October or whenever it's usually out.
And I assume that they'll end up sticking with 2K after this one, because it was pretty wildly well received.
Yeah, I'll still wait till it's heavily discounted.
And you'll get it on PC so you can play with me.
No, I'll probably get it on PS5. But
come on, man. I don't have
literally
that.
nothing. You literally doom my chance to play it if I get it on PC. Then I will never play it. But it will be probably deeply discounted by June, and that's when I'll buy it. But yeah. I'm still dubious. I'm still skeptical that there's a bunch of people who are like, I'm used to the ways in which this is bad and it has less of them, so it's good, as opposed to it's actually good.
Yeah, which I think is a fair mindset to go in with. Because, like, very clearly it is a gigantic improvement, and that is its main thing here, is that, like, they fixed a lot of the problems with it. They made the gameplay actually fun to play. But, as a standalone, I think it still does pretty well for itself. Because, I don't know, like, the pantheon of top wrestling games, it's, you know, it's not up in the tippity top, but it's probably only a notch or two below.
So it's one of the best wrestling games ever made as well.
I mean, top 20, probably.
Well, there's only been like 50 wrestling games, so that's
what I'm saying. There's not that many wrestling games, man. And there's not that many good wrestling games on top of it. It's up there with the best 2K releases.
That's a low bar.
There's some good ones in there.
Every time somebody says it's a good one, though, I buy it and it's bad.
That's fair.
That's the reason I'm so skeptical. People are like, no, this one's good. It's like, you've tried to pull that game with me before, and I bought it, and it's still bad.
Yeah, but I think if you're going in with like, I'm gonna not like this, you're probably just not gonna like it.
Wow, I would never operate in bad faith, Liam.
I don't know. It seems like you live in the bad faith.
Wow. I'm in pain.
Why?
I decided to try and work out, and I have like a relatively small weight that I lifted like twice, and now my left arm can barely move.
Gotta get on those protein.
I'm clearly a shallow husk of a man that can no longer do anything without hurting himself.
You just do you do your walks, just turn them into jogs.
No, then I'd end up doing too much exercise.
Don't think you can do too much exercise when the equivalent is just walking.
But walking is fine. Walking is basically not even exercise.
That's what I'm saying. If you just turn like half of it into exercise, you'll be set.
No.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just sitting here in a degree of discomfort. Anytime I straighten my arm out, it's like, it's not like super sore, but it's just uncomfortable. So that's my suffering. Speaking of suffering. What a pivot. The month that is November 2003 in TNA Wrestling, Liam.
Full of suffering.
It kinda is, isn't it?
I don't know. I didn't mind this one. Maybe it's just because we came off a really, really, really bad one.
Yeah.
But Ironically, I think the worst show of the month is the one we did the watch along for.
Sure is. If you go to tnachat.com and listen to our watch along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 70, which would frankly, I would encourage you not to do. But
I mean, do it if you're like Schadenfreude. Like, if you just want to hear pain and suffering.
if you would like to hear two people get just so incredibly bored by a show that they will entertain themselves with literally anything else,
Yeah, live tweets of the MSG show.
or watching Sacrifice on another screen, that's what NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 70's watch along at tnachat.com is for you. It is maybe the worst piece of audio we've ever done, which might make it the best. I don't know, but it's probably the
People
worst.
like that stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's a rough one.
Yeah, it's another one of those months where like the crowd just does not give a shit. And we'll talk about that. That's one of our news notes for the month of the crowd not giving a shit. But it's amazing just how quickly and suddenly this company became so cold.
Yeah, that was a big note for me throughout the month too. It's just like, how did this company that was so hot at times get to being so quiet and cold? Before we delve into the news, because we're talking about the Patreon and how we did something really bad, we also did something really good.
Did we, Liam?
Yeah, Raintakers, the best name. Raintakers? Yeah, we called it Raintakers, right? Yeah, the best name for a podcast series that has ever happened. Coming is in your feeds. I think the first episode's free still. I don't know. Was that a limited thing? I don't make these decisions. But it's out there. We reviewed New Japan New Beginning 2012. We're just going to keep going till we keep going, I guess. There was some Wrestle Kingdom notes in there as well. It was a fun time. I enjoyed it. You enjoyed it. We all enjoyed it.
Yeah, so we're going to run through New Japan from 10 years ago for as long as until we get bored. Which might be for until Liam basically just wants to get to Kenny Omega. So it'll probably be for 5 years.
Yeah, when Kenny leaves... That's Kenny leaves, or when the Naito Okada wrap up happens at the Dome. That seems like the two big endpoints, but also there's a good chance that it's like, fuck this before then.
Yeah, I'm certainly not doing a retrospective of Clap Crowd New Japan. I'll tell you that much. But the idea is we're covering the shows on the 10-year anniversary of them. So we did New Beginning. We're doing a little catch-up. We'll do New Japan Cup probably next weekend, or probably sometime the week after next. I'd imagine we'll record it when we do Ring Cat King next. So we'll do Ring Cat King and then the next episode for the anniversary show, not New Japan Cup. The anniversary show will go up. But yeah, so it'll be a new little Patreon thing. So every month you'll get whatever the New Japan show was 10 years ago, a retrospective sit down watching that. And I think it's good fun to watch good New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Yeah, it was nice to talk about wrestling, which I actually had elongated thoughts on the in-ring about, instead of just it was a cool little X Division match.
You're saying you don't have elongated thoughts on all the great matches in NWA-TNA?
Would you like me to look? I mean, the one that I had the most was the cage match, and that was because that was actually just a very good match. What match has the most notes this week?
I had a weird amount of notes for Abyss and AJ.
I have some notes about ECMO and Siaki versus The Gathering.
Of course.
By note, I mean note.
So yeah, that's sitting in the Patreon feed, tnachat.com, patreon.com/gettingman. As Leah mentioned, it's free. The first episode is free. So if you'd like to listen to our episode about New Beginning 2012, featuring the Rainmaker Shock, featuring Okada becoming IWGP Heavyweight Champion, you can go listen to that at patreon.com/gettingme or tnachat.com. And you can try it out. And maybe if you like it, you can subscribe and you'll get more.
Ooh, yeah, if more people subscribe, we'll do more things.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you pay us more money, you'll get more things. We should add one of those gimmick ones that's like 10 grand a month, and if you do it, we'll be your friend. I don't know.
Yeah, parasocial relationships. That's what this is all built on, right?
Oh god, if we could monetize it in a second. Isn't that right? Best friends. That's what we call our audience.
Oh, I thought you were taking shots at Chuck Taylor.
No, not quite.
So that takes us into the news for the month. The first story of which is something we'll also talk about when we're talking about the stuff on the shows themselves. But that is TNA bringing in Lex Luger.
Sure.
So this was not long removed from the death of Miss Elizabeth, who was living with Lex Luger at the time when Lex Luger was being investigated for potential murder. And it was quite controversial. People were not entirely pleased. On May 1st, 2003, Elizabeth died in their townhouse they shared in Marietta after mixing pills of hydrocodone and alprazomax with vodka. Luger was arrested after a search of the residence revealed a number of illicit controlled substances, including anabolic steroids, oxycodone, synthetic growth hormone, testosterone, and alprazolam. Not a drug name, so I can't pronounce drug names. He was charged with 13 felony counts of drug possession, released the following day. Miss Elizabeth's death was eventually ruled an accidental death. But this was right in the height of the aftermath of that, so TNA was considered quite controversial to bring in Lex Luger.
Not exactly a peak time. And it, because it just always feels like, hey, we're going to try and profit off this news story, this horrific event, which is never a good look.
Yeah, and by all accounts, WWE did a lot of weird coverage of this, because Luger's 911 call was played over and over again on WWE Confidential.
That's insane.
And yeah, when you think about what modern WWE is, and then to think they were playing the 911 call on one of their internet shows, it's mad. Back in 2003, a different world.
Yeah, I don't know much about this.
Yeah, and headlines were shown sensationally during WWE TV, insinuating Liz's death may have been the result of a suicide or homicide long after authorities had ruled that out. So there's a bunch of stuff like that.
What the fuck?
Yeah, WWE, very strange and bad company. But I'm with you. I'm the last person. I can't really speak authoritatively to the death of Miss Elizabeth or the circumstances around that. So I will leave that to other people. I will simply suggest that, not even suggest, I will say that there was a great deal of controversy around their decision to book Lex Luger in a tag team match. It was him and Jeff Jarrett against AJ Styles and Sting for the main event of the second show of the month. So they decided to bring in Lex Luger, and it created so much controversy that, for the first time, I think in TNA history, Dixie Carter actually released a statement about it.
I don't feel like it would be appropriate for me to read this statement in her voice, so I will bow out from this one.
He will wait until the next Dixie press release in order to...
Yeah, until there's a more fun one.
So Dixie's full statement: it is rare that TNA ever responds to media, no matter how off it may be from the fact, but we strongly believe it is appropriate at this time to address what is being said about Lex Luger appearing on our November 12th pay-per-view telecast. TNA is about opportunity for wrestlers new and established. For the fans, TNA provides a weekly program that showcases today's hottest talent, introduces the stars of tomorrow, and provides the opportunity to re-experience wrestling icons. Since its inception, TNA has paid homage to the NWA legends who have laid the foundation for the company. As far as TNA is considered, we could not be more proud of our entire roster who give their heart and soul week after week to build this special group. We believe in being compassionate and giving guys a chance, from new, incredibly talented young men to veterans who may need lifting up when trying to change their lives. Surrounding a man with the kind of environment we enjoy backstage at TNA can only be considered a good thing. We are about accentuating the positive, not the negative. Literally ripping the Paul Heyman quote out there. When our talent approaches management and recommends giving someone an opportunity, we listen. And that is the case with Lex Luger as well as others. The success of bringing Lex to TNA won't be measured with pay-per-view buys, then what's the point of booking him? It will be measured by what a man does with an opportunity given. As a company, if any talent becomes a negative force in the locker room, then they are no longer welcome to be part of our team, and that has been proven on occasion and will continue to be our manner of operation. The Ultimate X match, Raven's Clockwork Orange House of Fun, and the current X Triple Chance tournament are the kinds of things created to generate buzz and increase buys for TNA, because it's outstanding wrestling in a unique format. Really? About the Triple Chance X Division? Alright. But to take advantage of a difficult point in someone's life is not practice of our company. Our philosophy may be uncommon in the wrestling business, but our goal is to create a different kind of company inside the ring and out.
Okay, so my first half of that statement is complete nothing, so you can ignore that. The second half of it's pretty eye-rolly, talking about your wonderful backstage environment, which we just know isn't true at this point. We've read over what's happened backstage in TNA over the last year. We know what things will take place over the rest of the history of the company, but I also get the point. But then the thing that you have to realize here is that's not the point people are trying to make with this either. They're not saying you can't bring people in and give them second chances. They're saying don't do it in the middle of the story.
Yeah.
If you had have waited and there was more time and people had come to the conclusions that they came to eventually, Like, sure, like you can do sort of something like this, but to do it in that moment with everything still going on, it's grimy.
Yeah, it's still incredibly raw. As mentioned, Elizabeth died in May. This show took place in November. That's only 6 months after a pretty large tragedy that people are still dealing with and processing and grieving over, and maybe have mixed feelings about the other people involved in. So to book them and then be like, listen, we're just trying to rehabilitate them is... Yeah, it's the wrong side of exploitative that makes it feel a little sleazy.
Yeah, it's and which is like why that is a frustrating statement. But also, what do you expect her to say?
It's like, no, sorry guys, you're right. But it's always the case with companies. They're never like, oh, sorry guys, you're right. It's always like, no, listen. We're doing the right thing here. Dixie does allude to it in that quote that she does give people chances that are recommended to them. There's a reason they booked Lex Luger. He was recommended to them by Sting.
I had assumed it was Sting's recommendation.
So from Dave Meltzer and the Wrestling Observer, it was a big shock to almost everyone that Lex Luger was being brought in for the November 12th pay-per-view in a tag team match with Jarrett versus Styles and Sting. This was almost 100% Sting's doing. Sting strongly asked for the favor but didn't demand it. Sting wanted to help Luger as the two have a long history together to the point that he arranged his flight from Los Angeles to Atlanta instead of Nashville so he could pick Luger up and drive with him to the show. The original plan was for Abyss to be in the Luger slot, but obviously once they booked Luger, they put Luger in there instead. There was a lot more like playing the man, not the ball stuff involved in this as well, where there was a lot of like, oh, this is disrespectful to the people who helped build NWA-TNA. It's like, fuck off with that, really, though.
Yeah, who cares about that?
Because, like, the core of this company has always been an element of, well, it's surprises, it's freaking Perry Saturn showing up, it's Roddy Piper showing up, it's Sting showing up. We're literally in the midst of 2 months of Hulk Hogan not coming to the company and the company bending over backwards to try and appeal and pander to Hulk Hogan. The Road Warriors showing up, David Flair showing up.
This company was built on this idea anyone can show up at any time.
Yeah, so like the whole idea of NWA-TNA over the nearly a year and a half we've covered it so far has been people showing up as surprises. So like you might not like Lex Luger, you might not like the circumstances around Lex Luger. Don't sit in your high horse and pretend it's like, oh, it's a slap into the face to the young guys who are building the company, that it's a show of non-confidence in those people. It's like, no, it's not. Go away.
This is the longest plane flying over me that I've ever heard in my life. It's been going on for like a minute.
Is it just circling your house?
I can still hear it.
Is it like Liam's recording a podcast? Let's just fly a plane around his house in circles.
Yeah, maybe it's a drone that's like listening in. Trying to get the podcast early.
It's like, oh, this podcast has already been late enough as it is. We need to get the early you've got to be kidding me scoops.
Maybe it's Suit. He knew. He's like, I want to know what's going on in the podcast.
Want to know what they're saying about me.
My Suit senses are tingling.
We'll talk more about this Lex Luger story when we get to the actual stuff in the shows themselves and whether or not Luger was any good and what the build to him having the match was itself. But needless to say, one of the bigger controversies in TNA history, that Dixie Carter actually released a statement for the first time in TNA history about this.
One of the biggest controversies in TNA history so far.
Well, yes.
It will be lapped at some point.
So, Hulk Hogan update for the month, Liam.
Oh, can I guess the update without reading it?
Go on.
Is it that he won't be coming in?
No, we haven't come to that stage yet.
No.
Yet.
What a twist! There are swerves and twists to this story.
You have to wait till December until we're like, no, he's not coming in.
I mean, I know that he's not coming in.
We're still in November now, so we're still in the, hey, we're still flirting with each other. That show's definitely still happening in February, right? Yeah, definitely, yeah.
But everyone knew.
Hulk Hogan had his knee surgery on October 31st, according to a source with knowledge of the situation. The same source reports that many of the TNA office structure now view Hogan's knee surgery as a blessing in disguise because it gave the company time to properly prepare for the pay-per-view event. Most in the office don't believe that Hogan elected to have the surgery simply to delay the pay-per-view. Oh, guys. Oh.
Oh no, he really loves me.
Instead, they believe he was having legitimate knee problems that required the immediate surgery. Why would Hogan go through with the big angle in Japan and get everything started just to back out? Asked one observer who believes Hogan's surgery could not wait until after the pay-per-view. I think because he was perfectly fine shooting something where he was already doing something in Japan as opposed to having to actually go and work for TNA. He'll just do the angle and yeah, sure, and then hope that WWE still come calling, and they still didn't.
Yeah, because it's news. It's keeping his name in the headlines.
Again, in the, oh, you poor souls. There is also talk in TNA that Hogan is planning to work long-term with the company.
Well, eventually he does, to be fair.
Yeah, just very long-term. And he's not going to start for a while.
And he was so loved for the entire run there.
There has been plenty of discussions between Hogan and TNA about working together on an overseas tour, which both parties feel would draw well because of Hogan's star power overseas. As of now, Hogan is only committed to work the pay-per-view, which is tentatively scheduled for late February. One TNA source wouldn't rule out the possibility of Hogan agreeing to return to WWE for WrestleMania 20 for a major payoff, but the source added that Hogan working WrestleMania wouldn't necessarily mean he couldn't work with TNA after that event. If anything, TNA officials believe Hogan would be a bigger draw after appearing at WrestleMania, which I guess they're not wrong.
That would make sense.
But also, he's probably not going to appear in TNA after doing WWE's biggest show of the year.
That depends.
And he didn't do Mania at the time. He returned the year after in 2005, which was the Vince match, wasn't it? 2005?
Not my era, unfortunately.
I'm pretty sure that was the Hogan-Vince match they returned for. And they played off of all of this, that Vince and Hogan had a falling out in 2003.
Vince is always smart with Hogan. Like, eventually he knew it's like, we can bring him in for like a year, 6 months, do like a couple things with him, and then we gotta get him back out there again because we can't let him fester. We have to keep bringing him in, kicking him out, bringing him in, kicking him out.
He knows he's too much of a political force to leave for too long, or else he'll like rot the entire company from within.
Or even like he'll build his clique, you know.
You can come in, you can wrestle me, you can wrestle Sean, then we'll let you go again, then we'll bring you back and let you go again. Yeah.
You come in, you can work with Edge, you can do the Mr. America thing, then you're gone again.
You got the red, white, and blue running through your veins, Liam.
Don't I know it.
A note I found quite funny. New Japan's October 18th TV was a 2-hour show covering the October 13th Tokyo Dome. Then they aired the Hogan-Jeff Jarrett angle. The Japanese angle was a little different from the TNA version.
Oh.
This showed a lot more, as Chono not only made the save, but beat the piss out of Jarrett. Hogan thanked Chono, and they left together talking, and it was way more to put over Chono and Hogan on the same side.
That's very funny. I would have liked to have seen that full extended cut.
Of Chono running back to just beat the hell out of Jarrett.
You know what's funny? I would be very interested in a 2003 Chono Jarrett match. Just because it wouldn't be great, but it'd be fun for me to see.
I would love to see what the negotiations for this angle were, where it's like, alright, he's going to come in, he's going to hit Hogan with the guitar and leave, and that's our angle. And then I guess he comes back and Chono beats him up, and that's your angle? You sound good?
I want to see that. And yeah, you're right, the political dynamic of that is interesting because, well, they also just like, we in no way have any plan of bringing Jarrett to Japan at all. So it's going to be very confusing for some of the Japanese fans who are like, all right, clearly Jarrett's coming in, I guess.
So we need to make it very clear that this is just a nerd that Chono beats up and is never being seen again. And the point of this angle is that Hogan and Chono are pals after their match.
Imagine if they just did that now. Like, Mance Warner, right? Comes in, lays out some big... I'm trying to think, Moxley, right? Lays out Moxley in New Japan, and we just never see him ever again, and then they go wrestle their GCW match.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Just, what a weird dynamic that would be.
I guess it can't really happen these days where New Japan is a global company. Like it's fine to have an angle for America and an angle for Japan in 2003, where realistically the majority of Americans aren't going to see the angle for Japan, and the majority of Japanese people.
I don't even necessarily mean the split angles. I just mean the idea of, here's a guy showing up and doing something, and we're never going to book him again.
Yeah. Well, until 2015 when he joins the Bullet Club.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
There's long-term stories everywhere, Liam.
It's funny that that's Jarrett and Hogan.
For the big pay-per-view, Fort Campbell, Kentucky is now being talked about along with Las Vegas and Tampa as a potential location. The upside of Fort Campbell is that it's a military base, which we had mentioned. You basically guarantee a nice sized packed house, so the crowd will be rowdy, particularly for Hogan, which is also good for Jarrett because he's in the match. Jimmy Hart, whose son may be stationed there by the time of the show, his son is currently in Iraq at the time of press, came up with the suggestion, and it's only an hour northwest of Nashville. But yeah, it's still fun that they're like, oh, look at all these potential places we could hold the show.
That's I found. I like the last line there.
Toby Keith has agreed to do something on the show as well, and they're trying to get Willie Nelson.
I would have loved a Toby Keith run-in callback.
Or he screws Jarrett out of the match with Hogan and then does some poses with Hogan.
That would 100% been the finish, right?
Yes.
Or at the very least, they would have done some sort of like post-match angle with Toby Keith.
Or maybe Toby Keith turns on Hogan and it's Toby Keith and Jeff Jarrett against Willie Nelson and Hulk Hogan.
Oh, that'd be brutal. If that match had have happened, they were gonna start it with like Jarrett laying down, right?
Oh, that's absolutely that. And then Hogan does the pose and the crucifixion and then does pin him and Jarrett kicks out.
Yeah. Or like Hogan's just confused and goes, brother, I'm not doing it. And Jarrett's like, haha, I've tricked you, and tries to roll him up or something.
Or the entire match is Jarrett lays down to try and play mind games, but then Hogan leg drops him and pins him.
That would be the best, actually. That'd be a great finish.
And then he does his poses, and he's only done a leg drop with the red, white, and blue is running through his veins, and he leaves.
No, then Jarrett attacks Toby Keith save.
And then he's the NWA champion, just having done one move.
I would be into that.
Before, of course, he drops the NWA title to Raven.
Ooh, oh, imagine the big Raven-Hogan feud.
Honestly, I would have loved Hogan to win that belt here in 2003 TNA, just for like the political trying
Nightmare?
to get the belt off of him.
Yeah.
Like, imagine that. Imagine the negotiations of trying to get him to lose to somebody.
He would have vacated due to injury or something.
Yeah, because, like, especially somebody other than Jarrett, because, like, he's not losing to Styles. He's not losing to Raven.
He might lose it to Sting.
Yeah, I think that's about the only person you could get him to do a job to.
Drop it to Sting. Sting drops it to Jarrett. Jarrett drops it to Raven.
Or Sting just drops it to Raven.
Sting ain't dropping it to Raven.
I think Sting would drop it to Raven.
That'd be a cool match. In the 2004 NWA, I guess by this time it would have been.
So yeah, we'll have more on Hogan next month as the negotiations finally eventually do break down.
I would have loved to have seen this alternate reality.
I think we said because we talked about this extensively last month, of course.
It was the only thing to talk about last month.
Yeah, but there's 2 separate segments on YouTube, both of which are 40 minutes for just talking about Hogan. So like we talked about that for nearly an hour and a half on our last episode. But I do think Hogan entering TNA in 2003 is a lot more interesting than Hogan entering TNA in 2010 turned out to be. Because one, he's young enough and healthy enough that he will probably be able to have more than one match. Like, if he wrestled Jarrett, he'd probably be able to have a couple matches at least and be like a semi-regular. But also, as we mentioned, there's just nothing for TNA to lose. Like, this company has nothing going on for it at the moment. It's not like 2009 where it has all these cool young wrestlers and an identity and, like, big stars. Now it's just like, they desperately need something, and Hogan would have given them something, and it would have been interesting to see play out.
Probably would have helped them get TV. And, like, let's be real, it's not their money at this point.
That's true, it's Panda's, so you might as well throw it at Hogan.
Yeah, if you have the opportunity.
But it was not meant to be.
I wonder if, like, it would have kicked things off for them in any sort of way.
I doubt it. I think he would have worked a couple of big pay-per-view matches that would have done a number and would have been good for the company. But then probably, as you mentioned, vacated the belt because of injury and was never seen again. I
also think that there's a legitimate chance if Hogan comes in, this company isn't alive. Through some sort of long-term butterfly effect spiraling.
Because it happened again in 2010, where the crowds, after the first couple of months of Hogan, were just so dead. There was nothing going on. And it happened here in October 2003 as well, and November, where Hogan was flirting with the company and suddenly the crowds just gave up on life.
Yeah.
Is there a thing about Hogan and this company where, like, it just sucks the life out of it? Even if he doesn't show up, in the case of 2003, it just sucks the life out of it.
Do you think people just have a Hogan fatigue at this point?
Yeah, and coming off of WCW, where, like, I think even at this stage, people were very much blaming Hogan as one of the primary causes of the death of WCW and his endless politicking and his refusal to lose to anybody. So, him protecting his spot and his cronies protecting their spots in WCW, it was widely accepted as one of the bigger reasons WCW died. So maybe a bunch of people looking at TNA and seeing Hogan come in as like, oh, it's just going to go the way of WCW again. It's not like they had a lot go on for them, but anything they did, it's just the Hulk Hogan show now, isn't it?
It's interesting.
And like, that is a fair criticism because they made it the Hulk Hogan show before he even showed up. Everything about this show is Hulk Hogan. Every Jeff Jarrett promo is about Hulk Hogan for 2 months now.
I think that's also a differentiating factor as well. Because, like, when he was doing these WWE shots at this time, he was just a part of the show. With this, he's the whole show.
Yeah.
And I think that's a different aspect to it, too.
We will have more on Hogan talking about the shows themselves and more on Hogan on our next episode covering December. So I think we were talking about very early on this show about offering bundles. TNA are now doing that. NWA-TNA announced a new price structure for its weekly pay-per-views. Customers can pay an entire month's worth of pay-per-views for the same price as one WWE pay-per-view, $34.95.
It's probably not worth it. Like, you're probably better off just getting 2003 Backlash or whatever.
See The Rock against Bill Goldberg.
Yeah, what was the pay-per-view of this week? Of this month?
It would have been Survivor Series. It would have been November.
It's always a fun game.
So it would have been the Survivor Series where Goldberg lost the belt?
Let's find out, Garrett, because it's our return of our favorite segment. It's me asking you, what happened on the WWE show of this month? Alright, Garrett, you have 7 matches.
Oh god, I don't know any. Like, there's the Elimination Chamber.
There is not the Elimination Chamber.
Is that not that show? Well, I'm doomed.
2003 Survivor Series from the American Airlines Center with an attendance of 13,487 people and a buy rate of 450,000. We have in your main event Goldberg defeating Triple H with Ric Flair.
Ah.
Your semi-main event, Mr. McMahon defeating The Undertaker.
Ah.
In your semi-main event, Team Bischoff defeating Team Austin and losing him his job.
Oh, that's like the best Survivor Series match of all time as well, though.
It's a real good one.
That's the one with the Shawn performance at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that match rules.
That one that's a Survivor Series match with real emotion there.
That's probably the best Survivor Series match of all time.
We had the Bashams defeating Los Guerreros.
The show was rough otherwise.
Kane defeating Shane McMahon in an ambulance match.
Oh, he did like a coast to coast off the ambulance, didn't he?
The only thing I remember about the Survivor Series is that it has the cool DVD cover with Shane McMahon on it that says "A Fall from Grace." We had Molly Holly defeating Lita.
Sure.
And in your opener on the actual show, there was a dark match of Tajiri defeating Jamie Noble for the Cruiserweight title. But the actual opener here, I believe, was Team Angle defeating Team Lesnar.
Oh, that's the Lesnar team that's awful as well, isn't it?
Can you name me the Team Lesnar team?
Alright, I know it was Lesnar and Matt Morgan.
That is 2 of 5.
Who was around then? Like Nathan Jones? Is Nathan Jones on the team?
Nathan Jones is on the team.
It's Jindrak?
No Mark Jindrak.
I know, because it's a team of useless big guys. O'Hare?
No Sean O'Hare. I'll give you a clue on this one. One of these men we have talked about on a podcast very recently.
Oh, the A-Train.
The A-Train.
But you can listen to us talk about Giant Bernard's last New Japan match at tnachat.com.
And us putting him over too.
Yeah.
And one man. This man is all elite.
Jake Hager.
No, a bit early on that one.
Big Show?
The Big Show.
What a team.
Of course, losing to the team of Kurt Angle, Bradshaw, Chris Benoit, Hardcore Holly, who AEW now owns his theme song, and John Cena.
Oh, 2003 WWE was rough.
This is a 14-minute Survivor Series too.
Like that show, other than the Shawn match, which, like, again, one of the best Survivor Series elimination matches by far, that show's terrible.
Yeah, there's not a real great one here.
Maybe all wrestling was bad in November 2003.
Maybe it was just a downtime for the business.
All right, so as mentioned, the entire month of pay-per-views will now cost $34.95, which you can buy at once, which is a $5 discount on the current rate of $40 if somebody purchases all 4 shows. Also, during months where there are 5 pay-per-views, the price will remain the same, so you'll get essentially a pay-per-view for free on a 5-show month.
Wow. I feel bad for those people having to watch another show.
Not all cable companies will necessarily offer the deal, though, but requests from fans could make a difference on an individual cable company opting into the program. You said this month was good, and now you're burying it again.
No, I was burying the idea of having to watch 5 shows.
Which is your favorite thing when we get 5-show months.
Yeah, it's really interesting that I still have to pay this rate for these shows. But I have to send it to Jarrett directly.
Yeah, you know, that's how we get them. We order them off pay-per-view from 2003, and that's how we watch them, and that's very important that you give me this $34.95 every month.
Yeah, and then you call up Main Event, and then they send them to me, and then, yeah.
I think it's a very good system. I think you're getting a steal here, Liam. One, you're saving $5 on a 4-show month, and you're saving $15 on a 5-show month.
I mean, I know no other way to watch these shows, so...
Mm-hmm.
Garrett, are you ready to apologize to Vince Russo?
I might actually have to apologize to
Yeah, you might actually have to apologize to Vince Russo. We might actually both have to take an L here and apologize to Vince Russo.
Or at least bury Dutch Mantel. Vince Russo has not been backstage in several weeks, and the office has told some wrestlers that he is no longer writing the shows. At this point, the wrestlers are under the impression that Jeff Jarrett and Dutch Mantel are responsible for the writing, while Jimmy Hart, Glenn Gilberti, and Scott D'Amore contribute their ideas. Russo continues to get mentioned on TV, so it seems like they're setting the stage for a possible return as at least a non-air character in the future.
These shows were better when Vince Russo was in charge.
Or, well, when he was contributing ideas. Because we hit that sweet spot, Liam. We hit that sweet spot in June, July, August.
Where he was reined in, but still contributing.
Yeah, whereas the Russo and Gilberti write it, D'Amore throws in some ideas, and Jarrett edits. And that did seem like, you know, the sweet spot for good ideas on the show, a hot show, good angles, and the show was actually good. And then they did take Russo out, they scaled D'Amore back as well, and then they added Dutch. So...
Sorry, Vince Russo, I guess. We blamed you for a lot of things. Some of it deserved. I think we can admit to that. But we do have to say, since your power has been completely stripped, as far as we know, the shows have, in fact, been pretty boring.
Yeah, a follow-up on this. Jeff Jarrett and Dutch Mantel have now been writing TNA shows for a few weeks. The weekly creative meetings are held Thursday morning in Nashville and attended by Jarrett, Mantel, Jimmy Hart, Glenn Gilberti, Scott D'Amore, and Dixie Carter. Jarrett still has final say on all booking matters, and Mantel is clearly second in creative power. Gilberti, who used to write the shows along with Vince Russo, is still involved, but only as a contributor. D'Amore also contributes his ideas, but he's not nearly as involved in the process as he was when Russo and Gilberti were writing the shows. Russo is said to be unhappy about his demotion from the writing crew, but keeps in regular contact with Panda's Dixie Carter. The general consensus is that Russo is being retained by TNA as Carter's fallback plan.
And will be for the next decade.
But there are some who say Jarrett asked for Russo to remain on the payroll due to their friendship. The excuse Russo was given for being sent home is that Hulk Hogan wouldn't work with the company if he was involved in the creative process. Russo has been telling friends he believes Jarrett would have him sent home anyway because they butted heads creatively quite often over the last 6 months or so. This is like, it takes a while to get Russo out of this company, every time. Or it's like he's been ostracized now, he doesn't have creative power, but he still hangs around the company for another year and is an on-air character for a large portion of that still. So we'll still have to put up with that for a while. But this is the slow phasing out of Vince Russo. Like, this has to happen so that we get good TNA in 2004, 2005. But yeah, it's a tough transition at the moment.
I'm still waiting for these mythical good shows. There was definitely a time where we talked and you're like, oh, it gets good. And it feels like I've been hearing it gets good for literally 2 years at this point.
Hey, it got good during the summer. You had a little taste.
And listen. It got good, but it was still like, you know, a 6 out of 10. Like,
no, it was like a 7, occasionally an 8.
I'm not running to show people these shows here, okay?
You got like Triple X against AMW. You got like that really good Jarrett Raven title match. You got the Hoovy and Saban stuff. You had everything Dusty Rhodes. You had all the Raven and Shane Douglas stuff. There was a bunch of really good stuff during the summer.
I don't know, man. I don't think it was enough to like forgive the negatives.
You're just a negative Nelly. You just want to run off to your Ring of Honor.
I do a little bit.
Listen, you will suffer through, and we'll eventually get to good TNA. Okay?
I'm sure we should put that in the fucking intro.
It's only going to take about another year of programming, but we'll get there.
And then, like, the thing we don't even talk about here is, like, oh, we'll get there, sure. But then I'll be like, all right, cool, that was a nice 18 months in this 10-year journey where it was good. This better be the best 18 months in wrestling history.
But, that, like, 7 to 09 is funny bad, though, so that's good.
I can handle that, at least.
You're getting very negative on the show, Liam.
Getting?
Yeah, I need a more positive attitude from you about TNA, please.
Sorry, I'm representing the casual fan here.
No, don't you get me started.
I don't understand it. Okay, I get told it's good, but then I tune in and I don't understand.
Yeah, and you said this month was good. Well, you didn't, but still.
No, I didn't. I said this month was better than the worst month in TNA history.
Jerry Lynn and Elix Skipper haven't appeared on TNA shows because they are in the midst of separate contract disputes. TNA made Lynn one of its highest paid wrestlers earlier this year. However, the company asked him to take a pay cut when they offered long-term contracts to the talent in September. Lynn has balked at the offers thus far and will still be paid at some point because he was guaranteed a number of dates as part of his contract. Skipper's situation is said to be similar, although he isn't making as much money as Lynn.
Alright, get money.
So like, hey, Jerry Lynn, take all this money. It's like, oh, hey, Jerry Lynn, take less money. But then he says no. But then they're like, well, you're still signed to this guarantee contract, so we do have to pay you, but we're not going to use you for a while.
Okay, damn. I will take my vacation paid then, I guess, if I have to.
Because, yeah, this is a month where there is no Frankie Kazarian, there's no Jerry Lynn, there's no Elix Skipper, there's no, like, again, wrestlers who have been around TNA for a while now, just gone.
And I think at this point, too, Lynn feels and has some sort of cachet here. He's like, you're not exactly flourish for stars at the moment.
Lynn spoke to the Between the Ropes radio show and said his TNA status is in limbo since he was given the runaround by TNA. Lynn said that he was especially upset with being portrayed at being at a crossroads of his career, with his age only being 40 being pointed out on television. Lynn has also told wrestlers he was upset when his NWA World title match against AJ Styles wasn't the main event, whereas Loki's match was the main event, even though that Lynn did go on before the Raven and Shane Douglas hair versus hair match, so I really can't give it about that. But he did. Nevertheless, Lynn expressed on the radio show that he felt being quiet and professional was getting him nowhere, so he wanted to express his frustrations. There are a number of younger wrestlers in TNA who miss working with Lynn because he was the pillar of experience who held the X Division together and helped teach some of the younger wrestlers about working. Now, there's a feeling among many wrestlers that are all young, there's no one to lead them to being next level workers.
Very fair.
Because we did talk about how Jerry Lynn was basically the guy who made AJ Styles along with Christopher Daniels. And when you don't have that guy in the division, and you have, like, they have Daniels in the division now, and they have Loki in the division now, so it's not like there's no experience in the division, but even, like, Loki's relatively young in 2003, Daniels is still ancient, he's still been around a decade, but...
Ancient of 40.
Yeah, well, yeah, Daniels is one of those people who has always been the old man in the scene, even when he hasn't been the old man in the scene.
Yeah, well, like, I was listening to the Danielson Observer interview, and... he was talking about, it's like, when we were growing up and we were doing what's the big indie tournament that I'm forgetting right now?
The Super 8?
Yeah, Super 8. And he's talking about, it's like you guys think of, like, Daniels, like, but Daniels was that guy to us at that level, at that time.
Like, because he's the father of indie wrestling. Like, if there's an indie wrestling Hall of Fame, Christopher Daniels has to be in it. Because he is the prevailing influence for everybody.
It's like him and Ruckus.
Like, Daniels is just, as I said, he's been the old man of this wrestling scene, even when he wasn't a particularly old man.
Yeah, just been a staple.
So, TNA wrestlers having problems with not having anybody to lead them. The morale in the NWA-TNA locker room continued to stink last Wednesday, November 19th. Just about everyone involved in the promotion views it as the Jeff Jarrett show, and the general feeling is that nothing and no one is going to change that. I haven't seen morale this bad in any company I've worked in, noted one veteran wrestler.
Noted one veteran wrestler who never worked in 2022 WWE.
That's true. But it's interesting to see, like, it's not just the shows that don't have much life. It's clearly like a prevailing locker room issue that these people don't have a ton of belief in the company. They don't have a ton of belief in the management. And that does seep through into the product, where you see the product suffer. You see the quality of wrestling suffer. You see the amount of engagement in the product suffer. You see the crowd's engagement in the product suffer. So it's kind of interesting to see how, like, that all does work together. Like, no matter how many good wrestlers you have on your show, if locker room morale is down, if you're not keeping people happy, if you're not giving them a place they like to work, unlike what Dixie Carter said in that quote about Lex Luger earlier, where it's like, we pride ourselves on having a great place to work. Apparently the people at NWA-TNA don't really believe that at the moment, Dixie.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's pretty obvious. Like, even you can have the best wrestlers in the world on your roster, but if they're not happy, they're not going to perform at that level.
And if you're not putting them in interesting positions, they're not going to perform to that level.
Because they're not happy. It is a cycle.
Because what you do have Christopher Daniels on the show, but he's not having good matches. You do have Loki on the show, but he's not having good matches. AJ is still being pushed on the show, but he's only been put in a position to have a good match once this month, and he does, which is the match against Abyss. And when you don't put your good wrestlers in positions to have good matches, guess what, Liam? They don't have good matches.
It's true.
Even AMW, best tag team in company history, they have one singles match, or one 2-on-2 tag match this month?
it's a bit all over the place. And that's the thing, like, none of these matches had anything to sink your teeth into either, even from a fan perspective.
Yeah, because there's the AMW match against Siaki and ECMO, and I don't think there's another AMW match this month. I don't even think they're in like a multi-man. Oh no, they're in the gauntlet as singles, but that's it.
Yeah. It's a weird month.
I've never gotten that when you're looking at like, well, how best do we use our talent? How best do we like put these pieces together to create a good show? It's like, what if we didn't have our best tag team wrestle all month? It was all Diamond and Swinger. It was all 3LK.
I like Diamond and Swinger, to be fair, but yeah, you should still probably be finding a spot for AMW on these shows.
I don't like Diamond and Swinger anymore.
I still like them.
The David Youngification of Diamond and Swinger has turned me off them.
How dare you?
Wrestlers continue to complain about Jarrett featuring himself as the main attraction on TNA shows. TNA is a vehicle to get one person over. Jeff Jarrett, said one frustrated wrestler. Other wrestlers echoed that sentiment, including some wrestlers who once defended Jarrett against such criticism.
Well, how about you other guys try being stars? Have you ever thought of that?
I wonder, is that like an element of it that Jarrett has finally used the Hogan thing as an excuse to just push himself as top guy? Which he kind of reluctantly did at times. And like there was the period during the summer where we did note that like during that period where this company was really good, Jeff Jarrett definitely took a back seat. He definitely like took a step back on the product.
He had a role, but he wasn't the guy.
Yeah, he was just like doing mid-card stuff with Legend and Daniels. So now that the Hogan stuff props up, he gives himself an excuse to be like the top main event heel, and maybe a warranted one. It's like, oh, we have Hogan coming in, we need a top main event heel, and I'm the only guy who can do that. Like, I'm not like indifferent to that argument, that there's probably merit there, but also it's just like, oh, this is my moment to step up. I don't have to really think about it anymore. I don't have to be like self-conscious about the degree to which I'm pushing myself. Let's just push myself.
The thing is, too, I don't even mind Jericho. I don't even mind Jarrett being pushed. I just, what they're doing with him isn't interesting. He just comes out every week and cuts the same promo, tells Mike Tenay to shut up, and then starts yammering on about Hulk Hogan until whatever excuse they have for Hulk Hogan not being there gets brought up, and he does his like 1 week feud. It's like, and he's not even wrestling. Because when he's wrestling, he's also fine. But he doesn't do that. All he does is come out here and tell Mike Tenay to shut up, and then he cuts the same exact promo over and over again.
I am so sick of those Jeff Jarrett promos. I'm so sick of them. And they're in the same slot nearly every week, because every week the show opens with a match, and then Jeff Jarrett comes out and he does that same promo where he's like, oh, I brought TNA to Hulk Hogan, but Hulk Hogan's not here, and I injured Hulk Hogan. I'm doing this same promo every single week. It's slapnuts, guitar, and that just, by the end of this month, I am sick of him. I'm sick of him. I do not want to see him anymore. I don't want to see him getting beat him up. I don't want to see it that's not heat. I want him off of my television program.
I think the problem with this show is, too, it's very stale. It's the same things happening over and over again.
Which is funny. When I was doing broad topics, I was like, all right, we have the world title scene. We have whatever Raven's doing this month. We have the X Division. We have the tag teams, which are single programs. And that's it. There's no other story. I was like, literally, I was going through the shows, like, is there anything I'm missing? Is there like a Don Callis story? It's like, no, that ties into the Jarrett stuff. Is there something on this show that I'm not grabbing here? It's like, no, it's all just Jeff Jarrett, the X Division Triple Chance, and 3LK and Glenn Gilberti. Like, that's the entire month.
Yeah.
And then Raven, at least Raven's always doing something off to the side.
He's just fighting red shirt security.
It's no longer Raven doing something interesting. But he is doing something.
We'll get into the specifics.
Oh no, Liam. The TNA pay-per-views are at risk of being cancelled in Australia due to poor buy rates.
Thank God I don't have to do this show anymore.
No, I'll still get them for you. It's fine.
Wait, but I won't have to pay anymore?
No, you should, I think. It's important that you pay.
But they're going to be cancelled? I just don't understand.
They opened to more than 4,500 buys, which is about half of what they were doing in the US at the time, which was an excellent number, and then consistently dropped from there. Part of the problem was the half-ass way it was promoted. Australia only aired one pay-per-view per month, so people couldn't keep up with the storylines. They had national TV on cable channel Fox 8, which they still have on Sundays at 7.
No, they don't!
Well, not anymore, not in 2022. Which aired on Sundays at 7:30 a.m, not exactly a prime time slot there.
No, I would have watched it.
But they were airing shows from 9 months ago, and as you can imagine, 9-month-old TNA, and how it would make no sense building to current pay-per-views. So the entire system they had up was quite disjointed. They were only selling one pay-per-view a month. And I think most importantly, Liam, There were no more Australian flags on the show.
I think that really did. That really lowered my interest in it.
Like, they tried very hard for one show to be super Australian, and then they were Australians probably tuned into Groves. It's like, oh, it's a product for us. Oh, good eye, mate. This is my wrestling. And then they took all the Australian parts out, and they got very sad.
I mean, I know that's what happened to me, personally.
So that's the reason you're such a Debbie Downer on TNA now. You're such a miserable anti-TNA person, because they took the Australian... Like, if Lollipop still had an Australian flag on her butt as she was hitting her high spot, you'd be like, oh, hell yeah.
Well, obviously. I just miss Jeremy Borash sitting across from the Sydney Harbour Bridge talking to us.
He should be there every week.
He should fly back and forth.
Just live in Australia and send the tape away.
Ah, that'd be great.
Among the locker room frustrations these days is the general perception of the wrestlers that several members of management have taken a "you need us more than we need you" approach.
Always great.
One wrestler has said the locker room has been miserable because everyone is walking on eggshells because they don't want to be the next wrestler to be booked with a solid 1 month only to disappear the next. And then to point out that Jerry Lynn, Edith Skipper, D'Lo Brown, and Kazarian all just suddenly gone this month.
It's a rough time back there. I mean, but like, what do you want? Like, yeah, it's everything we've been talking about. It's a bad show.
And the last news note of the month, which is something I think we will cover a number of times because I hate this talking point. I hate it with every fiber of my being.
They ran out of pops?
They ran out of pops. The bad crowd reactions has caused a lot of talk about running weekly at the fairgrounds. When the idea of this promotion started, they were at first going to run tapings all over the southeast. At the time, I said it wouldn't work and they needed to run in an 800-seat building that they could pay for the pack every week because it's almost impossible to get people to buy wrestling tickets these days. Then, after the first show in Huntsville died, they decided to run Nashville and pay for the place at a 9,000-seat auditorium. It wasn't long before they moved down to the fairgrounds. Listen to our early episodes if you'd like to go through the process of them doing that. It worked out well for a while, but they've got to get out of there. This is from the Wrestling Observer, by the way. This is Dave Meltzer.
Hey, Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know the problem is that they're in the impact zone?
Oh.
And they've burnt out the impact zone.
Oh.
So that's the problem. They need to get out from the impact zone. It's not that the shows are so bad they've burnt the audience. It's that the fucking building is the problem.
Every single time. Over and over again in TNA history. It's like, oh, do they burn, as you mentioned, it's the impact zone, it's the asylum. It's like, they've got to get out of running the same building because, oh, it's killing
Full
the
Sail.
show. A Full Sail, yeah. It's remarkable, Liam, how during periods where the shows in all of these companies are good in those places, the crowd seems super engaged. Full Sail was one of the most hot buildings in wrestling. The Impact Zone was one of the hottest buildings in wrestling. Remember how much these crowds were going nuts for those near falls in that Raven and Slash match?
I do. Remember, I was there.
And now, all of a sudden, wow, they're not going crazy anymore. I wonder why that is.
Yeah, it's because the building.
It's the building. It's the fans' fault, Liam. They're just not making noise. And like the Dave Meltzer specifically cites the Loki Daniels this month, which is a good match that the crowd just do not give a shit about.
I can give you a bigger match where I felt it was more prevalent. The three-way X Division match where they're killing themselves to zero reaction.
But what reason has this asylum crowd been given to care about Christopher Daniels?
Yeah.
None. Absolutely none. The dude lost a bad feud with Jarrett, did the weird, like, I am talking about metamorphosis and sports entertainment promos, and then was dumped down into the X Division to feud with Low-Key, who was once a star in this company and feels like a complete non-entity ever since he returned. Like, they have no reason to care about these people, so even if they go out there and, like, have a good wrestling match, they have no reason to care about these people.
Yeah, I got some more points about this, but I'll save it for later. It's just, it's also, it's unfortunate because the crowd makes the show a lot of the time too. Mm-hmm. I was thinking about some of these matches where I was like, I don't really care about these matches. They don't interest me, but if the crowd was hot and popping for them the whole time, I'd probably still care about it. I'd probably like, at least, you know, it would engage me more. Like,
remember when 3LK were really hot and they tricked you into liking them?
Yeah.
And they had these like high energy 6-minute openers where they were just doing moves and the crowd were going nuts. And now that they're winning the tag titles this month, the crowd don't give a shit. The crowd don't care about 3LK anymore.
It wasn't even like a pop for it.
It's just a thing that has happened on the show where things happen. And like, you could probably argue the biggest pop in TNA history is this month. Like, when Sting comes out for that Jeff Jarrett match, that crowd goes insane.
Well, I got things to say about that too.
But nonetheless, I hate this talking point. I hate it with every fiber of my being, because it's...
Alright, we'll get used to this talking point over every episode from now on.
Yeah, it's just such a wrong-headed way to look at it. And, like, people were doing it again during Revolution last week. It's like, why are the crowd dead during this Danielson and Moxley match? It's because the work isn't engaging the audience. I hate the idea that the crowd response is just this, like, mythical thing that's disconnected from the show and the product that's it's related to.
And also, for some reason, people put the onus on the fans all the time.
Yeah, it's like it's the job of the fans to engage the wrestlers instead of the job of the wrestlers to engage the fans.
It's like Chris Hero says, like, I've seen him say it a few times, there's no bad wrestling crowd, there's just bad wrestlers.
Yeah, and if you can't get that crowd to react, you just failed at your job that night. Yeah. And there are rare occasions where I'll feel sorry for people who will legitimately bust their ass and get nothing.
Oh, you saw that? It's like Danielson Moxley.
And I'm amazed to see people give that such high ratings, given how, like, the crowd just did not give a single shit about it.
I can only speak from my experience. That was a match where I didn't care that the crowd wasn't into it, because I was into it.
Bias.
I was watching them beat the shit out of each other and kick each other's heads in and brawl, and I was like, I like this even if the crowd's not into this.
And you should have been really into the Daniels and Loki match.
Well, no, because the work wasn't as good.
Work was better. Loki's better than Moxley.
I think that's true.
Loki is probably a better wrestler than Moxley.
Loki probably peaked higher, but Mox has had way more longevity.
Also, Mox is a much bigger star.
But also consistency.
But yeah, stop it with the fan blaming. It's like, if the audience isn't engaged, that's due to something in the product, nothing else. It's just the easiest thing in the world to just blame your fans for not caring when they don't care because you didn't make them care.
But even if, like, you want to go to the default, like, they're tired, well then that's also kind of on you, man.
Yeah, you gotta pace your shows. You put this thing together.
Run it over 2 nights if you think it's gotta be that bad and you want to get 6 hours of content on there. Like, there's changes that can be made functionally.
Yeah, maybe don't do a 17-minute pre-show match if you don't want your crowd to burn out. You know? Maybe?
I don't know, just save things, spread things out. Yeah. It's fine. You're a TV company anyway. I mean, like, I'm critiquing one of my favorite pay-per-views, like, of the last decade, so I don't know what I'm doing here, really, but...
I've sucked you into that due to being much lower on the show than nearly everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, because, like, I think it's easy to hyper-focus on that part of that show, because it was the glaring part of that show.
You mean to talk about the bad stuff instead of just conveniently brush over it because you like the company?
Yeah, but fine. If it's like an 8 out of 10, like the easier talking point and the point that's going to get brought up always is going to be like the thing that made it, that lost those 2 points instead of the stuff that gave it that 8.
And speaking of 8s out of 10s, Liam, let's talk about this month of NWA-TNA.
I'm very curious to see what you would give anything on any of these shows an 8 out of 10.
The closest we got, I gave Styles and Abyss a 7 out of 10, so that's close.
I like that match, actually, but I remember watching it and I was like, this feels like I had just watched Rampage.
Oh, again, he's going to be look at Mr. AEW.
No, but I was like, oh, this feels exactly like the match you would see opening a Rampage.
if this was on Rampage, it would have been 4 stars. If it was on NWA-TNA,
my whole point was that it was low to mid 3s, which is the Rampage staple.
Mr. Everything is AEW over here. Everything is Ring of Honor.
Literally, AEW is Ring of Honor and this company. What do you want, okay?
You've Got to Be Kidding Me is brought to you this week by HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients to your door, including farm-fresh produce that arrives within a week, so you get convenience without skimping on quality. Skip the trip to the grocery store, saving you that wait in long lines and ensuring you don't waste money on excess food. Don't forget dessert. Satisfy your sweet tooth with seasonal limited time goodies like Dunkaroos cookie dough or Vanilla Delight cheesecake. You know, we can all get caught in a rut of eating the same things over and over just out of habit and reliability, and HelloFresh helps kind of break that loop, giving you new and fresh and interesting things to eat. So go to hellofresh.com/VOW16 and use the code VOW16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 free gifts. That's hellofresh.com/VOW16 using the code VOW16. All right, Broad Talks of the month. Let's start with the world title scene. We ended last month with Jimmy Hart announcing that the Icon Sting would be making his TNA return on the first pay-per-view of November.
It's Sting.
It is Sting! The best thing about that freaking AEW pay-per-view was Sting diving out of the stands. Sting is so good. But Sting returns to TNA to face Jeff Jarrett in the main event of our first pay-per-view of the month, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 69. Nice. November 5th, 2003.
That's a funny sex number.
Jimmy Hart opens that show doing a promo about Jarrett facing Sting, and then later in the show he does another one where Sting walks in and says it's showtime, and then we know Sting, Jarrett, main event.
I thought it was interesting that this wasn't the show we did the watch along for.
I did the one for the Luger match, I'm sorry.
I would have assumed I think legitimate Bound for Glory main event.
Well, it does eventually become a Bound for Glory main event.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying. Like something that would become a Bound for Glory main event. Being on one of these shows would have been like, we should watch this one.
Because the reason I picked the next one is because this match builds to the next one, so I thought it made more sense to watch the match that was built to as opposed to the match that builds to it.
Listen, we all have our Dutch Mantel months, okay?
So yeah, Jarrett and Sting. Sting comes out to, as I said, maybe the biggest reaction in TNA history. This crowd go absolutely batshit crazy for Sting.
I was going to say, Sting has been over in every major company.
Because he's a real big star and he's cool.
And my big takeaway, like, the match or whatever, I read here, it's like, not actually a good match or a good finish, but it was nice to see a star. And it was, my big takeaway from it was like, Sting is such an impressive pro wrestling star. Like, his consistency, how he's managed to stay so beloved through now, like, 5 major companies that I can think of off the top of my head. The dude is just the best.
He just has that aura, though, doesn't he? He has the aura of a star. Because it doesn't even really feel like he's trying here. And not like he's dogging it.
No, exactly. In that, like, he doesn't need to, really.
Yeah, he just walks out, he does his poses, he does his stinger splashes, and he's the hottest star in the history of this company because he's goddamn Sting.
Yeah.
And he just feels cool.
Because he is cool.
He has that 2-step explosiveness where everything he does has that like little bit of bite, that little bit of intensity. And it's not like he works this insane pace, but everything he does, whether it's a stinger splash or his like atomic drops or his weird back fists that he does, they all have that just little bit of extra oomph that makes him Sting.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would argue Sting is an all-time great worker. I wouldn't.
He's an all-time great star.
Yeah, and he's a unique worker where like he has his own sense of style. He has his own thing going about him. We were talking about this in the watch along about Abyss as well, as a guy who has his own unique wrestling style. The way he wrestles is unlike anybody else, and I think the same is true of Sting.
Physically looks different.
Yeah, like Sting wrestles unlike anybody else. He's Sting.
That's the thing too, like, Sting, again, like, actually good comparison with the Abyss stuff is we were talking about how Abyss, even in his movement, is not like anyone else. The way he walks around the ring. Sting's the same way. The way he moves around, he's so unique.
Yeah. Everybody should try to do things differently from other people, Liam.
Yeah, his stride, his confidence, it stands out.
So yeah, they have a regular Asylum match. They brawl into the crowd. Jarrett gets collar. They've like, again, it's nothing special, but the crowd is super hot. And then it's because it's a regular Asylum match, you get the interference. Red shirts come out, Raven comes out, Styles comes out, you get all this stuff. It's weird that there's interference on the red shirts, but it's not a DQ until Jarrett hits Sting with a chair. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, because the red shirts are on the take, brother.
But the red shirts are the Don Callis representatives, so clearly, like, red shirt interference should be faster disqualification because Eric Watts.
That is Eric Watts' domain.
Yeah.
My big thing here is, like, the red shirt security are being presented as the strongest force in TNA history.
Mm-hmm.
There has literally not been a group stronger than the red shirt security.
Except maybe Jeff Jarrett.
I said group.
It's true. And Jeff Jarrett is kind of part of them.
They are stronger than Sex ever were. They are more protected than Sex ever were. I don't understand it. Why are red shirt security such a big deal?
Well, and the thing is, they usually lose their matches.
But every segment they're in, they always get their heat back right after the matches too. So it's like, in all the angles they look great because they come out, they always just beat someone up and then drag them out. And then if they lose their matches, they normally beat up the guys after.
It's a very weird act of two big, relatively talentless wrestlers being far too overused on a wrestling show.
How dare you? 3.
Well, we haven't had the added person yet, Liam. Don't you spoil the stories of NWA-TNA for November.
No, I assume everyone who is listening to this has done like we have, paid their $40 or whatever to Jarrett, and watched these shows.
Yeah, of course. You can see what happens at Legend this month.
That's our new Patreon tier. $40 a month and we'll give you the shows.
I'm not sure we can do that, but listen. So, yeah, everyone runs out. Styles Raven runs out. Abyss comes out, clears house. But Swerve, Liam.
Fucking Swerve.
After doing like 2 or 3 weeks as a babyface turning on Kid Cash, he wrestled Kid Cash earlier. No, he didn't wrestle. Kid Cash had a match, and Abyss saved Laz from Kid Cash's attack. We'll talk about that later. But Abyss has been booked as a babyface for 2 or 3 weeks, but now he's swerving.
Swiveled the hips into the Black Hole Slam.
He really did. He swiveled the hips into the Black Hole Slam.
This is stupid. Abyss was really over as a face. It feels like you're cutting his legs out from under him here.
And yeah, that's one of the decisions that contributes to like a poorer crowd response, where you have a babyface that the crowd are getting behind and believing in, and then when you pull that rug out from under him, maybe they're less inclined to get behind and believe in people.
Like the only like real face that they have that's believable at this point is Raven.
AJ too, to be fair.
I don't know. I think they kind of fucking killed AJ.
Well, we'll get into that. They kill him for the wrong reasons, but like the crowd really does care about AJ, I think, in the first couple of weeks of this month.
Mm.
So yeah, Abyss aligns himself with Jarrett and Callis by hitting Styles with a Black Hole Slam, and that's your big thing going off the air. Except it's not, because Sting gets on the mic and he's like, AJ, you're really good. I want to team with you to face Jarrett and our partner. And Jarrett's like, I accept, and my partner will be the total package, Lex Luger.
So, in kayfabe,
Mm-hmm.
this tag match was made on the spot.
Yeah.
What if Lex just said no?
Well, I'd like to think that Jarrett was just trying to find a way to fuck with Sting, so he already had Luger in his back pocket. But he's like, fine, I'll team with him.
Because actually, I do like that aspect. Calling out Sting's mate. It's a fun little thing.
My favorite part of that was Mike Tenay responded to the mere utterance of Lex Luger's name by saying, oh my god, just 4 times in a row.
That's because they didn't tell him.
Well, the deal to make this match was only made right before the show went on the air.
Why does this keep happening?
Well, at least it was made before they announced it in this case, but yeah, they only nailed down the Luger deal right before they went on air, and then made the Jarrett and Luger and Styles and Sting match for the following minute.
But like, what do they do if Luger just goes nah?
Oh, Abyss was meant to be there.
Okay. At least they had a backup.
And they set up the angle for that as well, so it would have made perfect sense to put Abyss with Jarrett against Styles and Sting.
Sure.
So that is your main event of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 70. November 12th, 2003, Jeff Jarrett and the total package Lex Luger face the phenomenal AJ Styles and Sting. There's a promo earlier in the show where Scott Hudson goes to... Well, there's 2 promos. We'll talk about this one before...
This is a good month for Scott.
Yeah, Scott Hudson's on these shows a lot. Was there a Red Jarrett promo on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 69 that we missed? There's so many of them. Raven. Oh, there was. Jarrett did a promo on that show. It's the same promo they do every week, which we will cover over and over again. So NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 69, before we go on to the next week's show, Jarrett did do a promo earlier in that show where he came out. He did his Hogan's Bad promo. He showed some German and Japanese magazines about the coverage of his attack on Hogan. He got mad at Mike Tenay. AJ showed up in the crowd. The crowd, like, legitimately, to be fair, the crowd really did care about AJ for a while. So, like, the crowd really did believe in him. They were chanting AJ. He felt like a star. It felt like, the pivot to AJ being a babyface is the thing where it's like, why wasn't this man a babyface the entire time?
Yeah, there's definitely that point to it. I get what AJ says when he's like, he felt like he was just getting into his groove as a heel. But he really shouldn't have been that ever at this point.
Yeah.
That should have been a big deal.
Like, the moment he turned heel should have been like, after, like, Eddie Edwards in Current Impact. It's like, you've been a babyface for 8 years. Well, fine, we'll turn you heel, Sting as well, yeah. That's just like, just to do something different with you after all this time of you being a top babyface, we might as well turn you heel for a while. Because AJ really should have been the babyface face of this brand from the very start, instead of a guy who played a weird tweener in the feud with Jerry Lynn, and then was very firmly a heel from like October onwards, until October this year when he turned babyface again.
You could argue that he's been a dick more than he's been a good guy.
Yeah, he was a babyface for like 2 weeks, basically. Like 2 weeks he was a babyface.
Like a pure babyface.
And then he was doing like the weird asshole stuff with Jerry Lynn, and from the entire point onwards, he was unlikable. And it's like, how do you do that with AJ? He should be your marquee man. He should be your guy. It's like, as I said, it should be like Eddie Edwards or Sting or these guys who are baby faces for years and years and years and years because they're natural baby faces. And then only because you're like, oh well, we do eventually have to do something different with this guy and do something new and give him a new challenge. So maybe then we do turn him heel. But that should have been very, very, very long down the road. We do get the first instance, I think, of him calling Sting Stink in this promo.
Stank.
Because AJ, his mouth does not form the word sting very well, so he says the word stink quite a lot.
Stinker.
I do enjoy that. And then they did the usual. Raven comes out, Red Shirts come out, Just Styles comes out, Brawl, Abyss comes out, makes the save for them all, and beats up the Red Shirts, setting up the swerve later in the show somehow. But... And Jarrett said, called Sting Batman. He said, I'll see you later, Batman.
I'm unfamiliar.
He's the Batman. He's vengeance.
He doesn't really do that voice.
Sorry, it's more whispery now. He's the Batman. He's vengeance.
Yeah, be more like broody and emo.
I'm like, just kind of a little sad as opposed to angry. I'm just mad, like sad at the war. I don't want to be Bruce Wayne. I want to be Batman.
Yeah.
Swear to me.
You're jumping between Batman.
Yeah, multiple Batman.
Batman.
So yeah, that sets up the Jarrett Stingman event with the swerve for Abyss and the Lex Luger announcement to bring us to the next show, where we begin the reoccurring theme, where we get a Jarrett promo in his standard slot. The second, we have an opening match, and then Jarrett comes out to do his promo. And guess what, Liam? It's the same promo he did last week.
But also, I hate this Bash at the Beach shit. I hate it so much. No one gives a fuck. And the rage I felt in my heart when it was the third show, I think, where they did the angle at the radio station, and Jimmy Hart was like, yeah, man, everyone in the wrestling world, this is the most talked about thing. And I was like, shut up! Shut up! It's not! It sucks! No one cares!
That was a solid Jimmy Hart impression right there.
Thanks. I let the emotion carry me.
He gets a higher and higher pitch as the shows goes on as well. Like he starts like, oh, I'm Jimmy Hart. It's like, now listen to me, Jeff Jarrett. I got a thing to say.
It's a really high pitched Dixie.
Everything is just degrees of Dixie, isn't it?
Degrees of Dixie. That should be what we called the show.
So Jarrett comes out. He demands that Don West replace Mike Tenay to do the interview instead because he's mad at Mike Tenay. Because Mike Tenay is the true top babyface in this company. Has been from day one. Everybody's feud with Mike. Everybody likes Mike. Be like Mike. So he does the same old promo over and over again. He talks about how he took the TNA to Hulk Hogan, ran Hogan out of TNA, he got injured, doesn't want to talk about Bash at the Beach. Raven interrupts. Raven's like, it's my destiny. I'm going to be champion. Registered security come out. It's just the same exact... It's the exact same thing that happened last week. Like, literally beat for beat in the same slot in the show as well. Just let's do it again. Raven even brings it up later. He's like, I'll beat this red shirt guy, then I'll beat this red shirt guy, and we'll just keep doing the same thing over and over again forever. Then later in the show, Scott Hudson has mentioned he was trying to get an interview with Lex Luger, but he got an interview with Jeff Jarrett instead. To begin our show-running, month-running angle, really, that AJ Styles does not belong in the heavyweight division. Well, they already started this, I feel, last month too, but they definitely... fucking threw it up into overdrive here. I like that when AJ did his Mike Tenay interview, he pointed out the hypocrisy of that statement. He's like, A, I'm a Grand Slam champion. And then he's like, B, I beat Jeff Jarrett! For the title. Yeah. It's so weird of them to decide to do this story now, as mentioned, because like you said, last month they did the thing where Jarrett said, get back to the X division, and now he's saying that that AJ Styles isn't worthy of being in the heavyweight division. Lex Luger is saying that AJ Styles isn't worthy of being in the heavyweight division, and that's the show running angle, even though this guy has been champion for 4 months. He held the belt from June to October. I guess that is meant to be the heat, but also you have to reflect that in the booking of the show, because if you say it and then you perceive him to not be a heavyweight, you're actually just proving the point. Yeah. But to make it heat, you have the heel say that and the babyface prove him wrong. So that when you do get to the main event of AJ Styles and Sting against Lex Luger and Jeff Jarrett, where the finish is that Sting hits Lex Luger with a bat multiple times, and then Styles catches a quick roll-up and pins him, that is not proving that AJ's on their level. In fact, it kind of tells you the opposite.
Yeah, it proves them right. It's like, oh, he isn't on their level because he couldn't beat them fair and square.
He won in a cheap slip on a banana peel way instead of just beating him. Earlier on the show, Abyss beat Don Harris. AJ and Abyss brawled after the match.
Sure.
But I hate this story. Even Sting coming out and saying, like, oh, I like Sting. Because, like, Sting choosing to team with AJ should be a moment. These two have, like, a long relationship going through the rest of TNA history, basically, going all the way to their Bound for Glory main event in 2009. And this is kind of the start of it.
Please don't spoil 2009 for me.
Just that story, doing that story now, after this dude has been the best thing about this company for so long, after this dude has been world champion for 4 months, you're going to turn around and finally say, this dude's not on our level, he's not ready to be in the main events, in the heavyweight division, he's not on the Jeff Jarrett and Lex Luger level. It's just one of those dumbass TNA things. It's like, why are you doing this? Why are you telling us that your biggest star isn't worth being on the level of these old WCW stars? It just reinforces like the worst instincts. Like, no one in AEW says Hangman Page isn't as good as frickin' Bryan Danielson. In fact, they had him beat him.
What do you want? Like, that's exactly what it is. And it's a theme that will continue to come to pass throughout the rest of the history of the company.
Yes, where all of a sudden these stars from elsewhere are bigger stars than AJ Styles and Samoa Joe and Christopher Daniels and Chris Sabin and Alex Shelley.
We even saw it like in our brief run with the Hogan era, in which you can listen to on the Patreon.
There you go.
Where it was like Val Venus comes in and just wins, beats Christopher Daniels, who was like a title contender the month before.
Yeah, he challenged for the world title 2 months in a row, and then the following baby he lost to Val Venus.
The most fucking like mind-boggling thing that pained me the most: Orlando Jordan fucking big leaguing him, and being like, "Listen here, kid."
The real stars are here. Orlando Jordan.
Yeah. At least, like, I don't know. I don't want to. At least Sting, like, and Luger have achieved things.
They are big stars.
It's worse when it's like, if, I'm trying to think of a cool WCW mid-carder.
Buff Bagwell.
Yeah, if Buff came in was like, listen, kid. And not even if Buff came in now. If Buff came in like 2010.
Yeah.
It was like, listen, kid.
Buff is the stuff.
He's the stuff.
And you're not the stuff.
Me?
Yes.
Wow. I am not an American male.
So what did you think of this as a match? What do you think of Luger?
I didn't.
You just didn't?
I didn't think of this match or Luger. I believe at this time I was reading that Roman Reigns had defeated Seth Rollins in 3 minutes.
Yes, and we were waiting for what the actual angle on that show was, not realizing it was just an Austin Theory match.
I mean, I like Luger at times, but also I don't have an attachment to him at all, because he wasn't a guy that I grew up on at all.
Yeah.
Like, even I'm notoriously not the WCW guy. Like, have seen very little. And my WWF stuff, even if I was going to the WWF era, was like, Sean, Brett.
You weren't watching your Lex Express era?
Yeah, I didn't even really catch Lex in that era. So I just don't have an emotional attachment to this guy. I have more of an emotional attachment to Sting. But like I said earlier when we first was brought up about him, Sting's a TNA guy to me. He's not even a WCW guy to me. So it's like, this is just not my wheelhouse.
Yeah, I thought he looked fine.
Yeah, I thought it was fine.
He looked like Luger from WCW, which means he wasn't really trying, and he didn't really do anything, but he also wasn't bad. He was just like a guy there, looking big.
Yeah. He had a good presence about him. I think he filled his role fine.
It would have been ideal if AJ just pinned him clean, but listen, you can't get what you want, can you?
I mean, you can. You do pay these people. Like, seriously. Like, hey, Luger, you're going to take a Scorpion Death Drop and then AJ's going to, like, do a Frog Splash and pin you. Especially
when, by all accounts, even by booking Luger, you're doing him a favor.
Yeah. Like, have your guy win.
So that brings us to NWA-TNA number 71, November 19th, 2003. TNA has that sit-down interview with Styles where they talk about whether or not he's on the heavyweight level, and he talks a lot about surviving, and he points out how stupid the thing is.
He also promises that we'll see embarrassing footage, and I had assumed this would just be a recap of the last 2 months.
Whoa, owned.
Yeah, I wrote that joke down. I made sure I was like, this is a good joke. Say this joke.
So the idea of this show is Jarrett opens it with the red shirts and Abyss being like, red shirts take out Raven. We'll talk about Raven stuff after this.
I actually like this little promo. I gotta admit, this is a good little the crew's here together.
Yeah, and then he wants Abyss to take out Styles so that he has no challengers.
Yeah, and then so he can continue not doing anything.
So we see that a confrontation took place on the John Boy and Billy show.
Are you a big fan?
They're still in the air, apparently. I looked this up. They're still going, so good on them.
Has Jeff Jarrett ever been back? He was banned.
Yeah, so the Jimmy Hart's there. He's talking about all the Hulk Hogan stuff. He mentions how Hulk Hogan... He mentions how Hogan wrestled in front of 55,000 people in the Tokyo Dome and how great and impressive that was, and how everyone wants to know what's... Actually, no, he didn't even bring up Bash at the Beach. It was one of the hosts that's like, Jimmy, what's the deal with the Bash at the Beach?
Jimmy, everyone wants to know.
The whole world is interested in this Bash at the Beach angle.
And I'm like punching my couch in anger at this.
Before Jeff Jarrett runs into the studio, he starts beating up the guy who asked the question, and then they do a bunch of interviews afterward being like, oh, Jeff Jarrett, we didn't know he was here. He's been on the show loads of times. We thought he was our friend.
It's like, we didn't know he was here. And like the first thing Jarrett says is like, I'm on in the next hour. That was his justification for being there at the same time.
Yeah, he shows up early. He's very
Which
diligent.
I actually liked, because like, why else would he just be stalking around this radio broadcast?
I honestly prefer the idea he's just following Jimmy Hart around.
No, that is some real Stone Cold Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, it's just like, maybe he'll badmouth me on this interview, so I'm just going to stand outside.
It really comes down to like, Jeff Jarrett's at his best when he's just like doing his Stone Cold cosplay.
So then we go to the ring where Mike Tenay is standing with Jimmy Hart. Jimmy talks about the confrontation that took place on the John Boy and Billy show, which is a syndicated radio show that goes all over the US. As mentioned, they still have a show these days, which is on Sirius, I think. But
Congrats.
yeah,
Nice.
still on the radio. Well done. So yeah, Jimmy's like, oh, there could be potential lawsuits over this. We're going to have news about Hulk Hogan soon, maybe as early as next week.
Cool. I'm looking forward to it.
Good news, definitely. Jimmy then announces that he has a legendary surprise showing up for Jeff Jarrett, that an icon of the business is here to take out Jeff tonight.
Is it Sting?
No, Sting's not here anymore until December.
Oh, it's time.
So Jeff comes out, demands to know who Jimmy has as his big surprise. Jimmy says, I'm not telling you. During this promo, Jimmy Hart says that there was a kid who had a poster, and it was a really great poster, and he holds the poster up, and he's like, I'm going to bring this poster to Hulk Hogan. So I have two questions for you, Liam.
Oh, he threw that out immediately after he went backstage.
I was going to ask, do you think Hulk Hogan actually got that poster, and do you think he still has the poster?
No, that went in the trash like the minute he went backstage.
No, Linda actually took it from him in the divorce.
Oh, there you go.
I'm bringing the poster with me, Hulk. My prized possession!
It was in a frame over his bed.
I love nothing more than this poster this child made me.
Yeah, he puts it in his poster room.
And then our main event of that show, AJ Styles faces Abyss in the beginnings of one of the rivalries that will define TNA for like 2 years.
Yeah, let's get to that cage match.
Must be mentioned, Abyss had his Abyss theme for the first time this month. I think he had it for the first time when he came out for the Don Harris match. So he's Abyss now. He's fully Abyss.
He had cool lights that was spinning like a black hole.
Yeah.
That was fun. The wettest he may have ever been at this point. Even I was like, listen, brother.
You want to cool off on the wetness.
Yeah. Fucking go stand under a lampshade for a bit.
There was a cool hype package beforehand with this Are You Ready theme song. It's like, Are you ready?
Boom, boom, boom.
Hyping up this AJ and Abyss match. Tenay says that AJ has never wrestled anybody like Abyss, even though he literally wrestled Lex Luger last week.
There's this guy called Samoa Joe.
Listen, has he wrestled Samoa Joe by... He's probably had wrestled Samoa Joe by October.
I think he has. Probably not even, like a notable thing. Let's find out. I wrote Soma Joe.
Feels like that was probably a match that happened in PWG at that stage.
Holy shit. Garrett.
Yeah.
How many times would you like to say that Samoa Joe has had a singles match with AJ Styles?
I'm going to guess 85.
You would be wrong! As it is actually 91 times.
Oh, because I assumed he obviously would have worked in a bunch in TNA and a bunch on TNA house shows.
TNA house shows and WWE house shows.
Yeah, I was going to say, and then they had that feud in WWE where they would have worked the house shows for probably like 4 months straight, so they probably had a ton of matches.
Garrett, the first ever Samoa Joe AJ Styles singles match. 2003.
Oh, what month?
November.
Oh, no, was it before or after this?
The 29th.
Mike Tenay is right. He hadn't wrestled Samoa Joe yet.
Wow.
Because this is the 19th.
He didn't have another singles match with Samoa Joe for 2 years.
Not until the TNA ones?
Not until PWG All-Star Weekend.
Ah.
And then Sacrifice 05.
So it's not until they wrestled in TNA that they truly became rivals, Liam.
Well, let's see if he wrestled him in a multi-man. Would you like to guess how many multi-mans they've been involved with?
Far too many.
194.
That's a lot of matches.
You must really like get to know someone at that point. Okay, he has in fact wrestled Samoa Joe in a 4-way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is a fun 4-way. It is Jay Briscoe defeating AJ Styles, Chris Sabin, and Samoa Joe.
Chris Sabin's in the match, so I like it.
Yes, and you're notoriously down on the other 3.
But Chris Sabin's there, so
That's a good match.
So maybe we'll forgive Mike today because like Lex Luger, is he really on Abyss's level? But he hadn't wrestled Samoa Joe yet for another like 10 days. So
Hey Garrett, I found another famous 3-way involving AJ Styles and Samoa Joe.
sure,
AJ Styles.
yeah.
Samoa Joe. Bryan Danielson.
Oh, that's no Christopher Daniels.
Yeah, clearly. Step down.
There's a 3-way on 2007 Impact where it's Styles, Sabin, and Joe. And that match actually rocks.
These guys must... I wonder if they got sick of wrestling each other, if they're just cool with it.
I imagine by the time they're in WWE, they're literally just like, play the hits coast. They probably don't even care.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through the history of Multimans and Samoa Joe and AJ Styles. And like a year after the Unbreakable 3-way, Ring of Honor ran one. Mm-hmm. With Samoa Joe, AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, and Jimmy Yang.
Yeah, that's the addition that really takes it to the next level.
It's so funny. It's like, you could just do the match again at that point.
But no, you have Jimmy Yang there. It's a whole new dynamic.
Actually, TNA did that match again at Hardcore War.
Yeah, that match rules. That's like the Forgotten Saga Daniels Joe match.
How many times have they done this 3-way?
Like 5. They did Unbreakable. They did Hardcore. Hardcore War was a house show. It doesn't really count. And they did it Against All Odds. They did it Destination X, and they did it at Turning Point 09.
I thought that I only remembered the Turning Point and the original.
Because the Destination X one, they did this match in Ultimate X, Liam.
Really?
They did a Styles Daniels Joe Ultimate X, which we'll get to during the good period in TNA history.
There is 5, I think. No, 3. Okay, there's 3 that are listed here. Hardcore War. IPW All or Nothing. Ran Joe defeating AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels for the TNA X Division title.
Whoa. Well, he retained, but...
And then, yeah, they did. And because Daniels was just Daniels in the last one, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. All right, we got TNA Impact number 254 can wait.
So yeah, Styles and Abyss. It wasn't like a truly great match because their Lockdown 2005 main event is a truly great match.
Yeah, that match is fantastic.
You see the chemistry between these two here. It's like, oh, they've got it. Like there is a great match in these two.
This also had a smoothness and a crispness that sets it apart from most TNA matches.
And they got time as well, which I think is a big problem with a lot of the matches on these shows these days. Like the majority of them go like 6 to 8 minutes.
That's because they try and fit like 12 matches on a show.
Yeah, when they're cramming so much on these shows that like even Sting and Jarrett went like 7, I think. Like everything on these shows is quick and fast and in and out.
Because they treat it like TV.
Yeah, and nothing feels substantive, nothing feels like memorable. So that when you do get Styles and Abyss, who I think went like 15, they did get plenty of time. It's like, oh, it's an actual real like match. It's a real main event.
Yeah, and there's some good stuff though.
So AJ wins with a quick roll through. He cannot even get a second, like a single second. He got a big win over the Monster Abyss, which I think is Abyss's first loss in TNA. And immediately, actually no, I think he lost the cash in the first blood, so I guess it's his second. But he immediately gets beaten up by the red shirt security. Like immediately after winning the match, the red shirts run out.
That's what they do. They're the coolest.
They attack him, then like he makes a comeback, he fights them off, then he's like running up the ramp, and then Jarrett comes out and beats him up from behind. So it's like, oh, for God's sake, this man can't catch a break.
This ramp is not your place.
Raven comes out brawling, the red shirts get the better of them before Jimmy Hart's big announcement is that the American Dream Dusty Rhodes is back.
Yay.
The legendary American Dream.
And he has a cool mustache.
Yeah, daddy. So Dream clears house, Dream makes the save, Dream announces that next week he will face Jeff Jarrett one-on-one in a fans revenge match.
Okay, we didn't have any like news stories about this.
Yeah.
So I was curious about the legitimacy of the fans in the fans revenge match.
I think, like, okay, so on the next show, we do have the Fans Revenge match, NWA-TNA paper number 72, November 26th, 2003. Through the show, we do see Jimmy Hart recruiting the fans. And, like, one of them looks like a plant, and the other doesn't. So, I'm not sure. I don't know.
But they could both easily just be, like, dudes who are training.
Yeah, because, like, the dude who looks like the most 2003 guy ever Like, he looks like a plant. He looks like a guy who's wrestling in 2003. Yeah.
The first big guy, you're a worker.
Yeah, you're a wrestler. Whereas the other guy looks like spindly and he has the dodgy mustache. So I'm like, oh, maybe you're like...
Yeah, but I could definitely see him being like a trainee, you know? Okay, because my theory is that these are all just trainees.
Yeah. Danny and Alex, by the way, their names.
Because they need to ensure that people aren't going to fucking just whip Jarrett in the goddamn face.
I don't know, like, you have Jimmy Hart out there with them because the idea is it's 9 fans and Jimmy Hart. And they do give them very limited opportunities to whip Jarrett.
I would have liked to have been the guy who's like, yeah, fuck you, Dusty, bang!
Heel turn.
Like, because technically there's no rule that says they can't take it to Dusty as well.
Yeah, there's a regular strap match, except it's fans' revenge, so they get to strap Jarrett.
Lucky I'm not there. I would have been going for everyone.
Which is not the only time we do this stip. We'll do one in 2006 as well.
I don't mind fans' revenge. I think it's a fun little stip. But yeah, I'm very curious about the legitimacy of the fans.
I choose to believe.
I think it's a work.
Oh, so yeah, Jimmy Hart picks the fans out. He like runs around with the fans chanting "Whip him like a dog."
Sure.
Which, like, don't whip dogs. No.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, Dusty has a backstage promo where he calls himself a national treasure.
I would agree.
It's true. Oh, by the way, all of the fans, Liam, they had "I smacked it raw, I want more TNA t-shirts."
I assume they're talking about Jeff Jarrett.
They're smacking Jeff Jarrett raw, baby.
They want it more. They could be all of our fans. We could do fans' revenge.
That's true. If you'd like to whip us, we'll have to set a decent Patreon tier for our fans whipping us.
Yeah, like at least $40.
We'll have the fans' revenge tier on Patreon where you can whip us.
That should be our top tier. We should think of something for it.
So yeah, Dusty calls himself a national treasure. He hides the match. Like, most people can't call themselves national treasures. Dusty Rhodes can.
Yeah, I really was a fan of him and Nick Cage when they were like together for that time period. I was like, please give me that, Garrett. I need it.
Listen, I'm a fan of the national treasure
It's
movies.
midnight. We've crossed over officially past midnight, so I'm gonna get incoherent now.
Because you were so coherent before now.
Oh yeah, I was eloquent. I did a great AJ Styles impression, which was very undervalued, I feel.
It's true. No, your Jimmy Hart was very good, though. He talks about how the people raised his family, so apparently the fans in the asylum are responsible for Cody.
They should be in the next fans' revenge.
And then we did have the fans' revenge match between Jarrett and Dusty Rhodes, which I really liked how this has worked. Because, like, Jarrett would lock up with Dusty and then, like, instinctively take a powder, but then he'd get whipped and he'd, like, be like, fuck.
Yeah, good.
Before it descended into the same thing all of these do, where Callis ran out, Watts ran out, AJ runs out, Red Shirts run out.
It would have been so much fun if they all ran out and the fans were like, fucking no! Get the fuck away! Stay away! No!
Whip.
I would have been going for red shirt security. Don Callis, you catch me in the streets, I'm whipping you.
So yeah, we have the same old brawl to end every show because I should have mentioned there's we didn't even do the show opening promo. Oh.
Who cares, man? It's the same one.
It does have Eric Watts in it though, so
again.
Jarrett comes out and I want to die is what I wrote in the notes here. He does the exact same promo he's done a million times. By the way, this is like, it is interesting. This is the Jeff Jarrett that we will know and maybe not so love for the next 3 years. Like, this is the TNA Jeff Jarrett heel, and he wasn't really this for the first, like, 18 months of TNA. He was various different things. He was Stone Cold Jeff Jarrett. He was, like, a random mid-card guy. He was a babyface. But, like, the overbearing, obnoxious heel Jeff Jarrett that I think everybody thinks of when they think of TNA Jeff Jarrett is this. We finally gotten here. It's this character that we're seeing now in November 2003.
Do you think we have finally entered orbit to Planet Jarrett?
Oh, no. This is his world. He does have a stable now. He has the Red Shirts and Abyss and Don Callis.
Yeah, it does feel very, like, proto-Planet Jarrett, doesn't it?
And Abyss is in both, so...
Yeah. I'm very excited for the eventual War of the Worlds with Planet Jarrett and Wardlow's world.
Ah, yes, of course.
That should be his stable. Who would you put in Wardlow's world? From NWA-TNA.
Abyss. The Red Shirt security.
God, this is a beefy stable.
Who else is large?
Eric Watts.
X.
Oh, Watts' world and Wardlow's world!
Oh, these are the feuding worlds.
Worlds collide.
So yeah, Eric Watts interrupts Jeff Jarrett here and announces that Jeff Jarrett will defend the NWA World title against AJ Styles next week. So we'll cover that on our December episode, the Styles and Jarrett rematch.
Is that going to be good?
I don't remember. Please, Liam, discuss Eric Watts' beanie look.
That's a great look.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I enjoy about Watts
yeah, many things.
He just looks like he's having a good time. I made note of it actually in a match where he probably shouldn't be having a good time, but in the Clockwork Orange House of Fun match, there was a moment where he was in the corner, and I swear to God, my man was beaming. Like, just a big smile on his face. He was having so much fun.
He's happy to just be wrestling on television.
Yeah, I can really relate to an Eric Watts. He is the working man's pro wrestler.
I did like how in this promo, he basically retconned everything that happened over the last 2 months. He's like, Rick Steiner?
Yes.
Me.
Me.
Jim Duggan? Me. Sting? Me.
And it's like, literally none of those were you. It was Jimmy Hart.
Yeah, this had nothing to do with you. What are you talking about?
It's almost like Watts' world is all about him.
There was a line in this promo where Jeff Jarrett said, you look DOA, and then Watts turned it around and said, well, you look DICK.
And then he did Alex Shelley's embassy.
He did a little dance, yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. Garrett, do you think we could sell a parody shirt? Right? That is the Jericho Appreciation Society.
Right.
But it's the Jarrett Appreciation Society.
I'm just going to say Watts Appreciation Society, but sure.
No, because I had to go with the JAS.
Is there anybody else whose name begins with J on the show?
Jim Mitchell.
Jimmy Hart Appreciation Society?
No, I would not be a part of that.
John Boy and Billy Appreciation Society?
Julio Gennaro Appreciation Society.
Yeah, that's the one. There we go. So yeah, the key thing here is that Styles and Jarrett's made for next week, which is the reason I figured we'd probably have to bring it up.
Okay.
So that's your main event scene for the month, basically.
Good. Glad we're done.
We don't have much else to talk about. Let's go to Raven.
Quoth the Raven.
Quoth the Raven nevermore, indeed. So Raven is feuding with the Red Shirts for the entire month. We talked about a bunch of it already, but there's some bits and pieces that we didn't cover. But probably the most important part we should finish off. Raven faced James Mitchell on the first show of the month.
Yeah, okay. This might be my favorite match of the month.
Oh yeah, like I gave the Styles Abyss match a higher rating because it was, like, technically speaking, a better wrestling match. But like this was the perfect version of what a James Mitchell Raven match should look like.
Yeah, 100%. And the whole show-long story leading up to it with, like, Mitchell being like, oh, I gotta get the fuck out of here. That was actually, I believe, that was from the week before.
Yeah, they did one of the things where they showed, like, a quick promo from the week before where after Raven announced that he'll be facing James Mitchell in a last man standing match, they cut to, like, parking lot footage of James Mitchell trying to run away, and he's like, yo, Hudson, you know how to hotwire a car?
Which we found out Scott Hudson does not know how to hotwire a car.
No, but I love that segment. And he's checking car doors to see are any of them open.
As if, like, how did you get here, man?
He clearly got a lift. It's fine.
So, and even without just those guys specifically, this whole show was built up to this too, because we open up with The Gathering versus Laz and Kid Cash. And Julio dressed up like Raven. I'm beginning to think that Julio Gennaro might be a little more committed to Raven than CM Punk is.
I don't know. CM Punk is very lost without Raven as well.
Yeah, so we had that match, which was the lead up to it, which we also got to see the natural evolution of the Kid Cash character. He's now a homophobe as well.
On commentary, they were like, NWA-TNA have a sense of humor pairing Kid Cash and Laz. And like, it's literally that just because he's a homophobe? Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah. Well, because like Laz is supposed to be like non-gendered too. So like it's a real gross bullshit.
The outrageous Laz as well, by the way, Liam. He's not Laz, he's the outrageous Laz.
Still, like, looks like a creator wrestler on random. But I appreciate Laz.
I liked it in that match. Punk did the Samoa Joe face wash, and I'm like, is he taking shots at Joe here?
No, he's taking shots at Nick Gage, obviously.
That's true. And by the way, The Gathering should not have taken that long to put away Kid Cash and Laz. That match went like 8 minutes. They should have won it in like 2.
And The Gathering looked good as a team. I saw them the couple of times that we saw them this month. They were pretty good together. After that, we had the Raven promo where we get the Die Mitchell Die.
Yeah. And he tells The Gathering to stay in the back. He doesn't want The Gathering's help again.
I like the subtle Punk Raven stuff throughout the entire relationship. Like Mitchell mentioning that he's being manipulated, Punk no-showing, and like Julio dressing up, but Punk's just himself. I just like the little things that they sprinkled out. Some rare, like, consistent storytelling throughout the months.
Yeah, and even the touch here where, like, we've gone a month now of Raven being like, I don't want help from The Gathering anymore. We'll talk more about that story as we go through this month as well. But, like, Raven had the Die Mitchell Die painted on his chest, but so did Julio in the opening match.
Yeah.
So it's like, there's the commitment to Raven even when Raven doesn't want anything to do with them anymore.
Punk did not have Die Mitchell Die on his chest.
No, he's not committed to Raven that much, even though he is.
Yeah, so like it's just a fun little interesting stuff, and it's nice to see these little crumbs throughout.
So that does bring us to the Raven and Mitchell last man standing match, which, as mentioned, perfect, absolutely perfect.
Yeah. I really enjoyed this a lot. Mitchell was really good here.
Because like James Mitchell did train to be a wrestler. He did wrestle a little, even though Mike Tenay lied. He's like, this is the first James Mitchell match. It's like, no, he trained and he did like some few bits and bobs before he did pivot into being a manager. And
Most managers do the same pro wrestling training that pro wrestlers do.
yeah, so he did take a couple bumps, and everything he did looked good. Everything and I love the story of the match where Raven just beat his ass. He bled like absolute crazy.
One of the few times that blood still felt meaningful in this company.
Yeah, because everybody bleeds in TNA. Like Sandman bleeds before every single match.
The 6-man tag was the most egregious. I was like, I don't care about anyone bleeding here except Eric Watts because I think he might die.
You don't trust him to bleed.
No, did you see how much he was bleeding?
Oh, yeah. He's committed to the Clockwork Orange match, Liam.
Dude, it was bad. It was like, not only because you have these levels of blood where it's like, Joe Legend had good blood in that, where it was like, it got all over his forehead and like looked good. Watts, it looked like blood had exploded in his face. Because it was watery and it was like a Jackson Pollock painting just thrown on his face. It was real. I was concerned.
Clearly, Watts, a great bleeder.
Oh, and it was selling it great too, because that was when they were handcuffed to each other on the outside, and like I forget who was he handcuffed to? One of the red shirts.
I think it was Kevin Northcott, or was it Ryan Wilson?
Northcott was trying to get in the ring, but because Watts had bled out, he was so heavy and he couldn't get out to go help his friends.
But yeah, I love the way that they turned this, where the Gathering show up at ringside, which is what slightly distracts Raven and allows Mitchell to hit a low blow and gain control for a little bit.
Yeah.
But then Raven just gets control back, hits him with the Raven effect, and counts him out for 10. Raven has conquered James Mitchell.
And he's done.
Yeah, and there's a promo from James Mitchell the following week, which is like a post-match one, similar to the CM Punk one that they showed on Rampage, where it's just like him backstage bleeding like absolute shit. Being like, I will come back, but I will have to take some time to lick my wounds because you kicked my ass so badly.
And like Raven mentions in one of his later promos, I'm the guy that drove Jim Mitchell out of TNA.
So after the match, despite their protestations, the Gathering is set free, Liam. Raven is like, we are done. I do not need you anymore. Go your own way.
Yeah, well, he didn't say he didn't need them anymore. He just said that he had to do this by himself with his self-righteous attitude.
Yeah, it's like, I've always done this on my own. I will continue to do it even though
Not true.
He had a flock. Yeah, the whole thing was he had a flock.
You've literally had a group of followers everywhere you've been.
Yeah, but now he's like, I am setting you free. Go do your own thing. It's cool. You don't need to follow me around anymore.
Punk here, just wailing.
My favorite thing is they cut to Mike Tenay and Don West to pivot to the main event, and you just hear Punk off camera being like, what are we going to do without Raven?
What about Raven?
What about Raven indeed, Punk? So yes, the Gathering are like lost puppies without their leader.
Fun stuff.
Raven and Jim Mitchell received a lot of praise from the wrestlers for their match last week. Obviously, Raven was getting deserved credit for carrying a non-wrestler to a good match. Meanwhile, Mitchell was praised for being a non-wrestler who held his own, and friends were especially impressed with what he did because they're aware of his back problems he struggles with. The cane Mitchell brings on television isn't just a gimmick. He uses it off camera to get around. So Mitchell, despite having back problems, despite needing the cane to get around comfortably, did a hell of a job in that match.
Yeah. Devil bleeds red.
So, following week, Raven comes out to try and get his hands on Jarrett, as mentioned. He tries to get a promo, but then the red shirts attack Jarrett. So, later in the show, it's a match made. Raven and a partner faces the red shirt security in a tag team match. We then go backstage where the Gathering are talking to Raven, who's lying bloody on the floor, as he tends to do in these shows. And the Gathering are like, we don't care if it's Punk or Julio. We'll support either way. Just once you choose one of us to be your partner, that's cool.
I like that Raven's just like, he's just on the ground. He's like, these fucking idiots. I told them I'm not going to be helping them. Like, fuck off, man.
These people won't leave poor Raven alone.
I relate to Raven here because it was a lot like when I was a kid and my cousins would come to my house and I'm like, I just want you to fuck off. I don't want you to be here at all. Why are you still here? Please go. Do you think CM Punk also would break all of Raven's action figures and play with his Yu-Gi-Oh cards and ruin their quality?
Oh, you poor soul.
Do you think they would get on his games and delete his save files? That's why the Raven Punk feuds happened.
You deleted my freaking what game did 2000 what year is this?
2003. 2003, November 2003 Hot Games.
Well, I was talking about the year in which your cousins ruined your life, but sure.
Oh, I don't know. From 2005 to 2015.
What was the big game that Liam loved in that period?
Devil May Cry.
Deleting Liam's Devil May Cry save files so he can't play all the post-game stuff. He just has to start again.
Deleting, you know what happened? Alright, this is what I imagine started the whole Punk Raven feud.
Mm-hmm.
Punk came over to Ravens, right? Raven's like, alright, I'm gonna go head out, grab some food, see you in a minute. Came back, Punk was playing WWE SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain.
Right.
And Raven's like, I don't recognize these creator wrestlers. And he's like, oh yeah, I just made my own. I just deleted over some of the ones you had. And then that's when Raven knew, I'm coming for this kid.
He deleted the Raven cause to add in CM Punk cause.
The modded Raven inserts that you had to like hack in.
So he could get Raven in the game.
Yeah, the Raven and the Vampiro cores that were in there.
I wonder was Raven in Here Comes the Pain.
I can find out for you if it's right here on my screen.
Hmm.
Damn it, why would it have the roster?
Was Here Comes the Pain 2002 or 2003? It was 2003, right?
2003. That's because I'm on the Hot Games of 2003 page.
Ah.
It does not look like Raven was on this roster. Unless he's in Legends. Is he in Legends?
He is a legend.
Is he in NPCs? Is he in Divas?
He's definitely in Divas. This is a Divas match.
Yeah, there's no Raven.
Yeah, because he left in January, so it's probably right in the edge of whether or not he's
Rodney Mack made it.
It's a Mac Militant. Coming to get it on.
I'm gonna see who's the funniest person that's in this game. No one.
Well,
Ultimo Dragon.
oh, cool. Plus he has the Ricky Steamboat music.
Yeah.
Well, it's the Ultimo Dragon music, but it became Ricky Steamboat's music.
What have we got? George Steele. We got TNA legend Roddy Piper in here.
Mhm.
That's about it. Maybe this game sucks. I'm going to take a hard Here Comes the Pain stance.
There you go. It's only the one people like.
Yeah. I'm going to be like you with wrestling.
just be against the things
People like it, so I'm going to shit on it.
Hey, I'm not a contrarian. I'm just right.
Sounds like a contrarian.
So Raven comes out, he's about to wrestle the Red Shirts, and he's like, I need somebody as sadistic, as crazy as I am. And you just see Punk and Julio standing in the background being like, he's going to pick me? He's going to pick me? Is it going to be me?
they keep pointing to each other too, like.
Because they're fine if it's either of them, Liam. They just want to help Raven. They're pal.
What if he was like, Alexis Luger?
Hardcore country.
She comes out as Vicky James.
So Raven announces that he will be teaming with the Sandman.
He's like, and here's Sandman.
And the Gathering are all sad. Raven and the Sandman face the Red Shirts. Red Shirts win after Joey Legend returns.
Should have picked Punk.
He should have picked Punk.
Or Julio.
Julio would have been there at ringside if he picked Punk, so Julio could have stopped Legend from interfering.
There you go. That's why you gotta trust the Gathering.
So yeah, Legend returns, joined the Red Shirt security to cost Raven and Sandman the match. To set up the following week, a six-man tag team Clockwork Orange House of Fun match as Raven, Sandman, and Watts face Northcutt, Wilson, and Legend.
I liked this match and didn't care about this match at the same time.
I said, hope Liam gives this tons of stars like he did Punk MJF, because we all love formless, aimless, heatless brawlings with now, apparently, once there's some blood.
Hey, remember when you were like 2 minutes ago that you're like, oh, I'm not a contrarian?
That is the exact note that I wrote in my notes.
Someone was feeling sassy at the time.
I was nothing if not petty. So hey Liam, you like this
You
match?
just hate it when people like things, huh? The best part of this match was the red... actually, it was Watts bleeding out on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
But highlight here, Red Shirt's literally doing a shield bomb.
Yeah, damn right. They're the better Shield.
And yeah, just bad blood.
No, that's a WWE show.
No, they got bad blood. They should bring out Bad Blood and use that song. A missed opportunity.
So the story here is that Raven and Sandman broke Wilson's arm to take him out of the Red Shirts because Joey Legend basically is going to replace Wilson in the Red Shirt security.
If you're Wilson, you must feel like shit.
Yeah, because there's no PW Torch. The buzz in the locker room is that Joey Legend is going to replace Ryan Wilson in the Red Shirt security gimmick. Wilson's best asset is considered his body, but even friends admit that he is too green for the position he's been given. Wilson is the same wrestler who worked as Humongous on indie events in the Southeast and was once considered a strong prospect by many in TNA, and still will be. We'll come back to Ryan Wilson in the year 2005.
Ooh, I'm excited. I like Northcutt.
Yeah, he's not good, but he's like good enough.
And he'll do like a J driller out of nowhere. I forget, was it Northcutt or Legend or what? So they were like, knows all these martial arts and was a bouncer on Bourbon Street.
I didn't even hear that.
Oh, they mentioned it, and I was like, I could imagine that being Northcutt, but I could also 100% see Watts doing that.
Oh no, we missed the interrogator segment in NWA-TNA Baby number 70, which we did for the watch along with Eric Watts and Goldilocks, Liam.
Yes. A true blue couple, huh?
The Goldilocks looked rough here.
She's been looking rough since she came back.
The whole thing is that she's like side-eyeing everything Eric Watts says, but they're still like lovey-dovey. It's she's having a bad time with this Eric Watts relationship.
They are truly a toxic relationship, but also like one where I can't imagine them without each other at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're both terrible for each other, but they're meant for each other.
And her blouse is dirty. There's just like mud on it.
I think that was the design of it.
I don't think so. It's like if it is, it's a very strange design for those clothes.
Have you seen what everything else about her? Do you think that wouldn't be a design choice?
I don't know. It's because she looked normal in the next show, because she was in the House of Fun match, because she was trying to like cheer on Eric Watts while he was bleeding out on the floor, as mentioned. But she looked normal and well dressed in that match, as opposed to here.
I don't know. She's going through a phase right now.
She is. Eric Watts is bad for people.
Goldilocks might just be bad for Eric Watts too.
It's true.
I think it's both ways. I think they're truly toxic.
Yeah, so they asked her about Scott Hudson, and she gave out that Scott Hudson stole her job.
Scab.
They asked about Lex Luger, to which Eric Watts responded, more like Lex Loser.
Owned.
Goldie likes Prince and Van Halen.
Same.
They wanted to know about, Dawn was like, hey, what about your sex life?
And they're like, yeah, we fuck. It's kind of the major thing of this character.
And then it ended with Goldilocks being like, hey, you're going to get rid of Don Callis, right? Right, Eric? You're going to get rid of him, right? Eric, you're going to get rid of him, huh?
It's like, gonna get me my job back, right?
And I know for PW George, Eric Watts and Goldilocks are a couple on TV, but are not dating in real life.
The sheet's wrong again. Don't believe it for a second. The rag sheet's always trying to tear down good wrestling fucking relationships and stories. I truly don't believe it.
So, NWA-TNA Baby number 71, Kevin Northcutt challenges Raven to a match. Later in the show, Raven shows up on the announce desk where his head is covered in a bandage, but the blood is still just trickling out under the bandage.
This is one of the most disgusting pro wrestling things I have ever seen.
Because he bleeds more and more the longer he talks.
It's gross.
This is True Blood. TNA's the blood promotion, nowhere else.
True Blood? It's True Blood?
Yeah, damn right.
Wish we were watching True Blood.
So yeah, Raven says, he cuts a promo about how the red shirts are just going to keep coming for me. I face Northcutt next week. It'll be Legend the week after. And then there'll be another obstacle in my way. So next week, I'll face Northcutt and Legend.
Which is fair enough.
Which does bring us to the last show of the month, in which Raven faces Northcutt and Legend in a 2-on-1 handicap match.
And it's fine.
Yeah, he beats Northcutt. Who does he beat? He beats one of them. And then it's a DQ on the other one. So there you go. What a story. What a match.
Woo. Oh, Raven does like the promo on that show too.
Yeah, he beats Legend with the Raven effect, and then Legend comes back in, which isn't a DQ for some reason, but then Abyss runs out to attack them, which is the DQ. So they beat down, the Styles takes out Abyss before the Gathering runs out to take out the red shirts, and Raven is like, oh, we're still not friends, are we?
And they were like, we love you, man!
Let us love you!
Please hug us!
So then, before the main event, Raven cuts a promo how, for one night only, he and the Gathering will reunite to face the red shirts and Abyss next week.
Oh, well, now you're leading him on.
Listen, they desperately want it. He'll just give them little crumbs.
That's more toxic than Goldilocks and Watts. Goldie Watts.
Goldie Watts.
It's adorable.
Gathering also beat Siaki and ECMO this month.
Actually, I have a note about that match.
Sure, shoot.
This was Shades of Extreme Rules 2009, CM Punk and Umaga. And as you may know, that was Umaga's last WWE match.
Oh, you didn't tell me it was a sad note.
Yeah, but it was just, I thought it was an interesting thing that I know. I was like, that these two would eventually, 6 years later, wrestle in Umaga's last WWE match.
So it was the beginning of their rivalry here in November 2003 TNA.
Yeah, in the program where Umaga started to speak.
Yeah.
Cut promos.
I think this is the last we've seen of ECMO for a year.
Oh, Jesus. Punk, bad luck for ECMO.
Alright, that brings us to the X Division for the month.
Oh, no.
In which there was basically one thing that happened that played out over the entire month. There was the Michael Shane Triple Chance X Division Invitational.
This is mostly just... This is not going to be a fun descriptor because it's mostly just talking about matches that didn't have heat.
Yeah, so the idea of this is it starts with a gauntlet match. It started with Christopher Daniels versus Loki versus Chris Sabin versus Chad Collier versus Sanjay Dutt versus Johnny Storm versus Shark Boy versus the debuting X.
I love X.
Better known as PCO, making his TNA debut.
Whoa, don't be shoot trash.
Unmasking people left, right, and center.
Yeah, I'm asking X. The goal of ye.
So there's that gauntlet match where the top 5 advance. The person who wins the match goes straight through to a number 1 contenders triple threat match. And then the people who finish from 2 to 5 go into 2 qualifying matches, 2 faces 5, 3 faces 4 the following week. Or the 2 winners of those matches also advance to the triple threat number 1 contenders match. And the winner of that match is number 1 contender.
Sure.
So this plays out over the entire month. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 69, November 5th. We have the gauntlet match in which all those men face off. It is won by the debuting X.
Okay, do you want to do the X talk now?
I feel sorry for X. Because I think if he debuted in a month where the crowd wasn't stone cold, this would have gotten over huge.
I also think if he didn't look like shit.
He looks so bad.
If he was wearing the PCO outfit that he wears now, I think he would have gotten over.
Even if he was just wearing like a singlet.
Yeah.
If he just came out in a singlet and a mask and he killed people. But it's the singlet with the weird like denim
jeans.
the jorts. He's wearing jorts.
The jorts with like a tribal tattoo print on the back.
It's so bad. I'm like, did no one say, hey, we'll send you out there to look good instead of sending you out there to look like this?
Was he doing X on like the indies?
I don't think so. X was a TNA thing.
That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Because like the whole idea here is that like the X division is not about weight limits, it's about no limits. This is the first real time that they put like a heavyweight guy in there until they do it with Samoa Joe later in 2005 where they do it well.
Until they do it with David Young, thank you.
Hey, David Young challenged for the X division title on like the 3rd show, I'll have you know.
Yeah, there you go. Point proven.
He faced AJ. But David Young is tiny.
I do. He's not tiny, he's thick.
But he's short.
Yeah, but he's weight. It's weight, not height limits, is it?
But PCO is the first guy that they're like, oh, this is the big heavyweight guy coming in, dominating, power bombing, pile driving everybody. And again, if this was a month where like the crowd just wasn't dead as it could possibly be, I think it would have gotten over. Because he looked good. Like, in terms of, not like visibly, not aesthetically, but in terms of like his wrestling was great.
He was tremendous. I really had a good time watching X.
Because all he'd do is like powerbomb people and throw people around, and he'd do package pile drivers in 2003. So X won the match. He beat Chris Sabin with a package pile driver onto a chair. And then Daniels, Loki, Sabin, and Collier were the 4 who advanced into the qualifiers the following week. I know Dutch Mantel blew a gasket at the TNA show Wednesday night. He took the wrestlers who competed in the X Division Battle Royal to task for going over their time limit. After threatening to fine the wrestlers, Dutch followed up by screaming, "You guys need to learn when to go home."
How about you go home, Dutch?
Yeah, you've ruined this company, Dutch.
Should call you Butch. Put you on SmackDown. Butch Mantel.
Butch. Teaming with Ridge Holland and Sheamus.
Honestly, if he was Butch Mantel, I'd be into it.
The son of Dutch. Butch is here.
Yeah. But he's British.
Yeah. They did, in fact, actually institute a $50 fine for going long in the ring or on your interviews the following week. They held a meeting.
How about you fuck off? I don't know, man. It feels bad. I don't know. I don't like the idea of, taking money from people who probably aren't earning a fucking shit ton anyway.
You think Chad Collier is making more than $50 anyway?
Yeah, like come on. How about you put it on the people like out there who should know better at least. They don't do it to your duts and whatever. They're just following what's going on.
Also, it was a gauntlet match. It's like I don't think this match went particularly long either. I didn't keep track of exactly how it went. If it was 10 minutes, I'd be surprised. How much time did you give it?
How about you yell at Jarrett for his 20-minute promos?
Yeah, you get some time back. He did one of them on the show, and they went super long.
Especially, it's the X Division, guys. Come on. They get like 3 minutes a show anyway.
Yeah. Like, this match went 10 minutes, 17 seconds. How long was it supposed to go?
Like 5 minutes.
It was like a 9-man gauntlet match. Ugh. Poor guys. Reportedly, the idea of using PCO in this role came from Don Callis, who had worked with PCO on a Quebec indie show.
Like how you cowarded it out of saying Oulette.
Pierre-Carl Ouellette. There you go. You happy? You happy? You happy?
Yeah. I know, I saw you like read it on the sheet and then go, PCO.
Well, because we call them PCO already. If I said Oulette, people might not know who we were talking about.
Well, their brains might melt as if Punk came out to his other entrance. Like, the casual podcast listeners wouldn't have known.
It's for the sake of clarity, Liam, not cowardice.
For the sake of the casual fan.
Cal saw him on the indie show and brought a tape to Jeff Jarrett, sold him on the idea of bringing him in because he lost a ton of weight because he lost like 100 pounds from how big he was at his heaviest, so he was in like super jacked shape.
Yeah, he looked good.
He looked very good.
Oh, he didn't look good, but he looked good.
Yeah. Again, if they just let him be himself and let him package pile driver people and push him, he would have actually gotten over.
It works for literally everyone else who package pile drivers people.
NWA-TNA number 70, November 12th. Chris Sabin had to withdraw from the match because of the package pile driver he took in the chair, so they're really putting over that move as like a death move. So he was replaced in his match against Chad Collier by Sanjay Dutt. Do you have a lot to say about this Sanjay-Chad Collier match, Liam?
I don't have anything to say about this match. It was fine. I like Sanjay's story in this this whole run, but that's about it. Well, I guess I have a broader thought about the whole triple chance that I could talk about.
Do you want to say it's bad?
I mean, sure, but I get the idea. The idea is that it's a heel champion who's trying to get out of wrestling. He's like, I'm gonna make this super convoluted series of matches so that I don't have to wrestle anyone.
Yeah, so that Michael Shane can take a few weeks off. He's not even on the first 2 shows of the month.
And it makes a lot more sense too with the X Division champ who normally defends his title like 3 times a month anyway.
Yeah.
So he's like, how do I get out of defending my title? I'm going to make this big convoluted rule set for my next challenger.
So yeah, we do have those 2 matches on pay-per-view number 70 on November 12th. We do have Sanjay against Chad Collier, and we do have Daniels against Loki. Daniels and Loki contributes toward Triple X exploding.
Yeah. No one cares about it.
Nobody cares. It's so strange. It feels like Triple X was in a different company, how little people care about.
It basically was, to be fair.
Yeah, so Daniels beat Loki. Then after the match, they had a handshake. Loki walked up the ramp. X showed up. He destroyed Daniels, but Loki didn't help him.
Yeah, what the fuck, Loki?
And then the other match, Sanjay beat Chad Collier, but same thing happened. Sanjay was walking up the ramp. X jumped up from behind, dropped him on the stage.
X kind of rules.
Yeah, he's killing people.
Shame he looks terrible.
That is the big problem. And then NWA-TNA number 71, November 19th, Sanjay Dutt defeated Christopher Daniels and X. So the guy who wasn't even meant to be in it actually ended up winning it, becoming number 1 contender for the X Division Championship. And they pinned X here, which was unusual.
Yeah, well, I guess at this point, they're like, we're giving up on the X thing.
Yeah, we didn't even mention it, but my favorite thing about this entire tournament was the PowerPoint graphics explaining the rules.
That was pretty fun.
It was like just a flat out PowerPoint display that you've seen a million times in every PowerPoint demonstration you've ever sat through, with the bullet points popping in with the animations and all the fonts. It was a PowerPoint display, and I kind of love it. I love you, JB.
Very impressed by X being a base for all this really modern indie work. Because he's not you know he's a guy who can do the crazy shit, but I don't think you expect him to be like, oh hey Sanjay, do your double tilt-a-whirl through me and I'll be able to do it fine.
Yeah.
In the finals, my favorite part of the entire triple threat, which was good work-wise, but the crowd didn't give a shit and they were killing each other for it. Was Franchise, his little phone.
But that confused me so much. It's like, because he was standing in the crowd with Tracy and they were taking what appeared to be a selfie.
Yeah.
And it's like, did Flones have front-facing cameras back in 2003?
Well, it was a little flip one, so I assume it did.
But it was also really tiny.
It was so small.
Where's Franchise getting his fancy freaking front-facing camera phones back in 2003?
I don't know. I mean, the Franchise has his ways, I assume.
And I believe that's the world's first selfie, Liam.
Unfortunately, we have to give that to WCW, Sonny Ono.
Oh.
But it's the very first TNA selfie.
Oh, I like that he makes increasingly cackly faces as he's looking at his phone camera. He's like, regular pose and then doing the Franchise laugh.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll give a little spoiler for the upcoming TNA draft.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you right now, Franchise is a highly touted pick in the Liam camp.
Which means I'm going to take him from you just out of spite.
Oh, what if I'm working you, huh? What if I want you to take Franchise so I can get the first real pick? Ha! Mind games have already begun!
Because yes, just like 2002, when we finish December, we will do a draft of all of TNA 2003 and put together a show like we did for Patreon.
I have
2002.
notes.
Liam has been preparing for this, apparently.
I have matches that I want to main event with.
Mm.
I have some cards that I want to aim for.
So Liam is ready for this.
Yeah, I took the loss last time hard.
Because he booked a meme sex card and got his ass kicked.
Yeah, so now I'm booking a real card.
It must be noted, I think this is the first time the BME was given its name.
I thought they did that throughout the tournament, but I might have been wrong.
Because he did 3 BMEs to X in the finals, and Mike Tenay said, that's what he calls that. He calls it the best moonsault ever.
You know what's funny? I love the BME, obviously. Mm-hmm. I think I love his Arabian moonsault more.
Right.
So I don't even think it's his best moonsault ever.
It is a very good moonsault, though.
The one that he hit on X in this match was fantastic.
Yeah, he hit 3 of them.
No, I mean like the Arabian.
Oh, right.
I really loved it. Because he kind of waited for him, but he hit it so clean. And yeah, the crowd was like, whoa.
It's so sad.
I turned up the volume because I thought my volume was low.
Again, I really think X would have gotten over a period where the crowd wasn't like catatonic.
Yeah, well, he got over 2 decades later.
Yeah, you just gotta wait for his Jonah match at Sacrifice 2022, where he had a kick-ass match and the crowd went nuts for it.
Hey, remember him and Gunther?
No.
Yeah.
Gunther.
Remember when Gunther and Butch had that big NXT match?
Gunther and Butch.
It's a real banner start to the year for them. I can't wait to see what Ilya's new name is. Oh, A-Kid definitely getting a new name.
But yeah, there's not a hope he might be fine in NXT, but if he ever makes the main roster, there's not a hope in hell that man has been called A-Kid on the main roster.
Or they actually make him a child.
Vince is like, why do we have a kid?
Actually, he was one of the names announced for the DLC. And my favorite thing about it was someone's like, what the fuck is an A-Kid? And I was like, oh, these fake fans.
So NWA-TNA Baby number 72, Chris Sabin got his revenge on X. They faced 1-on-1 after X took Chris Sabin out of the Triple Chance Invitational. By the way, it's not a triple chance, because like, if you lose at the start, you're out. You don't get 3 chances.
You know who did get a triple chance, though? Sanjay motherfucking Dutt, and he won it.
It's true. He got a double chance, though.
No, because he lost, and then that was his first chance. And then he won the thing, and that was his second chance. And then he won the X Division 3-way, and that was his third chance.
Fine. But yeah, Sanjay pinned X. I don't think we actually mentioned that. Good point. Sanjay pinned X to become number 1 contender.
If Sanjay had have lost that, it would have made sense. But the fact that he did win it actually gave it credibility.
So Chris Sabin faces X, which is most notable for the bump PCO takes on the ramp in this match.
It's the classic PCO bump.
I think it's more than the classic PCO bump.
I don't know. I feel like I've seen him do this a billion times now.
Because he takes Chris Sabin, he slams him on the ramp, then he climbs to the top rope and jumps senton off the top onto the ramp, lands. Thankfully, Chris Sabin moves because he would have died if he actually hit it.
He has hit that to people before, right?
I don't know, because he does it on the apron now, which looks relatively safe by all things considered.
I don't know, man. That apron one looks so scary. Didn't he get real fucked up on his PWG debut?
I don't remember.
I feel like he did that and he got real messed up doing it.
But yeah, this bump off the top, senton onto the ramp. A guy who's as big as PCO. Like, the man must have the strongest back in the history of backs.
He must just be like all muscle, right? That's the only way you can take that.
Yeah, so Chris Sabin throws him in the ring and pins him. So X is firmly done.
I want to touch PCO's back.
Not in a weird way.
I mean,
maybe in a weird way.
A little bit of a weird way. I gotta feel what it feels like. It has to feel like a horse.
Purely scientifically, you'd like to touch PCO's back.
Yeah. Like, I grew up on a horse farm, and you would pat them, and like, especially their legs, they like, it's like a brick wall of muscle. And I imagine it has to be the same thing. Because that's the only way you can take that sort of impact for the decades he's been taking that sort of impact.
Well, he didn't wrestle for a while, so that helps.
Yeah. Then he had the Gunther match, brought him back to prominence. Well, I suppose we should give credit to the Southern Indies, because then they like really fire him up.
I don't remember the PCO indie narrative.
I remember this because that was the discourse of the day.
Oh, the Southern Indie War?
Yeah.
A note based on that bump from the Wrestling Observer, X did a psycho bump doing a swanton off the top and hitting the floor solid, causing him to lose to the much smaller Chris Sabin. The bump, this is my favourite part of the note, the bump was apparently the talk of the unofficial post-match party at Hooters, and was actually one of the crazier bumps you'll ever see from a guy his size.
I want to go to Hooters with the X Division.
TNA's unofficial post-match Hooters party.
Yeah. What is at Hooters? I don't know what a Hooters is.
You don't know what a Hooters is?
Like I know what a Hooters is, but like I don't know what food they do.
They do like your generic American food, burgers and wings
Hooters
and shit.
menu. I'm going to the Hooters menu.
I go to the Hooters for food.
They got wings, burgers, sandwiches, and tacos.
Yeah.
Seafood, salad, fries, and sides. What are their apps? You an apps guy?
I don't like the word appetizers, but yes.
Wow. America, huh? This shit is just meals. Like, in what world is any of this just not a meal? The apps have sides!
I went to, I don't even remember where it was in America, but we got like chicken dippers as the appetizer because like it's chicken dippers. And it was like literally the size of my fucking head. And it's like, this literally, this could feed me for 3 days. How is this an appetizer?
I'm looking at these menus. These shit's crazy.
Liam's flabbergasted by Hooters.
This is, my heart is like hurting. There's so much fried shit.
Yeah. Welcome to America, my friend. Oh, you've never been to America, so you wouldn't know.
I've never been out of Australia. Wow. This is truly disgusting.
That's Hooters for you. That's where the post-show party takes place.
Yeah, we'll go to the next one and I'll get the Twisted Texas Melt Daytona Beach sauce. What the fuck is that?
And then to wrap up the X Division for the month, to take Liam away from Hooters.
Now I'm finding out what Daytona Beach sauce is. Feel free to keep going.
Michael Shane defeated Sanjay Dutt to retain the X Division Championship after Tracy interfered, announcing the new franchise of Shane Douglas, Tracy Brooks, and Michael Shane.
I'm into this group. 3 people I like.
You're a big fan of the new franchise?
Yeah, that indie guy that you like.
What indie guy?
Franchise guy. We made the joke last time. Titus Alexander?
Oh yeah, that's his name. I forgot about that. He should be added to this group.
Yeah.
After you're like, that indie guy, you're like, I'm like, who? Yeah, nice little match, a decent little match, nothing special.
Yeah, don't have much to say about it. I find it funny that it's like, big tournament and then lose. But it makes sense. Like, Dutt had to wrestle every week and Michael was like, I'm going to come in and win now.
And even, like, PCO took him out a couple times, so like, he's beaten up post-match as well.
Michael Shane is good in this role as the heel X Division champ.
It must be mentioned, Shane Douglas did wrestle Sandman earlier in the month where Tracy interfered to cost Sandman the match, where Tracy did join the new franchise beforehand.
I want to appreciate how much the Sandman is willing to die in, like, nothing mid-card matches.
Yeah, there was a belly-to-belly into the rail in this match, where he just took the full belly-to-belly, but he didn't, like, take it half-ass or, you know, bumping it. He's just like, oh yeah, I'm going to throw myself full overhead into this rail with this belly-to-belly, it's fine.
This run-through has really given me a new appreciation for Shane Douglas, too.
Yeah, he's a good little hand. He's a good promo. He's a good character.
I really like him. I even have watched some ECW stuff while I've been doing this, and like I was like, damn, this guy rocks. Definitely would have been my guy. I feel.
Why was Sandman wearing a sex shirt during this match? By the way,
he wears whatever the fuck he wants, man. He's been wearing Raven shirts half the time. That was a fun little nod.
But that was a story thing. Now he's just like, guys, give me a shirt, and it's like, we only have.
I think
sex
he wore
shirts?
a WCW Raven shirt at one point.
Yeah, because there's no TNA Raven shirts.
And he wore the ECW shirt.
I would ask the question: when you do a Russian leg sweep while holding a Singapore cane, how's it any different?
Well, it has a different name.
But how is it different?
It's just uncomfortable. Maybe it's just easy to hit. It's not a matter that it hurts more, but it's easy to do.
I suppose you could use it to get more force on the leg sweep by pulling him down.
Yeah, because you can pull your elbows in that way instead of having to like wrench him down.
I apologize for questioning Sandman's methods. He's right.
Yeah.
When Tracy came out and he hit the pie in the sky off the top, which is like the seat it's sent on.
I hate that stupid name so much.
But Mike Tenay at the top of his lungs shouted, "She's back! The pie in the sky!"
I really appreciated how respectful the franchise was to Tracy as they were going up the ramp. Like they did their little like pose, but then like he's like, it's like he was walking out there with his daughter. He's like, all right, let's go.
Yeah, we had a couple of backstage vignettes with franchise and Tracy where Tracy's like, I'll do anything for you, franchise. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you.
I take back the daughter comment.
It's a little more creepy in that context.
Yeah, I meant just like the way that how when they're not doing the characters, he's actually quite respectful to her. So just a nice touch, because like for so long you'd see like, and you'd hear all these stories about dudes getting away with shit because it was part of the show. It was just, it's shocking that it was actually taken aback that I was like, oh, a guy was just being respectful to someone in wrestling.
Especially in this NWA-TNA.
Yeah, franchise is a woke fave.
So yeah, your new franchise, Shane Douglas, Michael Shane, Tracy Brooks.
I'm into this.
Let's head over to tag teams for the month.
Do we have to?
Well, the entire month is built around Tree Live Crew winning the World Tag Team titles.
Cool.
So let's start. There's not much AMW this month. They face Siaki and Siaki and ECMO.
ECMO.
My favorite thing this month, honestly, is during that match when Siaki and ECMO are coming out. JB is introducing them, and he's like, introducing first, Sonny C. Eki.
Sonny CXV and ECMO.
I did miss this.
And he says it with such little confidence, because I think what happened was he started saying Siaki, but then pivoted to ECMO. So he's like, Eki. And he loses all confidence in his voice. And it's so funny. I found it so funny. And I don't know why.
To be fair, that was a good interpretation of what this match would turn into as well, because it was all just very confusing.
It's weird to see like ECMO just working as a guy, where he's just a guy. Like Harris is throwing him around, he's doing backdrops, and like Harris isn't small, but like ECMO shouldn't be taking bumps like that. He's like the big imposing
The blight
guy.
of the athletic big man.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, because you can take a backdrop, so take it. Fine.
Yeah, I thought this match was well worked until the end and had a good little story, but I couldn't get into it.
Yeah, and Harris did a great spear on ECMO for a great near fall. Crowd really bought that.
This finish was really weird.
So David Young comes out.
I meant the Trinity stuff. Trinity gave Harris a chair, which was like, okay, she's turning, but then she distracted the ref so he couldn't win.
Yeah.
It was just weird. Like, it didn't feel like it had any actual method to this madness.
It's just like, we want Trinity and Tiaki to have dissension, so that's how we do it.
Even if it made zero sense. Like, she had no goal to what she was trying to do there.
Because like the idea was, I think she was meant to slide the chair into Siaki, but Harris got it.
But she just gave it to Harris instead.
She just slid it right in front of Chris Harris.
It was just a badly delivered story then.
Yeah, but then David Young came out, hit Harris from behind with the tennis racket, allowing Sonny Siaki to pin them and put them further out of tag team title contention.
David Young finally has friends.
Well, does he?
And so does Scott. All the boys were hanging out.
Scott Hudson?
Yeah. Hudson was hanging out with David Young and Gilberti and Swinger and Diamond. I was like, they're all the boys. They're all like celebrating together.
Sure, but at the point of that promo, he comes back to Gilbert. He's like, I did it. I took out AMW, and now we have our match against 3LK. And Gilbert's like, excuse me? We're wrestling 3 Live Crew?
I like David Young throwing a spanner into like the cohesive unit that this is.
Sure.
I like these segments. Do you really not like these segments? I don't like the matches, but these backstage segments are fun.
Like, I used to enjoy Diamond and Swinger. I like them as a credible, serious tag team. And the David Young stuff is them being comedy goofs, and I have less time for that.
As we know, Garrett, I'm a huge fan of comedy goofs, and I enjoy these guys.
Again, if you were having David Young do his own thing, being a comedy goof, I might be more on board with it. But the fact that he is dragging down Diamond and Swinger doing it, no.
Oh, well, you curmudgeon. This is actually fun and good.
But yeah, later in the show, 3LK defeated Glenn Gilberti and David Young to put themselves again further into World Tag Team title contention.
Well, you've seen my note on this match. Gilberti is jacked.
Oh, he is huge. Yes, he is a large man.
Like, hell of a body on this guy.
This man is doing very well for himself physically.
You understand why he was pushed in a wrestling business.
He does look aesthetically pleasing, I guess.
I want to feel his back. It's going to be my thing now.
Yeah, you've discovered your new fetish.
Yeah, I just want to feel people's backs and see how similar they are to horses' muscles.
Yeah, that's a very specific kind of fetish, but I'll allow it.
I never said it was sexual.
It can't not be sexual. I'm sorry.
Oh.
You cannot say, I want to feel your back and it not be sexual.
I disagree. A masseuse.
I don't know. It's a horny job.
The art of massage is inherently sexual.
It's inherently horny. Listen, I don't make the rules.
All right.
Yeah, Disco hits a people's elbow in this match. Who has a better physique here, Disco or The Rock?
Disco.
Yeah, it's fair.
Doesn't he have a name for it? It's like the Village People's elbow.
Yeah.
I learned that from Days of Thunder.
He does the YMCA thing before he hits it.
Yeah.
Which I don't think he did
The
here.
only reason I know that is because of Days of Thunder.
Yeah, I don't think he did it here, but he did used to do it that way.
That's fun.
For some reason, like, Killings won with a front suplex, and Don West was very confused, even though it was very clearly a 3 count.
Brainbuster.
Was it a brainbuster?
I don't know, I'm just justifying a front suplex getting a win.
No, it was a gourd buster.
Oh, I forgot this match.
So the 3LK came out. The Siaki came out, they demanded a title shot because they beat AMW. AMW were there. They were giving out about 3LK because tension between 3LK and AMW is the story of the month as well, as we built this tag title change. And that leads to us on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 70 flat. There's a gauntlet match between Ron Killings, BG James, Chris Harris, Sonny Siaki, CM Punk, James Storm, Glenn Gilberti, ECMO, and Julio De Niro to determine to Glenn Gilberti and David Young as well. They're in the match. To determine the number one contender, the winner of the match wins number one contendership for his team. Ron Killings wins the match. 3LK are number one contenders. Yeah, the story is that Gilberti and Young were eliminated, but they came back out at the end of the match to cost James Storm the match, allowing Ron Killings to win. With the reoccurring story being that Diamond, Swinger, Gilberti, and Young are doing everything they can to keep AMW away from the tag titles. And maybe the team that they're allowing to become number one contenders will backfire against them.
It will. We've seen the month.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, later in that show, Hudson interviews 3LK. They're interrupted by AMW, who's like, oh, you got a title shot, but we're the best team in this company, and you know it, that kind of stuff. Or Scott Hudson turns to BG James for some reason to translate what Conan said.
Because BG knows.
Yeah, because there's a fun note. Conan got a tongue lashing from management on this show. He cut a promo where he used the Spanish translation of the word motherfuckers. Conan didn't count on Dutch Mantel's knowledge of Spanish from all the years working in Puerto Rico. So Conan's just been slipping curse words in all along, and suddenly Dutch is here. It's like, wait a minute.
He got away with it for so long. I wonder how many times he did this and then no one noticed.
Us ignorant people who don't speak Spanish as well didn't notice either. NWA-TNA paper number 71, we had the title match between 3LK and Diamond and Swinger, but earlier in the show, David Young runs up while they're doing an interview being like, hey, I got myself a match against Chris Sabin.
Wow.
Glenn Gilberti's like, what do you mean you're wrestling Chris Sabin? He's like, I can do tag teams, I can do X Division, I can do it all.
And they're like, no you can't.
He wants Disco to manage him in that match against Chris Sabin.
See, I liked it. It was fun.
So we do get that match, Chris Sabin versus David Young. Sabin beats him in like 2 seconds. Great match.
Perfect.
Perfect match. Pins him immediately.
I think I went 3 stars on it.
Just because it immediately ended.
I mean, it was perfect. It was literally perfect.
The only downside, they restarted it and had a longer match.
A slightly worse match, yes.
Which, of course, Chris Sabin also won.
Which I'm sure you were happy to see.
I liked it in that backstage promo when David Young ran in. Simon Diamond was just shouting, he's killing our heat!
Simon Diamond was pretty funny in that. And then Kid Cash ran through.
Oh, good. We'll talk about Cash and his weird story with Don Harris in a minute.
Your favorite.
How dare they feel like they should be friends, not enemies. I'm just saying.
I feel like you should be friends.
Hey, leave me alone.
That could be your trios.
So Diamond and Swinger versus BG and Truth went to a no contest after Truth hit Swinger with a German suplex and both sets of shoulders were counted down. So that means the World Tag Team titles were for some reason held up.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I don't know. Like, what? Just shouldn't it be a draw and then go back to the champs?
Yeah. Or, well, to be fair, we have precedent for this if you remember, because there was the match where Styles and Lynn lost the belts in a similar way, where there's a double finish and the belts were held up. So like they've done this before, so it's not like this is without precedent.
I don't mind it if it has precedent set at least.
It's just a weird choice for me because the next week they do the 6-man tag, they do 3LK against Diamond Swinger and Gilberti, and 3LK win to win the tag belts. So why did you vacate the belts?
They were literally killing their heat.
Yeah. And it's actually funny, the Wikipedia page, it doesn't list the vacation, but the Wikipedia is wrong.
Get in there and edit.
Yeah, I should tell them. It's like, no, the titles were vacated, and then 3LK won them in the 6-man tag.
Oh, then we can get credited.
Oh, yeah, you've got to be kidding me as the source of that. Oh, we'll have to wait till the podcast goes up.
Very good.
But very weird choice that they went for vacating the belts here, and then the next week, 3LK do defeat Diamond Swinger and Gilberti to become the new NWA.
It kills the pop of having them win the titles.
Yeah, it's just because they didn't beat the champs. The champs just were stripped of the belts for no reason.
Weird.
Yeah, so then following week, NWA-TNA paper number 72, November 26th, 3LK do defeat Diamond Swinger and Gilberti to become your new NWA World Tag Team Champions after AMW were on commentary for the match. David Young tried to interfere. They stopped him from interfering. They speared Gilberti on the outside. Then 3LK won the match, won the belts. AMW handed them the belts. And after weeks and weeks of dissension, there is mutual respect between AMW and the 3 Live Crew.
Until they have to feud, I guess.
Yep. 3 Live Crew are your new tag team champions, which would have felt cool when they were a really hot, cool, fun stable like 2 months ago, but now they're like stone cold and I don't care.
Yeah, but to be fair, it's not just them, it's the whole company.
It's true. Everything is just extremely cold.
All right.
I think the only thing we really have left is Kid Cash and Don Harris.
Ending on a high.
So the Kid Cash has a couple of matches this month. First, he wrestles Shark Boy, where he tries to steal Shark Boy's mask.
We have the Gathering match first.
Yeah, we talked about that. The Gathering defeated Laz and
I
Kid
know,
Cash.
I'm just saying, you said first. And we would never want to be incorrect.
Yeah, so after the match, Cash tried to attack Laz. He hit him with a low blow. Abyss made the save. That's a setup to Abyss turn later in that show.
Then the real matches.
Shark Boy, 1-on-1 with Kid Cash.
Kid Cash's new braided hair. He has just come back from spring break.
Where's all Shark Boy's pals gone, by the way?
Well, we know most of them.
That's true.
They got canned.
And we should mention, of course, a sadder note of where Shark Boy's pal's gone.
Oh no, I didn't mean. Oh.
With Mad Mikey did pass away this month.
Yeah, that's upsetting. Because like I always, when I had seen Mad Mikey in this company, I had always, because I didn't really know when he passed, I was like, I feel like this guy is a guy who would have made the rest of his career here. It was so perfect for it.
And yeah, there's notes this month that apparently he was having a very good time in TNA. He was enjoying the vignettes he was shooting, and yeah, he died in pretty tragic fashion. Yeah, he passed away. The November 12th show was dedicated to him. CM Punk had Mikey on his wrist tape. Raven had Crash on his chest painted. ECMO wore a shirt in tribute of Crash. So there were a number of tributes to Crash on that show. But yeah, it's very sad. And now the pivot to Kid Cash again. So yeah, Cash against Shark Boy. Cash wins and tries to steal Shark Boy's mask because apparently he's just doing Sex's bidding again.
Sure.
Don Harris makes the save.
So this is an interesting development here.
Is it?
Well, in that the Harris brothers' mission was to steal Shark Boy's mask.
You're right.
And now they came in here to protect it.
There is no consistency here in NWA-TNA.
I was like, when I was watching it, I was like, oh, is Garrett going to pick up on this lore?
So again, if anything, Kid Cash and Don Harris should be friends.
Exactly.
They have mutual objectives here. They have both tried to steal the
Much
mask
like
of Shark
you
Boy.
and
Stop it. Stop it. Oh, God damn it. And then last show of the month, Low-Key faced Kid Cash.
Hey Garrett, I'm gonna officially retire the Nazi bit.
Thank you.
It's been 18 episodes.
Yeah.
I think I can find some new way to insult you.
You can bring it up in like 2 more years and it'll be a callback.
I'll bring it up when Exo Lucha launches.
Thank you for retiring and calling me a Nazi.
Yep.
Low-Key, Kid Cash.
Do you want to say a few words?
No. Low-Key faces Kid Cash. What do you have to say about this match? I enjoyed Kid Cash trying to go chop for Low-Key and getting his ass kicked.
I felt bad for these two.
Like everybody else this month.
They were trying real hard, but it just didn't. Nothing happened. And a match that I wish I liked more, but it just didn't click.
That's everything this month.
With me.
Just nothing clicked because the crowd are just sleeping.
I disagree. Did you see Eric Watts bleed out? That clicked with me.
I did like Eric Watts didn't want to say ass again this month.
Eric Watts, wholesome guy.
Just doesn't want to curse.
But he'll say D-I-C-K and then do a little pose.
But he spells it. He doesn't say it though.
He is a fan of spelling out insults.
Yeah. Finish is Dad Low-Key is distracted by Christopher Daniels who's
Sorry?
on commentary.
Dad?
You can't just let me just reset, can you? You have to call me out. We're only 3 hours
It's just
into
funny.
this.
I just thought you were calling Low-Key Dad.
Low-Key is distracted by Christopher Daniels, which is where the dad came from.
Daniels.
Daniels was on commentary. Very good on commentary, by the way. Christopher Daniels is always very good on commentary. I feel like he would be a good commentator if he ever wanted to move in that direction.
One day. Actually, I have a Christopher Daniels point.
Go on.
I feel like this month, he really just kind of settled into his Ring of Honor character.
Where he's just like a guy.
Yeah, he's a guy. He's a little comedic at times, but he can bring the intensity when he needs to. Very much like there's been a pivot, and because I was watching him in that Triple Threat, and I was like, he feels like Ring of Honor Daniels post like initial top heel run.
Yeah, he feels like he's just being himself.
Yeah.
Which is not doing the metamorphosis nonsense or the sex nonsense. He's just being Christopher Daniels now.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cash caught a roll-up after Low-Key was distracted by Daniels on commentary. Great roll-up, by the way. One of those roll-ups is like, oh yeah, he got him.
Yeah, you believe it.
Don Harris tried to catch Kid Cash. Kid Cash ran away. That's the story. He's running away. He fears no man. He comes out with a sign saying, I fear no man. And the next week with a sign saying, I fear no man, especially not Don Harris.
He should come up with one that says, I fear one man. Bracket, Don Harris.
So that's your Kid Cash stuff.
Cool.
All right, that's broad topics. Again, all of it is just like hoovered into these 3 things, more or less.
Yeah. Then we got some tidbits.
Yeah, so let's go show by show, starting with NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 69. Nice. November 5th, 2003. You got anything from the show? Shane Douglas was referred to as Intellectual Assassin by Mike Tenay.
That sounds like some Triple H shit.
It was weird. In the X Division Gauntlet, everyone got individual entrances, but no one got music.
Yeah.
Like, they all came out, they were all announced, but they all came out to the same theme song. It's very strange.
Roddy Piper, Scary Hospital Man.
Oh yeah, we had 2 Roddy Piper interviews on this show, these shows. We should talk about them. So there's the first one where he was standing outside a hospital where he was cutting a promo about how, Vince Russo's gone. I call him Vince Puso or Doo-Doo or whatever he said.
And all I could think about this was like, this is a real hospital.
Yeah.
Right? What if, like, my son is ill and we have to rush him to the hospital and I'm trying to get in there and this fucking goofball is screaming at a camera out the front?
To be fair, I don't think he was being that obtrusive that if you drove past him, you'd be like, what the fuck?
But there's a camera crew and Roddy Piper's there and you're like, Stevie's about to die. I don't know.
Stevie?
That's my kid.
Your child Stevie is on his deathbed, yes.
Yeah. And now I'm too distracted by Roddy Piper, and now I won't even take him inside because I have to. Oh, hey Roddy, hey man, love you. I love your work in NWA-TNA.
Those promos, they're the most coherent thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I was a big fan. I was a big fan of that Owen tirade you went on. It was crazy.
He does another one on the last show of the month as well, where he's
What the fuck was this one?
he's punching some dummy, and he takes a bunch of shots at Hogan in these as well.
Very weird. I guess maybe they still thought they were going to get Hogan and maybe they were going to do some Roddy finish with Hogan.
That probably would have been among the least interesting things they could do. It's like, let's go back to Roddy Piper and Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, probably. I like this note for him, though.
Oh, the word on Roddy Piper's involvement in the company is that the office knows how awful his promos are. But they also feel his name value is strong enough to justify a position on the roster. Which, you know what? Fair enough.
Should make him a manager.
Where he might actually be able to cut a decent promo.
Yeah, if he has, like, direction. Who would you put him with as a manager?
David Young.
Shut up.
You know what? If you made PCO, and you had Roddy Piper manage him...
Oh, that's a good unhinged team.
That's a good act.
See, my first idea was Abyss.
But Abyss is too, demonic.
You don't think Roddy can get demonic?
He probably could, but then Raven will give out to him for stealing Demon Valor.
Piper with Abyss feuding with Raven?
Yeah, that would actually that would rule.
Yeah, I'm into that. Let's go. That would Raven rule.
They would. I'm very quickly reading my notes. I wrote Swinger in all caps. I don't remember why.
Because you're actually starting to get Swinger a little bit.
Oh yeah, there was a line in the last show of the month where he was like, you go do your X Division things, and he was just short of a daddy of being the regular Swinger character.
He said you gotta go study your X Division tapes.
Yeah, I like Swinger.
I like when it comes out a little bit.
His Swinger voice. I liked how Mitchell didn't even wear gear or the suit for the Last Man Standing match. He just wore a shirt and jeans.
Yeah, he looked cool. That's how I'm trying to be when I'm that age.
Just gonna wear my shirt and jeans and get my ass kicked.
I wish my hair was that long. Mitchell's got cool hair.
And all the run-ins in the main event of the Jarrett and Sting match, Raven threw a super kick on Kevin Northcutt that completely missed.
And he sold it too.
He sold it, and it was so bad that Raven kind of pulled it, and then it made it look even worse.
Raven.
Completely missed.
Let's talk about Raven being at the weirdest, awkward stage of his hair too.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, does it? It's frizzy.
But it's we were talking about it on the watch along. He's a handsome guy with the short hair. When he had it real shaved, down to the skin, I was like, man, Raven looks good.
Should have embraced it.
Yeah, I think so. But to be fair, he does get to the stage where he grows it out enough again.
So, NWA-TNA paper number 70, the one we did for the watch along. Again, probably the worst piece of audio we've ever done. TNAchat.com.
I know there was some Wednesday War Games probably on par.
Hey, all of our content is good, I'll have you know.
Anyway, we're talking about the worst piece of audio we've ever done.
So Don Callis is kind of managing Abyss now. He's soothing him. It's okay, big guy. You can go out there and kill him. It's okay.
He's touching his back, soothing him.
Yeah, you'd love touching people's backs, soothing them, wouldn't you?
Do you want me to bring the Nazi bit back?
The big thing for Jimmy Hart is him just shouting "why" a lot.
Why? Yeah, because the whole thing is why did you lay down for Hulk Hogan?
Insisting everyone chants
why.
I was gonna say if you would like extended thoughts about this show, you can listen to the watch along, but I'm not sure you'll get extended thoughts about the show watching the watch along.
I wouldn't. Go listen to Rain Takers.
Yeah, NWA-TNA paper number 71, November 19th. It opened with the usual video package, but for some reason the footage was weirdly washed out, and I was like, did you destroy the tape, or did JB just get a sudden artistic flair? He's like, oh, we're gonna wash out the footage.
The tape took damage on the trip to Australia.
Of course, when he was sitting in front of Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Yeah.
Don West does a bunch of DVD pitches where he's blood. It's oh, this Clockwork Orange is a bloody brawl.
How many of these DVDs did you own?
I have all of them. I have the best of the bloody brawls. I have the best of the X Division. I have the best of the NWA title matches.
I have the X Division and the bloodiest brawls, but I had the X Division in the 2-pack, so I don't think it's not the straight up DVD.
Yeah, it's fun that those DVDs stayed in print for actually a surprisingly long time.
Yeah, they had them here. when I was like a fan.
Yeah, and they reprinted them in like 2008, 2009. So there you go.
That would be the versions I got.
Also, like when they cut to Don at the commentary table being like, you can get all these things for your friends at Christmas. It's like, oh, Don is Santa.
Ho, ho, ho.
Don is my Santa.
Mike is my Jack Frost.
I'm going to propose a question to you, Liam. And I do want you to think about it.
Okay, I will try.
Does CM Punk in TNA kinda suck? And I don't mean like, is he badly pushed? I mean, is he just kind of bad?
Okay, I will say this. I think his in-ring has been fine to good. I think his promos have kind of stunk.
Like, I would understand if you were TNA management and you were looking solely at CM Punk's output on this show. I'd almost be like, is Julio Tenero the guy in this tag team?
Yeah, a little bit. I know, I like the gathering tags. If Punk was getting singles stuff, then I think he would have had a better chance. I've been really disappointed with his character stuff. Like, the actual overarching story I think has been good, but I think his promos have kind of been a little iffy. I think it's just he's not meant for this.
Yeah, I'm not sure is it that he's not into it. I'm not sure is it that he doesn't really care about this story with Raven and the Gathering, and it's like a retreat of the stuff he's already done in Ring of Honor with Raven.
Also, the TNA stuff's probably just kind of a check for him.
Yeah.
Like, he's getting his big artistic stuff in Ring of Honor.
But I would have thought he would have been like, oh, this is my platform, you know, but if I'm ever going to make it on a national level, it's probably going to be with this company rather than, obviously he did make it on a national level with WWE in the end, but I don't think he would have expected to.
Well, I can tell you something that I learned in my through the years listening was that as Punk and Raven were wrapping up their stuff at this time in Ring of Honor, he was going through kind of like a mini crisis of, the crisis of faith is not the right term, but he was going like, so he's having his artistic vision sort of messed with there because he was getting jealous of Joe and Styles and stuff getting to work the big matches. He was kind of stuck doing the brawls with the Ravens and the Funks and stuff. So I think in general, he was kind of like, I want to go out there and be doing my big 30-minute epics and doing my big cool matches that are big nerd bait stuff. You know what I mean? I think, and if you could see that was his mindset in Ring of Honor, imagine his mindset here.
Yeah, so you think he's a little confidence shy at the moment?
I just think he's not doing the kind of thing he would like to be doing, even in his more free, expressive place, let alone the place where he has to take the most direction.
Yeah, where he's like, you have a 30-second promo where you give out about Raven abandoning you, and you have a tag match against Laz.
Yeah, I think he's craving the work rate stuff, and he hasn't been getting that chance in either place.
Yeah, it's just it's strange to watch CM Punk at TNA and just be like, you don't see anything. You know, if you watch this guy solely in this company, you'd never be like, oh, this is the guy. In the same way, like if you watch one AJ match, you're like, oh, he's the guy.
Yeah, but I also think, you know, he hasn't been put in a position to have that opportunity either. Because he's just been doing multi-mans. That's all he's been doing is multi-man tags.
I still think if you're like a true great, though, it comes through. And it doesn't here, and it's weird that it doesn't. That like not only does it not come through, but like I think he's being overshadowed by his tag team partner, who's not as good as him.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if we had like one Paul London CM Punk match, we'd have a different take.
But like even Paul London was a guy who only did like 6-minute matches, and even then in TNA you're like, you saw it, you know?
Yeah, but he was still the focus of those matches. He wasn't the sixth guy.
But was he really? He was literally the sixth guy. He was in like multi-mans most of the time.
No, but he still got those big singles matches.
But they were still like 5 minutes long.
Listen, I'm not having this CM Punk argument at 1:20 in the morning with you.
Damn right you are. That's where we are. We're being like, Punk kind of sucked in TNA. He did. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I don't think he was in an environment conducive to his talents.
I don't think his talents even remotely shone through, though. That's my thing. Like, again, the Paul London example is a great one because he was barely featured. He was on the show like 3 times, usually in multi-man.
But he's a performer that's going to be conducive to that environment. Like, he's going to thrive in those multi-man X Division stuff. And in Punk's credit, when he did get a chance to do the multi-man X Division stuff, I liked his stuff way more.
Yeah, but he was in a multi-man X Division match with Paul London. Paul London looked great, and he didn't.
I think he did.
Fine. Punk apologist here.
This is just your fucking, your follow-up from your Revolution take about how you hate everything CM Punk's ever done.
Excuse me, I liked pretty much everything CM Punk has done on All Elite Wrestling until he had a bad match at Revolution the crowd didn't give a shit about. Everyone was just too busy weeping over the Ring of Honor theme song to actually notice the match wasn't
chuck this in your third hour. Throw this in the third hour so no one hears it.
Oh dear. Yeah, but still, Punk, TNA. Yeah, like this will be a YouTube highlight, I'll have you know. People might hear it.
Make sure you put MJF in the tag. AEW in the tags.
You don't think I'm slapping a YouTube title of Did CM Punk Suck in TNA? You don't think I'm doing that?
Bracket, no. Close bracket.
I like my notes during the Chris Sabin David Young match, where after the first match, I was like, that is much better than me actually having to watch this match. And then when they restarted it, I'm now upset at having to actually watch this match.
Hater of Chris Sabin, this guy.
I do love my Chris Sabin. If CM Punk was Chris Sabin level, you know, he'd finally be a good wrestler that I could get behind. That's all I have for that. You got anything else?
No.
And last show of the month. I'm sick of Jeff Jarrett. That's my prevailing note from this.
I just wish he was doing more interesting things. Because I think he's still a reasonable talent. He's not doing anything.
You don't want to hear him cut the exact same promo every week for 4 weeks. I will say he put a graphic on the screen that said Hulk Hogan 1979 to 2003. He debuted in 77, Jarrett.
You meant his birth year, obviously?
No, he was born 2 years after he started wrestling.
Yeah, he wrestling in the balls, I guess. I like that he cut off the 10 bell salute.
Yeah.
Jeff has some good comedy shtick.
He's a good performer.
I think I like that more when I don't mind him doing the heel stuff, but I like him when he throws in the comedy stuff to kind of break it up.
It's kind of the classic thing where it's like, if he didn't book himself, he'd be fine.
Yeah. All right, wrap this fucking show up.
No.
I'm like Dutch Mantel. I'm telling these kids to go take it home.
Liam's fining me.
Yeah, I'm going to fine you $50 so I can buy the next month of TNA pay-per-views.
All right, that's November 2003 TNA. Again, another just down cold month. But listen, we had a long argument about CM Punk, so what more do you want?
Not to have that argument at 1:30 in the morning.
We'll be back next weekend with the Patreon show covering Ring Ka King, and we'll be back probably later in the week after that with the next episode of Rain Takers. So that's on Patreon, patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. You can also, of course, as usual, see the show notes at tnachat.com for the $1 tier, and also our watch along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 70 is there too. Whether or not you should actually listen to it is a different question altogether. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can follow Liam on Twitter at the Gleet Muda. Thanks for listening. We'll be back in 2 weeks with the December, that's the month after November, December 2003 episode of You've Got to Be Kidding Me. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do damn thing.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Oh shit! It's Vince Russo! Oh yeah, you could be king of these nuts. You know what I'm saying?
I am the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. Cousin.
That's about some unadulterated bullshit.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me. This is a show where we cover TNA history 1 month at a time. This week we're talking about December 2003 in TNA history. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined as always by my co-host Liam Jones. Liam, howdy.
Howdy ho, Neighborino.
Liam, if we were at an award show together and you said something mean about my potential wife, I wouldn't punch you in the face.
I would. It's disrespectful.
I love the way this happened last night, and then I went to bed and woke up, and then I saw the discourse.
You know, and hear my take on it, Garrett. Are you dying to hear my take?
Sure, what's your take?
My take is that they're both right. Hey, Chris Rock is fully in the right to make that joke. It's what you do at an award show, and Will Smith is fully in the right to slap him in the fucking face for it.
Because these things always have the same news cycle. It's the same process of there's the period where everyone makes jokes, which is the best bit.
Yeah, that's when we peak as a humanity.
When a large major event happens and everybody rushes to do a goof on Twitter. Very good.
Yeah, we all got, and there were some great ones.
Then some horrible person comes along and he's like, well, actually, I think this is a meditation about violence. And then you go the step further and the dumb US political brain people come in. And it's like, This is how Trump happened. Or it's like, this is the consequence of woke cancel culture. And you're like, you people who could only process things through the lens of American political ideology should be banned from Twitter so that we never have to see you again.
Yeah, it's a great goof, a great laugh. And you know, I don't know, let's be real, they probably squashed the beef immediately afterwards too.
Because there's a clip of Will Smith dancing to Getting Jiggy with It at one of the after parties.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, they probably had a 3-minute conversation about how it went down and then moved on with their lives as extremely successful rich people.
It's not like they had another brawl at an after party.
Yeah, then you're like, all right, let's go. This is spicy. But yeah, no, you're caught up in the moment. My favorite video is the full video where it's like he laughs for a split second, obviously turns around to see Cheetah's reaction. It's like, oh, I have to hit this guy now.
And then there's like the whole Chris Rock processing it.
Oh, Chris Rock's great because my favorite part of like his reaction was when he's like, should I? He has like this moment of like, do I push this? Do I? Because he has like this he says it verbally. He goes, I could, and it's like he really wanted to just go in there.
I think there's a bit of that thinks the way Will Smith punched him was a bit.
Oh, at the start for sure. He also ate it. The chin on this guy.
He no-sold it. Terrible. He would be a horrible pro wrestler if he actually appeared in TNA. The reason, of course, we're talking about this so in depth is that Chris Rock is a former TNA alum.
Yeah. Will Smith maybe too. We haven't got there yet.
Yeah, he went through that whole process of he tried to go with it. Then he saw Will Smith was actually mad.
The first instinct and the instinct I respect was he immediately bowled his fist as if he was going to punch him back, and then composed himself because I think he thought, was this a bit that I wasn't a part of?
And then he realizes Will is actually mad, and then he's just kind of stunned for a while.
He was stunned for a second. No, he was angry for a second because there was that second where he's like, I can push this right now further and you're going to be the one who comes out of this looking bad. And then he swiftly turns to the, are we still going to do this? As he looks around at the people behind the stage to be like, do you want me to just pretend that didn't happen? And then the realization of, let's get this shit over with.
Yeah, it's just like, I guess we're talking about documentaries again.
The best bit, of course, would have been sending him out to read off Actor of the Year.
And yeah, Actor of the Year. Fuck, it's Will Smith. He refuses to hand him the Oscar.
Yeah, he throws the Oscar at him. It's like, bitch!
It is amazing to see the what will be the most famous Oscar moments in our lifetime in real time.
Yeah.
You know, in 20 years, people are going to be like, remember when Will Smith punched Chris Rock at the Oscars?
Yeah. He gave him the Inoki slap.
Oh, the way he had his little hand up as well.
That man is a man of the stage. He knows how to make a slap look good.
Performer.
Yeah.
I never want to hear wrestlers give out about no-selling anymore, because Chris Rock just got punched live on television and no-sold it. So that means a wrestler can no-sell whatever they want.
We can stop saying punched. My man didn't get punched.
It's more dramatic if you say punched, though, Liam.
Yeah, but if he got punched, he probably would have gone down. Although with that chin, who knows? He didn't even touch his face. Chris Rock didn't reach for his face to go like, ow, my face fucking hurts. He just kept composure the whole time.
Maybe Will is too used to throwing staged punches.
Maybe. There is the good photo of the little ripple, which is always fun when you watch someone get hit.
Because that's the MMA thing. MMA people and boxers traditionally, when they transition to pro wrestling, have absolutely horrible worked punches.
Yeah, because they don't want to actually kill the person.
So maybe it's the other way around, where it's if you were used to doing staged punches.
Well, Chuck Taylor used to say that. He's like, he used to talk about how he was always deathly afraid he'd get into a real fight because he'd think he'd go up and work punch and go.
So anything else going on?
Since you've been asleep?
Since we last talked to our listeners 2 weeks ago, I suppose.
Oh, God. No.
I finished Elden Ring, so I'm free.
There you go. I haven't started it yet, but I do have the burning urge to play it.
It only took me 85 hours.
It's a lot of commitment.
You, as a content fiend, will love the amount of content in that game.
I do love content, but I don't like a non-linear experience. So it's a real. I'm being torn in two directions.
It's also hard.
I don't mind hard games.
Yeah, I thought you always get mad at hard games.
I do. Yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Maybe I don't like hard games. I don't like easy games. I like a middle ground. I don't like to lose, but I like a challenge. I want to do it first try, but I want it to be a hard first try.
Right.
That's the perfect mix.
That seems like a very difficult balance to get.
Well, that's why game developers have to work 25-hour days.
Just so they can satisfy your weird urge for it to be hard for you not to lose.
Yeah, that's the perfect balance.
So nothing else?
Not really. We did Rain Takers episode 2.
Oh yeah, I suppose we should talk about the Patreons.
Yeah, we should do this at the start. This was when most people listen. Hey guys, go follow the podcast account. We're almost at 1,000.
Well, we're not. We're almost at 900.
Yeah, that's it's only 10% of the total that we have left.
I guess.
Yeah, we're at 90%. I'd count that as almost.
I guess we are closer to 1,000 than we are not closer to 1,000.
Closer to 1,000 than we are 700.
So you can go follow us at TNA History Pod. But yes, at Patreon, you can go listen to our New Japan retrospective show on Patreon, which is on the $5 tier.
And we're almost to 1,000 patrons.
Yes, if we were, we'd all be able to quit our jobs and do this full time.
Please. Everyone who follows us on Twitter should go pay us the highest tier possible.
God, then we'd be swimming in it, wouldn't we?
Mm.
But yeah, Brain Takers, right in your Patreon feeds right now. Also, the Ring Cat King series is there, and we'll be doing a bunch of end-of-year retrospective content on Patreon in the coming weeks. We're covering December 2003 in TNA, so we will be doing our end-of-year draft for 2003 TNA, where we take the TNA roster from the year that is 2003, put together our own rosters, and then put together a show, and then you can vote on who's is best. Mine was best last time. Suck it, Liam.
Which means I get the first draft pick.
You know what? Sure, you can have it.
Yeah, I need it.
And we'll also be doing our end of year awards show for 2003 on Patreon as well, giving out some awards for the best and maybe the worst of 2003 TNA. So there's lots of exciting Patreon stuff. As always, I'd recommend that you wait until the turn of the month to subscribe. Wait until Friday so that you don't get charged twice. If you subscribe between now and Friday, you'll get charged between now and Friday and charged again on Friday. So subscribe on Friday. But go to patreon.com/kiddingme for Raintakers, for Ring Cat King, for the watch along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 75, the last show of 2003, will be there now as well as the show notes, which are 11 pages today of notes on the shows we're about to cover, including everything that happened, and all the news notes, and occasionally there's some notes we don't even get to, so there's like bonus content in the show notes. It's like a book chapter on the month of TNA that is December 2003. All of that, plus our star ratings, waiting for you at tnhad.com or patreon.com/kiddingme. 3 tiers. Very approachable for everybody. Go subscribe.
3 tiers for us. Hip hip.
Hooray.
Hip hip.
Hooray.
Hip hip.
Hippo.
Crit. Damn, owned. Let's go. Speaking of hypocrites.
So yeah, let's start the news with the probably last Hulk Hogan update for a while, or at least last significant one. The House of Cards has come crumbling down. Hulk Hogan is not going to TNA.
What?
I know, it's a shocker.
But Garrett, I was promised that he would be there in the asylum.
He said it. He's like, I'm going to go to TNA because he has unfinished business and he wants to win the NWA title, and he got beaten up by Jeff Jarrett and he just never came back. Jeff Jarrett is just too strong a force, Liam.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's too scared of Jeff Jarrett.
He got hit by a guitar with Jeff Jarrett and pussied out like a bitch.
Yeah, it has to be that. He had to have seen how Jeff Jarrett ran through all of Jimmy Hart's soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, oh, I can't go out there. Have you seen how Jarrett's killed everybody? I can't be next.
He saw the hit list. He put the hit list on television, and literally the week later is when it's like, no, it's over, it's done, we can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I assume that was like part of their like, all right, fuck you, man, moment with like, we're gonna take it as a we Jeff beat you.
Yeah, which is kind of what they do, because on the December 3rd pay-per-view, there is a very throwaway line from Mike Tenay on commentary where he talks about how Hulk Hogan has not responded well to knee surgery and how his appearance in TNA will be postponed. And he even makes sure to emphasize that his international appearances have also been postponed because he was still on tap to do the Tokyo Dome. And even when Mike Tenay said that, apparently New Japan were still like, he's doing it, right? So when he's like, he's also cancelled all of his international bookings, that was news to New Japan Pro Wrestling too.
Yeah. This guy, man. Well, to be fair, that's how they probably should do it, you know? They should claim it as Jarrett won. Try and get as much like heat from it as you can possible.
Especially because this is like a considerable instance of having to save face. There will be another one of those this month as well. But like the company bent over backwards for this guy. They removed Vince Russo from their writing team so that he could come in.
Gigantic mistake, apparently. That's what we've learned from this.
They made Jeff Jarrett NWA champion so he could come in. They turned Jeff Jarrett heel. They turned AJ babyface. Like they bent over backwards. They had Jimmy Hart all over TV. They built the storyline for like 3 weeks. They continued to build the storyline even after he pulled out of the original Bound for Glory date. So this is a company that bent over backwards to appeal to bringing this man in. And then, like the news note, Hulk Hogan, after not returning calls from TNA for over a week, finally informed TNA that his knee was not responding well to the surgery he had last month and that he was cancelling all in-ring appearances until further notice. That meant TNA's plans to run a 3-hour Sunday pay-per-view in February were off. The second time they've decided to postpone a special pay-per-view because of Hogan's injury situation. Hogan's knee problems may well be as serious as he's letting on, but it's not stopping critics within TNA from saying, "I told you so," regarding the decision to bank on Hogan and begin hyping him without contracts being signed.
It's funny, like, this may be my own biases coming through here, but despite all this, I can't bring myself to, like, be, like, mad at TNA, you know? They took a big swing. They missed.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of a, oh, you guys, than a, you fucked up here. I don't know why, I can't bring myself to give them the slap on the wrist, you know?
Because you can understand what they were going for, and they're in cahoots with a more natural heel that can take all the blame.
Yeah, exactly. They had to give it a shot, you know, and it didn't work out, but I don't think they particularly lose much from it anyway, you know what I mean? Like, the changes they made weren't... Like, they turned AJ face to where he probably should have been already. They turned Jeff heel, which is annoying for us to watch, but it's probably what he should be anyway. So it's like, I don't know. I don't think any of the changes were drastic enough to be like, haha, look at you guys, you changed everything for this. But I also... Yeah, I don't blame them for giving it a shot.
It is a very important lesson about get the name on the contract before you start doing anything, though.
Yeah.
Which, again, is a lesson they don't learn this month, because they begin hyping a big major announcement that'll change the face of wrestling, and suddenly nothing happens. So...
They're so desperate for the headlines.
Yeah, because they realize, especially, I think, in the last few months, they realize things aren't going so well.
Well, as we'll see with some of the notes later on too, is they really feel like they need something to break here soon, because they're losing so much money.
And yeah, because Panda have like a deep war chest. It's not like Panda can't afford to lose the money, but it's just a question of whether Panda want to lose the money.
Yeah.
So they want to be like, look, we're getting a Hulk Hogan. Look, we're getting TV. Look, we have this thing. It's the carrot to dangle in front of Panda to be like, well, keep on funding and supporting this project.
Yeah, it's not so much can they afford to keep paying this, it's how long are they willing to do this, and how long are they willing to keep going without any sort of visual of a payoff.
Yeah, and this is over a year into Panda owning the company at this stage. Panda bought the company in like September. I think they closed the deal in October last year. So we're well into the reign of Panda as the big bucks behind TNA at this stage. So it might be like them feeling the pressure, and maybe Jarrett even feeling the pressure from someone like Russo being like, I need to achieve results. Otherwise, somebody will start turning to somebody else to achieve those results.
And that's like the difference between something like an AEW where it's like, if Tony Khan wanted to, he could, like, pile all his money into it, you know? Like, his war chest is also for his investment of the thing he loves. Where it's like, Panda's like, this is an investment of a thing we're a fan of, but it's not our be-all, end-all here. We can cut ties if we need to.
And I do think, like, Dixie is very supportive of TNA. It's not just a project she was assigned to because it happened to be bought by her dad's company. Like, I do think she is invested in and believes in and wants to see TNA succeed, and that will be bared out through the entire history of TNA and through the next 13 years before she's no longer involved in TNA. But yeah, you're right. At the end of the day, it's Bob Carter's money. It's not Dixie's. And if Bob is like, why are we spending 30 to 50 grand a week just to keep this thing afloat when there's no signs of life, no signs that it's advancing?
Like, it's not his passion project.
Yeah.
Where he's like he's willing to chuck in a giant, like a Carrie Silken or a TK or someone who's just like, I'm gonna throw everything into this because it's the thing I like. It's an investment opportunity and something he hopes pays off, but like, I don't know if he's like, I would be willing to put all of my money into this.
As mentioned, losing 30 to 50 grand a week is pocket change. It's nothing to him. But he does eventually reach the stage where it's like, well, this is just a thing that's going nowhere. It's a black hole of money. Why don't we just cut it off?
Mm-hmm.
So there are many viewpoints on the Hulk Hogan situation among TNA wrestlers and officials. Most are skeptical of Hogan's intentions, rightfully so.
What? But he's so genuine.
He is always just, doing what's good for the wrestling business and for the companies he works with, Liam.
Yeah, if there's one thing I know about Hulk Hogan, and that is he is always willing to put others ahead of himself. A trustworthy individual who has the best interest of everyone he works with at heart.
People believed he's using TNA. Others strongly defend Hogan as doing what is best for TNA in the long run. These people, I don't know who they are. Whoever PW Torch are talking to is like, no, he's
Jimmy Hart.
It probably is Jimmy Hart. Like, there's a note that they're still, like, pursuing the venue. We'll talk about that in a second. But Jimmy Hart is still, like, chasing down the venue days before this is, like, announced as being off. So even, like, Jimmy Hart is probably overly invested in this thing than he probably should be. But also he's getting a role on television because of it, so he's probably quite happy.
I was thinking about that with a couple of people on these shows, where it's like, it is consistent work for a lot of these people too, so they do have some sort of intrinsical investment there.
Hogan saying his knee is not responding well to surgery is being seen by many as a lame excuse to delay his commitment to wrestle for TNA. This has become a fiasco for TNA, and watching them try to save face is going to be embarrassing, says one TNA wrestler skeptical of how the situation with Hogan is playing out. Hogan doesn't want to work a pay-per-view that's going to bomb, says one insider. Until TNA has a national TV clearance or there is some indication it will do well, he will keep delaying his match against Jarrett.
Oh no, at me. It's upsetting, but like, I don't know, it feels like there was pivots that they could have made at a certain point.
Which pivots?
Well, the big one that we were talking about on the last episode was, it felt like they could have gone to Sting at some point. You can't run as gigantic of a building, but you could have done the show still.
It's just funny, it's kind of what they did. Like, they did bring Sting back, they did move Sting into a program with Jarrett. He had 2 matches with Jarrett, one last month, one that we'll talk about this month. But neither were, like, big, built-up, huge pay-per-view matches. They were all like, Sting's going to be here next week to wrestle Jarrett.
Yeah, it's a weird choice. It feels like if you wanted to try and garner some more goodwill for it, you could have still ran a big show with Sting Jarrett as the headliner.
Because the reason we also move into promoting Ultimate X2 here is because Ultimate X2 was also meant to take place on that show, so they were meant to build to that. So, like, they still do many of the things they were still planning to build to. Even Triple X against AMW was a match that was tentatively planned for that show, and they do bring back Triple X and start building to the reformation of Triple X as well.
What an admission of, like, a failure of a push that is, by the way.
Yeah, it's like these guys didn't get over by themselves, probably due to no fault of their own, frankly, but let's put them back together as Triple X because that's when people liked them.
And, like, so blatantly as well.
So we'll talk about that when we get into the shows. Another situation that concerns Hogan is the location of the proposed TNA 3-hour pay-per-view. He won't work at the Asylum because it would appear to be too big a step down for him and make him appear to be washed up, which, debatable. Jimmy Hart had negotiated to run the pay-per-view at Fort Campbell, Kentucky at an airplane hangar where bleachers and lighting would be brought in specifically for the event.
Lightning?
Yeah.
They're bringing in lightning for it.
They will wait to hold the night on the instance of a thunderstorm. And then when lightning strikes, they'll put some of those spires that you can have lightning strike that attract lightning. And that's where they'll hold the pay-per-view.
If you can get that visual, I'm sure that would rock.
I imagine it would be a little dangerous, but it's probably worth it.
Yeah, Hogan does the pose, lightning goes off in the background, Sting comes out. That's good stuff.
That way the crowd could be small, but it wouldn't work against Hogan because the photo op of working in front of the US soldiers at a military base would be tremendous for him. After believing the deal was nearly done, TNA officials were told in recent days that Fort Campbell apparently needs the hangar to be reserved for military purposes through February.
Is there any sort of, like, big military event happening at the same time?
No, there's no, like, major military happenings in the month of December 2003. It's not like Saddam Hussein was just captured, a thing that weirdly, like, factors into TNA television. Both because it's the payoff of Jim Duggan's promo.
Yes.
And there are people in the crowd with signs about Saddam being captured.
Yeah, and we go full, like, military salute the troops on one of these episodes as well.
Yeah, on the last show of the month, Don West and Mike Tenay introduced soldiers from the 101st Airborne in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, the same Air Force base they were hoping to run. Saddam Hussein was just captured a few days before on December 13th.
By that team, actually. And then they came straight to the asylum to watch a show.
That was their reward. It's like, thank you for taking down Saddam Hussein. Now let us chant USA in front of you at a TNA wrestling event.
All right, guys, thanks. You've done it. You've done a tremendous service to the country. Here's some tickets to Sting versus Jarrett. We picked him up at the gas station.
Hey, has this big gathering cage match main event? You should be excited.
Yeah.
John West led a USA chant and then turned to them and it was like, thanks for getting Saddam.
Yeah, I told you, it was those guys.
It was surely. But that building being pulled created another reason for TNA to delay the pay-per-view, since TNA officials realized there is no way to fill a decent-sized arena in any market at this point. Which is weird. Like, Hulk Hogan is a huge name and a major attraction. I think Hulk Hogan sells 2,000 tickets or 3,000 tickets. You know, enough to look good, you know?
Enough to, you know, still be outdrawn by Stardom in 2022, but, you know, pretty good, you know, little crowd as well.
Hulk Hogan could probably earn himself the role of second or third biggest company in Japan.
Yeah. Hulk Hogan would be the second biggest company in Japan.
Yeah.
I love the second company in Japan thing. It's so funny to me.
Everyone arguing over who's runner-up.
Yeah. And I like how that people... Like, this is not the podcast for this, but there's definitely an interesting amount of, like, my team, you know? Like, from, like, Noah, DDT, Stardom, and Dragon Gate. Like, all four of them have the, like, I'm the winning team, guys. I've never felt that, like, that passionately about a company to be like, this is mine. I must ride or die with them.
See, I've always felt that way about TNA, but also I'm always like, well, the shit things about TNA are shit, and for a very good reason, you know?
Yeah. Like, exactly. Whenever I've had, like, a company that I've been really into, whether it be New Japan or AEW, I've always been able to acknowledge the things that I don't think are great about it, too. But I guess, like, you know, when it's such, like, not a subjective, there's, like, actual factual evidence to support their claims, but when it's so close, I guess that's when, like, a bit of your protectiveness can come out.
Yeah, because you take an attack on the thing you like as an attack on you a little bit, and you have to defend it.
Yeah, I think everyone's been in that position before.
Never. I exist in a sole position of objectivity.
We're doing a podcast, which is basically you doing that.
Hey, never mind. I'm just simply correcting the record and telling people what things they should be mad about and they are allowed to be mad about, and then the others which are not.
Within a very specific set of parameters.
Jarrett flew to Tampa for a meeting with Hogan. Face-to-face, Hogan told Jarrett he wouldn't be able to make the February date, but that he was still with them. When asked about WrestleMania 20, Hogan portrayed it as he and Vince McMahon had a different vision of the business, and both agreed they couldn't work together, describing his relationship with McMahon to a married couple who had been divorced 3 times. Which is basically, Vince said no, and Hogan's like, oh, brother, we had different visions of the business.
I don't think they were debating stylistic choices about how pro wrestling should be displayed, you know, or marketed. It wasn't Tanahashi and Omega at Wrestle Kingdom.
I believe the stylistic choice here was, can I get booked? No.
Yeah. But honestly, the divorced couple's a pretty apt description of the two.
Because they know they need each other, but there's times where they don't want each other.
But then, like, it's a divorced couple then, like, where one of them got remarried and became way more successful.
Wait, which one got remarried?
Oh, Vince is in a way better position than Hulk Hogan is in 2022. He got remarried to Nick Khan.
Like, Hogan got remarried and had massive success that nearly put Vince out of business too, to be fair to him.
Sure. Yeah, but that was one of his earlier marriages who he also got divorced from, though.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, he didn't get divorced from. Vince bought it out. There's a
lot going on.
They left the meeting with the idea that they would work together for a major pay-per-view show in May or more likely June, which would be billed as the company's 2nd anniversary show.
Yeah, that won't happen.
One source at TNA believes the Jarretts understand they are being played by Hogan to a certain degree, but are using that to their advantage at this point to keep TNA President Dixie Carter excited about the potential of a Hogan appearance.
Yeah, they all know what's going on.
Because, like, Jarrett's been in the wrestling business a very long time. He spent a very, very, very long time dealing with carnies.
Garrett, what is the last name of the 2 people involved here?
Jarrett.
Yeah, okay, end of conversation.
They are well aware of carnies themselves.
Yeah, there's a reason we say Jeff Jarrett never loses, you know?
And Jarrett dealt extensively with Hogan in WCW, so, like, he's well aware of how Hogan operates. It's not like he's like, oh, I've been totally blindsided by this.
Yeah, Jeff's an S-tier carny.
As you mentioned, there's just an extent of it's worth going for, so why not? And as you also mentioned in the last episode, it's not our money, so why not?
Yeah, it's worth going for. We can build up some buzz on the TV. We can keep people happy, and it's not our money, so we might as well go for it at this point. We need a big break, and we should take all of the shots, even if, like, you know, you shoot 100 shots, 1 goes in.
The theory is Panda will keep funding TNA as long as there is hope that Hogan will turn things around. Right now, industry sources peg TNA's weekly losses around 30,000 per week. Panda Energy had deep pockets, but they won't be sending good money after bad if there isn't hope, which is what we talked about earlier.
Yeah. And also, the hotter a company is, the more they're going to be willing to invest as well. Like, if TNA does really well, they're going to be like, we'll send you more than what you need because you're flourishing and it'll help you build your next level. If you're doing badly, they're like, we'll give you what we're willing to give you.
To just about stay open. One of Vince Russo's most passionate conversations with Dixie Carter right before he was ousted from the booking position in favor of Dutch Mantel, which was done in order to please Hulk Hogan, who didn't want to work with Russo, was that she was being worked by Hulk Hogan. He predicted every move so far Hogan has made, and he told her that Hogan is going to do what's best for Hogan at any given time, without regard for what he said he would do in the past. The funny part of this is Vince Russo is saying this probably solely to do what's best for Vince Russo and try and stop himself from being ousted by Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, but he's also right.
It's just a bunch of carnies trying to out-carny each other.
Yeah, and the problem here is, like, while Jeff and Hogan are S-tier carnies, Vince is only an A-tier carny, so he's a slight step behind.
Because it is funny to be like, no, for the good of TNA, we shouldn't bring them in. Not for the good of the fact that if we bring him in, I'll be removed from my position writing the show.
But that's the thing, like, Vince is a people person. He can make you feel like you're on top of the world.
We'll talk about that more in a second.
Which is how he's gotten in with Dixie so well, from, like, the beginning.
He knows who are the power players, and he knows how to suck up to them.
Yeah, he knows how to butter someone's bread.
A lot of Hogan's focus has now shifted away from himself and his wrestling career and toward his 15-year-old daughter, Brooke, and her singing career.
I thought, like, that was all subtextual stuff.
Lou Pearlman, who was the force behind the creation of NSYNC and Backstreet Boys, is really behind Brooke and sees a tremendous marketing opportunity for her. She would be marketed as Brooke Hogan, not her real name Brooke Bolea, because they do plan to publicize and take advantage of the publicity associated with being the daughter of Hulk Hogan. This is before Brookamania, this is before Hogan Knows Best. That wasn't until, I think, mid-2005. So you can see the seeds being laid for trying to make Brooke Hogan a thing all the way back here in November, December 2003.
Was Brooke Hogan ever a thing?
She... kind of...
Yeah, she was a little before my time in the zeitgeist, so...
Like, Hogan Knows Best wasn't a huge deal, but it was a reality show on TV, you know?
It did well. I have the first season on DVD somewhere around here. I've never seen it, but I have it.
I think it ran like 3 seasons. I've probably watched most of those episodes because they were on TV at the time, so I've probably seen them.
Oh, are you ready for that Patreon series?
The Hogan Knows Best watch-along?
Yeah.
2 seasons, 43 episodes. I want to say it aired on MTV, but it aired on VH1.
There you go. It's not bad.
And also had the spin-off Brooke Knows Best, which I've seen none of.
I'm aware of Brooke Knows Best.
That also got 2 seasons.
Wow. God, anyone can get a reality show.
That's the classic, like, Disney Channel format, isn't it? It's like Hogan Knows Best, and then the small character spins off into their own show, Brooke Knows Best.
We have Sam and Cat.
There's apparently 4 seasons. Why does it say 2 seasons at the top and 4 seasons at the bottom?
Do they count the first 2 seasons of Hogan Knows Best as part of the run?
Because there's a 7 episode season, 13 episode season, 12 episode season, and 10 episode season, apparently.
Wow.
Airing basically 6 months apart or 3 months apart, depending. God.
I'm sure all the fans were devastated when it was cancelled.
I love the cast for the show because it's Terry Hulk Hogan, Linda Hogan, Brooke Hogan, Nick Hogan, Brian Knobbs.
Does Bubba make an appearance?
Probably. I don't know. Shorty shows up and gets punched in the face by Mick Foley.
Yeah, that's in the show.
But yeah, that's enough on Hogan Knows Best. That's honestly enough on Hogan in general.
Yeah, and we'll never have to talk about him ever again.
At least not for a while in a major way.
Did Brooke Hogan release music?
Yeah, she was a musician.
Really?
That was the whole thing. She wasn't a reality show star or an actress. She was going to be a musician.
Wait a minute. As I run to Spotify.
How did you not know that she was like that? The idea was she's going to be a music
I'm
star.
sorry. I don't keep up with Brooke Hogan.
Yeah, you should.
I know that she was like going to marry Bully Ray.
Yeah, she'll be a very important part of TNA television when we get to it in like 9 years.
Yeah, she's got a few albums.
Yeah, she's an actual musical artist. I've never listened to a single Brooke Hogan song, but
okay, she has 2 albums. 2006's Undiscovered.
Still remains undiscovered, some would say.
By 2009's The Redemption.
Because Undiscovered was so bad.
She released singles in 2017, 2018, and 2019.
Just keeping that music career ticking over.
Would you? Here's a fun game, Garrett. I'm going to give you an over or an under of monthly listens on Spotify for Brooke Hogan.
Oh, God. So her overall number for
Yes.
all of her songs combined.
No, per month. In 2022 of March, how many times does Brooke Hogan get listened to?
I'm going to go...
No. I'll give you a number. You tell me over or under.
Okay.
35,000.
Oh, God. You picked a very... my guess there was going to be 75,000. So I guess I'll go over?
It is over.
Oh, well, good for her.
53,000.
That is better than this podcast does, but only by a little.
That is only a couple more than the Patrons we have.
I think you should go to tnachat.com and subscribe to our Patreon on April 1st so that you don't get charged twice. And make sure we have more patrons than Brooke Hogan has Spotify listeners.
Yeah, we need more monthly listeners than Brooke Hogan.
At the very least, go to Spotify, give us a 5-star review, which we actually have a decent number of 5-star reviews. We had like 14 of them last I checked on Spotify.
Wow, I have never seen any of our reviews.
It just gives us a star rating, so we're doing well. People love us.
Can I review?
Yes, you should.
Oh, I'm going to do it right now.
To put us over.
I just rated it. Wait, we have a 4.8, Garrett.
Yeah, we have 13 reviews and we have 4.8 rating, which is nearly all 5 stars.
If you're that person who didn't rate 5 stars, you're a real son of a bitch.
Listen, 4 stars is a good rating.
Yeah, I need to know why.
It would be 5 in the Tokyo Dome. It was because of that bit you did about not liking the War Games match. It got dragged down to 4.
Damn. We have now hit 4.9.
Oh, well done. Thank you.
Watch it go down to like 4.5 after everyone goes and does it now.
How dare you tell us to go review on Spotify to beat Brooke Hogan?
Oh, you want me to review? I'll review.
So yes, that is all of the Hulk Hogan drama, the entire Hulk Hogan saga. I'll put all the clips together and put them on YouTube as like the full Hulk Hogan saga. But yeah, Hulk Hogan's not coming to TNA.
Yet.
Yet, indeed. That ominous yet.
Go listen to Monday War Games.
Yeah, that's on Patreon. You can already, we covered the entire first few months, the first few months of the Monday Night Wars, head to head with Raw and TNA. So that's there. TNAchat.com.
The only time I will ever consent to reviewing WWE.
Yet.
Oh no.
TNA officials are working on getting clearance on WGN, an early Saturday morning time slot that would cost them $50,000 a week. That would require an increase in weekly buys for their $10 pay-per-views of $6,000 each week to justify the expense, since TNA sees only about $5 per order. For promotion drawing between 8,000 and 20,000 buys per week over the last year, that's a huge expectation. The early Saturday morning time slot is aimed at kids, not exactly the demographic TNA is chasing at this point with their product content. So, TNA are trying to get TV. This is a thing we'll talk about more and more into 2004. And
for the rest of its run.
That's true. Jeff Jarrett comes out on TV on the first show of this month promising a game-changing announcement, Liam. An industry-changing announcement that will change the face of TNA forever. Change the face of not only TNA, in fact, he says. Change the face of the entire wrestling business. And it was this Saturday morning paid TV deal with the WGN.
TNA getting TV is legitimately an industry-changing event.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this deal is that deal.
Paying for Saturday morning clearance.
Yeah. But again, it's not their money. If they can get Panda to flip the bill on this, why not? Like, getting TV is what you need.
So if the WGN deal is finalized, and internally it has been talked about as if it's just about a done deal, TNA would be looking at producing an upgraded version of Explosion for WGN. It would be similar to the current format, but they would add a main event caliber match each week. There are also plans to shake up the talent situation with the idea that once they get on WGN, they will be starting from scratch with a new audience. There was talk of creating a strong babyface as the focal point of the promotion, with Hogan not being involved.
Wow, what a unique idea.
To take a guy and try and make him a star for your company?
I feel like companies are much stronger when you don't know who is a babyface or a heel the entire time.
The 3 choices seem to be Raven, Chris Harris, and AJ Styles.
These are all fine suggestions.
Especially given Raven was the top babyface in this company, getting like legitimate top babyface reactions, and he kept on beating him until he didn't.
Yeah, like legitimately these are 3. Here's a great idea, Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
Now, just listen to me on this one.
Right.
What if we push all 3 of them as babyface stars?
Well, that's pushing the boat out too far, honestly.
I'm sorry. It could never work to have more than one focus of your company.
Yeah, in fact, you should have none.
Yeah, that, as we've learned, it's what led to some of the best months in company history so far.
You should just have Jeff Jarrett come out every week and just be the entire show. It's just the Jeff Jarrett show, and everyone has to declare loyalty to him, and there's no babyfaces who can get one up on him, and it's just Jeff Jarrett, Jeff Jarrett, Jeff Jarrett.
And the only babyface who can get one up on him is gone.
Yeah. God damn it.
If they were getting TV, I'm surprised they didn't make a bigger play for Sting.
Especially given, this is Sting's final appearance. This is the last month Sting appears in TNA until...
Ever.
January 2006. So, not only, did they have Sting come in, they had him beat Jarrett to seemingly set up a title match that never happens until frickin' Hard Justice 06.
I'm so ready for, actual pay-per-views, by the way. It's a little off topic, but you hit me with the Hard Justice. Justice just then was apparently too much of a tongue twister for me. You hit me with the Hard Justice line just then, and it's really reminded me of how much I love the TNA pay-per-view names.
Yeah, we're not that far away from them. We're 10 months. But
it feels like everything that you've been promising me about TNA is it's just 10 months away. Just 10 months.
Well, we'll have 2004, 2004 is a bit of a wacky year because it is they're just swinging.
I don't mind wacky. I'll always take wacky over boring.
Because most of 2004, they don't really know what they are anymore. They have no idea what they're trying to be or supposed to be. So they're just kind of swinging.
Yeah, I feel like that's not knowing what they are is a lot of the TNA run.
Or at the very least, having two conflicting visions of what they should be.
Yeah, or trying to be something else.
Or being ashamed of the thing that you are.
Which is why are so many Major League Wrestling companies ashamed to be what they are?
It's so, I was literally thinking about this the other day, that there is, I think, no industry that has a greater shame of the genre of entertainment that they put out than pro wrestling does. That you see all these companies try to run away from being pro wrestling instead of embracing being pro wrestling because it's a really cool genre of entertainment.
When I hate to be the AEW fan podcast.
Oh, the real home of professional wrestling, is it, Liam?
Yeah. I've just, that's what's so pleasant about it. It's hey, we like the thing we are.
Yeah, and every good period of TNA, it's just we're not trying to do Attitude Era shite. We're not trying to be sports entertainment. We're not trying to chase WWE.
We're not trying to be WWE as it's happening.
Yeah, we're just being a wrestling show. And then they're good.
Yeah.
Jerry Tweet, age 36, known as The Wall in WCW and Malice in NWA-TNA, died in Japan this past weekend. He died on December 6th. He wrestled under the name Gigantes on Friday night for All Japan, then was found dead in his hotel room Saturday afternoon just before he was scheduled to return to the US. La Parca and Nosawa had lunch with him earlier in the day. La Parca went to his hotel room to say goodbye to him before he left Japan for Mexico and found him dead. His body was taken to a local hospital where he was officially pronounced dead. He was 36. The preliminary cause of death ruling is acute cardiac arrest. His body is being transported from Japan to the United States. In his final match, he teamed with Bull Buchanan and Justin Credible against Tomoaki Hanma and Kazushi Miyamoto and Nobutaka Araya.
Aria?
Aria, yeah. So yeah, the Wall passed away. Malice passed away.
Yeah, it's a sad one. Someone that was such a real highlight of the first year of NWA-TNA.
Yeah, and one of the more pushed acts. He main evented the first show. Him against Ken Shamrock was the end of that gauntlet match, where Ken Shamrock beat Malice to become the first NWA champion of the TNA era. So he was a really important, integral part of early TNA. The Wall is one of the funnier memes in the history of pro wrestling. The Hulk Hogan, "That's the Wall, brother," pointing at the wall in a building, freaking 2 miles across the road. A very good moment in wrestling history. So yeah, and he was a good wrestler. He was a good big man.
Yeah, obviously his choke slam that blew up the building.
Yes, that had the giant gunshot noise when he chokeslammed, I think it was Mark Briscoe.
Yeah. Yeah, Malice has been such a fun run in this career, and obviously 36 is insanely young.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, upsetting.
There was a opening card dedicated to Malice on, I think it was the second show of the month, December 10th. It would have been, because that would have been when they found out he passed away. So that show was dedicated to Malice. Dutch Mantell told Slash that he needs to change his look because there were, quote, too many vampires in TNA.
First of all, fuck you. There is never too many vampires.
You're a big fan of vampires?
Yeah, vampires rule.
Team Vampires when you watched Twilight?
I watched Twilight last year.
I've never actually seen the Twilight movies. I never even watched them out of intrigue.
They're bad.
Well, a good bad or bad bad?
Mostly bad,
Aw.
with a couple of good, bad moments. I like the third one, which is bad that like has the most good, bad vibes. They do. I mean, do you know the twist of the third Twilight movie, Jarrett?
I've heard it before, I think, but I don't care.
Well, spoilers for the third Twilight. Well, the third Twilight Part 2? I don't know. There's 4 Twilights? The thing where they do this gigantic, bloody, gory battle and it kind of rules, and then they go, ha, it was all in their head the whole time. I actually thought that twist ruled. I was like, and I didn't know it. I watched it and like, blind. And I was like, oh, that's actually the best thing they've ever done.
Why?
It was just it was a good twist that I didn't expect it at all. So it was pulled off really well.
It was all a dream.
And it was done in a way that wasn't like, didn't feel bullshitty. Like it was an established thing from a character that could do this the whole time.
Has a wrestling company ever done It's All a Dream? Did Chikara do that?
I'm sure Chikara did it at some point. Was this like some Dungeon of Doom skit?
They're just like, it never happened. So, let's retcon it. This stuff is so bad we have to go back to a previous state.
Yeah, I don't know. That'd be interesting to find out if the It's All a Dream trope ever made it.
Apparently, Mantell felt that the New Church, Chris Daniels, Julio Daenerys, CM Punk, and Raven looked too similar. No word on exactly when Slash or the rest of the New Church will return, but nothing is scheduled for this month. Surely, of all those people, you should be like, well, maybe Daniels should be less like preachy churchy, or The Gathering should be less like Candle Boys. Surely it's the New Church who are the ones who are allowed to be like spooky and sinister.
And well, to be fair, the New Church are the lowest on the card at this point. But like, yeah, no, I feel like, I don't know, Punk and Daniels don't look that much like it.
I kind of get what they're going for, like when you see them sitting in like rooms with candlelit, being all like
okay, well then stop shooting that exact fucking promo every time.
That's what I mean. Like, just make Daniels not the god weirdo. Like, don't lean into the fallen angel bit so hard. Just make the Gathering be like a cult as opposed to like sinister demon men.
Just put Daniels in the New Church where he should have always been.
And where they even thought about putting him when we mentioned that way back.
Yeah, that made so much sense. I can't believe they never did that. But I think Punk, Julio, and Raven are different enough. Plus, they just feuded with them. I don't think people are going to be confused. But is this coming off of the we might get TV and have a new audience thing?
And you don't want spooks?
Oh, well, maybe we don't want so many spooky guys that everyone thinks they're in the same group or something.
I don't know. And like the sad thing is, this is not the last we'll see of Slash. There's a little more we'll see of Slash in 2004, but it's basically the last we'll see of Slash. A guy who was really good in TNA and probably deserved more.
Yeah, Slash rocked. And he gave a lot for this company too.
Yeah, he bled every week.
I mean, everyone bleeds every week, but he bled extra hard every week.
ECMO Fatu just finished up his first tour with All Japan over the weekend. Working in Japan probably won't help his standing in TNA since it's fairly well known the company doesn't want to invest in wrestlers who work frequent tours. ECMO was not seen this month. I don't think he's seen again until a random Alex Shelley match in I think August 2004.
The Liam Offer match.
Yes, ECMO Umaga against Alex Shelley.
It doesn't get much more me than that.
Interesting, we also didn't see Siaki this month, so ECMO were working All Japan took Siaki off the show too.
To be fair, not a missed act.
Yeah, Trinity wasn't there either though.
And Trinity rocks. But yeah, I'm not exactly pissed off that I didn't have to watch ECMO and Siaki tag matches this month.
A story that hasn't been detailed yet concerning Jerry Lynn. He showed up in Nashville before a pay-per-view since his last in-ring appearance and loudly complained to everybody about how unfairly he felt he was being treated. He had agreed to virtually everything asked of him, having moved to Nashville based on one pay scale and then agreeing to take a 40% pay cut, only to have management not get back to him and get a deal ironed out. He said he felt he was lied to, that negotiating tactic, if that's what it was seen as publicly showing up management and didn't help him with his cause.
Pay my man, what the hell?
Yeah, I'm Team Jerry Lynn here. Tell him to get fucked if they're fucking you around.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're willing to accept that you probably won't get the deal you want by doing this, sure, burn it down.
Especially in wrestling, in an industry where traditionally the power has so been heavily weighed in fate of management and companies instead of wrestlers. Yeah, take every ounce of it back that you can. Publicly show them up all you want.
As long as you're willing to accept that you probably won't get bookings.
Even though he does come back. So Jerry Lynn won.
Jerry Lynn wins. Maybe I should consider bumping him up the Carney tier list.
Yeah, he just buries people till he gets what he wants.
That rules. Speaking of,
Many wrestlers miss Vince Russo because he had a knack for making everyone from the top to the bottom of the card feel like $1 million. Even those who think he was a fatally flawed booker agree that he was better for morale than the current booking structure. Jarrett and Mantell have a policy of making wrestlers feel totally expendable as a way to get their asking price down. The belief seems to be that only a few wrestlers currently being used actually make a difference in the buy rates, and with a tight budget and weekly losses of $10,000, that leaves everyone else without bargaining power.
Sure.
Here's the thing. If you're the booker and you believe only a few wrestlers make a difference to buy rates, that's your fault.
You know who has the power to change that?
You know who has the power to turn Chris Sabin into somebody who could potentially make a difference for buy rates, or has the power to turn AJ Styles or D'Lo Brown or America's Most Wanted or all the...
Listen, and just a crazy idea here. A CM Punk. You got a bunch of guys here that you could give a shot to.
Now, Julio De Niro's the real star of the gathering.
Honestly, I'd try both at this point. Why not?
Sure, this is the month they do turn them, so they're doing what you want.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out.
Like, if only a few people are contributing to buy rates, maybe you should try and make the people you have bigger stars, huh?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I feel like that was kind of like always a recurring issue where it's like, instead of trying to make our guys the draw, it was, let's look for the next draw we can bring in and see what happens. And it's like, no, just try the guys that you have. Put effort and power and money behind them.
And then what will actually happen is you'll get cases like Christian being like, I want to go there, work with AJ and work with Joe and work with all these young, exciting, fresh wrestlers, instead of being like, I'm going to get Vader to come in to pop a buy rate and he won't put anybody over and it'll be for like the net negative of the company, even if he does do a good number on one night.
And like, I feel like we have this discussion all the time now where it's like, they're just getting the WWE guys, but it's like, there's a difference between getting WWE guys just because you're desperate for anything and picking and choosing legitimate talent that will make a difference.
TNA having Orlando Jordan, like big league Christopher Daniels before Christopher Daniels goes on to lose to Val Venus is what drove fans away from TNA.
Yeah, it's like Jeff Hardy, obvious. Kurt Angle, obvious. The Team 3D, obvious. But there's a level of like, and like even if they're young enough and they weren't stars, that's all you can give them a shot to, because why not? But it's when you're desperate and you're like, I need mid-carder 3B from SmackDown.
It's like, let's get the Bashams on the show. It's like, why? Who knows?
And then they can beat AJ on TV in 8 minutes.
Well, Shannon Moore show up and start punking out AJ, because why not?
Yeah, that's when it's... I mean, this is, this is territory we will cover consistently, I'm sure.
One story making the rounds is that Vince Russo has told Panda officials that he will not return to the creative process as long as Jeff Jarrett is involved. Russo has been telling people that Jarrett never bothered to call him when he made the decision to remove him from the creative team to pave the way for Hulk Hogan coming in. Russo claims that he was given the news by Jerry Jarrett and that Jeff never returned his calls when he attempted to talk to him about the situation. Russo is still on the company payroll and is said to be very frustrated with his latest fall from power.
What do you feel about this?
The shows are worse without him, but also when he gets full power, the shows are quite bad. So, I don't know.
But they're still better?
Well, they become funny bad instead of boring bad, which I'll always take funny bad over boring bad.
Boring is like the worst thing entertainment can be. I will take bad over boring.
Yeah, because like the Russo shows are at least silly, and you can laugh at them, as opposed to some of the shows. Not really this month. I think this month is fine. It was the 2 months before that were particularly like lifeless. There is some stuff this month that like is pretty good, and at least there's like exciting directions they're moving in, as opposed to November and October, which were, I think, there's just like dire months across the board where nothing was happening and nobody was over.
I will agree that this is a better month than the last couple months. I'm still not high on the company at this point.
Yeah, no one is. not even TNA.
It's not an enjoyable experience to watch these shows, which like it has been. I feel like there's a misconception that like this is what it was like all the time at this point.
Despite discontent with the product lately, Dixie Carter is sticking by Jeff Jarrett as the head of creative. Jeff Jarrett has only minority ownership in the company. Different percentage figures have been circulated over the last year, but Carter would apparently have the power to oust him as head of creative. However, she promised Jarrett that she would stick with him no matter what, through thick and thin. until 2009. Says one wrestler, though, I don't know any talent that produces themselves better than somebody else could produce them. There's no way not to lose perspective when you book yourself.
Not wrong.
Dutch Mantell is more vulnerable than Jarrett. Dutch's situation is giving the boss what he wants, says one TNA wrestler who's familiar with Dutch's booking over the years. Says another, Dutch is obviously focused primarily on pleasing Jeff Jarrett, since the majority of his booking ideas are centered around getting Jarrett over. Everything else has been an afterthought and nobody is happy about it.
He's the Bruce Pritchard.
Like, you do see it on these shows that they have increasingly become the Jeff Jarrett show. Like, these shows are just all about Jeff and Jeff creating a stable. Because we, for the first time, well, not really the first time, Sex was the first one, where that was the first, like, all-encompassing angle where all the angles in the show were secretly about sex. Sentences. Whereas, like, November and December, increasingly, especially in December, all of these shows are about Jeff Jarrett. All of these shows are about Jeff Jarrett's group that he's forming and his trying to get power in TNA and his feud with Eric Watts. So, yeah, it really is the Jeff Jarrett show these days.
Yeah, we're living on Planet Jarrett, baby.
Not yet, but yes.
In spirit. I can't blame Dutch. This is what he was brought in to do, basically. At least if it... Yeah, well, I mean, I can blame him for putting on a show that I don't enjoy watching, but as far as, like, he's doing what he is told to do...
He is making the part owner of the company seem like a big star. But he's not even doing that, though. Like, Jarrett doesn't seem like a big star. It's just that he's all over the show. He's annoying. And not the good kind of annoying. He's the, I want to skip your segments kind of annoying.
Do you think that is more on Jarrett's ability to deliver in these segments than it is... the actual segments themselves? Like, if it was a better performer being put in these situations, it would work?
Like, I'm not a fan of all-encompassing angles, just as a general rule, angles that, like, just pervade every element of the show, because then you're all or nothing. If the angle is bad, the show is bad. So you can't have, like, a little pocket of the show that's good because it has to be about this big all-encompassing angle. So I as a general rule, I don't like what they're doing at the moment. I don't like the periods of TNA history where it's just like, and now everything on the show is about Immortal. And it's Immortal all through the show, and you can't avoid Immortal. So even if there's someone or something you like on the show, that's also about Immortal, so it sucks. So I don't like that as a general concept. I think Jeff is a good performer. I think he's a good wrestler, and he's a good heel. So now that he's being booked as the top heel, where literally everything's about him, and he's just unbearable, I think it's just overexposure and bad writing.
I agree also because we've seen that he can work as well. Like, not like in the ring sense, in like being a top heel can work as well, because we've had it before and it felt better. Yeah,
because his first one was as a heel a year ago, and that was fine. And then even like the little babyface run he had as champion, I thought was okay. He was pretty good. Yeah. There was like rough patches with the disco stuff, but for the most part, I thought he was a good babyface champion. And now that he's just overbearing, all over the show top heel, I'm already sick of him now, and I know we're getting this for another 3 years. So. An action figure company was backstage scanning the wrestlers for an upcoming line of dolls that will be released about 8 months from now. I wonder, was this the Marvel toys? Dolls. That's from PW Torch, using the word dolls. Liam's like, no, they're my action figures. They're not dolls.
But the first sentence, you say an action figure company. Fucking dolls. Yeah, I have some. Yeah.
I like those Marvel toys. I had some of them.
There were some cool ones. The Ron Killings ones are great.
Yeah, I had the AJ with the red gear.
Yeah, there's some cool ones.
The word backstage is that Rockstar Games, the makers of the popular Grand Theft Auto series of video games, is the leading candidate to produce the TNA games. Talent has been told that they will need to sign releases before the deal can be finalized. The word in some circles is that Rockstar Games has offered a huge budget for the game with several $1 million directed at advertising the game. There's a good chance that some of the advertising money will be spent on WGN, which may have helped TNA to secure a better deal with the network. Rockstar Games, Liam.
So this isn't true at all, right?
I don't like... In the build-up to Midway getting the deal to make the TNA game, there was like multiple reports that Rockstar and EA were also in talks with TNA. And I don't know how far that would have gotten. I don't know what a Rockstar wrestling game looks like.
6 years later, though?
Well, the deal is signed in 2005, I think. The game isn't released till 2008.
So, I can't believe this.
Yeah.
Let's see what Rockstar was making in 2003.
They were making San Andreas.
They were making Max Payne.
Yeah, Vice City came out in, what, 02? And San Andreas was 04. So they were deep into making San Andreas at this stage.
Vice City was 03.
03 and then 05, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, they were in the middle of Vice City. Oh, sorry, late 02 for Vice City. The PC port was 03.
See, don't you question me, because I knew it was a year between 3 and Vice City, and then 2 years between Vice City and San Andreas.
They were getting ready for the big Max Payne 2 release.
Yeah, like maybe they were like the original concept for Bully. I've never played Bully, but the original
Bully's
concept
decent.
for Bully was that it was going to be set in a wrestling universe instead of a preppy high school. So they were like, maybe we'll get a wrestling license for it.
So do you think like it was not going to be TNA the game, but it was going to be TNA in a game?
Yeah, like not necessarily a wrestling game featuring TNA, but a game that featured TNA.
I'm looking at what else came out in like... So like if they had a sign in 03, it would have probably came out in like 05, 06 if they were... So yeah, you're looking at like Bully...
Rockstar Table Tennis.
Midnight Club Los Angeles.
But like, to be fair to Rockstar, that was an era where they did make more different and varied games. They weren't just the Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead studio.
Yeah, I mean it was Bully, Manhunt, and Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, and Max Payne and Rockstar Table Tennis.
That was 03. I'm going from like release times.
They made a table tennis game for Wii.
Yeah.
That's not a thing they do anymore.
I'm looking at what they do right now. I mean, LA Noire.
Yeah, like they made a bunch of different kind of games.
I'm looking at it now. It's really great.
Because people just think of them as the GTA and Red Dead people. And that, of course, that's what they are now. But they used to make much more varied and interesting games. So maybe they were like, let's do wrestling. You want to do wrestling?
I can see that group being into it.
Yeah.
When are we getting LA Noire 2, Garrett?
I don't know. When are we getting all those Rockstar games?
I want LA Noire 2 badly.
I want more. We've been dining on that doubt meme for decades now.
Yeah, we're desperate. Well, Grand Theft Auto is the next thing, and then we'll probably be Red Dead 3, and then Grand Theft Auto, and then Red Dead, and then Grand Theft Auto, and then Red Dead.
Oh, they only published LA Noire, they didn't develop it. Team Bondi was an Australian team.
Bondi.
I see, were they a subsidiary or did they? No, I think they're independent.
What is Team Bondi doing now?
They have not made another game.
Founded 2003, defunct in 2011.
Well, clearly they just shipped LA Noire and were like, we're done.
35 employees. Controversies. Let's have a look at some controversies. In early June 2011, former Team Bondi staff launched LA Noire Credits, a website dedicated to displaying over 130 credits of LA Noire developers that had been listed incorrectly or were left out completely in the game and its manual.
Nice.
Most of these employees were people who left the studio or were laid off during the game's development. The same month, following initial statements made to the Sydney Morning Herald, Andrew McMillan published an article on IGN's Australian outfit titled, "Why Did LA Noire Take 7 Years to Make?" to which he quoted 11 anonymous former Team Bondi personnel on the studio's managerial style, the staff's turnover rates, and the working hours and conditions. Seems to be a constant theme with Rockstar.
Not just Rockstar, video games. Isn't it nice how video games never change? And there's just constant stories of bad management styles, egos, and freaking horrible working hours. That's fun. That's nice.
And also, rampant sexual abuse.
It's a good industry.
Yeah. Successes and Whore of the Orient?
That's a statement right there.
Whore of the Orient was said to be a spiritual successor to LA Noire? Okay.
Sure. Good on them for making a game with a title like that.
Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment was named to have signed a publishing deal.
That's Rockstar Games potentially negotiating with TNA. Potentially. Maybe. Or they made it up. Who knows?
I don't know if I believe it, but maybe. We did have JB burying the games company a while back, so...
That was the other. That was we issued an retraction about that, Liam.
I'm gonna start the rumor that Jeremy Borash ruined this Rockstar contract by burying them on the website.
Speaking of Jerry Borash on the website, Jerry Borash wrote in his Borash report last week a few tidbits about wrestlers' strange quirks. He says the first thing Jeff Jarrett does in a hotel room is rip off the comforters, since those are rarely washed, unlike sheets, which are washed between guests. Conan immediately takes off all lampshades.
Why?
I don't know.
I mean, I get the comforter one. I don't get the lampshades.
Maybe he just wants the raw light to hit him in the face.
Well, maybe he smacked it raw and he wanted some more.
God damn it. CM Punk and Christopher Daniels entered a boxer shorts hot tub contest at Hurricanes in Nashville. Daniels won first place, Punk second in a field of 10.
Do you think they just wore their gear?
That would be funny if they did, yes.
Because Daniels could definitely get away with it. Like, Punk's are a little more basketball, but I think they could work it.
It's like, no, Punk, those are shorts. That's where Punk actually made the transition to tights for this hot tub contest.
Who would you vote in a Christopher Daniels CM Punk boxer shorts hot tub contest in 2003?
You see, I personally would lean toward Punk.
Yeah, me too. Punk's definitely...
I would understand why Daniels would probably win like the mass appeal vote, where he has that more like jacked physique, so he probably looks better in
He's
boxers.
also, I think he would have like a model frame. But Punk's a bad boy. What can we say?
Yeah.
Easily swayed.
So to the average person, I think Daniels is a more conventional boxer shorts hot tub contest winner, as opposed to Punk, who is like, he's more the alternative choice.
Yeah, I think Punk would have, if like even like these exact era of them were placed later down the line, Punk would have won. But 2003, I think Daniels has got a safer chance.
Here's a fun note. The company started a video-on-demand experiment on its website. They're charging $6.95, and you can watch any show the company has put on up to the past 45 days.
It's pretty good.
The most recent shows can't be put on due to contracts with In Demand and or DirecTV. There's apparently a maximum of 6 hours that you get to watch the show to prevent people from sharing passwords, and there were 400 orders in the first 3 days or so.
It's pretty good.
Video on demand in 2003.
The most influential company of all time, Garrett.
Honestly, if there is anybody out there listening who used that video on demand service, I'd love to know what it was like. Because there's no like screenshots or anything. There's no like, obviously it's 2003, there's not a YouTube video of someone looking at the website. If you use this TNA on demand service on the TNA website to watch TNA pay-per-views or watch your favorite TNA shows, please let us know. Hit us up on the Discord, the Voice of Wrestling Discord. Hit us up on Twitter. Let us know what the experience of using a video on demand service for TNA in 2003 was like, because that is dramatically ahead of its time. But yeah, this kind of blows my mind that because it's mentioned on the show and like there's not further details. There was further details in the Wrestling Observer, and yeah, I'm really interested to see what that looked like and how the user interface was and like what the user experience was like. So yeah, if you're out there and you did order a TNA on demand pay-per-view back in 2003, not the 2009 website, 2010 website, which TNA did have a TNA on demand website, which was more in the conventional window of people trying to launch in demand websites. Seriously, let us know. I'd like to know. I'm very intrigued.
I wonder 2003 streaming was like functional?
Oh, like you're watching the show in 240p. Like there is no hope you're watching this in any better quality than...
Not getting the 720?
No, not in 2003. Not on those internet connections, pal.
I know them well because we had those internet connections up until about last week.
Because like YouTube didn't move to 720p until like 2009 or something.
Oof.
So yeah, very, very interesting times.
It's really funny to think that like, you know, now 4K can be like streamed to your phone on a mobile network.
Whereas here back in the day, you could watch like a tiny letterboxed version of the show just shoved in a corner of a screen.
To be honest, like you had to watch the really tiny versions because that's the only way it would look like good. If you blew it up to a full screen, it looked terrible.
Yeah, I wonder if they let you download them, but probably not, given the whole thing that they put the window where you can watch them for 6 hours, which seems a little stingy, but sure.
Yeah, what if you need to like go do something, pick someone up from somewhere? You have to dedicate your full time.
Yeah, you better make sure that you can watch your TNA pay-per-view when you order it.
At least they give you the chance to watch 3 of the shows from that month in that time period. So it's like you could bust out your first 3, but then they made sure that if you wanted to watch the entire month, you had to buy it a second time.
No, it's per show, so it's $6.95, and then you get 6 hours to watch whatever show you buy.
And that's worse.
It's fun that like even back in 2003 they're thinking about password sharing, which is a thing we kind of just moved on from, but now Netflix are trying to crack down on it again. It's like, god damn it.
They change their mind every like 3 months on that.
But yeah, seriously, if you're out there and you used this service back in 2003, let me know. Star World renews its deal for a second deal. The station reaches Asia and the Middle East, and the fans in Israel with a satellite are also able to see the show. So apparently TNA is at least doing well enough in Asia to be renewed.
Wow, I didn't know TNA was on Stardom World.
Second biggest company in Japan, baby.
Yeah, Jarrett, you're in.
In the Garrett Gives Out about somebody giving out about cold crowds department, Dave Meltzer again.
All right, well, let's just like hit all your points here so we can upload this video and refer to everyone to this video afterwards.
No, I'm going to do it every time. Every single time.
I'm leading back. Just go off, King.
The continued low response likely indicates a lower purchase rate of the show. The trends of our response and DirecTV numbers in the past have been pretty similar, and if that's the case, numbers estimates from last week, while accurate for much of the past 18 months, may well be above what the show is doing now. The live crowd was down to 650. This was for the second show of the month of December 10th. And it looked like from lines about 2/3 paper, which indicates very little paid attendance. In addition, anyone with a military ID was allowed in for free. The weather was drizzly, windy, and cold, so that didn't help. My own thoughts, again, this is Dave Meltzer from the Wrestling Observer. Watching the show were the same as they've been for a while. They have to get out of the fairgrounds. The people just don't react anymore. This is the thing I hate about this. His next sentence, where he doesn't put two and two together. I was watching ROH, and the difference in the crowd could not have been more notable, so it isn't wrestling fans as a whole, but it is, God, reading Dave Meltzer is the most difficult task in the history of humanity.
You just have to go slow and hope that people can like put it together in their heads.
Yeah, but it's this crowd that's the problem. Granted, the ROH product is far superior, and crowd enthusiasm probably wouldn't hold up if they're running weekly shows in the same location with most people getting in for free. Why are people getting in for free, perhaps? Yes, Liam has just highlighted it in the notes and bolded granted, the ROH product is far superior. The storylines haven't been strong of late, and most of the characters aren't over at all, but there have been good matches almost every week where the crowd just sits there. Even in the match that gets a little heat, wrestlers have described it as like pulling teeth in the struggle to get it. The show always feels like an endless series of run-ins and ref bumps. Of the 7 matches on the show, 6 had outside interference finishes, and all 6 also had either a ref bump or a ref distraction spot leading to the finish. Wow, it's almost like Dave Meltzer came this close, Liam, this close to identifying what the actual problem is and then backed away from it. And then there's also a note from the following week. Crowd, which had been dead for weeks, was really into this match and Sting, talking about the Jarrett and Sting match. Liam has added a note to the notes, which I will read verbatim. You book bad shows, the crowd will be bad. Well done, Liam. Well said. You have identified Dave Meltzer's issue here. Nearly 20 years after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, you remember like how the Asylum would rock when really good months of TNA would happen? Hey, you remember there was this little cage match that happened?
Yep.
Not that long ago. And the crowd was really molten for it because it rocked. Yeah. So if you keep doing good things,
Wow.
I think the crowd will get behind that and will be loud. But if you do boring things and the shows have a lot of boring and bad booking, the crowd will get sick of it and won't be into it.
That's a shocking and revolutionary thought about pro wrestling.
Yeah, so, need to get out of that impact zone.
I'm going to do this every time, Liam. Every time somebody suggests this, I'm going to shoot it down. Every single time.
We should make the compilation video of every time we make this point.
It'll just be like 8 hours of me going, no, stop blaming crowds for your failure to get your show over. Stop it. And worse, Dave Meltzer doing it is like 100 times worse. Because if the TNA come out and go, it's the crowd's fault, I get it. You're deflecting blame from your own shitty booking. But Dave Meltzer being like, it's the crowd's fault. And then being like, well, the ROH show is far better. And every match on this show has run-ins and ref bumps. Maybe I should put 2 and 2 together there. But no, it's like, oh no, it's the building's fault.
I do love that. It's like, I was watching Ring of Honor and the crowds were going nuts. It must be because they were going to all of these towns where there was 300 to 500 people showing up, and not the fact that the shows were just rocking.
I hate this talking point. I hate it with every fiber of my being. And as I said, every time. I'm going to do it every time. I'm sorry. For the entire history of the show, you're going to have to put up with me doing this every time.
I wish it would, achieve something. I wish we could, change the discourse about it. If you're listening to this, can you please repeat this talking point whenever someone tries to make this point so we can change the zeitgeist and the perception of TNA in these arenas, and not even just TNA in general of wrestling. It's like, it's not the crowds. You can get the crowds back.
Yes, you can quote Liam verbatim. You book bad shows, the crowds will be bad. Quote Liam. Just reply to everybody who does crowd blaming with that exact sentence.
Yeah, and then you can follow it up with the second quote, which I will now cite. You book good shows, the crowd will be good.
Oh, whoa. Interesting.
Yeah. This is nuanced, in-depth pro wrestling discussion right now.
And then you reply with a third tweet after you do that with subscribe to Patreon at tnachat.com.
And then you tag at TNA History Pod.
Yes, and then follow them to get them to 1,000 followers.
And then you go to Red Circle. We have that.
You Spotify, Apple, Google.
Subscribe to the YouTube.
Yeah, you can go subscribe to YouTube. We have 207 subscribers on YouTube.
We're chugging along. Send those YouTube clips to people. Good retention rate. That's all we got. We got that. Yeah, you like that? Huh? Sponsors?
All right, that's the news notes for the month. A very long news section.
Yeah, I think it's going to be longer than the review section.
So that brings us to the broad topics for the month that is NWA-TNA in December 2003. We will start with, not the world title scene, let's start with Raven and the Gathering.
Yeah, the most fun part of these shows.
Yeah.
Which is, like, I feel like we've been saying Raven, the most fun part of these shows for the last, 8 months.
Yeah, because consistently Raven is always siloed off in his own little story. Fair enough, this month he's reorbiting back into the Jarrett world because they're building back to that again. But Raven is always just off doing his own thing, having good matches on good shows and telling decent... he's working with the red shirts this month, so it's not great. But it's better than nothing. So, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 73, December 3rd, 2003. Raven and Gathering face Abyss and the red shirts. They have a backstage promo before that where Raven insists once again that despite the pain he wants to inflict on Abyss and the red shirts, this Gathering reunion is only for one night, Liam.
My favorite thing about this was them selling throughout the show that, wow, the Gathering back together. I'm like, it was 4 weeks ago that they were last teamed. This isn't... they're trying to sell it like some big deal as Raven and the Gathering back together. It's I think he only declared his independence from the Gathering a month ago.
Yeah, it was after the hair versus hair match where it's just guys, we did it, you're free, go do what you want. And then they spent the entire month pestering him. So it wasn't even they were away from Raven. It wasn't they were deprived of Raven. They were with Raven in every segment.
At least if they had done their own thing for the month and had a mini tag feud with someone, we could be he's called back his old friends, blah, blah, blah. You can still have them pine for Raven the whole time, but keep them separate so them coming back together is actually a selling point.
As opposed to just the thing you're doing because you decided to do it because it builds to a story.
Or just a thing that you're telling us is a thing.
The classic pro wrestling story of tell us the story you think you told instead of telling us the story you actually told. So then Abyss and the Red Shirts defeated Raven and the Gathering in a 6-man tag team match after Abyss spears a chair into Raven.
That was a weird spot.
Yeah.
I had to watch it back a couple times to what actually happened?
It feels like a spot that should hurt Abyss just as much as it hurts Raven.
Well, it probably does, but he doesn't care.
He's a monster.
Yeah.
I love Raven. The entire month, he clearly came up with a thing he thought was a very good line, which was nothing escapes a black hole, but you hit me with the black hole stab and I'm still standing. And he says that 4 times this month. He's oh, it's a good line. I've got to get it in.
It's not that great of a line.
No. Abyss and the Red Shirts go back and forth with the Gathering a couple of times trying to take out Raven, but the Gathering eventually run them off.
Sweet. It was a fun little match.
There's a lot of weird little segments like that this month where it's it's not a clean Gathering attack and save, it's more Abyss tries to take out one, but then someone else comes in, but then they're taken out, but someone else comes in, and then it looks like they're going to beat them down, but they make their own comeback. And it's okay, I don't know.
I don't mind the Red Shirts all right, we're just going to beat up people until we know what side you're on. It's a fun little thing.
So based on Abyss pinning Raven in this match, that brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 74, December 10th, 2003, in which that match was Raven versus Abyss in a rivalry that we'll see blossom for a few years, including a world title match in 2005. But here is their first match right here.
I'm more looking forward to these later matches. Kind of disappointed by this one, but I was also I know that we're going to get probably better ones at some point.
Yeah, it had a DQ finish. And this is a reoccurring theme in this month and the previous month of TNA in particular, where it's what causes an actual DQ is very confusing. Because there's a spot where somebody goes through a table, there's a bunch of interference already, then the Red Shirts get into the ring, which is the 3rd or 4th instance of interference in this match. Raven hits them with he fends them off. They don't even attack Raven, but Rudy calls for the DQ anyway. It's there's outside interference in this match. There's spears through tables, which the table exploded in a very satisfying fashion, by the way.
Yeah, that was a good table bump.
Just boom, table go pow. And this match was built around Abyss doing bear hugs for some reason. He's a bear hug guy now.
Yeah, I like the bear hug.
He's just hugging Raven. Who doesn't want to give Raven just a nice hug?
Who doesn't want to give Abyss a nice?
Yeah, it's very strange. But yeah, this entire match was just a DQ for some reason. I don't know. It makes no sense. And this is a company-wide problem at the moment where it's like, I don't mind if you want to be the company that's like, we don't do rules that much. We don't do DQs. We just let people do brawls. I'm okay with that.
It's like my theory about like spooky shit in wrestling. I don't mind it if it exists within the established canon of the company.
Yeah.
If you have a company where you acknowledge that spooky shit exists, I'm fine with it. If you have a company where you're like, DQs are lenient and it's been that way, I don't mind it. But when you decide to suddenly incorporate this element into that universe without having any sort of explanation, that's when I find it, that's when that disconnect comes out and becomes noticeable.
Yeah, because when it's, they do a table bump, they do interference, and then suddenly it's a DQ because they get in the ring. And again, they don't even beat up Raven. Raven fights them off as Rudy calls for the DQ, which is again against like the general rule of wrestling, where it's like if the babyface fights off the interference, it's not a DQ, is the general rule. It's only when they attack somebody that's an actual DQ. But what's the rule in this company? There is none. You can put somebody through a table, but you can't fight somebody running in the ring? I don't know. It's weird.
I feel like they should have just made the chair shot the DQ.
Oh, God. Yeah. Gathering and the Red Shirts brawl for a while. And the end of this segment is Raven hits Abyss in the face with a steel chair. Not in the head. In the face.
I hope the mask took most of it.
It's just a vile-looking chair shot. Do you think a mask can absorb a chair shot?
I don't know. What's the mask made of?
Is it some kind of like... What's the thing that Black Panther wears that absorbs the energy and then puts it out?
I don't want to say adamantium, but is it adamantium?
It's vibranium, isn't it?
Vibranium. Adamantium is Wolverine.
Yeah, so it's made of vibranium, so when you hit Abyss in the face, it actually builds up energy and allows them to hit people harder. That's canon.
We're making up all the Abyss canon. We're going to be able to write one of those in-canon books like a bit like a Kane had.
The true story of Abyss.
Yeah.
Earlier in this show, we did also get a Gathering versus Red Shirts match. Gathering won after De Niro rolled up Northcutt.
It was a decent little match. I like seeing the Gathering actually work well as a team now.
And like
they've got some chemistry.
The Red Shirts aren't good, but Northcutt did this real cool pump handle like overhead throw a couple times this month, and it was cool.
The Red Shirts aren't good, but Northcutt has been a sentence I've said a million times.
Yeah, because like he's not a good wrestler, but he does occasionally do cool power moves. So you're like, you know what? He's not awful.
And I like his backstory of bouncing in the streets of New Orleans.
Yes. He is a martial artist who fights off people in the streets of New Orleans who get too rowdy.
That's the perfect pro wrestling character.
Yeah, if he wasn't the security man, he would be much better off.
Yeah.
But he's perfect in the role of six-man tags where he can just pop in and do one of his cool power moves and pop out, and he doesn't actually have to wrestle.
Yeah, I don't mind the Red Shirts as wrestlers, to be honest. Because they've either done that, they've done plunder with people who are good at plunder, or they've squashed nerds.
Mm-hmm. And even, I know you preferred the Ryan Wilson era over the Joey Legend era, but Legend is a nice little wrestler, even if he's not particularly interesting.
I like this version of Legend more than, like, Rival to the Stars.
Weird. So yeah, Raven hits Abyss in the face. Again, right in the face. Horrifying looking thing. Made just a sadistic noise. Right in the face with a steel chair, and then he made a challenge next week for a steel cage match.
Ooh.
Then Don Callis later accepted the challenge. There's a note about Don Callis. Wrestlers are mockingly referring to Don Callis as Butthead because of his resemblance to the character from Beavis and Butthead.
That's rude.
You know what, though? I see it.
A little bit. He is a man who has aged gracefully.
Yeah, he doesn't look like Butthead anymore, so people can't call him Butthead in 2022. He looks nothing like Butthead now.
He looks like a suave older gentleman now.
He's like, I'll never be called Butthead again.
Is Callis, like, signed to AEW?
I have no idea.
That's an interesting... Because, like, he kind of disappeared for a while after the Impact stuff. And then, like, he's back, though. Like, I assume he'll be back when Kenny's back.
But Kenny will probably be coming back as a babyface? So Don with them?
Maybe Don brings in someone else? Maybe Don is, like, Jay White's guy?
That would be an interesting choice.
Interesting. So, like, well, because, like, I just think it makes sense, like, to continue the theme of Jay White being the guy who, like, replaces Kenny.
Callis is said to be taking these butthead comments in his stride. Although Callis had a lot of locker room heat during his run-in with WWE, he was well liked in ECW and is also popular in the TNA locker room.
Hey, Don Callis, you're also popular with me.
So yes, Don Callis accepts that 6-man tag team challenge for the next week, which is our main event of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 67, December 7th. The Gathering and Raven face the Red Shirts and Abyss inside a steel cage. Earlier in the show, there is an interview with The Gathering and CM Punk where Punk says that he and Julio are there to make sure Raven gets what he deserves. Now, in the context of that promo, it of course is to suggest, because if Raven wins this match, he will face Jeff Jarrett for the NWA title on the January 7th pay-per-view. So in the context of that promo, it's the world title shot he deserves, of course, Liam. But perhaps he has an alternative meaning.
I like to imagine that Raven's so like narcissistic that he's like, yeah, I will get what I deserve. And he didn't go, huh? Wait, what?
You're not going to betray me, are you?
Nah, that'd be silly. Punk, they're so devoted.
There was a moment in this promo where Raven lost the thread of his promo. He started a line and then shifted to another. And then you just see Punk behind him start corpsing and he's like starts chuckling to himself and he's clearly trying to hold it in.
Yeah, for like a minute. He gets it right back towards the end. He just gets it in time.
Yeah.
But like, you gotta remember, like, Punk's been working with this dude for a year in 2 companies. Like, they probably don't have enough rapport now.
Yeah, because when Raven does the quote the Raven Nevermore, Punk also mouths along to the Nevermore.
Nevermore.
Because they're devoted, but also nevermore will they team with them.
Yeah. Very good.
So yes, main event, steel cage match. Abyss and the Red Shirts defeat Raven and the Gathering after CM Punk and Julio De Niro turn on Raven, hit him with a concerto, and drape Abyss over Raven. The Gathering have exploded.
I mean, I never thought this would happen.
There was no foreshadowing here. To be fair, like this is one of those where it does make perfect sense that they're thoroughly devoted to Raven. They loved him. They wanted to do everything for him. But Raven spurned that love unless it was convenient to him. So, they're perfectly in their rights to turn on Raven.
Hey, Raven's in the wrong here.
You just wanted to use us when it was convenient to fight Abyss and the Red Shirts. You didn't care about us. You don't want to be our friends.
And if you want to bring it right back, he was also physically and mentally abusing them.
Yeah, he shoved bleach down Alexis Lurie's throat.
And, sent them to the wolves multiple times to get beat up instead of him.
Yeah, so it does make a lot of sense. The one thing you could criticize is that it was the classic, they worked a full steel cage match and then turned on Raven.
Which I only accept in Dragon Gate.
Which, it does make some degree of sense. Because the Gathering aren't joining Jarrett's stable. There will be another development of this in January. So it's not like they're joining the other side. They're still at odds with the other side. But still, it would make a lot more sense to just hit Raven with the chair at the start of the match and not do a bloody violent cage match.
Yeah.
This match isn't great, but Punk does an elbow drop off a cage?
Which, he lands, weirdly vertically.
Yeah, it's very strange because they do a double stack of a table, they put Abyss on top, and he does an elbow drop off the cage through 2 tables, which is a cool looking spot, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of the double stack tables.
Is that Punk's only off the cage moment of his career?
I'd have to go back and watch the Raven ones.
Yeah, I don't know his Ring of Honor stuff to know whether or not he has done moves off of cages. I'm pretty sure he hasn't in WWE.
I think he did in Ring of Honor.
So yeah, elbow drop off the cage through 2 tables. It's pretty cool. But the match is so utterly chaotic that while he is doing that, Jarrett and Styles are brawling on the ramp and Sting comes out right after he does it. So it's just utter chaos.
Which I kind of don't mind if you're doing this is meant to be a chaotic match, you know?
Yeah, it works. I think that just the one thing is it maybe doesn't give Punk the emphasis he deserves for a dude that just did an elbow drop off a cage.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's it literally cuts away to Sting as he lands. Sting walks out immediately after. But yeah, that's the big turn, the big swerve. The Gathering have turned on Raven. They're going out on their own, and that's our feud heading into January. The thing that takes Raven once again away from the path of challenging Jeff Jarrett for the world title.
From his destiny.
Yes, his destiny is once again derailed, Liam, as the Gathering has betrayed him.
He has to go beat his kids.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Yeah, well, this wasn't a Vince Russo thing. His metaphorical kids. But with literal beatings. Unlike with Vince Russo, where it was his literal kids, but metaphorical beatings.
Yeah, of course. It's an important distinction. Before we continue, I need to pee, so occupy yourself.
Girls of TNA 2004 calendar ad. This is the section where only I'm gonna talk. We had a couple of bloody girls, and they were taking photos in scantily bloody clad outfits, don't you know? They made them lay on the entrance ramp, which is really gross. They only had 2 of them in the ad, Lollipop and the Ring Girl, who I don't know the name of. But I think there was more because they employ a lot of women who could have been in this. I hope they got paid. Alright, the 2004 calendar ad. Very lewd. Just very, very lewd. More lewd than you'd probably expect. But I guess it's pay-per-view and you can get away with that? I don't know. Again, can't stress enough how gross it was for them to be laying on the ramp like that. One lady, not Lollipop, was laying on the ropes. That seems unhygienic as well, but probably not as bad. I just probably did numbers. I can only imagine. I assume they sold them at the fucking, the asylum. It's probably how they made back the panda money. I can only assume. So, yeah, there's my in-depth review of the Girls of TNA 2004 calendar ad. I don't know if the actual calendar still exists. But we'll find out, I suppose. Jarrett's going to return. He's going to talk about the Girls of TNA 2004 calendar ad. That is the review of the ad for the 2004 Girls of TNA calendar.
My favorite game, anytime we do a pause like that, is when I'm editing to see how Liam filled the time.
You can leave that one in. That was just a legitimate summary of the Girls of TNA 2004 calendar ad.
Well done. Good job.
Yeah.
So that's all the Raven and Gathering stuff. That brings us to the NWA title picture, which start of the month began with the Jeff Jarrett and AJ Styles World title match.
It was fine.
Yeah, so earlier in that show, there's a Trial K segment. They come out, they're like, this mother's a bad jam. Conan does his catchphrases.
They did say that. They go, this mother is a bad jam.
Beware coming for you. It's the remix, 3 Live Crew. They did talk later in the month about remixing a new song, so it might be that song, Liam. You might get the Trial K theme.
Beware.
The most notable thing about this Trial K part of this segment is that BG James, for the first time in TNA history, does the classic New Age Outlaws intro.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the National Wrestling Alliance proudly brings to you its new NWA-TNA Tag Team Champions of the World, the 3 Live Crew!
That makes sense, because this is the first time he's tag champions.
Yeah, the classic ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, total non-stop action proudly brings to you its new NWA-TNA Tag Team Champions of the World. He didn't do the not 1, not 2, 3 Live Crew. He didn't have that nailed down yet. He just did the 3 Live Crew. But it is, I think, the first time in TNA history the crowd actually cared about him.
Yeah, it's nice. Well, no, they did those cool segments outside of the asylum, and they were pretty into them there.
But they were into 3 Live Crew. They weren't into BG.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue they're still into the 3 Live Crew here.
But like the crowd actively perked up. They're like, "Oh, he's doing the New Age Outlaws catchphrase! Woo!"
He really nailed it with that, huh?
So a promo segment can't go by, as particularly the place in this show. This was the segment 2 promo segment. It can't go by without Jarrett coming out.
Because we're gonna need to find out what side 3LK are on.
Yeah, so Jarrett is doing this thing all month where he wants talent to declare which side of the war they are on, because he has declared war on TNA and declared war on Eric Watts. And him and Don Callis are trying to remove Eric Watts from power, so they want everybody to declare which side they're on. Are they on Watts' side or are they on Jarrett's side?
I think we should declare what side we're on.
Okay, on 3, we'll say what side we're on. 3,
okay,
2, 1... Watts.
Eric Watts.
Oh, well done.
Of course.
I also realized I just said on 3 and then counted down from 3.
I know,
but
you did confuse me for a second, but I managed to compose myself in time.
Don't worry about it, it's fine. I gave you a nice long count so that you wouldn't get confused.
I like to imagine that everyone else at home also declared what side they're on. If you didn't, please at us with which side you're on. Are you Team Jarrett or Team Watts?
Of course, we will judge you severely depending on which side you're on.
Unless you can, hey, maybe I can be swayed.
That's true. You going to turn on Watts?
Well, he's losing power, so apparently.
So yeah, Jarrett comes out, asks Trial K, and AMW are in the ring, by the way. AMW also came out to continue beefing with Trial K a little. But to decide which side they're on, are they with Jarrett or are they with Watts? AMW immediately like, no, we're not on your side, Jeff, you suck. Then Jeff called them mid-card wrestlers.
Which is like such a twist from like, hi guys, you want to be on my side? Alright, mid-carders, alright. No one cares about your opinion.
It is very much like, I wanted you, but now you've turned on me. No, I don't want you.
Yeah. It's Sigma grind set, I told you.
So Jarrett wants an answer from 3LK, but they don't firmly declare which side they're on. Disco comes out with the NYC, which aren't still the NYC. It's Diamond Swinger and David Young. I'm going to call them the NYC from now on because it's easier, because it's 4 people.
I'm convinced this is a fan name you've given them.
Literally, it's in the entrance. It's live from the Bronx. It's NYC. It literally is right there. It's the New York connection.
I refuse to acknowledge that.
Trinity is added to it at some stage.
Oh, spoilers.
I know, I'm ruining it for you just to prove a point. But yeah, Disco declares loyalty to Jarrett, but Diamond and Swinger are mad, which sets up this month-long story where Diamond and Swinger are beefing with Disco.
The second best story of the month.
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess.
This rocked.
I wouldn't say it rocked, but... So yeah, Diamond and Swinger are mad. They don't want Disco speaking for them. They're mad about how David Young has cost them the tag titles. So Jarrett demands a decision from Diamond and Swinger, but Watts and Goldilocks come out instead because the segment is very long and there's lots of people in it. So Watts makes a 3-way number one contenders match between Diamond and Swinger, AMW, and David Young and Glenn Gilberti for later in the show, and also says that he will be in AJ Styles' corner for the main event.
I just want to mention real quickly that, like, for a man who apparently has no more power, he'd still be making matches at the drop of a dime.
Well, because he is the matchmaker. He is still the director of authority, Liam.
I guess what I'm saying here is that this is some sort of psyop slander campaign being run by the Jarretts to make Watts feel like, to insinuate that Watts has no power, but he clearly does.
Yeah, so when Watts is in the crowd, there's a dude standing behind Goldilocks who looks very shifty.
He tried to touch Watts at one point, and she's like, stop it.
And Watts continues not to say ass, unless he says Cal-ass. He calls Don Callis Cal-ass, but he doesn't call Jeff the Jack-ass Jarrett. He doesn't say ass for that. He says
Jack
ass.
Well, he's getting the pop, you know?
Yeah, it's good babyface work. But yeah, the entire story this month is that there are rumors, as you mentioned, that Eric Watts is being ousted.
I can't believe Watts wasn't in the bracket for who could be the new main babyface as they go to TV.
I know, he's been the biggest star on the show. I can't even say that with a straight face.
Thank you. No, you said it. Live by it.
So Goldilocks is backstage changing in her dressing room, Liam.
Sure is.
Then Tracy Brooks comes in and they argue about whose dressing room it is.
Tracy with an eye.
That is a very important distinction. They drive that home later in the show during the Shane Douglas Michael Shane against Chris Sabin and Sanjay Dutt match, where it's like, it's Tracy with an eye. No, it's Tracy with an eye.
Pie in the sky from Tracy with an eye.
That does rhyme.
They say it every time.
But here, Goldilocks is like, oh, this is my dressing room. Eric Watts gave it to me. And Tracy's like, lol. Watts doesn't have the power to give out dressing rooms.
And she's like, yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
We'd have done a dramatic reenactment of the segment between Tracy and Goldilocks now. There you go.
Yeah, guess who was who?
How frizzy is your hair?
Very.
Oh, you're definitely Goldilocks.
Buy a fucking brush. State of you.
But yeah, the thing here is Tracy's like, oh, Watts might be let go, and Goldilocks looks concerned.
Yeah, she's doubting her man. To be fair, he hasn't been the most forthcoming with any information, so...
That brings us to our main event, in which Jarrett defends the NWA World Heavyweight Championship against the phenomenal AJ Styles in a good match, not great match.
It's fine.
I gave it 3 1/4. They still make title matches feel like a big deal. They do the traditional introductions. They do a video package. They do the tale of the tape. They do everything, to be fair to them, and they do the dramatic entrances with the slow music. They do as much as they can to make title matches still feel like a big deal, even if every time they descend into the same old like bullshit run-ins, rep bumps.
Oh, I feel like this will be the next 3 years of this.
It sure will be. I hope you're excited, because there was a period where these matches happened, particularly, I think it was the first Jarrett Styles match, which is easily their best match, where you were like, maybe this formula is good. Do you still think this formula is good, Liam?
I don't hate it, but I will. This formula works if a crowd's into it. If a crowd's is molten and cheering and going nuts every run-in, then yeah, it'll work. But right now, they don't give a fuck.
So this is where Mike TNA just casually slid in that Hulk Hogan's knee surgery isn't going so well and he's not coming to TNA.
I mean, I'm shocked.
Just dropped it in there. During a pre-match interview with, I think it was Styles was doing this, it was with Jarrett. And Jarrett was like, here is the wall where all of the former NWA champions are. And it was of the TNA era. And it was a photo of Jarrett. And it was a photo of Styles. And I was like, where the fuck is Ron?
Yeah, what the fuck? Where's Ken?
And Ken. There's only been 4 of them. Could you not put up 2 other photos?
Maybe they were just off screen. Ron still works for the company. I mean, I guess if you want to not acknowledge Ken, sure, whatever. But Ron's there.
Yeah.
You could get a photo.
It's like, hey, hold this belt. We need a photo for the wall.
To be fair, I think they forgot Ron was champion too. Because at one point in one of the matches, Don West goes, Ron could be a champion in any division.
Well, I think that's just his flexibility.
He was. He was champ, guys.
He's NWA World Champ.
And like Jarrett was like, you're going to be a future star. It's like, again, he was the champion.
Before you were too, pal.
That's like as like idiotic as when he would be like, AJ, you're not on this level. He beat you.
So I did love Jarrett in this match. He did a slingshot crossbody and then started gloating about how he's like, I'm X Division level. He also, for some reason, did the Three Amigos.
Yeah, busted out.
He's Eddie Guerrero of the NWA-TNA. Jarrett does not have the hip work to make that work, though.
Who does?
Eddie Guerrero.
Ah, Santana.
Yeah, it is very funny to see the people who do have like the hip flexibility to make it Three Amigos look good, and the people who don't, and it looks terrible.
Yeah, to be fair, like there's a reason Eddie did it best, you know. He'd get like these like gymnast style leg rolls.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
So interference kicked in. Watts came out, hit Jarrett with a choke slam for actually what was honestly a pretty good near fall. Crowd bit on that one.
I mean, when the biggest star in the company comes out, you know.
The red shirts ran out, Gathering ran them off, Abyss ran out, but AMW ran off. Ref bump when Jarrett missed an enziguri. Jimmy Hart came out as a substitute ref, but Kid Cash stopped him from counting down a Styles Clash. Favorite part of that, he was pulled out of the ring by Cash, and he counted 1, and he was like looking over his shoulder, being like, "Where's Kid Cash?" Very slowly counted 2, and he was like, "Whoa," and then Kid Cash finally got there just about on time.
I remember when Jimmy came in, I was like, Jimmy's turning. I'm so like broken by this company. I'm like, Jimmy's definitely turning here. He's going to declare his allegiance to Jeff Jarrett.
He probably would have a better angle if Jimmy did turn.
But then he'd have to stick around.
But then he could be the manager of this Jarrett stable. I guess Callis is already the manager of this Jarrett stable, so that would be a conflicting role. But yeah, Kid Cash pulled him out. Jarrett hit Styles with a guitar, retained the NWA title. The big development here is that Kid Cash has declared loyalty to Jeff Jarrett.
What a development. We're firmly in like the Jarrett guitar stuff now.
This is the Jarrett. This is the TNA Jeff Jarrett. Because like the version of Jarrett, we've mentioned this a couple times, that we've seen in TNA so far, which is like Stone Cold Jeff Jarrett, kind of general Southern babyface Jeff Jarrett, and then generic babyface Jeff Jarrett. Those are not the TNA Jeff Jarretts. The ones that the kind of Jeff Jarrett that immediately comes to everybody's mind the second they think of Jeff Jarrett and TNA. This Jeff Jarrett is TNA Jeff Jarrett. Overbearing, guitar shots, ref bumps, run-ins. That's TNA Jeff Jarrett.
We've hit the point. And I'm sure it won't get old.
As mentioned, we have 3 more years of this.
Hey, at least it can happen in the Impact Zone.
Or the crowds can make noise as opposed to some other buildings.
Yeah, they should move.
So that brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 74, December 10th, 2003, from the Asylum, where Jarrett starts the show sitting down with all of his crew outlining his victims. His victims are Hulk Hogan, Jimmy Hart, Jim Duggan, Rick Steiner, Dusty Rhodes, Toby Keith. I like him putting Toby Keith in there even though he got suplexed by him. Vince Russo and the Tennessee Titans.
Who beat the fuck out of him.
Those are the victims of Jeff Jarrett and TNA. The soon-to-be victims are AMW, AJ Styles, Don Harris, and Eric Watts.
I like how they didn't consider them victims, even though they've probably done more to them than they did to some of the others.
Yeah. And then, on the fence, Tree Life Crew.
What about Shane Douglas? The new franchise is also on the fence.
But we don't get to the franchise until later in the show when Scott Hudson asks him, it's like, what side are you on? He's like, you know what?
At this point, he's still on the fence, though. He should be on the fence ahead of time. The Gathering should be on the fence.
I think you have to be asked what side you're on until you're on the fence, though.
Raven is not on the soon-to-be victim side.
That's true, even though there's a whole feud about it.
What could it mean?
So this show features the return of Hot Rod Roddy Piper. The show opens with Kid Cash against Don Harris. They have a match. Red shirts interfere. Jarrett hits Don Harris with a guitar. Kid Cash wins.
Good summary.
That's what happened. Afterwards, Styles came out, ran off Jarrett's crew with a chair. They surrounded him around the ring, but then you hear the sound of bagpipes, Liam. That's definitely the sound of Roddy Piper's theme song. Well done.
Thank you.
Nashville pipes and drums come strolling in. Jeff Jarrett looks shook as Hot Rod Roddy Piper finally returns to the Asylum after months of being ostracized and pulled out. And Piper is back. Piper gets in the ring, says Jarrett was on his victims list, not the other way around. D'Lo Brown returns to help Styles and Piper take out Jarrett and company.
Well, he says not the other way around, but Roddy Piper was not on the victims list.
It's true, he's not there. So he's right. He's just stating a fact here. He was not a victim of Jeff Jarrett. It's interesting. We do get a little Piper physicality where he fights off the red shirts with some knee lifts, some punches.
It's fun.
And then main event is made. Styles and D'Lo versus Jarrett and a partner for the main event with Piper in Styles and D'Lo's corner. Listen, for as much as Piper was kind of bad in all of those pre-tapes and all of his previous promos, I liked Piper here.
Yeah, he had the same kind of energy as Jake did when he first came into AEW as a manager, where it's like a little off kilter, a little unhinged, but still good.
Yeah, and for as much as he's just, as you said, unhinged, and some of his promos in TNA have been unhinged for many different reasons. He's been here a couple of times over the last year now, especially with his pre-tapes. But God, he's a huge star. He's still Rowdy Roddy Piper. For God, like, he can be terrible. He can cut the worst promos in the world. But when that dude's walking out to freaking an entire pipes and drum band, the National Pipes and Drums, like, he feels like the biggest star in this company.
He got his one health insurance line in.
Yeah. He's like, this company gave health insurance, but didn't. I don't know. That story's weird.
He said this guy gave health insurance so that young guys like him won't. And it's like, didn't they?
Wasn't the whole thing that they didn't give him health insurance? And he's like, he was like, oh, the NWA is one of the few places that has health insurance for these young guys. It's like, wasn't the whole point of this angle was that they didn't?
Also, they don't?
Yeah. In fact, there's a story that I didn't include this month that like there was a fundraiser for Rick Santel's shoulder surgery because he hurt his shoulder on TNA, as if you remember. And there was the whole thing. It's like, well, he didn't get any medical help from TNA.
But they organized the fundraiser.
Well, they did contribute to it, and even Hogan and Piper submitted things as well. So,
you know what? I'd hope Piper would after all this.
Submitted stuff to be auctioned off. Yeah, Piper. He did do a Neverland line about Don Callis being disappointed, which is like, eesh.
There's a few lines this month where it's like, oh, we're getting back to the old cringeworthy lines, aren't we?
Edgy TNA, it's edgy.
Well, we got BG fell back into that trope a little bit too.
Doesn't he always? He can't trust BG to open his mouth for longer than like 4 sentences without them resorting to something.
Yeah, it was in the NYC angle where they came up, they started arguing with each other, and he's like, I'll leave you boys to discuss same-sex marriage.
Oh,
and he just left.
It's like, you.
2003.
Friday, as we record this, was the 19-year anniversary of the AJ Styles Chainsaw Geisler moment. So there you go.
We should repost the YouTube link.
Celebrate that wonderful moment in TNA history. Wonderful.
That moment is legitimately funny. Just because he gets flustered.
The first thing that comes out of his mouth is a slur.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know what to say here, so I'm gonna say a slur.
So the show-long story here is that who is Jarrett's partner going to be? I don't know why, because his partner just ends up being Kid Cash.
Sure.
Like, it could have just been announced to be Kid Cash at the start of the show. Why was it a mystery?
Because you want to catch those people who are flipping the oh, wait.
Which brings us to our main event. AJ Styles and D'Lo Brown reunite their tag team to face Kid Cash and Jeff Jarrett.
It's a nice return to form with some flags being incorporated.
Oh, which flags? Oh, because Piper had an NWA flag. Yeah.
Yeah. I obviously huge flag show over here.
Mm-hmm.
Some would call us the flagship.
Yes, of course.
And I just appreciated, for us.
Just appealing to our deep love of flags.
Yeah. It's a good flag. That is a flag I would put on my wall.
The NWA flag?
Yeah.
I'm sure Billy is probably selling them.
Have to get in contact.
So yeah, finish of this match is Piper hit Cash with the NWA flag, allowing Styles did a middle rope Styles clash for the win. Yeah, it was a nice little match. It was nothing special.
Yeah, I liked it.
D'Lo came out with a cool robe.
Yeah, like I'm back from old Japan.
I have my robe from my Japanese excursion.
Yeah, I like when people do that.
To make me look like a cool, legit pro wrestler.
Robes are cool.
They are.
You know how much cooler the major players?
What?
Myers and Cardona?
You could have just said Myers and Cardona, but sure.
Yeah, I had to remember their actual tag name. But they have cool, robes now. And I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, it's nice to see Styles and D'Lo back together. This is the end of their brief run. They have another tag match next week, and they don't team again until, I think, June or July?
But, to be fair, this is more of an extended run than I thought we were going to get, so...
Yeah, we got a few more little Styles and D'Lo matches to add to the Styles and D'Lo canon. But after this match, Watts announces that Jeff Jarrett will face Sting next week, but there is dispute over whether or not it'll be a title match.
I think it won't be.
My favorite part is they accidentally played Sting's music early. Or Styles won the match. They played the Styles music, and then Sting's music just randomly hit and then cut away.
Yeah, I liked it. It was fun. And the crowd's like,
Yeah, and then when Watts announces Jarrett versus Sting, they cut to a scorpion on the wall of the stage as they play Sting's music.
How did he do that?
How did he get the scorpion? Did he buy a projector?
Is he sitting there with the projector? Why didn't he just come out?
He's just up in the rafters projecting it down.
Wow.
He's like Batman. It's the Sting signal. The Stignal. It's the Stignal.
I mean, I can't beat it, so...
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 76, December 17th, opened with Jeff Jarrett versus Sting. It actually really opened with Eric Watts rallying the troops. People are questioning Eric Watts' leadership here multiple times, Liam.
Yeah, because we had basically the same segment last week with a cooler array of people.
It's just because Punk was there.
No, it was because Sabin was there, actually.
Punk was at both. It was Sabin, which was the guy who was missing. So yes, I will accept the cooler array of people. I apologize.
Yeah, Sabin was in this one, and Don Harris was at the next one, so...
That is really trading down.
Yeah, and yeah, people I mean, the gathering makes sense that, you know, the gathering would be the two who are like, all right, maybe what they were saying about you's right, and they left.
Yeah, we don't get indoctrinated into cults like this.
Yeah, no, we're free thinkers.
We can see through these kind of antics.
We also have Eric Watts in a snazzy suit.
Oh yeah, so yeah, the opening segment of that show is that Jarrett comes out and he's like, ha, I don't have to defend the NWA title because I don't have to defend it for 30 days. And he does the Jeff Jarrett head point. He's all very proud of himself.
Ain't I great?
He's like, if this was football, it'd be 45-0 against Eric Watts.
I don't know what that means.
That's a scoreline.
Oh, like, is it a specific, like, is it relevant to a thing that was happening at the time? Or?
I don't think so. I think he just said a number.
Cool.
Watts and Goldie came out. Watts pulled his pocket square and he threw it as like a flag on the play to extend the football metaphor. He's like,
It all went over my head.
while Jeff Jarrett is right that it will not be an NWA title match, he will actually be facing Sting right now. So Jarrett versus Sting, typical interference. Red Shirts interfered, AMW ran them off. Kid Cash handed Jarrett a guitar, but AJ took it away, allowing Sting to hit the Scorpion Death Drop and win. And then Jarrett threw a hissy fit and got into a fight with Mike Tenay.
Yeah, and Tenay had some great faces.
Oh, there were some sensational Mike Tenay faces. He was like outraged and angry and indignant all in one facial expression. Tremendous stuff from Mike Tenay.
The best.
And, you know, for a guy who's usually, like, quite measured, even if he's angry, he's angry in a measured way on this show. He was, like, unhinged. He was making unhinged faces. He's gone full Goldie.
He was going to fight, too.
Yeah, he was getting stuck in. He pushed Jarrett back. It's like he's getting stuck into it with Jarrett. It's Mike Tenay and Jeff Jarrett.
There was a child flipping Jarrett off.
Oh, yeah, well done, child. Who hates Jeff Jarrett. And I will say, they were outlining the people who could potentially be babyfaces in the show. You know, Raven and Chris Harris and AJ Styles. What about Mike Tenay?
I thought you were going to say, what about the child in the crowd?
Hey, you know, the child in the crowd could be a decent candidate too.
Yeah, move to Florida.
So yeah, Sting beat Jarrett to set up a match that doesn't happen.
Oh.
We should mention an important point on the show, of course, is that Goldilocks is questioning Eric Watts now, Liam.
I mean, can you blame her?
Her life has not gone well since her relationship with Eric Watts started. She lost her job. She has the frizziest hair that has ever frizzed on television, except maybe Bobby Roode. Bobby Roode probably has frizzier hair.
I don't know. It's a neck and neck race
Between Goldilocks and Bobby Roode for frizzy hair.
Yeah. I mean, like we said, it's a terrible relationship. They're not good for each other, but I can't imagine them with anyone else.
Yeah, because it started last month with their interrogator segment where she was like, "You're going to get rid of Don Callis, right, Eric?" And
No, to be fair, it started from the beginning. From the moment that they first talked to each other, it was already contentious.
yeah, the dissent is ramping up, and now she's increasingly questioning the choices and decisions of Eric Watts.
Well, she got mocked by Tracy with an eye.
It's true. She's lower in the pecking order than Tracy with an eye. Doesn't get worse than that.
I mean, literally, like, she might be the lowest ranked person on the show.
Yeah, so later in the show, they continue to question the loyalty of Diamond and Swinger. We'll talk about that more when we're talking about the tag team stuff. And then Styles, Sting, and Jarrett brawled at ringside for the cage match main event.
Mm-hmm.
That's your world title scene in which Jeff Jarrett doesn't have a challenger, because the whole idea is that Raven lost his shot against Abyss in the Red Shirts, and AJ lost his shot against Diamond and Swinger, which we'll talk about in a second when we get to the tag stuff. So Raven, D'Lo, and AJ are all out of the title picture, so Jarrett has removed all of his foes, even though he still has a scheduled title match on January 7th. So who will he face?
I think he will face Hulk Hogan.
Brother. My knee suddenly had a sudden recovery, brother, and I'm coming in to save the day. What you gonna do?
And we're running the Silver Dome, brother.
I only need one knee to take down Jeff Jarrett, brother.
We're doing it in Tokyo, brother.
All right, let's go over to the X division.
Like the less division.
Well done, nailed it.
Thank you.
So the entire story of December is the build to Ultimate X2, which is teased by Chris Sabin on this show.
X2, like the X-Men movie.
Yeah, the best X-Men movie too.
What was in X2?
The one with the guy with the psychic powers.
He's in all of them.
No, it was a different guy with psychic powers though.
Okay. I remember Last Stand. That was like my favorite movie as a kid because I didn't know what good movies were.
The classic period of childhood where it's just like loud noises and cool characters equals cool movie, and then you watch it, it's like, oh no.
Yeah. I still have a fondness for those movies because of that reason, I feel.
Even though The Last Stand is terrible.
Yeah. I still like it though.
X2 and X1 are actually really good movies.
It's funny how The Last Stand is still like the best Dark Phoenix movie that I've done.
Is that just a bad story? Have we actually secretly worked out that it's just not a very interesting story?
I think it's interesting. It just has to be something that's actually built up to. Like it's a long-term story. It's not something you do. Like the one that they recently did was unforgivable. They're like, all right, it's the second movie. We're going to do Dark Phoenix.
Well, it was the fourth movie. Because there was First Class, Days of Future Past, Apocalypse, and then Dark Phoenix.
Yeah, but they had like a movie's worth of build.
Yeah, it was the second with Jean Grey.
Yeah, so, it's just something that has to actually been built to.
I don't know. I think secretly it's not a very interesting story, even if it's an iconic comic story.
Yeah, which sometimes maybe things don't translate. But I think it could be translated well. I just think it hasn't been. To be
fair, Dark Phoenix does have the best action scene in the X-Men movie. There's that scene at the end of the movie where they're on a train, and it just kicks ass. There's like 2 minutes of that movie that are as good as any X-Men movie has ever been, and the rest of the movie is pretty garbage. But that 2 minutes where it's just Magneto knocking dudes off trains with his freaking magnet powers, and it's just because very rarely in those movies you get just unadulterated the X-Men come together and kick some ass, and that's a scene where the X-Men come together and kick some ass, and it's so good.
They also did that in X-Men: The Last Stand.
They didn't kick much ass though.
They kicked all those, like, C-tier mutants' ass.
Yeah, all the goons trying to take their powers with the guns, with the power-draining guns.
Yeah, that rocked. I was gonna say that, is Magneto just the most cinematic of the X-Men, and that's why he works the best?
Like, he's an interesting character with depth and sides to him, that you can play babyface and heal Magneto interestingly, so I think that's the reason he works very well. It also helps that, like, you cast Ian McKellen as him in the first place. So that does a lot of the heavy lifting.
And Fassbender, like, let's be real, he killed it as well, so.
You cast two tremendous actors to carry the weight of that role, and they did so very, very well, so I think that does help. I do think Magneto is, like, one of the deeper, more interesting, more layered comic book villains that has, like, sides
100%.
and interesting backstory and meaningful backstory that you can do a lot of things with.
But I also find myself, whenever I think back to any of the X-Men movies, all of my favorite scenes are Magneto scenes. Like, I was rewatching the scene where he... People love this. I was rewatching the scene the other day where he broke out of the plastic prison by using the iron in the man's blood.
Yeah, it rules.
And I was like, oh, he's the best character they've ever done.
Yeah, and, like, they couldn't have cast, like, Professor X and Magneto better. Like, it's impossible to do better than Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen as the people to play those roles. You could, like, legitimately, you could not pick two better human beings to play those characters. And you may never be able to pick two better human beings.
Which is why you should maybe just do Fassbender again now.
Yeah. And, like, it's the same thing with Hugh Jackman. He was so good as Wolverine that you're just like, there'll be another Wolverine and he'll probably be pretty good, but you nailed it the first time, so it's going to be quite hard.
There's just some other scenes that immediately came to mind was, like, the scene where, I really like a lot of Ian McKellen scenes, but I think my favorite ones are Fassbender scenes, just because I love the one where he had to use his powers to save a dude, and then his whole, like, workplace sold him out.
Yeah.
And he went back and he's like, all right, I'm going to slaughter everyone now. I just hope that's cool. I'm also a big fan of the trope, which you see in Guardians 2 with Yondu, where it's like one small object, it just goes through a ton of dudes.
Yeah.
I love that, and like he's someone who has had some great scenes doing that similar thing, like where he gets the knife off the wall and kills like the Nazi guys who like got away and got undercover. That's like in the bar. There's some really good stuff.
Good character, good actors, good movies,
and a character that can do a lot of interesting things in scenes that make them interesting.
Yeah, and you can babyface them, which they have.
Yeah,
for both of them, they babyface both McKellen and Fassbender. So
I look forward to him in MCU.
So the first show of the month opens with Low-Key defending...
Sorry, I just had whiplash then. Just going straight to the X division.
We went from X-Men to the X division. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, the X-Men division.
So Low-Key defeated Christopher Daniels and Kid Cash in your favorite match of the month by a landslide.
Yeah, this match rocked. I think it's mostly... I liked that Daniels was kind of a heel. Sorry, not a heel. He was kind of a face in this. He got over because he was just doing cool shit. They all just did cool shit. And, that is the way to my heart.
Yeah, you're right about Daniels' Acai moonsault, by the way. It's very good.
Yeah. Daniels rocks.
Loki got a huge reaction in this match for doing the top rope double stomp to break up a pin.
It's a great move.
And the crowd are getting back into Loki. It's like, finally, Loki's just doing cool shit and the crowd are like, oh, yes, we like this guy. Let's cheer him.
It's crazy how his thing broke apart for a while there.
Because they were treating him as a nerd and now he's just back to winning matches and doing cool shit. Suddenly the crowd are into him again. Huh. It's interesting how that works.
Yeah, I know, right?
So yeah, Loki won the match. He's number one contender for the X Division title, but Cash laid him out after the match with the smash mouth to the face, but then Don Harris ran him off.
Yeah, big Cash Don Harris feud still going.
So later in the show, we cut the backstage where Loki and Daniels are brawling, and then Daniels hits him with a chair.
Yeah, that was a pretty brutal chair shot.
Yeah, because Loki was going to Japan, but they made him number one contender, so they had to take him out for a week to tell a story.
But I didn't mind it though, and I like that because we're getting into the reformation of Triple X, that it wasn't just they're all friends again, there's some dissension still between Daniels and Key, which will have to be resolved. Yeah,
Daniels and Loki still hate each other for good reason, because, he just hit him with a chair and took his title shot away.
Yeah, and Skipper's like, no, I'm going to get you both on the same side, though.
So yeah, I would question Eric Watt's decision-making process when he's like, all right, so Loki's taken out by Christopher Daniels. Let's give Daniels the title shot instead.
Well, Garrett.
Yes.
Daniels hasn't declared his allegiance to Jeff Jarrett, and the other option was Kid Cash.
Are you suggesting that perhaps Eric Watts is wielding his power to try and influence people to his side?
Yes. Just saying. Someone was on the fence.
I would personally just say that if I were in TNA, I would start attacking people that have title shots.
Unrelated to this, just in general.
Yeah, just attacking people just to take their title shot away from them.
Yeah. I always liked that when they would do it immediately before a match, because they're like, oh god, we need someone right now, and you're the only one here, you have to take the shot.
Yeah, that makes more sense though.
Yeah. Like Edge taking out Kofi before the Elimination Chamber.
And they're like, well, fuck, what do we do? Fine.
Yeah, he's like, and he just forced himself into the chamber. Like, well, I guess you're in it.
Nobody's here to say no.
Yeah, and we got to start the match.
So on that first show of the month, Sabin and Dutter backstage with Scott Hudson. Sanjay talks about his unprecedented rise, and then Sabin starts to suggest, what if we did Ultimate X2? Huh? Ultimate X2, huh?
And Scott's like, Ultimate X2?
He's flabbergasted at the mere suggestion.
How are they going to top Ultimate X1?
Ideally by the belt not
Probably
falling
by having
down.
a belt that stays on it.
Yes. Which leads us to Shane Douglas and Michael Shane defeating Chris Sabin and Sanjay Dutt after Tracy with an eye hit the pie in the sky and Sanjay Dutt allowing Shane to hit a super kick for the win. This match was very interesting to me because Shane Douglas was bumping like a madman for Sabin and Sanjay.
He also was like, I'm going to work this X Division style.
Like, it's very rare that you see a guy of the legacy and the stature of Shane Douglas. Not that he was this huge star in the industry, but he's a guy who's been around for a long time, who's usually more cynical than this. But like, this match is built to Sanjay getting the hot tag and Shane Douglas being the guy who's tagged in on the other end of the hot tag. And like, Shane Douglas just bumps for Sanjay. He just bumps for him. He just, every single move Sanjay does, Shane Douglas he doesn't cut him off. There's no ego there. He just bumps and feeds for Sanjay in a way that was like, I'm impressed by you here, Shane Douglas, just by your sheer lack of ego.
I think he enjoys getting young talent over at this stage. Because even when he wanted to do his own thing for a while there, he was like, my big focus here is that I want to get young talent and help them get over.
Yeah, so Shane is now the longest reigning X Division champion in TNA history. About 4 months.
Wow. What a reign.
That's a thing that's being reinforced. But like, this is an 18-month-old company, so you know what? Having a 4-month reign isn't bad.
Especially in a belt designed to be kind of thrown about.
Especially in the early days when they did throw that belt about, especially between Styles, Loki, and Lynn. They're just like, bounce it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Styles and Lynn are like 7-time champions at this point.
Yeah, remember Shawn Maltman had the belt?
No.
So Sabin goes to do his big step-up dive to Shane Douglas, but Shane Douglas pulls Tracy in the way. Sabin is honourable. He doesn't do it.
Of course.
A decent man.
Because he's a good guy.
Yeah, he's the babyface now, apparently.
Sabin of like 3 months ago would have been like, yeah, well, I don't give a shit.
I'll jump on a woman.
Yeah.
I enjoy franchise. I just enjoy franchise because there's a moment where like he's in the ring with Sanjay and he does a shoulder block and he takes Sanjay down and he just does a cackle.
Yeah, he's great.
He's just like, ah ha ha! I took down Sanjay Dutt.
Ow.
He's very pleased with himself.
Ain't I great?
He's like Jeff Jarrett, yeah.
If Shane Douglas was in the Jarrett position.
I think the show would be better, honestly.
Because these promos would be more fun, at least.
I think Shane Douglas is a more giving performer.
Yeah.
So yeah, Douglas and Shane won after Shane won with the Superkick.
Douglas and Shane.
Yes, the new franchise.
That's what they should call themselves.
No, they should just be called Shane Douglas.
Shane Douglas.
It's both of them. It's not the first one.
Yeah. Should be Shane and Shane.
NWA-TNA Baby number 74, X Division title match between Christopher Daniels and Michael Shane. Most notable for the hard way blood that Christopher Daniels got in this match. They showed a video package the following week where they showed the very deep cut over his, I think, right eye. That, goodness, that was a lot of blood.
I really enjoyed during the watch along where you're like, do you think it was hard way? And then 10 minutes later, we're like, it was definitely a hard way.
Yeah, because I was watching this where Daniels is bleeding a lot. I'm like, the structure of this match doesn't really suggest to me that Daniels bled intentionally. And the pattern of the blood was that not the traditional over the forehead. It was more like around the side of the face. Where it's like, oh, that does look hard way. And as you mentioned, the next week they do show a backstage video of just a violent cut over Daniel's right eye. It's a deep looking one as well.
It was like the side of his head. We dextered this. We looked at the blood patterns and we to determine that in fact it was a hard way.
We did a whole CSI Miami, turned to the camera, pulled the glasses off. It's like, it looks like it was hard way. Yow! Yeah, decent little match otherwise. The blood did add to it. The blood of hard way blood is always just so much more distinct than a traditional pro wrestling blade job.
Yeah. Because it's real. I like when people get hard white blood. They there's a moment of fuck, and then I gotta roll with it,
Well,
which leads to I gotta talk about the promos.
Yeah, the most famous version of that is of course the Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly match, which is dying a death and then blood, and suddenly it's the best match in Ring of Honor history.
Yeah, I remember that match was one of the matches that got me in Ring of Honor.
Because I remember being on Twitter during that match. And literally everyone being like, this kind of sucks. And then the blood came up, and it's by the end of that match, it's like, oh, this is the best match in Ring of Honor history.
All it takes is some teeth getting knocked out.
Yeah. So Michael Shane retains. Tracy tried to interfere, but Daniels kicked out of the super kick. Shane then tried to use a chain, but Saban stopped him, threw the chain to Daniels. Daniels used the chain, but...
Perfect, by the way.
Yeah, because he kicked it out of his hand, and Shane flung it backward, and Daniels caught it. Very satisfyingly done.
100%.
And Daniels used the chain, but the referee happened to turn around as he used it and saw Daniels using it. Disqualification win for Michael Shane.
Garrett, I have an off-topic thing.
Sure.
But I want to get your impressions on this.
Go ahead.
A Fightful Wrestling at Fightful tweeted 1 hour ago,
Mm-hmm.
Will Smith slaps former TNA star Chris Rock at the Oscars.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the acknowledgement.
Right.
I feel slightly like our bit has been stolen.
Yeah, they're chasing the clout of the You've Got to Be Kidding Me podcast.
A little bit.
Because, every episode since Chris Rock appeared has started with the opening quote on each episode of our podcast. TNA is the best wrestling in the world. Chris Rock is an integral part of our podcast.
Yeah.
Chris Rock has been on nearly every episode.
For some reason, Garrett, me typing Chris Rock YouTube didn't pull up our video first.
Damn it, we don't have the SEO. Are you replying to the tweet with the...
Yes.
Very good. Well done. This is live, on-air, buzz marketing of the podcast. Hello, friends.
I think it hid my response because it was just a link.
Listen, let me retweet it. I will boost it.
There we go. We're making moves, making $1 million moves.
We're attempting to
I'll link you.
manipulate Sean Ross Sapp's platform for our own benefit.
Listen, if he does it, we can do it too.
Just retweet, like. I'm going to retweet and like it from the podcast account now.
Yeah. This is how we get the 1,000.
Retweet, like. This is what our discussion of the X Division has descended into. So there you go. You should go to @thegleet find Liam's tweet about...
Or just go to your Twitter and find it.
I'm trying to buzz market your Twitter here, Liam. I'm trying to push people toward your wonderful Twitter account, and then you just deflect.
To your wonderful Twitter account.
Which has a lot of followers. Too many, some would say.
Alright, there's no need for that.
Flexing with my followers on you. Yeah, Michael Shane retained by DQ. Daniels and Saban brawled after the match. Later in that same show, we get Chris Sabin versus Shane Douglas. Saban beats Douglas with a victory roll. Shane and Tracy tried to interfere, but failed. Again, franchise just losing to Chris Sabin.
I like that he's willing to do this. I don't know if I like that this is happening right at the start of the new franchise.
This stable is already kind of a dud.
Yeah, but I felt like it had potential because I like everyone involved.
So they're already just like an X Division stable. Like, Douglas is basically a manager who wrestles.
I kind of thought this was going to be a bigger deal, but apparently not.
Yeah, a wacky contrast of styles between these two. Just like Shane Douglas, your like traditional pro wrestling heel, works a very traditional pro wrestling style in this kind of match, and then Sabin with your modern kind of cruiserweight style of the indies, like coming out of WCW, that post WCW cruiserweight indie hybrid style. And yeah, it's just interesting to see these two in the ring together.
I don't hate it though.
Yeah, it's a fun little contrast. It's also a battle of the colors of yellow and black.
Ooh,
Both very fond of those two colors.
I feel like Douglas perhaps gets the right to the colors.
He has perhaps been using them a tad bit longer.
Just a smidge.
And they're Philadelphia sports colors, aren't they? That's where you got the yellow and black from, right?
Yes.
I think that's true. I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, okay, you get the Philadelphia, and then like green.
I think that it's the Penguins, isn't it?
The Penguins?
Pittsburgh. Or Pennsylvania sports, not Philadelphia sports. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the Penguins colors, yellow and black. See, I've already corrected myself. To the people who were writing the messages being like, you meant Pittsburgh sports, not Philadelphia sports, already corrected myself. If you wrote that message, I know you didn't listen far enough into the show.
If you wrote that message, you're a fucking idiot.
So yeah, there's also a fun stat that Franchise's career is as old as Chris Sabin is. He's been wrestling as long as Chris Sabin has been alive. I always like those fun little things.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. So, Sabin won with a roll-up, which brings us to the next week, in which Loki finally gets his X Division Championship match against Michael Shane. But earlier in that show, because of the issues they had coming out of that X Division title match, Christopher Daniels faces Chris Sabin.
Mm-hmm.
Main thing from this match, Daniels won with the Angel's Wings after Elix Skipper returned to TNA to cost Sabin the match and then threw up the Triple X gesture, which Daniels then kind of winked at. He was like, ooh, I'm intrigued by this Triple X proposal.
It's prime time, baby. This made me think that, like, they were aligned, but I think we found out later in the show that they were kind of... This is Skipper doing it of his own volition, trying to get the boys back together, which I like a lot more.
Yeah, so Skipper is the kind of catalyst here, trying to put Triple X back together, knowing that Daniels and Loki are at odds at the moment. But yeah, I like the idea that he didn't even consult Daniels about it. It's not even like, oh, Daniels, I'll come out and cost Sabin this match. It's like, no, I'll do that as my gesture of good faith toward Daniels, trying to put Triple X back together.
Mm-hmm.
So a note, Elix Skipper signed a 2-year deal with TNA last week, thus his return to the company.
Ah, locked down.
No, that's a pay-per-view in 2005.
Shut up.
Michael Shea defeated Loki to retain the X Division title after he got his knees up in a 450 and then grabbed a small package. A note about that finish. Finish looked botched. This is from the Wrestling Observer. As Loki did a 450 moonsault. It's just a 450, Dave. You don't need a moonsault. But got his knees up and cradled Loki. Loki appeared to kick out. The ref counted 3 anyway, and everyone just stood there as like something screwed up. Apparently what happened was that it wasn't the scheduled finish. Shane's body went numb. It was a scary night because apparently that happened to Altar Boy Luke as well earlier in the show. Since he could hardly move, he called for the finish off that move as an audible. Loki wasn't supposed to lose clean. Tracy and Shane Douglas are supposed to come out and interfere, which is why he'd have a gripe and set up the Ultimate X. So all of the stuff that happened after the match was just kind of meant to be the finish of the match because they did the 450. Shane cradled Loki. Then Tracy faked a knee injury, which was supposed to be what led to the interference from Shane Douglas. Like the referee was supposed to check on the knee injury. Shane Douglas ran out, cost Loki the match. Michael Shane wins. But because they skipped all that, Tracy still faked the knee injury, which was like, oh, did she actually get hurt? Because Loki brought her up for the key crusher, and then Michael Shane knocked them both over. So like there was a moment it was like, is she actually hurt? Because it made no sense within the context of what they were doing, but it made sense within the context of what they were meant to do. So there you go.
And I don't even get mad at this though. It's just one of those things that happen.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate occurrence. So yeah, Shane Douglas comes out. They attack Loki. Elix Skipper makes the save, brawls to the back with Shane Douglas. Daniels comes out, gets back into it with Loki. They're still not pals. They're fighting.
Yeah, but he makes the save first. Like he makes the save for Key, and then they like have an awkward knock each other moment, and then they start throwing hands.
Yeah. So then Shane, Loki, Sabin, and Daniels are all brawling in the ring, separated into 4 corners by security until Eric Watts comes out and announces that all 4 men will face off on January 7th in the second Ultimate X match with the X Division title on the line.
I'm excited.
Yeah, Ultimate X 2. It's fun to see like the development of this stipulation, to see, ideally that they don't screw it up and don't have the belt fall, which they don't. But we'll see.
We see a death in this one.
There has never been a death in Ultimate X, I'll have you know.
You know what I mean.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
One of those classic Ultimate X, someone almost dies taking a move at some point, moments.
No, there's only a couple of those.
Yeah, but they involve Daniels half the time, so I'm like, I was just curious if this is one of those occurrences.
Because one, Daniels has been in a lot of these matches, and he has done some very, like, enthusiastic, optimistic, ambitious bumps. And to be fair, most of them have come off. Most of them are tremendous.
Yeah. Also, this is the place to do it.
But then there is that one with Suicide, Frankie Kazarian in 2009 that when he dies.
Yeah.
See,
So someone does die.
no one has died.
There's
There's just been a suicide in Ultimate X, not a death. Hey, see what I did there?
Has there been a homicide in Ultimate X?
There's been a suicide and homicide in Ultimate X, but not a death.
A genocide. Not a genocide.
No.
She hasn't done one yet.
If Sabu did Ultimate X, that would be a game changer.
If it was genocide versus homicide versus suicide versus Sabu.
In Ultimate X, yes. That is the pro wrestling dream match.
Didn't Seidel used to have like a name like that too?
Did he?
I think Matt Seidel was genocide at one point.
That's a weird name.
I think that was... I'm going to find out. You keep going.
Yeah, that's our X Division stuff for the month, for the most part. Building to Ultimate X next month, so we'll be covering that in the January 2004 episode. Ultimate X 2.
It's crazy how Ultimate X with the X Division with a direction always feels so much better.
And I think that's been the big problem. Like, I don't think the flatness of the X Division in the back half of the year has been Michael Shane's fault. I just think they've had no ideas for the X Division. Like, they have good talent.
I also think that it's also not a priority for them, you know?
I think that's illustrated by the fact that there is very few undercard X Division people at any given moment compared to how it used to be, where it's like there'd be at least 2 X Division matches in every show. You know, Sanjay shows up every so often. Like, Sanjay's in the first show of the month where he faces Douglas and Shane teaming with Sabin, but then he disappears for the rest of the month. Eric Young appeared once or twice but disappears. Like, the undercard X Division is basically non-existent. So, like, you have a good core group of talent. You have Daniels, you have Sabin, you have Shane, and you had Kazarian for a while, who's also disappeared. But it's just the lack of focus.
Yeah, that's just why it seems they have direction and it all comes across so much better.
So that brings us to tag teams.
We've kind of been talking about it throughout.
We've been covering around it, but we'll cover the rest of the main segments. So we talked about that segment where Trill K came out and AMW confronted them, which led to the making of a 3-way tag team number 1 contendership match, which was AMW against Diamond and Swinger against David Young and Glenn Gilberti. The whole idea was Glenn Gilberti was like, oh, no matter who wins, we'll give Diamond and Swinger the title shot. So it was 4-on-2, but they still had miscommunication. They're still not on the same page, allowing AMW to win. Mm-hmm. This is your favorite story of the month, so I assume you have loads of things to say about it.
It's more that I appreciate the promos. I like the sniping at each other throughout the month, and I like the just like the cartoonishly stupid interactions of, yeah, we have chairs for them right here, and then they're like, what, we didn't get no invite, and they look at David like, David, did you not tell them? And he's like, oh, I didn't tell them.
My favorite part is Glenn Gilberti just says, do you think I'm stupid? To which Scott Hudson, Simon Diamond, and Johnny Swinger in unison say yes.
Yes.
And if you listen closely, you can hear just one woman in the crowd shout at the top of her lungs, hell yes!
I'm enjoying it. You know me, I am a sucker for goofball heels. And these are for goofball heels.
Yeah, Harris hit a wild crossbody off the top, taking out everybody. AMW are number 1 contenders to go on to face 3 Live Crew the next week for the NWA World Tag Team titles.
Yeah, which feels like the biggest match possible.
It's just kind of sad in its own way, isn't it?
Yeah, but like, you know, they're 2 established teams at this point.
So yeah, Diamond and Swinger at ringside, they got into it with David Young. They caused issues, killings, and Storm took them out with dives, but then Gilberti slipped in the back, hit Chris Harris with a chair. Unbeknownst to 3LK, they were not aligned, but allowing 3LK to retain over AMW.
I like that, sorry, this is just more talking about NYC. I like that Gilberti seemingly likes David Young now. Because he's like picking Young over the other 2.
He loves them. He just wants to manage his success far into the future.
It's his buddy.
I personally would choose Diamond and Swinger, but you know what? To each their own.
Well, he isn't the tag champs with Diamond and Swinger. He could be the tag champs with David Young.
That's true. It's all just greed on his end. He wants the belt. He's jealous. Which actually makes sense to check out with Glenn Gilberti's character. So you know what?
Yeah. It's almost like it's a good storyline. I like that Diamond and Swinger were both like, I don't like you saying that we're with Jarrett, like speaking on our behalf. I mean, we probably are, but like, don't you say it.
Yeah. It's just like we are men of our own authority. You do not speak for us.
Yeah, I like this stuff.
And I like the way like that comes from the fact that they were dragged into an alliance with David Young against their will. So like Glenn's choice of talent to associate with isn't exactly on their level.
Exactly. See, you're selling yourself on it.
Yeah, there's deep layers to it I was not considering.
Mm-hmm.
So then we had 2 tag team matches on the last show of the month, December 17th, 2003. First of which was America's Most Wanted against Glenn Gilberti and David Young in a street fight.
Little fun match. It's plunder with these guys, so it's probably gonna be good.
Yeah, it's just like they're doing stuff. The finish is that Harris spears Gilberti into a ladder before Storm hits a swanton off the top through a table onto David Young, gets the pin. So yeah, it's good stuff. It's just good stuff.
Storm feels like he's working real hard at the moment because he doesn't want to get left behind.
There is a story that I didn't include because it felt mean-spirited, but you brought it up, so I'll bring it up. About how like they're worried about James Storm's weight gain and they see Chris Harris as the star of the team, so they want to, again, move toward potentially breaking up America's Most Wanted.
Yeah, but also Storm wins in the end, so you know.
Yeah, and Storm once again did a cool thing off the top rope, and he was probably the lasting impression of this match was the finish, the swanton through the table. So James Storm, well done. Once again, overcoming the odds, fighting against the tide to become the true star of America's Most Wanted.
I'm so looking forward to when TNA finds like its identity as like comedy shtick era. And we get James Storm being like a goofball.
Silly James Storm. It takes the heel turn. He becomes the Glenn Gilberti of the show when you think about it.
See? And there's a reason why I'm excited.
And then the other tag match of the month was a dream match between Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger against AJ Styles and D'Lo Brown.
Yep, it's a dream match.
Now you might think, that doesn't sound like a dream match. They don't mean dream match in the context of like match in your dreams. It is a match where the person who wins will get the title shot of their choosing, thus they will fulfill their dreams.
It's ironically both for me.
You were just waking up every morning being like, oh, last night I had a wonderful dream about a Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger against AJ Styles and D'Lo Brown match. Mm-hmm. It was everything I could possibly want it to be.
No, my dream match is me in it.
You against AJ Styles and D'Lo Brown, teaming with Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger. You, like, in the body of David Young.
No, my literal dream match of me and Claudio Castagnoli versus Cesaro and Chris Hero.
Oh yeah, that's a wacky dream match. Again, not very practical.
I think he could do it. He's a hell of a performer.
You sure it wasn't you and Cesaro?
It was me and Cesaro.
Against Cesaro and Chris Hero?
No, it was me and Cesaro versus Claudio and Hero.
But where's Cesaro in this?
We're non-existent at this point in life.
So, finish of this match, AJ and D'Lo look to do the stereo 450 frog splash thing they do, which they hit in perfect sync once, and it was the best thing in TNA history. But Styles goes for the springboard. He sees Jarrett coming and he just sort of scrambles and kind of falls off the top to the outside.
Yeah, rules.
I think he was meant to do like a double springboard onto Jarrett and then start brawling, but I think it's almost better that he was like flustered and fell over.
He ate shit.
Yeah, he just fell to the floor.
He was rough looking, man.
Jarrett and Styles then started brawling, Jarrett threw Styles into the crowd, and then Diamond and Swinger hit the problem solver to beat D'Lo to make themselves number one contenders for the World Tag Team titles.
I like that Diamond and Swinger won this.
Why?
The team that's actually sticking around.
That's a good point.
Beating the team on their last match ever.
And yeah, the idea here is that Jarrett has now taken Styles and D'Lo out of contendership for the world title because neither of them would get their dream match. And even before the match, they were like, we're fine with whoever wins. Whether it's me or you, we don't have a problem. We just want to take the belt off Jarrett.
I hope Simon Diamond goes, all right, I want my NWA title match against Jeff Jarrett now.
Yeah, who actually got the pin? I didn't note who actually got the pin. So technically, they could demand the NWA World Title match.
They should. Maybe they'll go after the X Division title. Maybe they want to be put in Ultimate X.
Maybe they want to be added to the Girls of TNA 2004 calendar.
Oh, don't we all?
It's the true prize here in the NWA-TNA. And then, best of the rest, basically just Kid Cash and Don Harris finished off.
Yeah. We had X getting like one more appearance.
Oh yeah, because X showed up. He had a match against Don Harris. He won after Kid Cash ran in, distracting him, allowing X to hit him with a chain. And that's the last you will talk about PCO until 2022.
I kind of thought that X was going to be Cash's new monster.
Which would make sense. That would work.
And you could have him drop the look.
Do you think they pivoted directions because they're like, oh, we're going to put Cash with Jarrett, but X doesn't really work there, so we're just going to stop using X?
He could work if you just took the fucking mask off.
But like they already have Abyss in that stable, so they don't need another big mean guy.
An Abyss PCO team doesn't fucking appeal to you?
They would have a hell of a match against AMW.
They would do some dumb shit.
So yeah, X beat Don Harris, then Cash ran away again, leading to them finally facing. We talked about the match they already had on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 74, December 10th, where that set up the Jarrett promo. Kid Cash defeated Don Harris with help from Jeff Jarrett, returning the favor after Cash helped Jarrett beat Styles the week before.
This feels like a bit of a step up for Cash.
Yeah, he's into main events.
Yeah. And he's in the Jarrett group.
And fair enough, he's the guy to take falls in the main events, but he's still in the main events.
I was thinking about while watching these shows how it's kind of Cash's longevity has been impressive. Because not only has he been around a long time, like others have, but he's been on TV like consistently.
And he's been in stories consistently, because there's a lot of people who are on the show a lot, but Cash consistently, he had the thing with Trinity, which you can debate the quality of the stories, but...
Yeah. He had the babyface run when he first came in.
Yeah, and he was like just a random X Division guy, then he had the X Division title run, and he, like, even now, like, they gave him this little mini program with Don Harris for some reason, just because they're like, we need to give Kid Cash something to do.
He had the Legends run. He had the Abyss tag team.
So yeah, he's been a busy goose here in his first year and a half in TNA.
He kind of feels like he's taken Lynn's kind of mid-card story guy role.
That's true, especially if Lynn's not around to have that role.
Mm-hmm.
So those are our broad topics for NWA-TNA in the month of December, the last month of 2003. We'll do like a more broad 2003 retrospective on Patreon. We talk about the best and worst of 2003. But like high level, quick thoughts. How do you feel about 2003, Liam?
It had a lot of things I enjoyed, mostly during the start and middle. I think it petered off towards the end. I haven't left 2003 with the best taste in my mouth, but I'm a little more optimistic than I was the last couple months.
Yeah, because like the first, 3-4 months of the year were the Vince Russo work shoot stuff, which not necessarily good, but it's watchable.
Something's happening.
Yeah, things are happening. You can laugh at it if nothing else. And then the middle portion of the year, I think they really did find their stride starting from that Jarrett Raven title match, where they built to that big title match, which was a big success. It sold out the Asylum. It did a big number on pay-per-view. And that was the moment where they were like, we can do this. We can actually be a wrestling company that promotes matches that people want to watch. And I think then they had a few months basically between the Jarrett Raven title match and the Super X Cup, whereas like that's the peak of TNA so far. Like it's not all perfect. There's some like up and down months, but like for the most part, it's going in the right direction. Then you get the Super X Cup, probably the best show in TNA history at that point.
100%. And
then you get the show after that, which is the Raven versus Douglas Hair versus Hair match, which is a really good, satisfying blow off to that story. And then October, November are really, really like just lifeless, just absolutely lifeless. And December, like it's not great, but there's signs of life again, which makes me at least a little more enthusiastic.
Yeah, that's basically it. We had some like the highest highs of TNA so far,
but the lowest lows.
The lowest lows at the same time.
Yeah.
It's just annoying like that this company would be so good if it just focused on being a wrestling company, but half the time they don't want to be that, or they're too busy trying to be something else.
Or they're too busy just making the show all about Jarrett.
Yeah.
There you go. That's 2004. Let's go very quickly show by show if there's anything.
2004? Oh, sweet. We can skip 2005.
It's December 3rd. It's the NWA-TNA baby number 73. You have any other notes? I want to comment on, I forgot to mention, AJ Styles' baby blue gear. I like it.
Yeah, it's perfect. I love this gear. It's his best gear so far for me.
Very babyface gear as well.
We had them talking about how X could have killed Chris Sabin.
Yeah, you could have. Oh, I love that segment where they do a full feature with Scott D'Amore making his on-camera debut and Mike Tenay talking about how absolutely insane that X bump was, where he did the top rope senton off the top to the ramp. Sabin moved, he just went thud. And they're like, yeah, it was mentioned if he hit him, he could have died. He could have died.
Yeah, which makes it even more insane that they're just getting rid of X. But
yeah, it was on that show. It was like they did that pre-tape. They then went into the X match against Don Harris, which X won, and then X just gone.
Maybe there was more in play than we thought. Maybe it was expensive getting him from Canada or something. Who knows?
So yeah, X, good time. During the opener on this match, which was Loki against Daniels against Kid Cash, while Loki was doing his kicks, Don West on commentary asked the question, what was that Oriental movie where they could do all those crazy things? And he left a pause. It's like, The Matrix?
Well, Are you sure he wasn't working on Team Bondi?
Before he eventually did say Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which I think was the movie he was trying to think about in the first place.
I'm going to only refer to that movie as that Oriental movie where they do those flips and kicks.
What, The Matrix?
Yes.
When it was announced that Piper was making his return on the December 10th show, Mike Tenay said, "What could TNA management be thinking? It's one thing for Piper to send in a videotape where he can be edited, but for him to appear live?"
That was just... Mike Tenay didn't know he was on camera then.
I love even babyface announcer Mike Tenay is like, we can't let this guy have a live microphone.
And to be fair, he was probably the most coherent he's been in a long time, so...
Yeah, so anything else from that show?
Oh, the new motion graphics.
Oh, God, yeah, it's the last show of the month. I love them. They're bad, but I love them. Last show of the month has new motion graphics, which are... First, they start with saying Eric Watts presents. They misspelled Eric. They added a C. But Eric Watts proudly presents, and then they run down the card and they do the classic, like, turn around. My favorite moment, if you watch it very closely, watch D'Lo Brown. This is on the You've Got to Be Kidding Me Twitter account. Go to TNA Superbot on Twitter, and you can see these motion graphics for yourself. But if you watch D'Lo, he does the turn around, he does his pose, and then he breaks pose to move away very quickly in the last second. It's so good.
My favorite part of this is that they're all like 240p and pixelated.
Yeah.
Including the TNA logo.
And like they're differently sized because for some reason like a tag team match has them all like tiny in the foreground, but a singles match is like normally sized, filling the entire frame.
It's a great experience.
And they have these like weird effects where they're like in black and white, and then in a moment when they do the pose, they bang into color. It's good stuff. Again, they're not good, but I love them.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. I wonder how much time it took JV to make those.
I wonder is like because they filmed all those scans and stuff for like the action figures and video games. I wonder was it like let's use these for graphics as well.
I still don't believe that those actually happened.
What, the action figures and video games?
The action figures, yes. I don't think the video games people did any scanning. Let's talk about Sting's one.
Oh yeah, because they didn't have a PNG of Sting turning toward the camera, so it's just a JPEG still shot of him from like 2 months ago in wrestling.
Tremendous.
It's very good. It's like the Universal experience, Liam. When you Google Sting PNG, then you download what you think is a Sting PNG, but it actually has like the letterboxing in the background, and you've been lied to.
Yeah. Which happens to me all the time.
Literally, it's the universal experience of when you try to make literally anything in Photoshop or even Paint on the internet, you get those people uploading fake PNGs. And yeah, that happened to TNA. They were like, we got our Sting.png. Oh no, there's a letterbox thing. We have to use a JPEG.
JB's like, it's 7 a.m. I haven't slept.
Where do I get a shot of Sting from? At the start of the show, during the Don Harris against Kid Cash match, this is the December 10th show. Mike Tenay notes, because Jarrett comes out and he hits Don with a guitar, causing the Cash win. Mike Tenay notes that the referee never saw the guitar shot. Like that matters, given like Chris Harris used the chair right in front of him like 2 seconds ago.
Listen, he's trying.
Or Don Harris even. He's just hitting Kid Cash.
He's trying his best.
Yeah, bad referee. There's no rules in this company, Liam.
The referees, like, I think are meant to be intentionally bad at this point.
It's a commitment to the bit. I'll give them credit for that.
I don't even mean that as a joke. I think they're intentionally making like Rudy to be like a bad ref, so they can get away with doing bad finishes.
And then last show of the month, December 17th, NWA-TNA paper number 76, which is the one we did the watch along for. Sorry, this is 75. I've mislabeled it in my notes.
Yeah, you threw me up there, and I was like, what the hell? Yeah, the troops would have been the only thing I had to note, so.
Yeah, so that's the watch along at TNAchat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. The dancing TNA girls were wearing Santa hats.
As one does. It didn't feel very Christmassy. I feel like they could have committed harder on that.
They should have added some tinsel, added some kind of Christmas-related stipulation.
Just do what AEW does and make graphics.
Just add some snow to graphics.
Yeah. Sting
is on the show. They should have had the Sting snow.
And had Tony.
Indeed. And very quickly, the December 24th and 31st shows were best ofs. December 24th was the best of the X Division. December 31st was the best of 2003. So December 24th had Jerry Lynn and Amazing Red versus Triple X. Styles Clash was named Finisher of the Year. Saban did a promo hyping up Lex 2. They showed Saban and Hoobie from the Super X Cup finals. They showed a video about Daniels remembering the Triple X versus AMW match. A video about Sanjay winning the Triple Chance Invitational.
The Triple X Chance? Oh, whoa.
That's when you have to beat all of Triple X, which has happened. Jeff Jarrett did it.
Oh, no, he did the Triple X Challenge.
AJ Styles against Loki for the world title. Kid Cash's 2003 highlight was joining. Jarrett, Don Callis did a promo on Eric Watts. They showed Ultimate X. Michael Shane won X Division Star of the Year. And then probably the most important story development. Don Callis was talking to Goldilocks, and he's like, it's all about the money. And then Watts is on borrowed time, to which Goldilocks replied, how much money? Dun dun dun!
Goldilocks, more like Goldie Digger.
Wow, got her. And then December 31st, it was the best of 2003. AMW were named Tag Team of the Year. They showed a Diamond and Swinger against AMW match, footage of Styles and Sting against Luger and Jarrett, footage of Michael Shane and David Young wrestling in Mexico, video of on Jeff Jarrett this year, then the Jarrett and AJ title match from the end of the year, not the first one, the scalping of Raven, a Shark Boy and New Jack new recap for some reason. They like that story.
Shark Boy got over huge, remember?
Highlights from Ultimate X, again, I guess to promote the Ultimate X match coming up on January 7th.
I think they did the actual match on the last one, so this was just the highlights.
And then Jarrett versus Raven, which is probably still the biggest match in TNA history. Then they announced the nominations for Mr. TNA are AJ Styles or Jeff Jarrett. Who would you choose, Liam?
Raven.
Eric Watts. And then ended it with the cage match between Abyss and Northcutt against Raven and The Gathering.
Wait, I can't even vote for Kid Cash. He had a sign telling me to vote for him.
He did. Well, you could vote for who was like the final two, and then the final two would be announced.
I'd probably vote for AJ Styles.
Wow.
You'd be shocked to know.
Anti-Jeff Jarrett agenda.
That's me.
So that's it. That is December 2003, as you underline AJ Styles in the show notes, just to make sure everybody knows. That is December 2003 in TNA. We'll be starting into 2004 on our next episode. As we mentioned at the start of the show, we'll be doing our 2003 TNA draft and our 2003 TNA year in review on Patreon over the next couple of weeks. Also, Rain Takers episode 2 covering the New Japan 40th anniversary show with the Okada and Naito match for the IWGP Heavyweight title. A great pro wrestling match. That's on Patreon now in the $5 tier.
We have the New Japan Cup coming up in the next one.
Yeah, on April 8th will be our next episode of Rain Takers, where we'll cover the 2012 New Japan Cup final show. Ring Cat King coming next weekend. Also, if you would like to go catch up on Ring Cat King.
War Games.
Oh yeah, the Ring Cat King World Cup.
Yes. So we got two big things coming up of equal stature. Of course, the 2012 New Japan Cup finals and the Ring Cat King World Cup.
Which both happened at roughly the same time as well, so...
We've really stuck around these early 2010s with our Patreon content.
Yeah, our full series on the Monday Night Wars is there if you'd like to listen to it now. All the episodes about Raw and Impact going head-to-head in 2010.
Marathon it.
Yeah, you can go, and I think it's 10 episodes. You can listen to them all. They're waiting for you on patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. We have over 50 pieces of exclusive audio on that Patreon now. It's a very good value proposition now. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muta. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do your thing.